Chapter 1. Black Satin Blindfold. In the sweltering heat of August, the air was thick with the incessant drone of cicadas, intermingled with the blaring of horns, reverberating through the bustling streets. The scorching sun beat down upon the grayish-brown asphalt, causing heat waves to ripple, distorting the very fabric of the thoroughfare. Beneath the scant shade of a few trees lining the road, a group of young individuals huddled together, cigarettes in hand, awaiting the traffic lights to change. Suddenly, one of the youths, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, appeared to have noticed something, letting out a soft exclamation as his gaze fell upon a certain corner of the street. "Arno, what are you looking at?" inquired a companion beside him. The young man, named Arno, stared blankly at the street corner, finally breaking the silence. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the road?" His companion paused, taken aback for a moment, before responding slowly. "Generally, blind individuals are accompanied by someone or guided by a guide dog. In more modern cities, there are also voice announcements at traffic signals. If all else fails, perhaps they could rely on sound and a cane to navigate slowly." Arno shook his head. "But what if there's no one to assist, no guide dog, no audio announcements, and even the cane is being used to carry cooking oil? Do you think you're funny?" His companion rolled his eyes, following Arno's gaze, and froze in place the next moment. Across the street stood a boy clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his eyes wrapped tightly in several layers of black satin, completely shielding him from light. In his left hand, he held a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand clutched a guide, cane slung over his shoulder, resembling a yoke. At the end of the cane, a large bucket of golden peanut oil glimmered in the sunlight. With black satin blindfolding his eyes, a cane resting on his shoulder, vegetables in one hand, and oil in the other, this surreal tableau instantly drew the attention of a throng of onlookers. "Hey, look at that person! How strange! Can he see the road with so much cloth over his eyes? Did you not see the cane in his hand? He's obviously blind. What era is this? Blind people usually wear sunglasses who would wrap their eyes with fabric on such a hot day. Isn't it suffocating?" "Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person walking without a cane, instead using it to carry things?" These youngsters really know how to have fun. Amidst the summer cicadas, the whispers of curious passers-by could not be drowned out. They scrutinized the boy, quietly debating whether he was genuinely blind or merely pretending, while casting expectant glances at the flickering red light. At that moment, a bright voice rang out from beside the boy. "Brother, let me help you cross the street." It was a little girl in a school uniform, around 12 or 13 years old, beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks. Her large, dark eyes were filled with concern as they gazed at the boy, innocent and sincere. The boy paused momentarily, turning his head towards the girl, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "Okay," he shifted the bag of vegetables to his right hand, wiped his brow with the hem of his shirt, and gently grasped the little girl's hand. With a click, the green light illuminated. The young boy took a step forward, walking hand in hand with the little girl towards the opposite side of the street. The girl appeared quite anxious, glancing left and right, wary of the vehicles around her, her steps cautious and timid. As for the boy, he walked with unwavering steadiness. To onlookers, this scene did not resemble a kind-hearted girl assisting a blind man across the road. Rather, it seemed like an older brother guiding a younger friend. The street was not wide, and within mere seconds, the pair reached the other side. The boy expressed his gratitude to the girl with a simple thank you before turning away and strolling down a secluded alley. "He is not blind," Arno asserted confidently upon witnessing this. He must be able to see. The young man behind Arno rested his chin on his hand, pondering deeply. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "I get it. He is cosplaying as the blind monk." A sharp slap rang out as a hand landed decisively on the back of his head. Arno cursed under his breath. "Idiot, all you ever do is play games. Who on earth would cosplay as a blind monk in the middle of the street? Are they out of their mind?" After a brief pause, Arno muttered softly, "Besides, the blind monk's eye cover is red. This cosplay doesn't even resemble that." "Arno, you can't lecture me." "Be quiet, ditto." While the two were bickering, another young man, who had remained silent, gazed thoughtfully at the boy's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Arno noticed his gaze. "That I know him." "You know him?" "Indeed," the young man nodded. "When my cousin was in elementary school, I heard that a student from their school had an accident, resulting in vision problems. He could only cover his eyes with black satin, and there were rumors of mental issues." "Mental issues?" Arno paused, reflecting on the earlier encounter. He seemed fine to me. That was 10 years ago. Perhaps he has since recovered. However, the incident created quite a stir back then. Within a few days, that student had withdrawn from school and was said to have transferred to a special school for the blind. At that moment, another person chimed in eagerly. By the way, what was the accident? How could it cause blindness and mental issues? Was it something supernatural? I don't know, he paused before continuing, but I've heard it was something even more outrageous. A tragic fate. Arno sighed. What was his name? I believe it was Lin Xia. As the evening glow painted the sky, Lin Xia pushed open the door. Almost instantly, the aroma of cooked dishes wafted from within, filling his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, swallowed, and entered with his belongings creak. The old door emitted a sharp screech, momentarily drowning out the sounds of cooking from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen door, and upon seeing Lin Xia carrying a multitude of bags, she exclaimed in surprise and hurried over. Xiao Qi, why do you keep bringing back so many things at once? The woman wiped her hands on her apron and quickly helped Lin Xia with his load, chattering away. Such a large barrel of peanut oil? My dear child, have you misused the government subsidies again? Aunt, the government provides subsidies for the disabled to support their living. Utilizing them to purchase oil is a practical application. Lin Xia replied with a smile. Nonsense. That money is reserved for your college education. It cannot be squandered. I must tell you, Aunt's earnings are sufficient to support the three of us, so do not recklessly spend your money. Aunt gently wiped the oil barrel with her hand, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow, murmuring softly, such a large barrel of branded oil, it must have cost a pretty penny. Before Lin Xia could respond, Aunt suddenly realized something. Wait, how did you bring so many things back? Oh, I encountered a few kind-hearted individuals on the way who helped me carry them, Lin Xia stated calmly. Ah, that's wonderful. It seems there are still many good people in society. Did you express your gratitude to them? I did. Lin Xia deftly shifted the topic. Aunt, where is Jean? He's doing his homework on the balcony. Oh, by the way, the doctor from the mental hospital is here for the routine checkup. He's resting in the room. You should go see him while Aunt prepares dinner. He'll call you when it's ready. Lin Xia paused momentarily, acknowledging her with a soft "oh" before turning toward the bedroom. Hello, I am Dr. Li from the Sunshine Mental Hospital. As Lin Xia entered, the young man sitting on a small stool in the bedroom stood up, speaking gently, his face framed by large black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't it always Dr. Han who came before? Dr. Han was promoted to vice president last year. D.R.L., I replied with a smile, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Lin Xia nodded slightly. Oh, I see. Indeed, given Dr. Han's advanced age and exceptional medical skills, his promotion did not surprise her. It was only natural for a younger doctor to conduct her regular checkups. Noticing Lin Xia had taken a seat, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical files from his bag. I apologize as I am new here. I'm not yet familiar with your case. Let me gather some basic information. Dr. Li spoke with a tinge of regret. Lin Xia nodded in acknowledgement. Your name is Lin Xia? Yes. You're 17 years old? Yes. Your birthday? October 5th. The records indicate that you became blind 10 years ago and were admitted to our hospital due to certain issues? Yes. Dr. Li pondered for a moment, then asked, have you ever changed your name? No, why do you ask? Lin Xia was taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seems I overthought it. He pointed at the age listed in the medical records, then indicated the phrase 10 years ago. You see, you became blind 10 years ago, which would make you 7 years old at the time, and your name happens to be Lin Xia. So, I assumed you might have changed your name after losing your sight. Lin Xia remained silent for a considerable time before shaking his head and stating, no, I have never changed my name. My parents bestowed upon me the name Lin Xia even before my birth. That is indeed quite. D.R.L. I began, only to realize the impoliteness of his remark and promptly close his mouth. Quite a coincidence, Lin Xia replied indifferently. It truly is. Feeling somewhat awkward, Dr. Li swiftly redirected the conversation. Well, the medical records seem to lack a detailed account of the accident that led to your blindness and mental disturbance. If it's not too much trouble, could you share with me? Before Lin Xia could respond, Dr. Li quickly added, I do not intend to offend. The more I understand my patients, the better I can assist them in their treatment. Of course, if you prefer not to share, I will not press the matter. Lin Xia sat quietly, his eyes, shrouded beneath a black ribbon, seemingly fixed on Dr. Li. After a moment's pause, he slowly spoke. There is nothing I cannot share. It's just that you might not believe me, and you may even have me readmitted to a mental institution. No. Let's not define our relationship strictly as doctor and patient. This is merely a normal conversation between friends. It won't escalate to that point. Dr. Li said half-jokingly. Even if you were to tell me you were pulled into a furnace by the great Lord Laozi, I would still believe you. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. As a child, I had a fascination with astronomy. And then? That night, I lay on the eaves of my old home, gazing at the moon. What did you see? The moon rabbit? Dr. Li chuckled. Lin Xia shook his head, and his next words froze Dr. Li's smile on his face. No, I saw an angel, Lin Xia said earnestly, gesturing with his hands in front of him. A seraphim, enveloped in golden radiance with 6 white wings. Chapter 2. The Angel on the Moon. The room fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, Dr. Li regained his composure. A seraphim? Yes. What was it doing? Nothing at all. It was like a golden statue, seated in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing at the earth, as if watching over. I rubbed the corners of his eyes, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Che, do you have any idea how far the moon is from the earth? Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Lin Xia replied calmly. Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Dr. Li repeated. Even with the most advanced telescopes, one can barely discern the surface of the moon. Yet you, at the age of 7, simply lying on the eaves of your old house, claim to have seen an angel on the moon with the naked eye. It was not I who saw it, Lin Xia said softly. It was it who saw me. I merely looked up, and it felt as though my gaze was being drawn through space to meet its own. So, you're saying it compelled you? Sort of otherwise, how would I have seen the surface of the moon? I do not possess the gift of farsight. But if there truly exists an angel on the moon, why has it never been discovered by humanity all these years? I do not know. Lin Xia shook his head. Perhaps that seraph does not wish to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly comprehend the moon? Lin Xia spoke with such sincerity that Dr. Li felt an immediate urge to call for a car to take him back to the psychiatric hospital. Dr. Li, being a specialist in mental health, had encountered a myriad of psychological conditions over the years. Throughout his medical career, he had discerned a pattern. The more earnest and seemingly rational a person's nonsensical claims, the more severe their affliction. And what are your eyes? What transpired? Lin Xia extended his hand, gently rubbing the black satin covering his eyes, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. That day, I locked eyes with him for a brief moment, and then I went blind. Dr. Li opened his mouth, glanced down at the case file in his hands, and fell into silence. In the section regarding the cause of blindness, only 4 words were inscribed. Cause unknown. So, what truly transpired all those years ago? Could it be, as Lin Xia claimed, that he beheld a seraph on the moon? Otherwise, how could one explain his sudden blindness? This thought flitted through Dr. Li's mind for but a moment before he swiftly quashed it. That was close. He almost let a patient lead him astray. He could vividly imagine the expressions of the doctors a decade ago, when young Lin Xia, having lost his sight, uttered those very words. It was no wonder the boy had been involuntarily committed regardless of the perspective. His statements were those typically made by individuals suffering from severe mental illness. Such individuals were not uncommon in the institution. Some claimed to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King, spending their days and a days on the monkey bars. Others believed themselves to be coat racks, standing motionless throughout the night, and some saw everyone as their spouse, often surreptitiously groping others. Yes, the last patient was a middle-aged man of questionable demeanor. What you describe are events of the past. What of the present? How do you perceive this matter now? Dr. Li adjusted his demeanor and continued the examination process. All mere delusions, Lin Xia replied calmly. That day, I simply lost my footing and rolled off the eave, striking my head against the ground. As for my eyes, perhaps a nerve was damaged, resulting in my blindness. He was unsure how many times he had recited this explanation, but came forth with practiced ease and composure. Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, jotted down some notes in the medical record, and engaged Lin Xia in casual conversation about daily life. After approximately 20 minutes, he glanced at the time, smiled, and stood up. Well, this concludes our review. Your condition appears stable. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well, Dr. Li said, shaking Lin Xia's hand encouragingly. Lin Xia smiled faintly and nodded slightly to, Dr. Li, do stay for a meal, his aunt called out warmly as she noticed him leaving. And oh no, I have another patient to attend to I shall not impose, Dr. Li replied politely, bidding farewell to Lin Xia's aunt before exiting through the door. The moment the door closed, Lin Xia's smile vanished as if it had never existed. Delusion? He murmured to himself, "Brother, it's time to eat," his cousin Yang Jin announced, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of food. Yang Jin, the son of his aunt, was 4 years younger than Lin Xia and had just begun middle school. Ever since Lin Xia's parents went missing and he took refuge at his aunt's home, the two had grown up together, their bond more profound than that of brothers. "Here you are," Lin Xia responded softly, as Lin Xia settled into the cramped dining table. A sudden warmth radiated from his feet. He paused for a moment, then a faint smile graced his lips. His cousin Yang Jin glanced beneath the table and playfully scolded, "Oh, you little black rascal, usually so lazy and unmoving, yet you rush in for mealtime like no one else." A small black mutt peeked out from under the table, its tongue lolling outside its mouth, panting with warmth. It approached Lin Xia, licking his feet with an endearing eagerness. 3 people, 1 dog. This was a family. Simple, challenging, yet inexplicably comforting. For 10 years, it had been this way. Lin Xia affectionately patted the dog's head, selecting one of the few pieces of meat from the plate and placing it in Yang Jin's bowl. "Give it a bone to gnaw on." Yang Jin accepted without hesitation. Their brotherhood made any further refusal seem distant. His concern lay elsewhere. "Brother, is it true that your eyes are almost better?" Lin Xia smiled faintly. "Yes, I can see now, though I still can't bear bright light. This black cloth needs to stay for a few more days. At a few days?" "Xiaoqi, Annie tells you, eyes are incredibly important. Even if you can see now, don't rush to remove the cloth. What if the sun damages them again? That would be so unfortunate. Let's be cautious and keep it on a bit longer," his aunt urged anxiously. "Understood. And by the way, brother, I saved up some money to buy you a cool pair of sunglasses. I'll show them to you in a bit." Yang Jin exclaimed excitedly, as if struck by a sudden thought. Lin Xia shook his head with a smile. "Ajin, while sunglasses can block light, they are nowhere near as effective as this cloth. I still can't wear them." "All right then." Yang Jin's disappointment was palpable. "But once my eyes are fully healed, I'll wear them every day when we go out, and I'll buy you a pair too, so we can match." Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's eyes sparkled again, and he nodded enthusiastically. By the way, Xiaoqi, your transfer to a regular high school has been arranged by Annie. Once this semester starts, you'll be able to move from the special school to a regular one." His aunt seemed to recall something and continued, "But are you really sure about this? Regular high school and special school are quite different. Given your situation, what if?" "There won't be a what if, Annie." Lin Xia interrupted gently. "My eyes are better. And if I want to attend a good university, I must stand on the same starting line as everyone else. You child, even if you don't get into a good university, it's all right. Annie will always take care of you. Brother, I can take care of you too." Lin Kai's body trembled slightly under the black cloth. His eyes remained hidden. He pressed his lips together and managed a smile, shaking his head resolutely. Though he said nothing, both Yang Jin and his aunt felt the unwavering determination emanating from him. Even the little black dog at his feet rubbed against Lin Xia's ankle. Woof. Chapter 3. The knock. Upon returning to his room, Lin Xia closed the door behind him. He refrained from turning on the lights. It was already deep into the night, and the twinkling stars outside scattered their light upon the ground. In the darkness of the room, Lin Xia sat at his desk, slowly removing the black satin cloth that shrouded his eyes. In the mirror on the desk, the reflection of a handsome, young face emerged. Lin Xia was exceptionally good-looking. If he were to remove the blindfold and perhaps tidy himself up a bit, complemented by an enigmatic aloofness and profound aura, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the most attractive boy in school. Unfortunately, his long-term blindness, coupled with his identity as a disabled person, completely obscured his brilliance. In the mirror, Lin Xia's eyes remained closed. His brows furrowed slightly, and the eyelids that covered his eyes trembled, as if he were making a fervent effort to open them, even clenching his fists tightly in determination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembled for an extended period, but eventually he could bear it no longer and suddenly relaxed, gasping for breath. A few drops of sweat trickled down Lin Qia's cheeks, and a surge of anger flickered across his brow. So close, just a fraction away. Why was it that each time it was always just out of reach? When would he be able to open his eyes once more and behold the world for himself? He had claimed that he could see now, yet he had lied. His eyes could not be opened, not even a sliver. However, he was not entirely deceitful, for even with his eyes shut, he could perceive everything around him with remarkable clarity. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to possessing eyes all over his body, allowing him to perceive all things from every angle without obstruction, and even more clearly and farther than his original sight. Initially, he was incapable of this. During the first 5 years of his blindness, he was no different from other truly blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the cane in his hand to navigate the world. Yet, inexplicably, 5 years ago, his eyes seemed to undergo a transformation, enabling him to begin to perceive his surroundings in a rudimentary way. At first, he could only discern objects a few centimeters in front of him. However, as time progressed, his vision extended further and became increasingly vivid. Now, after 5 years, he could see up to 10 meters. For a normal person, being able to see only 10 meters would render their eyes virtually useless. But for a boy who had once lost his sight, this 10-meter range signified everything. Most importantly, the 10 meters he perceived was devoid of obstacles. In other words, within a 10-meter radius, he possessed an absolute field of vision. To put it bluntly, he could see through things. On a more sophisticated note, he could observe every speck of dust dancing in the air, each component within the intricate machinery, and every subtle movement of the magician beneath the table. The source of this remarkable ability seemed to lie within the eyes that had remained closed beneath the black satin for a decade. Despite possessing this almost superhuman power, Lin Xia remained unsatisfied. While having a 10-meter absolute field of vision was advantageous, he yearned to see the world with his own eyes. This was the unwavering determination of a young man. Although he had failed to open his eyes today, he could distinctly feel that the moment of truly opening his eyes was drawing near. After completing his nightly ablutions, Lin Xia, as per his usual routine, retired early to bed, the years spent in blindness not entirely devoid of merit, for they had instilled in him the commendable habit of early slumber. Yet, as he reclined upon his bed, an image involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Beneath the dark, celestial expanse of the universe, the desolate surface of the moon lay still, its grayish-white terrain reflecting the dim light of distant stars. At the center of the largest and most profound lunar crater stood a figure resembling a statue, exuding an aura of timeless existence. Bathed in a sacred golden glow, this presence emanated a majesty capable of compelling all living beings to prostrate in reverence. Behind this figure, 6 colossal wings unfurled, casting shadows upon a silvery ground, obscuring the sunlight that streamed from behind. Yet, what was indelibly etched in Lin Qia's consciousness, lingering like an unshakable specter, were those eyes. Those eyes, suffused with divine authority and burning like a furnace, were as blinding as the sun at close proximity. In the fleeting moment he beheld those eyes, his world was engulfed in darkness. A decade prior, he had spoken the truth, only to be deemed mentally ill. Yet, deep within, he understood the distinction between reality and delusion. Ever since he had encountered the seraph on the moon, he grasped that this world was far more intricate than it appeared. Gradually, Lin Xia succumbed to a profound slumber. Little did he know, at the precise moment he crossed into the realm of dreams, 2 radiant beams of golden light shot forth from the crevices of his closed eyelids, flickering momentarily in the darkened room. Tap, tap, tap. In a world shrouded in mist, Lin Xia wandered alone. The surrounding fog swirled endlessly, and though he traversed through the void, each step he took resonated with a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lay beneath him. Glancing down at his form, he sighed. Yet again, this dream, knocking at his door every night, it was exhausting to say the least. With a resigned shake of his head, he stepped forward. In the next instant, the mist recoiled, revealing an oddly styled modern edifice before him. It was peculiar, for though it bore the hallmarks of contemporary architecture, certain details were imbued with an air of mystery. For instance, the grand iron gate adorned with carvings of myriad deities, the lights flickering like burning fireballs, and the floating, intricately designed porcelain tiles beneath his feet. It was as if the elements of modern architecture intertwined with the temples of ancient mythology, an incongruous yet ineffably beautiful amalgamation. Lin Xia recognized the structure, finding it strikingly familiar. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Sunshine Mental Hospital where he had resided for a year. The most compelling evidence lay in the inscription that had once graced the entrance, now transformed into another phrase. The God's Mental Hospital. A bewildering place indeed. Lin Xia shook his head and stepped forward, positioning himself directly before the grand iron gate. 5 years ago, not only had his body begun to undergo changes, but so too had his dreams. For 5 consecutive years, he has experienced the same dream each night, with the enigmatic asylum for the deities as its central figure. However, the entrance to this asylum remains perpetually sealed, impervious to any attempts at access. Lin Xia has circled the institution countless times, discovering that the sole entrance lies behind a formidable iron gate. Although the surrounding walls are not particularly tall, the most absurd aspect is that each time Lin Xia leaps, the height of the walls inexplicably increases. As for brute force, even if Lin Xia were to hurl himself against the gate with all his might, it would remain utterly unmoved. It seems that there exists but one method to gain entry: knocking. Grasping the circular knocker upon the iron gate, Lin Xia inhales deeply and strikes the surface with a resounding thud. The sound reverberates through the asylum like the tolling of an ancient bell, causing the gate to tremble slightly, yet remains shut. Again, he strikes with equal vigor, but the gate refuses to yield. Lin Xia appears unfazed and unperturbed, demonstrating remarkable patience as he continues to knock. Over the course of these 5 years, he has come to grasp the rules of this dreamscape. Aside from knocking, no other means will unlock the great gate, and within this dream, he seems capable of doing nothing else. Fortunately, within this realm of dreams, he does not experience fatigue. Otherwise, his body would surely have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Thus, Lin Xia persists as a diligent laborer, resolutely knocking upon the door throughout the night. Chapter 4. Day of Survival. A week later, at the second high school of Songnan City. Hey look, is that person from our school? Why is there a cloth covering his eyes? Wearing our school uniform. He must be one of us. He is holding a white cane. It seems he is blind. How peculiar. I've never seen him before. He must be a new student in the first year of high school. Strangely enough, with that black cloth wrapped around his eyes, he looks rather dashing. But how does a blind person attend classes? Our school doesn't seem to have any special classes for that. Who knows? As expected, the moment Lin Xia stepped through the school gates, he attracted a considerable amount of attention. However, Lin Xia was all too familiar with such scenarios and nonchalantly strolled along the school's Maple Leaf Avenue toward the teaching building. To be honest, he had prepared himself for the inevitable confrontations, as one might expect in many mindless stories. A few so-called school bullies would surely emerge to mock him, setting the stage for his eventual triumph. Yet, contrary to his expectations, no troublemakers appeared. Instead, several students approached him, inquiring if he needed assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Xia feeling inexplicably disappointed. After all, these were modern students who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How could there be so many clueless troublemakers? Besides, even if they were small cliques, they valued camaraderie and loyalty nowadays, while they might help each other resolve conflicts. Openly bullying a disabled person would lead to their disgrace, earning them scorn and ridicule from their peers. Ascending the stairs, Lin Xia soon found his classroom. Class 2 of the second year. He had spent a year in a special school for the first year of high school, and now, as a transfer student, he was essentially an interloper. For most films and novels, transfer students typically symbolize neglect, isolation, and tragic circumstances. After a year in high school, various cliques had already formed, making it challenging to integrate into the class without taking the initiative. Lin Xia was acutely aware that he was not the type to reach out. Even if he had mingled with them during his first year, His aloof demeanor would likely have left him solitary to this day. However, solitude held its own appeal. Lin Xia relished the tranquility it provided, allowing him to focus on his studies without distractions. If he were forced to forge relationships with others, he would likely resist. Standing at the classroom door, Lin Xia took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and stepped inside. As he entered the classroom, the previously boisterous chatter abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xia prepared to utter something, the classroom erupted. "You must be Lin Xia. Your seat is ready for you, right over there." "Lin Xia, can you not see? Let me guide you." "Classmate, please walk slowly. There are many things on the floor." "Hey you, quickly put your backpack away." Before Lin Xia could react, several classmates approached him cautiously, guiding him towards their respective seats. A tall boy took the initiative to carry Lin Xia's backpack on his shoulder. Surrounded by a throng of fellow students, Lin Xia made his way safely to his designated seat. "Lin Xia." This deviates somewhat from the script. "Lin Xia, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor. Should you require any assistance, feel free to approach me," a girl with a ponytail declared, patting her chest confidently. "I am Li Fei. If you're heading to lunch, just let me know, and I shall accompany you," the boy who helped with the backpack chimed in with a smile. "And I am Wang Xiao." A multitude of voices enveloped him in warm greetings. For a moment, Lin Xia found himself utterly bewildered. To speak candidly, this was far removed from his expectations. "You all know me?" Lin Xia asked, his expression peculiar. "The homeroom teacher informed us about you," Jiang Qian responded. "However, what left a lasting impression was your aunt. That day, she arrived with a basket of eggs, personally distributing them to us while imploring us to look after you." A thunderclap echoed in Lin Xia's mind, rendering him momentarily immobile. The subsequent chatter of his classmates faded into the background as he stared blankly at the classroom, his thoughts involuntarily conjuring the image of the hunchbacked middle-aged woman, earnestly beseeching his classmates while holding a basket of freshly boiled eggs. "Dear classmates, please assist my nephew. He has poor eyesight and a reserved temperament. Kindly look out for him. Young lady, you are truly beautiful, and my nephew is quite handsome as well. I am sure you will take a liking to him. This child, Lin Xia, may seem cold on the outside, but is warm-hearted within. Once you become acquainted, I assure you will get along splendidly." Unbeknownst to him, the black satin ribbon began to moisten slightly. "Aunt," he murmured softly. As the students chattered animatedly, a female teacher entered, clutching some books. Upon noticing Lin Xia seated in the front row, she offered a few comforting words before briefly introducing herself and commencing the lesson. "Everyone, please turn to page 91. Today, we shall discuss the history and challenges of modern Daxia, perhaps due to Lin Xia's presence." The teacher bypassed the usual skimming of the textbook and delved directly into the content. A century ago, the Earth was home to over 200 nations, spread across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with distinct customs and cultures. Even in that era of limited technological advancement, we were still able to traverse to various countries by ship, experiencing the rich tapestry of cultural exchanges. However, on the 9th of March, a mysterious fog appeared abruptly in Antarctica and spread at an astonishing speed, engulfing nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within a mere 24 hours. The towering edifices crafted by humankind, the ancient primordial forests, and the unfathomable depths of the oceans, all are shrouded in a dense mist, with countless nations succumbing to its grasp, lost to the annals of time. Yet, as this unfathomable fog encroached upon the territory of the Great Xia, it inexplicably halted. The reason for this peculiar cessation remains shrouded in mystery, but it is indeed a curious phenomenon. Over the course of a century, innumerable theories and conjectures have been posited. Some assert that this mist is a form of life that, having consumed 98% of the Earth, has reached satiety and thus paused near Great Xia. Others propose that the unique magnetic field of Great Xia's location obstructs the mist's advance. There are also those who believe that the rich heritage accumulated over 5 millennia in Great Xia is at play, safeguarding this land. The composition of this mist transcends human understanding. Neither light, sound, nor electromagnetic waves, nor any other means of detection can penetrate its veil. No one knows if the nations that were engulfed a century ago still exist beyond this fog. Experts speculate that the probability of survival within the mist is exceedingly low, for inhaling it or mere contact with its surface is invariably fatal. Over the past century, countless well-equipped exploration teams have been dispatched into the haze, yet none have returned. 50 years ago, the successful launch of our first satellite transmitted images from space, revealing a planet transformed into a monochrome wasteland, with only the land of Great Xia remaining untouched. Today, Great Xia resembles an isolated island in this world, and we perhaps stand as the last survivors of this planet. Thus, the day the mist first appeared, March 9th, is commemorated annually as Survival Day. Chapter 5. The boundless void as the bell signaling the end of evening study rang. Clusters of students emerged from the classrooms, laughter echoing in the night as they meandered through the dimly lit streets. After a day of trials, this moment might just be their most cherished respite. With no assignments to ponder, no teachers to oversee, and surrounded by few close friends, the prospect of returning home, enjoying a soothing bath, and comfortably retreating to bed was undeniably delightful. Amidst this scattered throng, a formidable group of over a dozen students strode forth with purpose, marching steadily towards the school gates. At the center of this assembly, a youth clad in black satin, much like the filling of a dumpling, was tightly encased within their ranks. The sheer magnitude of this entourage instantly captivated the attention of the surrounding students. In truth, I could manage to return on my own, really. Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a hint of exasperation. I can see. It's just that my eyes struggle in the light. No need to elaborate. Lin Xia. Jiang Qian interjected, her tone resolute. We promised your aunt we would take good care of you, and we shall keep our word. Indeed, Xia, our homes are in the same direction. It's only natural for us to accompany you. I can join as well. Lin Xia. To be honest, he now wished he were the one isolated. For having lingered in darkness for so long, he found this abundance of concern rather discomforting. Of course, he didn't include his aunt and Yang Jin in the sentiment, as they were family. Nevertheless, given their good intentions, he refrained from expressing his unease and resignedly followed the group. I'll be turning right at the next intersection, but I can walk with you for a bit longer. I must turn here. I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As they distanced themselves from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Xia gradually bid their farewells. A few minutes later, only 5 remained by his side. The previously boisterous atmosphere quieted, leaving ample space around them, prompting Lin Xia to exhale deeply. Do you think the mist will truly awaken again and engulf the Great Xia? Li Yifei inquired, his curiosity piqued as he adjusted his backpack. Did you not hear what those experts said? The probability of the mist reviving is exceedingly low. Perhaps it will remain unchanged for the next century. As for what happens a century later, well, we want TB around to worry about it, so why fret? Jiang Qian rolled her eyes. Come on, you know those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we manage to get into college, and Haven T even had the chance to enjoy life before the mist devours the entire Great Xia? Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? So this is your excuse for idling away your days and neglecting your studies? Jiang Qian approached Li Yifei, her expression serious. I must remind you, Teacher Wang has already warned that if you place last in this exam, you'll have to move your desk to the front of the classroom. I know, Li Yifei chuckled sheepishly. However, I truly don't believe that mist will resurface. As they walked ahead, Wang Xiao suddenly spoke up, asserting that the mist was merely a natural phenomenon. He explained that once it reached a certain critical threshold, it would gradually dissipate, much like the Ice Age, when glaciers blanketed the Earth, only to melt away as temperatures rose, heralding the dawn of a new era. I believe what you're referring to is known as the theory of natural disasters, isn't it? It seems to be quite widely accepted now. Jiang Qian nodded in agreement. But what if this mist is not a natural occurrence? At that moment, Lin Xia, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Wang Xiao was taken aback, then chuckled. Xia, you can't possibly be swayed by those so-called theologians who suggest that this mist is related to supernatural forces, can you? We are in the 21st century. We must trust in science. There aren't so many mythical elements in the world. A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. I actually think that if such things existed, the world would be a lot more interesting. Jiang Qian replied with a smile. Why waste our breath on such trivial matters? These concerns aren't ours to fret over, rather than obsessing over whether the mist will revive. We might as well enjoy some extra sleep during the 3-day break on Survival Day. Indeed, the holiday is the most tangible. Meanwhile, in the old district of Sangnan City, a man was casually carrying a signboard, strolling along the desolate and dimly lit streets. The aging streetlights cast a faint glow, elongating his shadow. He glanced at his phone, approached a narrow alley, and came to a halt. This is it, he murmured, placing the signboard down and adjusting its position. Beneath the flickering streetlights, the shadow of the signboard flickered in and out of view, and upon its dark backdrop, a few strikingly bright red characters stood out. No entry ahead. The man leaned against the streetlight, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then activated his earpiece. Captain, the third signboard is in position. Received. Proceed. Understood. The man, cigarette in mouth, stepped forward to the signboard, placed his thumb on the tip of his teeth, and bit down hard. A drop of blood oozed from the wound as he crouched, using his blood-stained thumb to draw a long horizontal line across the bold characters of no entry ahead. His gaze sharpened, an inexplicable aura emanating from him. He looked up at the inky night sky, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "Forbidden ruins." No. In the next instant, the crimson bloodstain on the signboard rapidly faded as if absorbed, followed closely by the bright red characters "No entry ahead," flashing momentarily before gradually returning to their original state. The man collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply, and began to voice his complaints. Damn it. Once again I feel utterly drained. At this moment, if one were to gaze down upon Sangnan City from the heavens, they would observe 3 points of light flickering near the old town. These 3 luminous sources rapidly converge to delineate an equilateral triangle of deep crimson. As the triangle takes shape, half of the old town seems to vanish as if it were being erased from a map. Yet from the ground, the old town remains unchanged. Meanwhile, at the center of this triangle, 6 black and red cloaks streak across the sky like bolts of lightning. The foremost figure gazes up at the dark crimson heavens, gripping the hilt of the sword at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. The purge initiated by the ghostly masked man begins. Chapter 6. The Masked Ones Outside the Old Town. A man who had just ventured into the forbidden market sat beside a signpost, casting a glance back at the eerily still segment of the old district, resembling a painted canvas. With a resigned shake of his head, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and began playing a match 3 game. Brother, why are you sitting here playing on your phone in the dead of night? Aren't you worried about getting a cold behind? Before long, a passerby approached from across the street and chuckled at the sight. The man glanced up momentarily before returning to his game, feeling restless with nothing to do. The passerby, amused, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the man. The man waved his hand, stating seriously, "It's work hours. I don't smoke." "Hey, sitting on the road, playing on your phone, counts as work?" The passerby laughed. "Well, yes. All right then." The passerby shrugged and stood up, heading towards the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" The man suddenly inquired. "Home. You can't go back. Not now, at least." The passerby's eyebrows raised in curiosity. "What do you mean?" "This road is currently closed. You can only return once it reopens." The man indicated towards a signpost behind him. The passerby followed his gesture and saw the inexplicably placed sign standing in the middle of the road. Just as he was about to speak, the 4 large characters proclaiming "No entry" flickered with a faint light and vanished. His gaze turned blank and, after a few seconds, he stiffly turned around and walked back the way he had come, his eyes filled with confusion. The man seemed unfazed by this development. Just as he was about to resume his game, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongcheng." The moment the voice rang out, the man jolted upright, the leisure and drowsiness on his face replaced by an expression of absolute seriousness. "Yes. Captain, what happened?" "We have encountered a problem. One of the masked ones has ascended to become a masked king. While we were engaged in subduing the other masked ones, it severely injured Hong Ying and escaped through the sewer out of the Forbidden Market's reach." "A masked king?" Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifted. "Which direction did it flee?" "I will intercept it." "No, Kongcheng, you are not adept in combat. and cannot defeat the masked king. I will pursue it. Zhao Kongchang hesitated. Then what about me? After the masked king fled, two more masked ones took the opportunity to escape into the sewer. The others are occupied with clearing away the remaining masked ones. In which direction? Southeast. Understood. A gleam of determination sparkled in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he sprinted to the other end of the street, diving into a black van and flooring the accelerator, the engine roaring to life as he sped away. On the passenger seat lay a neatly folded black and red cloak and a sheathed straight sword. All right, I must take this turn. I'm leaving now, Wang Xiao announced, halting in his tracks and addressing the four individuals behind him. At that moment, Li Yifei seemed to recall something and spoke up. Wang Xiao, if I remember correctly, isn't your home next to the old district? Yes, why do you ask? It's nothing. Just be cautious on your way back, Wang Xiao said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he rolled his eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't leave us hanging. It's quite unsettling. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment. I've heard that the old town has been quite troubled lately. There's a serial killer on the loose. A serial killer? Is that for real? Jiang Qian expressed her skepticism. Absolutely. You may not be aware, but in the past few days, over a dozen people have been found dead in the old town. Li Yifei murmured, glancing around and lowering his voice. Over a dozen? That's impossible. If there were such a commotion, it would have been all over the news. Wang Xiao shook his head. Hey, why is that impossible? Let me tell you, this situation is quite peculiar. Someone influential has managed to suppress the news. If my father didn't work at the police station, I wouldn't know about it either. Peculiar? In what way? It is said. Li Yifei paused, lowering his voice even further, that the faces of the deceased were completely skinned off, leaving only a mass of bloody flesh and protruding eyeballs. The brutality of the method is unfathomable. A chill wind swept through, and upon hearing this, the group felt an icy dread surge from their feet to the top of their heads. Li Yifei, are you out of your mind, talking about such things at night? Jiang Qian's face paled as she instinctively scanned the silent street, her irritation palpable. The area was indeed close to the old town, a remote part of Songnan City, and with the late hour nearing 10, there was not a single passerby. Coupled with Li Yifei's words, it was undeniably unsettling. Not only Jiang Qian, but even the two men, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, felt a twinge of fear. Wang Xiao cast a furtive glance at the narrow path he was about to take, suddenly feeling a pang of trepidation. If Li Yifei's words were merely frightening, then Lin Chia's subsequent statement sent a shiver down their spines. Lin Chia pondered for a moment before speaking in a low tone. Are you sure these deeds were committed by a human? Chia, Jiang Qian trembled slightly. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan exchanged strange glances at Lin Chia. Well, who would have thought the one hiding the deepest secrets would be you, Lin Chia? Li Yifei looked at him in astonishment. Do you think so too? Shut up. Jiang Qian could no longer bear it and pinched Li Yifei's arm hard, causing him to wince in pain. Let us not tell ghost stories at this hour. I still have to get home. Li Yifei, rubbing his arm in discomfort, muttered quietly. This is a ghost story. Wang Xiao shrugged. I'm not going to waste my time on such nonsense. I don't believe in these supernatural tales. I'm leaving. His figure gradually faded into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian shot Li Yifei another glare, took a few steps forward, and suddenly halted. She sniffed the air vigorously, her brow furrowing slightly as a hint of confusion crossed her face. Turning to the others, she asked, Do you smell something foul? Foul? What do you mean? It smells like something is decaying. I did not smell anything. Lu Yuan, what about you? I did not either. Ugh. Before Lu Yuan and Li Yifei could finish their conversation, their expressions suddenly shifted, and they instinctively covered their noses, fear evident in their eyes as they scanned their surroundings. Just as Lin Xia was about to say something, an overwhelmingly nauseating stench invaded his nostrils. It was as if a piece of meat, rotting for over 10 days, had been discarded into a cesspool and mingled with a dozen putrid eggs. Merely inhaling, it sent his stomach churning violently. This was the foulest odor Lin Xia had ever encountered in his life. As for the sensitive nosed Jiang Qian, she immediately doubled over and began to vomit. What on earth is that horrendous smell? Li Yifei shouted, clutching his nose. I have no idea. Lin Xia furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment, he pointed towards the alleyway where Wang Xiao had departed. Judging by the direction of the foul odor, it seemed to emanate from there. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from nearby, reverberating through the still night sky. Chapter 7. I want to live. Wang Xiao, Li Yifei, and another person exclaimed in unison upon hearing that familiar voice. The trio exchanged glances before dashing towards the narrow alleyway from which Wang Xiao had departed. Lin Xia remained rooted at the spot, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the dimly lit path, his expression tinged with gravity. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, an ominous premonition gnawed at his heart. The outskirts of the old city, a psychopathic murderer, an eerie stench, and screams. Something felt amiss. After a prolonged moment of hesitation and an internal struggle, he sighed resignedly and ultimately grasped his white cane, propelling himself towards the alley. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Xia would have steered clear of such matters, retreating in the opposite direction as swiftly as possible. The very presence of screams indicated that something sinister was afoot. Such occurrences only heralded trouble, be it robbery, murder, or witnessing a heinous crime scene. Any one of these scenarios was one he wished to avoid. He lacked the fervor of curiosity to uncover the truth and felt no overwhelming compassion to play the hero. Most importantly, he was not adept at fighting. The thought of losing his life in such a predicament was unsettling. However, the current situation was different. Had they not taken the initiative to escort Lin Xia home, Wang Xiao might have chosen another route or returned a few minutes earlier, thus avoiding this predicament altogether. While he was not inclined to meddle in others' affairs, he detested the idea of being indebted to anyone even more. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate the source of the commotion, if only to fulfill a sense of duty. Should danger arise, he would make a hasty retreat. Though his eyes remained covered, he moved with surprising speed, and the closer he drew to the source of the screams, the more tightly his brow furrowed. The foul odor intensified. A second scream erupted from around the corner ahead, this time a woman's voice. Jiang Qian. Lin Xia abruptly halted at the bend of the alley, his mental perception revealing the figures of Jiang Qian and her companions. Not far ahead, Jiang Qian lay crumpled on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she stared ahead, trembling uncontrollably. In front of her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood frozen like statues, their eyes fixated on the same point, equally quaking in fear. Beyond that, Lin Xia could detect nothing. His eyes remained shut, rendering him unable to perceive the world visually, and his mental awareness extended only 10 meters. Thus, he found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Within that 10-meter radius, he could discern everything, but beyond it, he was akin to a true blind man. What could have terrified Jiang Qian and her companions so profoundly? Although he could not see, his hearing was acute. He could distinctly hear rustling sounds nearby, reminiscent of someone fervently gnawing on something, relishing the act with wild abandon. It sounded akin to the way a dog would chew on a bone. What has transpired? Lin Xia whispered, inquiring softly. Jiang Qian appeared startled by Lin Xia's sudden arrival, her hands frantically clutching at his clothing, her teeth chattering in fear. A monster! A monster is gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Run! Both Lin Xia and Li Yifei shouted simultaneously. The moment the word escaped their lips, Lu Yuan, like a crazed wild dog, whipped around and bolted away. After colliding with Lin Xia's shoulder and stumbling, he quickly regained his footing and fled with desperate urgency, screaming, "Monster! Help! Someone please! Monster!" As Lu Yuan's sudden impact caught Lin Xia off guard. He staggered, but managed to steady himself just as a dull thud echoed from a distance. It sounded as though a grizzly bear was charging towards him, pounding the ground with each step. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in terror, and with an unknown surge of strength, she sprang up from the ground and screamed as she ran away. As for Li Yifei, he had already taken off the moment he shouted the word run, moving faster than Lu Yuan had when he shoved Lin Xia aside. Had Lu Yuan not collided with Lin Xia, he would have been far ahead by now. Yet, in that brief moment of delay, he found himself trailing behind, just like Jiang Qian. At that moment, it seemed everyone had forgotten Lin Xia's disability. Those classmates who had solemnly vowed to escort him home had completely abandoned him. Faced with such a gruesome and terrifying sight, fear consumed them all. As Lin Xia took a few steps, something invaded his mental perception within a 10-meter radius. It resembled a human, yet not quite. It bore limbs and a head akin to a person, but at that moment, it moved like a hyena, galloping on all fours. Its physique as formidable as a grizzly bear. Most unsettling was the grotesque visage adorning its head, pale and contorted. Its long, crimson tongue, akin to a serpent, extended half a meter from its mouth, writhing with agility. Lin Xia's countenance darkened. Its speed was astonishing, in mere strides. It leaped from 10 meters away into his mental range, closing in on him with alarming rapidity. He could already feel a fierce wind sweeping in from behind. Jiang Qian sensed it too. Her face turned ashen, dread and panic flooding her heart. She stiffened, slowly turning her head to gauge how far the monster was from her. Surely, it must be quite far, right? Don't look back. Lin Xia's voice suddenly pierced through. Yet it was too late. Jiang Qian's pupils shrank in horror as the grotesque face nearly touched her own, the stench of blood wafting from it palpable. Her scream echoed through the alley once more, and she abruptly closed her eyes, turning to grab her backpack, intending to hurl it at the monstrous figure. She was utterly panicked. The backpack was no weapon, and she was no trained warrior. In this moment of life and death, the one who loses their composure first is destined to forfeit their chance of survival. The figure with a ghastly visage yanked on the strap of the backpack with brute force, causing Jiang Qian to suddenly lose her balance and stumble to the ground. In an instant, a heavy shadow plummeted down, crashing onto her. The next moment, blood stained the night with a deep crimson hue. Chapter 8. His eyes, Jiang Qian has perished. Lin Xia witnessed the entirety of her demise. The monster descended from the heavens, its claws slicing through her neck with a precision akin to that of cutting tofu, and then it ravenously began to feast upon her remains. Until her final moments, Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Lin Xia's mind, sharp with clarity, registered every gruesome detail, his stomach churning, threatening to expel its contents. Despite having endured considerable suffering and hardship, his psyche had matured beyond that of his peers. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered such a bloody scene. Moreover, now was not the time for him to succumb to nausea. Without a moment's hesitation, as the creature indulged in Jiang Qian's corpse, Lin Xia pivoted and sprinted towards the opposite end of the alley. The original escape route had been entirely obstructed by the monster, compelling him to take the opposite direction, towards where Wang Xiao had fallen victim. Fortunately, the creature seemed more preoccupied with the corpse than pursuing him, allowing Lin Xia to breathe a slight sigh of relief. He was uncertain of the creature's true nature, yet it was indisputable that it did not belong to the realm of humanity, nor did it fit within the known categories of beasts. If one were to suggest it was a mutated primate due to radiation, he might entertain that notion. Its size, strength, and speed were far beyond what any ordinary human could contend with. Yet, that was merely a possibility. In this fog-shrouded world, having witnessed the existence of seraphim, he did not regard science as the sole truth of existence. He believed in the presence of the mysterious. Furthermore, Lin Xia felt an uncanny familiarity with the visage of this monster, as if he had heard of it before. While lost in thought, something else entered his mental perception range, prompting Lin Xia to come to an abrupt halt. His breaths grew heavier. 10 meters ahead, the silhouette of another monster materialized, and Lin Xia could ascertain that this was not the same one he had just encountered. Although it bore a similar grotesque appearance, it was undeniably distinct. The most evident clue lay in the fact that this creature cradled the lifeless body of Wang Xiao, continuing its gruesome feast. At that moment, Wang Xiao's face had been entirely obliterated, leaving only a blurred mass of flesh. Had it not been for his distinctive attire, Lin Xia might have been unable to recognize him. This was the second monster, the very one that had claimed Wang Xiao's life. Earlier, while with Jiang Qian and the others, he had failed to perceive the scene 10 meters away, naively believing there to be only one monster. In retrospect, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. The behavior of the monster that had slain Jiang Qian indicated a preference for consuming corpses rather than pursuing the living. Otherwise, Lin Xia would not have been able to escape the scene. Yet, immediately following Wang Xiao's death, one monster had indeed chased after Lin Xia and the others. This could only imply that another creature was already partaking in Wang Xiao's remains. In this narrow alleyway, two monsters had entirely sealed off Lin Xia's escape routes. His complexion turned an ashen hue, as a long-forgotten emotion known as despair surged within him. In these 17 years, he had faced true despair on only 2 occasions. 10 years ago, he beheld the eyes on the moon. The second time was now. Before him, the grotesque creature, having discarded Wang Xiao's lifeless body as one would dispose of refuse, turned its gaze towards Lin Xia, its crimson tongue licking the blood from its lips. In that moment, Lin Xia felt a surge of anger. Why must misfortune always befall me? As a child, merely climbing the roof would lead me to glimpses of seraphs, only to tumble down and be mistaken for madness, spending a year in a mental institution. Now, just as I strive to prepare for the Gaokao and embrace a new chapter of my life, I encounter this hideous beast. Others may never face such a creature in their lifetime, yet I confront 2 in a single encounter. How absurd! Under the weight of impending death, years of suppressed rage and sorrow erupted within Lin Xia like a volcano. This fury blazed brightly, compressing his fear into insignificance, unleashing an unexpected resolve. Gripping his cane tightly, he faced the poised monster, his chest heaving violently. At this moment, the creature before him seemed not merely a beast that had just fed, but a manifestation of all the grievances and setbacks he had endured over the past decade. Even Ant and Yang Jin remained oblivious to the tempest of fury concealed within this youth, repressed for 10 long years. He refused to succumb. Perhaps even he was unaware that beneath the tidal wave of emotion, his eyes, which had remained shut for a decade, trembled violently, on the verge of opening. The creature, eyeing the delicate Lin Xia as a rogue might gaze upon a beauty, let out a shrill screech and leaped forward. "Damn it, I'm not afraid of you." Lin Xia roared defiantly, brandishing his cane and charging towards the leaping monster. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Just as the creature's claw was about to tear into Lin Xia's throat, he abruptly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, despite his keen perception of the creature's movements, his physical abilities fell short, and the claw grazed his temple, leaving a faint trail of blood. Simultaneously, the black ribbon of his cane was severed, whisked away by the swirling winds. With his eyes closed, Lin Xia seized the chance, shouting fiercely as he thrust the cane towards the creature's abdomen. A sharp crack echoed, and he felt the cane lighten in his grip, followed by an overwhelming force from behind as the monster's tail struck him away. Lin Xia was sent tumbling to the ground, enduring the pain as he rose, only to realize that his cane had splintered into 2 fragments. Designed for guidance, the cane was not particularly sturdy. It was no match for the formidable creature. "Damn!" he cursed, discarding the broken piece of the cane onto the ground. After finally seizing an opportunity, it was rendered useless. The fracture of the guiding cane acted as a trigger, igniting Lin Xia's emotions in an instant. He stood there, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, leaving trails of crimson. "I refuse to accept this," he bellowed. In that moment of emotional upheaval, a peculiar sensation surged within his heart. It was akin to the gentle caress of spring rain, a refreshing stream flowing from his heart to the stagnant recesses of his mind, gently nudging. And the thin veil of ignorance was effortlessly pierced. Lin Xia felt as though a sun had erupted within him, an unprecedented warmth enveloping his entire being. His eyelids felt as if they were scorched, radiating an unbearable heat. Thus, it was only natural that he opened his eyes, which had been sealed for a decade. The last image they beheld was another pair of eyes, those of a seraph. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant column of searing light erupted from the alley at the edge of the old city, reaching straight to the heavens. In that instant, the night was as bright as day. Chapter 9. The half-stick, what a brilliant light. What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? How could it be? A fire could not be so luminous. Moreover, Our city of Songnan does not even possess such towering edifices. Quick, quick, capture it. Share it on social media. This radiant pillar of light was so glaring that half the population of Songnan was drawn to its presence. Passers-by halted in their tracks, fervently speculating the cause of this phenomenon. Some posited an explosion, others suggested an optical experiment, while a few proclaimed it a divine miracle. Yet, only a select few understood the true significance of this light's emergence. 2 minutes prior, in the old district, on the desolate street, a ripple of space gently stirred, as if someone had lifted a corner of the fabric shrouding the old district. Subsequently, 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks emerged from the shimmering veil. One among them scanned the surroundings, stepped forward, and picked up a warning sign lying on the ground, folding it away. As the sign was stowed, the tranquil old district shattered into silence like a fragile bubble, revealing the grim reality within. Sinister blood stained the aged streets a deep crimson, and dismembered limbs lay scattered about. If Lin Xia were to witness this scene, he would recognize that the severed pieces belonged to the ghastly face monsters he had confronted. There were at least 34 of them. Void retrieval complete. The figure holding the sign spoke calmly, indicating that the logistics team could be summoned to clear the battlefield. Where's old Zhao? He went after the 2 escaped ghastly face monsters. We were remiss. The injured woman clasped her right shoulder, her expression somewhat feeble. Do not say that. Hong Ying. None of us anticipated that among these monsters lurked a ghastly face king, the man beside her reassured. The captain should be able to handle the ghastly face king alone, right? Of course, there will be no issue. Let's not forget, the captain is a formidable force at the Chuan level of the 3rd realm. He will be fine. The man paused, hoping only that the 2 fleeing monsters would not inflict harm on innocent lives. No sooner had he spoken than a searing beam of light shot up from another direction, illuminating half the sky. The 5 turned in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. That is, a forbidden ruin has emerged. This energy fluctuation is extraordinarily potent. This must be at least a 5th realm Liang level powerhouse, or perhaps even a 6th realm Klein. How could such a being be drawn to the small city of Songnan? No, this does not resemble a human forbidden ruin. The man's brow furrowed deeply. Hong Ying was taken aback. Then, as if a thought struck her, she exclaimed, "Are you suggesting this resembles a divine forbidden ruin, also known as a divine ruin?" Upon hearing the term divine, the group's gazes sharpened. Which deity? Fiery, sacred, powerful, and imbued with a sense of creation. If I am not mistaken, this must be. The man fixated on the gradually dissipating column of light, enunciating each word with gravity. Divine Code 003, King of Angels, Michael. Lin Xia was in great discomfort. At the core of this golden beam of light, his body had completely lost control, bizarrely suspended in midair as boundless energy surged forth from his eyes. Lin Xia felt as though he had returned to a decade ago, gazing across the vast cosmos, once again beholding those eyes. The aura of supreme divinity was still vividly etched in his memory. The difference lay in the source. 10 years prior, this aura emanated from the moon, whereas now it arose from his own eyes. The essence of the seraphim surged violently from his gaze, transforming his eyes into 2 blazing suns, seemingly intent on rendering everything into oblivion. A decade ago, the seraphim Michael had shared a glance with him from the lunar surface. Now, 10 years later, Lin Xia opened his eyes, and the residual power of the seraphim erupted in full force. Fortunately, the lingering power within Lin Xia's eyes was not overwhelming. After 7 or 8 seconds, the beam gradually dissipated, and his body fell from the air, staggering to regain his footing. The brilliant golden light in his eyes slowly dimmed, ultimately leaving only a faint golden halo. If the previous brightness could be likened to the sun, now it resembled merely a flickering candle. Though the golden radiance that had burst forth was immensely powerful, it did not truly belong to him. The golden halo, now resting in Lin Xia's gaze, however, was genuinely under his control, a faint, yet authentic, trace of seraphim power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia slowly raised his head. The pitch-black night sky, the dilapidated streets, the grotesque monsters, and the blood-soaked ground. As this decidedly grim tableau unfolded before Lin Xia, he smiled. He smiled with genuine joy. After 10 long years, he finally beheld this world anew through his own eyes. In that moment, Lin Xia found a peculiar charm in the blood-soaked monsters before him. Long before the seraphims might erupted from within him, these two creatures had been firmly pinned to the ground by his divine power, nearly crushed into oblivion. It was only after the golden beam vanished that they regained their senses, bewilderedly scanning their surroundings before refocusing their gaze on Lin Xia, their eyes once again burning with a thirst for blood. With a screech, one of the monsters lunged at Lin Xia. Compared to before, Lin Xia now exhibited a remarkable composure. The instant the creature moved, he instinctively assessed its trajectory and swiftly dove to the side. While his speed was relatively slow compared to the monster, his reaction time was astonishingly quick. Those few seconds of foresight had granted him the opportunity to evade. It was not that he could foresee the future, but rather that the opening of his eyes had ushered in a profound transformation in his sensory abilities. One aspect was his mental perception range, which expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. It is noteworthy that Lin Xia had spent 5 years merely to achieve a 10-meter range, and now it had doubled. The other enhancement pertained to his dynamic vision. Within this 20-meter range, Lin Xia possessed nearly 3 times the dynamic vision of an ordinary person, with reflexes that could only be described as extraordinary. During close combat, he was almost able to anticipate his opponent's moves with uncanny precision. As for the other abilities afforded by his remarkable eyes, Lin Xia had yet to fully comprehend them. However, the current situation did not permit him the luxury of gradual exploration. The creature, akin to an arrow released from a bow, lunged at the very spot where Lin Xia had just stood, collapsing a substantial portion of the wall. It propelled itself off the debris with its limbs, soaring once more towards Lin Xia. At that moment, Lin Xia executed a swift roll to evade the monster's landing zone, reaching out to grasp the half-broken cane that had fallen to the ground. He quickly regained his footing, crouching low as his gaze fixated intently on the rapidly approaching beast, both hands gripping the cane tightly. The creature left behind a trail of afterimages, the whirlwind it stirred, tousling Lin Xia's dark hair. With a sudden burst of strength, it launched itself into the air. This time, Lin Xia did not retreat. Clenching the half-cane firmly, he fixed his gaze upon the creature's eyes. With a fierce screech, the monster's claws lunged toward Lin Xia's neck. Just as it was about to make contact, Lin Xia's eyes widened in an instant. A faint golden halo shimmered within his gaze, igniting like a blazing inferno, akin to 2 roaring furnaces. A surge of divine power coursed through Lin Xia's eyes, forcefully penetrating the creature's body. In that moment, the Lin Xia that the creature beheld transformed into a supreme deity, adorned with 6 wings and radiating an overwhelming aura of dread. Under this divine might, the creature's body succumbed to a fleeting paralysis. Seizing this precious moment, Lin Xia raised the half-cane high above his head, and with precision, it plunged into the creature's right eye. Chapter 10. The straight blade under the moon, a sharp broken rod pierced the monster's brain, extinguishing all its vitality. Nevertheless, the inertia from its leap persisted. Its massive form plummeted like a cannonball, violently crashing Lin Xia, who clutched the broken rod, to the ground. Ultimately, Lin Xia's ability to slay this creature was solely attributed to his extraordinary dynamic vision and the divine might of the seraph. His inherent strength had not augmented. The monster weighed at least 200 kilograms, a burden he could not shake off in a short span. Moreover, after exerting the seraph's divine power, he felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength, and even slightly dizzy. At that moment, the second monster, which had been lurking nearby, sprang into action. This concealed hunter finally revealed its ghastly fangs. Its limbs propelled it swiftly, weaving beneath the flickering streetlights, casting shadows that danced like spectral phantoms, while a crimson tongue writhed unnaturally. Lin Xia could discern its movements, yet he found himself incapable of evasion, forced to watch as the dense fangs loomed larger before his eyes. In an instant, as the monster closed into a mere 2 meters away. Lin Xia's pupils constricted. Within his perceptual range, a figure faster than a monster was hurtling toward him. It appeared to be a person, a genuine human being. With a swift motion, Lin Xia perceived a blur before him, as a silhouette descended from the night sky, landing firmly on the ground. The gust generated by their arrival billowed a dark red cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man. He was neither handsome nor unattractive, reminiscent of an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, easily overlooked. However, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes was as glaring as a sharpened blade. Crouched low, he fixed his gaze intently on the monster, now less than a meter away, his right hand gripping the hilt of a sword behind him. With a crisp sound, the blade was drawn from its sheath, the pale blue edge reflecting the dim moonlight, slicing through the heavy air in a silent arc. It was a straightforward, unembellished straight blade. The edge of the blade traced a crescent as it collided with the monster's claws, igniting a shower of sparks. Zhao Kongcheng let out a low growl, his muscles taut, as he lunged forward a half-step. Remarkably, the creature, comparable in size to a brown bear, was forced back several paces. Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Having faced this monster before, he understood its terrifying strength all too well. Yet this man was capable of driving it back? Who was he? After forcing the monster back, Zhao Kongqing's feet moved with an unusual grace, clinging to the creature like a parasite, as his straight blade slashed repeatedly, leaving grotesque gashes across its body. The monster howled in agony, its eyes burning with hatred as its elongated forelimbs rose, intent on slaying this detestable human before it. However, in a flash, 2 arcs of light from the blade severed its forelimbs. Before the monster could unleash its piercing scream, Zhao Kongqing's eyes erupted with a frigid glimmer, and in a flash, his straight blade sliced towards the creature's neck with astonishing swiftness. The pale blue edge effortlessly carved through the monster's flesh, and in the next instant, its head was sent soaring into the air, rolling to the ground with a dull thud. With a swift motion, the blade returned to its sheath, its crimson hue now stained with the creature's blood, though the similarity in color rendered the splatters nearly imperceptible upon casual observation. Zhao Kongcheng did not cast a glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and drew a deep breath. He then produced a walkie-talkie. The 2 fleeing ghost-faced men have been dealt with. Summon the logistics team to clean up the battlefield. After relaying the message, he tucked the device away and approached Lin Xia, who had just freed himself. Lin Xia regarded him silently, and he returned the gaze just as quietly. Beneath the night sky, by the pool of blood, the 2 men stood in a profound silence, locked in mutual observation. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Kongcheng broke the stillness, unable to contain himself. Was I not handsome just now? Lin Xia. He stared into Zhao Kongqing's eyes for a moment, realizing the earnestness behind the question, and could only respond softly. Handsome. That's right, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. Do you wish to be as handsome as I am? Not at all. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly, perplexed. Why not? It's dangerous. Lin Xia's expression was grave. Zhao Kongcheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet you just witnessed it. You possess supernatural abilities that ordinary people can only dream of. Do you not aspire to be a superhero like in the movies? Not really? Because it's dangerous? Indeed. Zhao Kongcheng rubbed the corner of his eye, realizing that this youth was not easily swayed, yet fate had entwined him in this chaotic affair, coupled with his formidable strength. How about this? This isn't the right place for a conversation. Let us find somewhere more suitable to talk. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Kongcheng added, by the way, my name is Zhao Kongcheng, and I'm not a bad person. Lin Xia. Lin Xia blinked, nodding obediently. I believe you. You wait here. I'll just grab my backpack. My study materials are still inside. Go ahead. Zhao Kongcheng waved his hand in resignation and sat down on the curb nearby, feeling a bit disheartened. If an ordinary person had experienced such an ordeal, they would have been completely paralyzed with fear. Yet this lad was contemplating fetching study materials. What perplexed him further was the fact that the boy had outright rejected him. Damn it, I put my all into that display. Those swift strikes earlier were nothing short of spectacular. I hadn't even exerted myself that much during practice with the captain. Speaking of which, I wonder how the captain is faring. The Ghost Face King is no trivial adversary. Zhao Kongcheng sat on the roadside, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lost in thought. Lost in thought. Something seems amiss? Zhao Kongcheng suddenly regained his senses, taking half a second to react before springing to his feet and rapidly surveying his surroundings. Where had that young man vanished to? Zhao Kongcheng stood in a daze for several seconds, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the bewildering experience he had just endured. How could he have fled so unexpectedly? Brother, why are you home so late today? Yang Jin inquired, observing the weariness etched on Lin Xia's face. Where's your cane? Lin Xia changed into his slippers, forcing a smile as he replied, I encountered a bit of trouble on the way and accidentally misplaced it. In an effort to conceal the scar near his temple from Yang Jin's view, Lin Xia wrapped a length of black satin around it once more. However, the cane was indeed broken, and rather than bringing it home to alarm his family, he chose to dispose of it entirely. It's fine. I can simply replace it. Has the matter been resolved? Yes, it has. Little Black, panting, scampered over from the balcony, nudging Lin Xia's calf with its head before flopping onto the ground. Exposing its belly, Lin Xia, with a resigned sigh, crouched down to rub its stomach, asking, Has Annie returned yet? Mom is working the night shift and won't be back until tomorrow morning. All right. Have you finished your homework? Just a little bit left. Is it really necessary to assign this much homework in middle school? It's quite excessive. Lin Xia stood up, expressing his frustration before addressing Yang Jin. If you're tired, you needn't complete it all. If the teacher scolds you, just tell me, and I'll go discuss it with him. Yang Jin's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. I'll be done soon. Lin Xia acknowledged him. I'm a bit weary. I'll head to bed now. Make sure to rest early once you finish. Okay. Dragging his fatigued body into his room, Lin Xia was about to close the door when Yang Jin's voice reached him once more. Brother, is everything really all right? Everything's fine. Get some sleep now. Oh, and the milk is in the fridge. If you wake up early tomorrow, heat it up yourself. Got it, brother. Good night. Good night. The door closed gently as Yang Jin stood outside, cradling Little Black, silently observing Lin Xia's room. He gently stroked Little Black's head, speaking softly. Do you sense it too? Woof. He gazed towards the dim moonlight outside the window, murmuring, There's a scent of blood about him. Chapter 11. Opening the door, Lin Xia was genuinely fatigued, both mentally and physically. He had never anticipated that his first day at a new school would unfold in such a manner. Encountering monsters, facing betrayal from classmates, engaging in thrilling battles, and experiencing inexplicable awakenings, only to be met with the sudden appearance of a superhuman figure who stealthily slipped away. Lin Xia was not naive. He understood that the events of this evening were undeniably intertwined with the hidden aspects of this world, cannibalistic creatures, the golden light emanating from his own being, and the man who single-handedly vanquished those monsters. This man was no ordinary individual, and from his communication over the intercom, it was evident that he was backed by a substantial organization, one that likely operated clandestinely to confront such peculiar occurrences. It was possible that he had witnessed the light on Lin Xia and perhaps even the scene of him defeating a monster, prompting him to seek Lin's allegiance. To claim that Lin Xia was not at all intrigued by these hidden matters would be a falsehood. He yearned to comprehend the nature of what he had encountered that night and to unravel the mystery surrounding his own transformation. Yet, he was unwilling to be ensnared in this vortex due to his curiosity. Certain secrets, once unveiled, could bind one irrevocably. He had no desire to become a guardian of humanity. His only wish was to protect his own home. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. The familiar mist descended once more. Within the dream, Lin Xia surveyed his surroundings and sighed in resignation. Was he truly being pursued, even in sleep? Battling monsters while awake, and now being beckoned in dreams. What a wretched fate. With practiced ease, he took a few steps forward, soon finding himself before the silhouette of a psychiatric hospital. On an ancient plaque to his right, a bold inscription read, Asylum of the Gods. Lin Xia halted before the grand entrance, reaching for the circular knocker. The moment his fingertips brushed against its surface, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. The surrounding mist began to roil ominously. Grasping the knocker, Lin Xia was left bewildered. What was happening? I have yet to knock. Why is everything shaking? This was not how it used to be. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could it be because he had awakened today? Lowering his gaze, he observed his form within the dream. His eyes began to gleam with newfound clarity. Previously, his dream self had been translucent, fragile like drifting mist. Yet today, his essence felt significantly more solid, no longer transparent, though still lacking a corporeal form. With a sudden resolve, he raised his head to gaze upon the imposing door that had barred him for 5 years, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Perhaps today, he could succeed. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched the knocker tightly and hurled it against the door with force. Zong! The ancient bells resonated from within the asylum, their sound magnified several-fold. Fortunately, Lin Xia's ethereal state spared him from the pain of physical ears. As the bells tolled, the entire asylum quaked violently once more. Hope ignited within Lin Xia's eyes. Dong! 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 Lin Xia did not pause, striking the surface 3 more times, causing the psychiatric hospital to tremble as if it were caught in an earthquake. Finally, with the last resounding blow, a tremendous noise erupted within the hospital, after which silence enveloped the space once more. Just as Lin Xia was about to strike again, the heavy door before him creaked ominously and began to move slowly. The door swung open, with a resonant hum. As the door fully opened, an ancient and dimly lit corridor revealed itself before Lin Xia. The floor of this corridor was composed of an unknown material that emitted a faint glow, while the surrounding walls were adorned with burning orbs of light, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and eerie. As Lin Xia traversed this corridor, he soon encountered a crossroads, above which hung a modern signpost. To the left lay the patient rooms, while to the right was the activity area. Lin Xia gazed at the signpost, murmuring to himself, "This arrangement resembles the psychiatric hospital I once resided in years ago." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia stepped into the activity area. The room was modest in number, yet adequately equipped, featuring a multimedia room for watching films, a lounge for games like chess, and a study for reading and learning. Even within the structure, there was a circular outdoor lawn, furnished with a variety of sports equipment. Indeed, it was remarkably similar. This dream is truly bizarre. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, shaking his head in confusion. After exploring the activity area, he turned back toward the patient room section. Upon reaching the entrance to the patient area, Lin Xia abruptly halted. This place felt different. He gazed at the dimly lit, monotonous corridor before him. Murmuring to himself, he vividly recalled that during his time at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, the patient rooms spanned multiple floors, and while the facilities were not particularly luxurious, they were at least clean and tidy. However, the patient area before Lin Xia consisted of only one floor, containing merely 6 rooms. Each door of these 6 rooms was adorned with peculiar symbols and shapes, densely packed, resembling some form of seal, causing Lin Xia to feel dizzy merely from a glance. He forcibly diverted his gaze from the doors, steadying his mind before looking elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the patient area hung an ancient nameplate, with each room's nameplate displaying a distinct pattern. For instance, the nameplate of Room 1, where Lin Xia now stood, depicted a large black circle. Meanwhile, the nameplate of Room 2 illustrated an object resembling both a staff and a pen. Lin Xia continued down the corridor until he reached the final 6th room, still pondering the significance of these nameplates. He contemplated the enigmatic doors before him, lost in thought. In this dreamlike psychiatric hospital, the only aspect that diverged from his memories of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital was the patient area. Thus, did patients truly reside within these rooms? Or, as the name of this psychiatric institution suggested, were there gods dwelling within? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia slowly extended his hand toward the doorknob of Room 6. Lin Xia was not reckless. On one hand, this was his dreamscape, and even if something went awry, it would not significantly impact him. On the other hand, he had persistently knocked on the door of this psychiatric hospital for 5 years, and he was unwilling to leave in a fog of confusion. Deep within his subconscious, he sensed that perhaps there lay some secrets related to him within these walls. After all, why did the layout resemble that of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital where he had once resided? As Lin Qia's hand gradually approached, his fingertips gently brushed against the doorknob, a cool sensation coursing through him. Contrary to his expectations of resistance or sharp pain, his hand naturally settled around the handle. With a determined yank he pulled. The door remained utterly immovable. Resolutely, he stood firm, exerting all his strength for another attempt. Still, it would not budge. Disheartened, Lin Xia abandoned that door and proceeded to the entrance of the fifth ward, pulling at the door with vigor. It remained locked. The fourth, the third, the second. One by one, he tested each door, but none yielded to his efforts until he finally reached the threshold of the first ward. With an attitude resigned to failure, Lin Xia forcefully tugged on the first ward's door. With a soft click, a sound emanated from the doorknob. The intricate patterns and designs etched upon the door suddenly fractured and began to dissipate into the air. Startled, Lin Xia stepped back several paces, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The door had opened. Chapter 12. The Goddess of Night in the Ward. Only the first door could be opened. Was this the only door designated for access? Or was it that, much like the door he had been knocking on for 5 years, his current strength could only allow him to open this one? After 5 years of knocking, Lin Xia had awakened with enhanced spiritual perception, enabling him to open the door and enter the hospital. Did this imply that he would need to bolster his abilities further to access the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth wards? Lin Xia was uncertain, yet he lacked the time to dwell on these thoughts. Before him, the door to the ward, once shrouded in seals, was slowly creaking open. The room was small and dimly lit, with a single chair placed in the center, upon which sat a woman clad in a dark, starry gown. Her gaze fixed vacantly ahead. Apart from her and the chair, the shadowy room contained no other furnishings. Lin Xia cautiously approached the door, contemplating his next move. A cordial smile graced his face as he waved at the woman within. "Hello, I am Lin Xia." Regardless of her identity, it would be prudent to extend a gesture of politeness. After all, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Being courteous should not lead to any trouble, even if she were a deity. However, despite his bemused smile, the woman in black remained as motionless as a statue. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xia stepped into the room. At that very moment, a line of text materialized upon the wall behind the woman. War number 1. Patient. Nick's task. Assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Once the treatment progress reaches designated thresholds, 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly drawn. Current treatment progress, 0. Nix? A chill ran down Lin Qia's spine as he read the words on the wall. Although he was not well versed in mythology, he was aware that Nix, the goddess of night, was one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She was among the few gods at the pinnacle of the mythological hierarchy. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before him was none other than the illustrious goddess of night. With her aloof elegance, flawless features, and cascading black hair that flowed like a waterfall down her back, she wore a gown of deep, starry black that accentuated her porcelain skin, which appeared as delicate as freshly fallen snow. Though her eyes were devoid of life, the aura she exuded transcended that of mere mortals. Even the most revered empresses in history paled in comparison. Nix, she was a goddess, a sovereign, the ruler of the night. Lin Xia stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nix from a close distance. He had encountered deities before, yet he felt that something was amiss about Nix compared to that radiant angel upon the moon. Was it divinity? Power? Authority? Or perhaps all of these were lacking? Lin Xia could not ascertain, but he suspected that her current state was intrinsically linked to her affliction. Yet, he was reminded that she was a deity, a being standing at the zenith of mythology. How could she possibly fall ill? Was her affliction a natural occurrence or a result of human intervention? If it were indeed natural, Lin Xia found it hard to believe, yet if it were man-made. Lin Xia pondered what kind of being could render the goddess of night unwell, especially with a mental disorder. According to the inscriptions on the wall, Lin Xia was now tasked with attempting to cure Nix, but what exactly ailed her? As a former mental health patient, Lin Xia possessed some understanding of mental illnesses, which could largely be categorized into depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusions, and the like. To assist Nix, one must first ascertain the nature of her illness. Lin Xia contemplated for a moment, then crouched before Nix, waving a hand gently in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" he whispered softly into Nix's ear. Suddenly, Nix's body trembled, startling Lin Xia, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Immediately thereafter, Nix's head stiffly turned in Lin Xia's direction, her vacant gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Xia swallowed hard, frozen in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just as Lin Xia felt the prickling sensation of being scrutinized by Nix, her expression shifted. From vacant to puzzled, from puzzled to astonished, and then to tears brimming in her eyes. Nix's body quivered slightly, tears swirling in her eyes as her lips parted with great difficulty. She choked out, "At last, I have found you, my child." In that moment, Lin Xia felt a surge of electricity shoot from his feet straight to his brain, rendering his thoughts blank. She? Me? Child? Huh? Lin Xia indeed could not recall the appearance of his parents, as they had vanished after entrusting him to his aunt following his birth. Yet, his mother should, perhaps, likely be a human, not the goddess of night. No, wait. How could this foreign goddess of night speak fluent Chinese? Ah, right, this is my dream. So it's not surprising that I can comprehend the language of the divine. Perhaps this is a form of brainwave transmission? While Lin Xia was lost in contemplation, Nix stood up, spreading her arms wide and stumbling towards him. She ran faster, her excitement growing. At this moment, Lin Xia's mind was a chaotic mess, and he instinctively opened his arms, yearning to embrace the goddess of night. However, Nix merely brushed past him, embracing the small vase on the windowsill instead. Nix clutched the vase tightly, tears streaming down her face. "My child, you are still alive? I have finally found you, Lin Xia." Next, Nix's gaze fell upon the chair she had been seated in for an unknown duration. After a brief moment of daze, she rushed forward to embrace both the chair and the vase, weeping once more. "Hypnos, my child, you are here too." Disheveled, Lin Xia stood like a sculpture, watching as Nike sobbed uncontrollably, declaring the vase, the chair, the wall, and the air as her children. Lin Xia mused, "I believe I have discerned the root of her affliction. It is indeed quite severe." As dawn broke, Lin Xia languidly awoke from his slumber, gazing at the bare ceiling with a resigned sigh. After spending an entire night with Nikes, he felt utterly unwell. Just as he was about to rise, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. In his mind, the fog-shrouded asylum of the deities floated, and he sensed an inexplicable connection to it. Now, he found that slumber was no longer necessary. He could immerse his consciousness in the asylum at will. Was this the benefit of having opened the door? Lin Xia resolved to attempt linking his consciousness to the asylum, eager to perceive all that transpired within its walls. Naturally, the 5 sealed wards remained beyond his reach. At this moment, Nikes was in the courtyard, cradling the vase and chair, conversing with the surrounding air, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Lin Xia sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing the corners of his eyes in frustration, contemplating healing. Healing? I'm not a doctor. How can I assist her in her recovery? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Xia's eyes, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Chapter 13. He fled in a towering building in Sangnan City. The door creaked open, and Zhao Kongqing wearily entered, occasionally letting out a sigh. "Old Zhao, what troubles you?" The 5 individuals seated within the room queried, taken aback by his demeanor. "Did you get hurt last night? Judging by your expression, it seems more likely that you've suffered a heartbreak. Goodness. Old Zhao, could it be that your wife is seeking a divorce?" They began speculating, each chiming in with their own thoughts. After a moment of silence, Zhao Kongchang sighed again, his voice somber. "Am I truly that lacking in charm?" In unison, the 5 rolled their eyes, feigning ignorance of his words as they returned to their respective tasks, some sharpening blades, others cleaning firearms, a few engrossed in their phones, while others succumbed to slumber. "No, I'm genuinely asking you," Zhao Kongchang implored, growing exasperated. Noticing his plea was met with silence. Hong Ying, who had been cleaning her gun, sighed. Brother Kongcheng, have you been stimulated? Sort of. Zhao Kongcheng paused. I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruins last night. At this revelation, all heads snapped up, their previous activities momentarily forgotten as their eyes sparkled with interest. That individual, suspected to be the agent of the Seraph? Indeed. Isn't formidable? Who is he? You're overthinking it. Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. He is merely an ordinary high school student. The Klein-level energy fluctuations are likely just remnants of the Seraph's power left within him. He is still a novice, having only recently stepped into the lamp realm. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in their eyes. They had hoped a Klein-level powerhouse had emerged in Songnan City. However, it was reasonable. If that exceedingly dangerous deity had indeed chosen an agent and he had ascended to Klein level, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be aware. The man seated on the sofa narrowed his eyes slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, the Seraph's selection of an agent and the bestowal of the divine ruins was a significant matter that required immediate reporting to the higher authorities. By the way, old Zhao, since you encountered him, where is he? You didn't bring back such an important person? He fled. Zhao Kongcheng replied despondently. He told me he was going to get his backpack, and while I was lost in thought, he took the opportunity to escape. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Just as they prepared to unleash a torrent of teasing remarks, the door to the room swung open once more. A man draped in a dark red cloak entered, his visage marred by remnants of blood, and his steps heavy as if leaden. Upon sighting this man, all present, including Zhao Kongcheng, immediately rose to their feet. Captain, are you all right? The captain waved his hand dismissively, shedding the blood-stained cloak before taking a seat on a small stool by the door, weariness etched across his features. I'm fine, but the Ghost-Faced King has escaped. Instantly, the expressions of the group turned grave. The captain continued. Last night, I pursued the Phantom King to the outskirts of the northern city and engaged it in battle. It sustained severe injuries and ultimately resorted to self-harm to force its escape. Does this mean the Phantom King might have fled Songnan City? No, not necessarily, interjected a man seated on the sofa. Everyone turned to him, and the captain raised an eyebrow slightly. Go on, Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan slowly rose, retrieving a map of the Songnan City vicinity from beneath the sofa and unfurling it on the ground. Songnan City is relatively isolated, distanced from nearby cities. The captain fought the Phantom King in the northern suburbs last night, and even the closest city is several dozen kilometers away. Wu Xiangnan circled the location on the map. What does that imply? Hong Ying asked, confusion evident in her eyes. At this moment, the captain's eyes began to gleam. Since the Phantom King had been gravely wounded, it could not traverse such a distance without regaining its strength. Wu Xiangnan continued the captain's thought. If the Phantom King seeks to restore its power, it can only do so by consuming humans. This means it will undoubtedly return to Songnan City? Precisely, Zhao Kongcheng remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. However, Songnan City is vast, and we have no idea where it may appear. The sewers. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and traced a curve on the map with a red pen. The Phantom King has a penchant for the sewers, and it previously escaped through them. There is only one sewer connecting to the northern suburbs, which means that the Phantom King's reappearance is likely to be at some point along this sewer. Immediately dispatch individuals to search along this sewer. This time, we cannot allow it to escape. The captain's eyes glinted with determination as he issued the command. Understood. By the way, there's another matter. Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongcheng. We must ensure the return of the agent of the Seraphim. Their potential is immense and must not fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. In a certain sense, this task takes precedence over eliminating the Phantom King. Zhao Kongcheng straightened, declaring, leave this matter to me. I will personally apprehend that young man. Isn't he on the run? How do you plan to find him? Hong Ying muttered softly. He is wearing the uniform of number 2 high school. I'll wait for him at the school gate today. I'm confident I'll catch him. Zhao Kongcheng said, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Yang Jin asked Lin Xia, who was neither in a school uniform nor carrying a backpack, why aren't you going to school today? I have some matters to attend to. I'll skip it for now, Lin Xia replied, putting on his shoes as he opened the door. Is Aunt still asleep? She just got back an hour ago. Understood. Be sure to go to school early. Don't follow my example. Okay. As Lin Xia closed the door, he silently removed the black satin from his eyes, placing it into his pocket. His vision restored. He hadn't yet informed his aunt or Yang Jin, primarily because his aunt had been on the night shift, and they had not seen each other. As for the second point, Lin Xia had only just acquired these eyes, and was yet unable to fully harness the power within them. The golden light occasionally surged forth unexpectedly from the depths of his gaze. Although subtle, it would undoubtedly compel his aunt and others to investigate further, incurring unnecessary expenses. He hoped to announce this revelation only once he had gained complete control over his eyes. However, now that he was out, Lin Xia had deemed it unnecessary to linger on the black satin, as that would attract undue attention. He retrieved the sunglasses previously gifted to him by Yang Jin from his pocket, donned them, and strode purposefully towards the bus station. After enduring an hour of jolting travel, Lin Xia finally arrived at his destination, the Sunshine Mental Hospital. The last time he had visited was a decade ago. Over these 10 years, both he and the hospital had undergone significant transformations. The old walls had been refurbished, the entrance had expanded to twice its former width, and 2 modern high-rises had replaced the original 3-story building. Even the 6 large characters spelling out Sunshine Mental Hospital had been replaced with a gilded embossing. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xia found it impossible to reconcile the contemporary hospital before him with the modest structure of his memories. The only aspect that remained unchanged, perhaps, was the elderly gatekeeper. His stature had noticeably hunched, and his hair had grown significantly grayer. The old man seemed to recognize Lin Xia, squinted his eyes, and raised his right hand, pointing directly at him. Just as Lin Xia believed the old man remembered him and prepared to greet him, the gatekeeper bellowed, "That foolish lad over there. You are blocking the cars behind you." Chapter 14. I have a friend knock knock knock. Come in. Lin Xia pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Sitting across the desk was a middle-aged doctor clad in a pristine white coat. His thinning Mediterranean hairstyle a clear testament to wisdom. Lin Xia took a seat, and the doctor leisurely inquired, "So, what seems to be the problem?" "I'm not the one with an issue." "Then why are you here?" "I have no problems myself, but a friend of mine is suffering from severe mental illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor regarded Lin Xia with a peculiar expression, chuckling as he adjusted the few strands of hair atop his head. "Surely, this friend of yours isn't you?" Lin Xia replied earnestly, "No, I assure you, it is truly a friend." "All right, then tell me, what affliction does your friend, have? What are the specific symptoms?" Lin Xia pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat challenging to articulate. The doctor smiled. "Why not embody this friend of yours and demonstrate the symptoms as you would?" Lin Xia cast a strange glance at the doctor, wrestling with his thoughts before reluctantly nodding. Thus, he slowly rose from his seat and, under the doctor's watchful gaze, approached him directly. He extended his arms, embracing the middle-aged doctor in a hug while gently stroking the sparse hair on his head. His eyes filled with warmth as he softly uttered, "My dear child, Father has finally found you." The doctor. For the ensuing 10 minutes, Lin Xia employed every argumentative technique he had mastered, passionately conveying to the doctor that he was indeed not the one afflicted, thereby evading the immediate fate of enforced hospitalization. "So, your friend sees everything as if they were their own child?" "Indeed. And has cried for an extended period?" "Yes, continuously." "Enjoys sitting in the garden, narrating tales to vases and stools?" "Precisely." "What about sleep?" "How is that?" "She does not sleep." The doctor furrowed his brow. "Your friend's condition is quite severe. I strongly recommend bringing her to our hospital for inpatient treatment. Her situation is rather unique. She lacks the conditions for hospitalization." Lin Xia replied helplessly. He could not reveal the truth. If he disclosed that the goddess of night, Nyx, was the patient residing within his mind, he would undoubtedly receive a hospitalization notice himself. The doctor contemplated for a moment, then began typing on his keyboard. "If hospitalization is not an option, we shall have to rely on medication. I will prescribe a few medications for you to take back for her. Should her condition not improve, she must be brought to the hospital." Lin Xia's expression grew troubled. Could medications from the real world be effective within the confines of the mind? He was uncertain, yet he felt that even if they were brought into that realm, remedies meant for mortals might not yield any results for a divine being. Doctor, is there any alternative to medication for treatment? The doctor pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Your friend exhibits symptoms of severe delusional disorder. I have encountered numerous patients with this condition. There was a man, for instance, who deeply loved his wife. After she tragically perished in a car accident, he often conversed with the air, imagining her presence beside him. Such afflictions typically stem from profound psychological trauma, where the subconscious vehemently rejects reality, thus creating a false consciousness of she is still here. If we can approach the root causes of this condition and provide psychological support, there exists a possibility for improvement. However, without the aid of medication, it is exceedingly difficult. The relationship between medication and psychological therapy is complementary. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully to address the root causes, but he knew nothing of Nike's past, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. It seemed he needed to prepare more thoroughly. Lin Xia took the prescription from the doctor, but chose not to pay for the medication. Since the pharmaceuticals in the real world would have no effect on the divine being in his mind, there was no need to spend the money. Moreover, those medications were prohibitively expensive. After exiting the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xia boarded the bus for his return journey. The visit to the psychiatric hospital proved worthwhile. It provided him with a breakthrough. To guide Nike from a psychological perspective, he must gain a deeper understanding of her. Consequently, Lin Xia alighted at a certain stop and entered the Tsangnan City Library. At the entrance of the second high school, two students conversed. Hey, do you see that middle-aged man over there? I don't recognize him. He is probably a parent. I spotted him when I entered around 7 this morning. I saw him too. He was wearing sunglasses and a shirt, leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked quite dashing. But why does he now appear as if he has fallen on hard times? His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been here since morning? Surely not. It's nearly 10 now. Who knows? Oh, by the way, did you hear? 2 students were murdered on their way home last night. Is that true? Of course. I heard that. Across the street, on the curb, a forlorn man sat alone, surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts. His silhouette under the streetlight exuding an indescribable sorrow. Zhao Kongcheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, struggling to comprehend where things had gone awry. He had been waiting since 6 in the morning until 10 at night, baked by the sun, yet he had not caught sight of the boy. After all, it was a uniform of the second high school he had seen the previous night. Could it be that the lad anticipated his arrival and chose to avoid him? Damn it. His backside was sore from sitting. Zhao Kongcheng pushed himself off the ground, slowly rising from the curb, casually brushing the dust off his pants as he began to stretch his limbs. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a youth clad in casual attire on the opposite side of the road, leisurely strolling while holding a few books. That fellow bears a striking resemblance to that lad. A bit. Zhao Kongcheng froze, blinking vigorously. Goodness. Whoosh. Without uttering a word, Zhao Kongcheng dashed towards the boy like a gust of wind, his eyes aflame with fury, exuding an intimidating presence. However, when he was approximately 20 meters away, the youth seemed to sense something, his body jolting as he too took off running. Thus, they raced down the street, one in pursuit of the other. At this moment, Lin Xia wished to slap himself twice. Why choose this path when there were so many others to tread? Now, having just stood someone up yesterday, fate had conspired to have that very person chase after him. Lin Xia's speed, though commendable, paled in comparison to Zhao Kongcheng's, and within mere seconds, he found himself overtaken. Zhao Kongcheng seized Lin Xia's shoulder with a fierce grip, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Well, we meet again, young one. Lin Xia stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly. Who are you? Chapter 15003. Zhao Kongcheng felt as though he might explode with rage. Me? You still dare to ask who I am? I am the innocent victim who was deceived by you and left out in the cold for most of the night. Zhao Kongcheng firmly grasped Lin Xia's hand, resembling a naive uncle fearful of losing his boyfriend to someone else. I tell you, stop feigning ignorance. There is no escape for you today. Lin Xia glanced at his arm, firmly held captive, and surrendered to the futility of his struggles, adopting an attitude of submission. All right then, where shall we converse? Follow me. Zhao Kongsheng, still holding on to Lin Xia, strode purposefully toward an undisclosed destination. As Lin Xia approached what appeared to be a couple's hotel, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he instinctively turned to flee. However, Zhao Kongsheng denied him that opportunity, swiftly securing his grip and dragging him toward the hotel. What were you planning to do? I must inform you, I suffer from hemorrhoids, so please refrain from any impropriety. What are you boys in high school thinking? We merely need a place to talk. Is a couple's hotel really necessary for a conversation? Did you not notice the glances we received along the way? I am utterly mortified. You don't understand. This is a safe haven. I have no ulterior motives, and do I truly appear to be that kind of person? Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes, leading the reluctant Lin Xia to the front desk, where he cast an overly flirtatious gaze at the bewildered female clerk. One dynamic passion-themed room. Please, Lin Xia. The female clerk stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank before she became inexplicably excited. Very well, sir. I will need your identification. And for this young gentleman, may I see your ID as well? Reluctantly surrendering his identification, Lin Xia regarded the overly enthusiastic clerk with confusion, oblivious to the romantic scenarios she was concocting in her mind. Yet, one could hardly blame her. After all, in the dead of night, a middle-aged man was forcibly escorting a youth to a couple's hotel for a large bed, claiming they were merely going to chat. Who would believe that? Here is your room key. Your room is 3966. I wish you both a pleasant stay. The clerk beamed at Lin Xia, whose expression was one of sheer bewilderment, her eyes nearly squinting with delight. Lin Xia clenched his fists. What are you standing there for? Come with me. Zhao Kongsheng pulled Lin Xia toward the elevator. Once they swiped their key and entered the room, Lin Xia's innocent eyes widened at the array of extravagant amenities. He had never imagined that the wealthy could indulge in such extravagant pleasures. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. Zhao Kongsheng locked the door behind them and finally released Lin Xia, heading straight for the electric bed, his previously tense body now relaxing. Do not be so anxious. We are genuinely just here to chat, he chided. Noticing Lin Xia's apprehensive demeanor, with a resigned sigh, Lin Xia settled onto the sofa by the door. What do you wish to discuss? Naturally, I wish to talk about you. Lin Xia, a 17-year-old male, stood at a height of 175 centimeters and was single. However, Zhao Kongsheng, with a hand on his forehead, gestured toward Lin Xia's eyes, saying, What I refer to are your eyes. Lin Xia fell into silence. Have you encountered Michael? Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's body trembled slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded gently. Indeed, the man before him possessed an extensive knowledge, and the forces behind him were undoubtedly formidable. This statement revealed an essential piece of information to Lin Xia. The radiant angel he had encountered a decade prior was none other than the illustrious Archangel Michael. Observing Lin Xia's nod, Zhao Kongsheng finally felt at ease, his gaze toward Lin Xia growing increasingly fervent. Why does he seek you? What did he convey to you? To what extent can you now wield the forbidden ruins? Zhao Kongsheng's inquiries came forth like a rapid barrage, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow and shake his head. You have too many questions. Zhao Kongsheng realized he had momentarily lost composure and chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, you must harbor numerous uncertainties. Let me elucidate for you. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia fixed his gaze upon Zhao Kongsheng's eyes and posed his first question. Do deities from mythology truly exist in this world? Indeed, Zhao Kongsheng replied without hesitation, nodding. However, not all deities are real. What do you mean? Zhao Kongsheng appeared to ponder his response, contemplating where to begin. What do you believe mythology represents? Lin Xia reflected and replied, It is perhaps the spiritual solace of ancient peoples, a manifestation of fear and fantasy regarding the unknown forces of nature. You are correct, Zhao Kongsheng affirmed. Until a century ago, that was the general consensus. A century ago? Precisely, before the onset of the mist. No traces of deities had ever been observed in this world. Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. However, since the arrival of that mist that enveloped the earth, everything has seemingly transformed. In September 1922, a year after the mist's emergence, a reconnaissance team dispatched by the Great Xia observed a colossal dragon soaring slowly through the skies over the Mariana Trench. This marked humanity's first documented sighting of a mythical creature. Upon investigation, it was determined that this dragon was Leviathan, the chaos dragon mentioned in the Bible, believed to be a creation of God. The discovery of this massive dragon fundamentally altered the perceptions of the Great Xia leadership, who realized that the world had become irrevocably different since the advent of the mist. At that time, panic gripped the entire Great Xia as the mist had just appeared. To maintain national stability, the leadership concealed the results of this reconnaissance. Leviathan, as the first mythical creature observed by humankind, was assigned the code name 001. In subsequent investigations, additional mythical beings were discovered, leading to a continuous numbering system. The radiant angel Michael, whom you encountered, was the third mythical entity observed by humanity in 1928. Designated as codename 003. 1928, Lin Xia was taken aback. At that time, we had not yet mastered the technology for lunar exploration, had we? How did they discover the seraph on the moon? It was not we who sought him. Zhao Kongsheng shook his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos and obliterating a great volcano in North America. It was only then that we realized a deity still resided upon the lunar surface. North America? What significance does it hold? Subsequently, our exploration team spent a year reaching that volcano, and amidst the ruins, they uncovered the deity sealed within the divine ruins, the entity designated as number 004. Zhao Kongcheng paused momentarily before continuing. The fallen angel, Lucifer. Chapter 16, Always in Lucifer. Lin Xia had yet to comprehend the immense information relayed by Zhao Kongcheng, remaining in a daze for quite some time. So, you mean to say, ever since the appearance of that mist, deities from myth have inexplicably emerged one after another? Indeed, the higher-ups have been investigating the reasons behind this phenomenon and have proposed two possibilities. Zhao Kongcheng extended two fingers. The first possibility is that these deities do not exist in reality. However, upon the emergence of the mist, some mysterious transformation occurred, manifesting them from myth into tangible forms. The second possibility is that myths are not mere fabrications of the ancients, but rather genuine entities that, for some reason, have been lying dormant on Earth, and the sudden appearance of the mist has awakened them. Lin Xia nodded and inquired, "Then what did you mean when you said not all deities exist?" The number of deities currently residing on Earth is quite limited. Not all mythological beings have descended here. What has appeared thus far is merely a minuscule fraction of an expansive mythological system. We do not know why it is they who have emerged. It is unrelated to their power, their narrative prevalence, their moral alignment, or even national boundaries. Their appearances seem entirely random, arising without any discernible pattern. Not only from the Bible, but also from Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and the Cthulhu mythos. Among the deities known to humanity, all mythological systems are encompassed. If all mythological systems are included, then what about the deities of our Great Xia? Lin Xia curiously asked, what about the Monkey King, the Third Prince, the Four Heavenly Kings, and the Jade Emperor? Where are they? If they exist, surely they could easily dominate the Western mythologies, couldn't they? After a brief silence, Zhao Kongsheng shook his head. The thoughts you have expressed are ones we have contemplated as well. Over the past century, we have tirelessly searched within the borders of the Great Xia, attempting to uncover their whereabouts. Yet for a full 100 years, we have found nothing, not even a trace of a local deity. Some say this is because the mist has yet to engulf the Great Xia, and thus the myths of our land have not manifested. Others claim, Lin Xia could not help but ask, others claim what? They also say, they've always been here. Always here? Why do you think that, while the entire earth has been consumed by mist, only the Great Xia remains unscathed? The mist has approached the borders of the Great Xia, yet it stands resolutely at the national boundary, unable to penetrate. Lin Xia's mouth fell agape. Are you suggesting This is merely a conjecture, or perhaps a beautiful fantasy. Zhao Kongsheng shook his head, regardless of the circumstances. We have never discovered any trace of the deities of the Great Xia. Very well. Just the information I have received thus far has already left Lin Xie feeling as if his worldview has shattered. Were it not for witnessing the existence of the seraphim with his own eyes, he might have already contacted a mental health facility to have Zhao Kongsheng taken away. His condition is even more severe than it was back then. Then what was the golden beam of light that emanated from me last night? Lin Xie posed the next question. The Forbidden Abyss. Zhao Kongsheng responded, stating that the changes occurring after the mist enveloped the earth were not limited to the emergence of deities. This mist appears to possess a mysterious influence on the human body as well, although it has not penetrated the territory of the Great Xia. It seems to harbor some form of energy akin to radiation, which catalyzes certain individuals. Children born after the arrival of the mist have a probability of manifesting a peculiar power within them. Under specific environmental influences, these powers could be awakened, forming a unique ability to alter the surrounding reality, akin to a domain. The characteristics of these powers vary from person to person, each exhibiting distinct traits. This extraordinary domain, capable of influencing the environment through one's own will, is referred to as the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Xie pondered thoughtfully. In simple terms, the Forbidden Ruins represent the extraordinary domains of a select few fortunate individuals. Considering this, his ability to perceive everything within a radius of 20 meters using a form of mental awareness, coupled with remarkable dynamic vision and the capacity to wield the divine might of the seraph, also reflects the manifestation of the Forbidden Ruins. Can these Forbidden Ruins grow? Indeed, the abilities, range, and uniqueness of the Forbidden Ruins expand in accordance with the owner's mental strength, which is a crucial criterion for determining the intensity of the Forbidden Ruins. Through mental strength, we categorize the Forbidden Ruins into 6 realms. The first realm, Zhan, is likened to a cup filled with still water. The second realm, Qi, resembles a pond, abundant yet motionless. The third realm, Chuan, is akin to flowing water in a river, plentiful and dynamic. The fourth realm, Hai, mirrors the vastness of the ocean. The fifth realm, Wuliang, approaches the boundless infinity. And the sixth realm, Klein, transcends spatial dimensions, akin to a Klein bottle. And what of me? What realm do I currently occupy? Lin Xie inquired. You are presently at the Zhan realm, merely a novice who has just begun to utilize the Forbidden Ruins. Zhao Kongsheng seemed to relish in delivering this critique, deeming him, well, just a slightly more formidable ordinary person. Lin Xie was instantly rendered speechless. It appeared that his ability to unlock the door to the mental asylum within his mind last night stemmed from his breakthrough into the Zhan realm, which also explained why he could access the Room of Nikes. Did this imply that with each transition into a new realm, he could release another patient? And what about you? You are so formidable. What realm do you reside in? Lin Xie gazed at Zhao Kongsheng, asking. Zhao Kongsheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to look out the window. I do not possess the Forbidden Ruins, and thus, I lack mental strength. You have no Forbidden Ruins? Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. How then did you defeat that monster? Lin Xie was genuinely taken aback. That creature was something he could barely contend with, even with his exceptional dynamic vision. Zhao Kongsheng had completely dominated the encounter. How could such a formidable person lack the Forbidden Ruins? That creature is called the Ghost-Faced Man, Zhao Kongsheng corrected. My ability to slay it stems solely from years of rigorous training and extensive combat experience. Before joining the Night Watch, I was a Special Forces operative, well-versed in close-quarters combat. He continued, there are 3 pathways to acquire the Forbidden Ruins. The first, as I mentioned, is that only a fortunate few are born with the innate talent to wield the Forbidden Ruins. The second involves utilizing objects imbued with the essence of the Forbidden Ruins. It is not solely humans who can be influenced by the mist to possess the Forbidden Ruins. Certain artifacts, by sheer happenstance, may also embody this essence. Such Forbidden Ruins are typically exceptionally unique and rare. If humans can master them, they too can harness the power of the Forbidden Ruins. I belong to this second category. However, the object I possess is not of an offensive nature, but rather a specialized auxiliary artifact unique to the Night Watch, known as the Signboard. Its sole purpose is to open the void of no rings. Chapter 17. My Home, the Boundless Void? A forbidden sanctuary capable of isolating the realm within from the outside world, preventing our battles with enemies from affecting ordinary lives. Each city's sentinel is equipped with 3 signs capable of manifesting the boundless void, entrusted to a single individual. As we typically do not engage directly in combat, we are referred to as Watchers. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, implying that you merely serve as a lookout. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking, Zhao Kongqing retorted, rolling his eyes. You mentioned there are 3 methods to acquire a forbidden sanctuary. What is the last one? The final method is bestowed by the divine, which pertains to your situation, Zhao Kongqing replied. His expression turned grave. Some deities endow selected humans with fragments of their power, allowing them to act as their earthly agents. This divinely granted sanctuary is known as the Divine Sanctuary. However, with the acquisition of such power comes the obligation to heed the deity's commands. Some instruct their agents to annihilate human society, others to protect it, or to assist in the search for certain artifacts. In general, there is typically only one agent representing each deity, embodying their will. Among the numerous divine agents that have emerged, the majority are malevolent beings intent on dismantling the new order of humanity and plunging the world back into chaos. They have formed an organization known as the Ancient God Church. There are indeed agents of benevolent deities, though they are exceedingly rare, and the number of neutral deities' agents remains unknown. Zhao Kongqing rose and approached Lin Xia, gazing intently into his eyes, articulating each word with careful precision. Lin Xia, what is the directive given to you by Michael? Which side do you belong to? Lin Xia's eyes reflected confusion. I do not know. He did not say anything. This was the plain truth. At that moment, Michael had merely cast a distant glance at him from the moon before he fainted, without uttering a single word. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. He said nothing at all? You did not hear his voice in your heart? No, truly nothing. Zhao Kongqing scrutinized Lin Xia for a long while, as if searching for signs of deceit. After a pause, he averted his gaze and slowly took a seat. Based on our deductions, Michael should belong to a neutral or benevolent faction. Otherwise, we would have eliminated you by now. However, if he bestowed the divine sanctuary upon you, why did he remain silent? What does he truly intend? Lin Xia frowned slightly. What he wishes to do is beyond my comprehension. Even if he were to give me directives, I would not comply. I have no desire to become entangled in such chaotic matters. I could simply return these eyes to him. With that, he stood up. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before Zhao Kongqing could respond, Lin Xia turned to open the door. Wait, hold on. Zhao Kongqing sprang to his feet, blocking the entrance and fixing his gaze on Lin Xia. You plan to leave after posing your questions? What about me? You may remain here alone to ponder. Lin Xia replied earnestly. Not really. What I mean is, aren't you going to ask me who I am? Zhao Kongqing found conversing with this young man to be truly exhausting. What I am has no bearing on you. Lin Xia continued to open the door. Zhao Kongqing firmly grasped the doorknob, questioning, why should I know so much? What kind of organization stands behind me? What are we doing? Aren't you curious about any of this? Not at all. Why not? According to the logic of cinematic narratives, once I become aware of your existence, I would be left with only 2 choices. Lin Xia raised 2 fingers. Either I join you, or I become someone who can never disclose the secret, perhaps by being killed, imprisoned, or brainwashed. Perhaps you should watch less television. Zhao Kongqing replied, feeling exasperated. Moreover, since you have no understanding of us, how can you ascertain that joining us is not a favorable option? Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. So, even if I learn about your affairs and choose not to join, I would not be in danger? Certainly not. We are akin to soldiers. At most, we would have you sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you speak of is sheer nonsense. Then I might be inclined to listen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia sat back down. Zhao Kongqing sighed. Conversing with this young man for a few minutes felt more exhausting than a day spent in surveillance outside. In 1922, after our reconnaissance team discovered the first mythical creature, known as the Chaos Dragon Leviathan, the upper echelon of the Great Xia urgently established a military organization, always prepared to confront the invasion of mythical beings, referred to as the Special Biological Response Unit 139. At that time, our technology was relatively primitive, and our understanding of the world was utterly lacking, rendering the so-called Special Biological Response Unit little more than a facade, entirely ineffective. As time passed, we observed an increasing number of mythical creatures, attempted to establish contact with some of them, and simultaneously uncovered the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins, beginning to train special combat talents. As we discovered more and more possessors of the Forbidden Ruins, we realized that due to the randomness of their emergence, it was impossible to incorporate everyone into the military framework. Thus, the Special Biological Response Unit 139 gradually transitioned into a hybrid form, half military and half civilian. Today, we refer to this special organization as the Night Watchers. Lin Xia pondered this revelation. So, your existence is to protect Great Xia from the encroachment of those malevolent deities? To be precise, it is to safeguard against all mythical beings. Is there a difference? Certainly. I mentioned earlier that the appearance of mythical creatures is random and not necessarily related to their power. Therefore, the mythical beings that descend are not solely the well-known formidable deities. There are also some that exist only in rural legends or minor tales. The creature you encountered last night, the ghost-faced man, is one such figure from rural horror folklore. These beings, which do not possess world-ending powers but can influence human society, are collectively referred to as the mysterious. I see. Lin Xia nodded, realizing why he found the entity he encountered last night somewhat familiar. It was, in fact, birthed from rural storytelling. Indeed, we are soldiers, guardians of our homeland. Our very existence is devoted to preventing the people of the Great Xia from suffering. Is that not noble? Is that not admirable? Zhao Kongcheng earnestly implored. It is indeed noble and admirable. I hold great respect for you. Truly, Lin Xia replied, his expression growing serious. He was not jesting. From his gaze, one could perceive a profound respect. A smile gradually emerged on Zhao Kongcheng's face. Then you. I shall not go. Lin Xia interjected, causing Zhao Kongcheng's smile to freeze. Why not? I am unable to leave. Lin Xia's eyes brimmed with sincerity. I have many responsibilities to attend to. What could be more important than defending our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin. Lin Xia gazed out the window, his expression serene. His aunt, though still relatively young, has dedicated herself tirelessly to the factory for a decade, laboring day and night for both my cousin and me, a burdened soul. Now, her health is failing. She is a stubborn woman, enduring pain in silence. Even as tears stream from her eyes while she insists she is merely practicing yoga for her well-being. I sit across from her, and she believes I cannot see. Her life is fraught with caution and weariness. My cousin is bright and dutiful, but alas, he is still too young to shoulder the weight of this family. I have much to accomplish. I must earn a livelihood to support my family, to provide my aunt and cousin with a spacious home, to ensure my aunt never again endures suffering in that grim factory. I aspire to fund my cousin's university education, to enable him and my aunt to live a good life together. For the past decade, they have not abandoned me, the burden they carry. Now that I have finally found my footing, how could I forsake them? You are noble and great. If circumstances allowed, I might consider joining you. But for now, I desire to remain steadfastly by their side, to protect this family. Chapter 18. Welcome back. Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. He never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound thoughts and exhibit such maturity. It dawned on him how laughable his earlier attempts to evoke the typical adolescent bravado and fervor in the youth were. Lin Xia was no ordinary high school student. Lin Xia rose and walked directly to the door. After a moment of hesitation, he paused. Thank you for sharing all this with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. This time, Zhao Kongcheng merely sat silently at the bedside, his body slightly rising as if he intended to stop him. But after a brief pause, he sank back down, feeling powerless. He understood the significance of this young man and recognized the responsibility he bore to bring him back. Yet he found himself unable to do so. Xiaoqi, you're finally back. Why aren't you in your school uniform today? Annie, I overslept this morning and forgot to put it on. You child, won't the teacher scold you for not wearing your uniform? They only mentioned it briefly. It's nothing serious. Sigh, Xiaoqi. You just transferred to a new school. You mustn't leave a bad impression on the teachers. Be a bit more careful. I understand, Annie. How are things with your classmates? They're not ostracizing you, are they? No, we get along quite well. They even walk me home, and I return the favor. That is good, that is good. I'm going to my room now, Annie. All right, sleep early. With a thud, Lin Xia closed his bedroom door and lay back on the bed, gazing out at the night sky through the window, letting out a long sigh. This world was far more complex than he had imagined, however. That did not concern him too much. After resting for a while, Lin Xia sat up and began to undress when a hard object fell from his pocket with a clatter. He looked down and picked up the item, a look of confusion crossing his features. It was a metallic ornament, resembling a crest, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin, and emanating a faint chill upon contact. On the front of the crest, 2 straight blades crossed each other, radiating a soft blue glow, while the background depicted a starry night sky, crafted with exquisite detail. Beneath the design were inscribed the 3 characters, Zhao Kongqing. This Lin Xia squinted slightly. He recalled that during Zhao Kongqing's insistence to lead him to the hotel, he seemed to have touched his pocket. Had he accidentally dropped it? As Lin Xia examined the crest, he flipped it over to discover several lines of small text engraved on the back. When the dark night inevitably descends, I shall stand before countless souls, brandishing my blade towards the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. What a magnificent spirit. Did Zhao Kongqing compose this himself, or was it a saying from the Night Watchers? Lin Xia murmured to himself, observing the seemingly dazed expression on his face, which did not suggest a person capable of composing such words. After toying with the object for a while, he placed it on the table, changed his clothes, and climbed into bed. Tonight, he had a significant task to undertake. Closing his eyes, he immersed his consciousness into the realm of the divine asylum within his mind. At that moment, in the small courtyard of the asylum, Nix sat in a rocking chair, cradling a collection of peculiar jars and bottles, seemingly murmuring to herself, with a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one were to overlook the murkiness in her eyes and the oddities she held, her noble demeanor would render the scene a breathtaking tableau. Before long, Lin Xia, clad in a pristine lab coat, approached slowly. To better embody the role of a psychiatrist, he had procured a lab coat from the director's office and even adorned his collar with a pair of plain glasses. At first glance, he truly resembled a legitimate doctor. Lin Xia stood beside the rocking chair, silently observing the murky, vacant eyes of Nix, and let out a gentle sigh. From the mythological texts he had perused, it was evident that Nix was among the most ancient and powerful deities in Greek mythology, her status and strength unparalleled. However, compared to other gods, she possessed a singular trait, a fondness for procreation. According to Lin Xia's calculations, Nix had at least 20 offspring, including the infamous god of death, Thanatos, the god of sleep, Hypnos, as well as deities of space, fate, and misfortune, among others. With a few exceptions, the majority of Nix's children were malevolent gods, bringing calamity to the world upon their birth, and many faced tragic fates themselves. From the fragmented tales of mythology, Lin Xia could not glean more detailed information about the goddess of night, yet he speculated that Nix's current condition might be linked to her progeny. A doctor from the Sunshine Asylum mentioned a male patient who, consumed by longing for his wife, imagined her presence beside him. Could Nix's affliction be similar? Perhaps her overwhelming yearning for her children caused her to perceive those jars and bottles as her offspring? But what transpired with her progeny to elicit such an intense reaction from Nix? Moreover, could an ancient deity endowed with divinity truly experience such profound emotions? Or was it possible that, prior to her affliction, her divine form was stripped away and her godhood was revoked? Lin Xia could not ascertain the truth. Hypnos, do not fret. Your brother will return shortly. He merely indulged in play for a while. Thanatos, That child has always been a troublemaker. When he returns, he shall be taught a lesson. Nyx caressed the vase in her hands, gazing vacantly into the distance, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes, only to be clouded once more. She paused, her voice wavering slightly, but 3,000 years have passed. Why has he not returned yet? Lin Xia watched this scene unfold, and for reasons unknown, a pang of sorrow surged within his heart. Who could have anticipated that the once exalted goddess of night now finds herself in such a state of helplessness and humility? She embodies the essence of the night, yet she is also a mother yearning for the return of her child. To heal her affliction, one must delve into its very roots. The words of the physician echoed once more in Lin Xia's mind as he lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. The root of Nyx's malady lies in the loss of her child. To restore her, one must seek out her offspring. Yet, it is well known that her children are renowned Greek deities. It is improbable that he could retrieve each one and present them before Nyx. Moreover, Lin Xia is uncertain whether they have been drawn into this realm by the mists, making the search for such divine beings even more daunting. Even if he were to locate them, would those malevolent gods truly comply and accompany him willingly? Furrowing his brow in thought, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Perhaps this could work? Lin Xia rose, his conflicted gaze lingering on Nyx for a protracted moment before resolutely advancing toward her. In the depths of her vacant stare, he approached her gradually, gently kneeling down to embrace her, whispering softly into her ear, "Mother, I have returned." At that moment, an unprecedented radiance ignited in Nyx's eyes. Trembling, she extended her hands and embraced Lin Xia tightly. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to utter a complete sentence. "Welcome back, Donatos, my child." Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. At the moment Nyx uttered those words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Xia's eyes. Nyx's healing progress. 3 conditions for reward acquisition met. Commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Immediately, a virtual lottery wheel appeared, spinning rapidly. Lin Xia observed that the wheel was divided into over 20 segments, each roughly equal in size, indicating that the probability of drawing these divine abilities was uniform. The names on the spinning wheel dazzled Lin Xia. Nightfall, Dimming Eyes, Falling Stars, Stellar Rend, Night's Flicker, Children of the Night, and Extraordinary Procreation. The multitude of abilities overwhelmed him, yet he sensed something peculiar amidst them. Extraordinary Procreation? What is that nonsense? Is that truly a divine ability? If I were to draw that ability, would I no longer need to seek a wife, as I could simply birth a multitude of divine offspring? That doesn't sound too bad. At that moment, Lin Xia noticed a slender black segment in one corner of the wheel, distinct from the others, occupying approximately one of the total area. This divine ability was named Unknown. Unknown? What does that signify? However, this was inconsequential. Lin Xia was confident that with his abysmal luck, even drawing 1,000 times would likely not yield that unknown. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia fixed his gaze firmly on the wheel, and with a thought, the spinning began to decelerate. The pointer glided over each ability, ultimately coming to rest upon one segment. Starry Night Dancer. Upon seeing these words, Lin Xia let out a resigned sigh. Judging by the name, this ability's caliber seemed far inferior to Stellar Rend or Falling Stars, yet thankfully, it was not Extraordinary Procreation. Such luck, truly befitting of me. As the pointer halted, the wheel gradually dissipated, leaving only the 4 characters Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their hue deepening. Lin Xia reached out and grasped them. Instantaneously, the 4 characters transformed into a stream of black light, coursing into Lin Xia's body. He felt a mysterious energy rapidly reshaping him, as if his very soul and flesh were being cleansed, an extraordinarily comforting sensation. This feeling was truly wondrous. This state lasted about 5 seconds, and once it completely dissipated, Lin Xia distinctly sensed that his body had changed. Before him, a few lines of smaller text gradually materialized. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. In the darkness, your presence is less detectable, In the darkness, your intimidating power over other beings is amplified. You have gained the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon reading this, Lin Xia couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable ability appears to be extraordinarily formidable. To speak of nothing else, the mere speed, strength, and endurance, amplified to 5 times the norm, can only be described as monstrous. Even with his utterly ordinary physical attributes, participating in an Ironman triathlon at night would undoubtedly secure him a Guinness World Record. Such quintuple enhancements would bring his body perilously close to the limits of human capability. And this is merely in light of his current average condition. Should he undergo systematic training, Lin Xia could scarcely fathom the heights of his potential, not to mention the skills of stealth and the capacity to communicate with nocturnal creatures, which transcend human boundaries entirely. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Xia inhaled deeply. He truly harbored no desire to join the Night Watchers or to combat mythical beings. Yet, as a mere high school student, it would be impossible for him to lack admiration for supernatural powers. Moreover, only by strengthening himself could he better safeguard his family. Finally resolute, he turned his gaze toward Nyx, who was gently looking at him, her fingers caressing his hair as she murmured to herself, "Dionysus, where have you been these 3,000 years? Do you know how much I miss you?" Lin Xia sat silently, his eyes filled with complexity as he regarded Nyx. Just as he had surmised, she could no longer distinguish between her own children and the vases surrounding her. How could she possibly recognize that Lin Xia was not her child? Afflicted by her longing, she had transformed everything in her vicinity into figments of her offspring. Yet those inanimate vessels could not respond to her. Thus, when Lin Xia, alive, animated, and calling her mother, appeared, it was as if she had been awakened, finally discovering her spiritual anchor. This marked the first step in opening her heart and the reason for the progress in her healing jumping to 3. "Dionysus, do you know how much your brother longs for you? Come, embrace him." Nyx smiled, lifting a vase before Lin Xia. Lin Xia, caught in a predicament, reluctantly accepted the vase, feigning affection as he stroked it. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Nyx's embrace, revealing his other siblings. He trembled. Nestled in Nyx's arms were several vases adorned with labels of varying colors. Among them, one label bore a clear inscription, fluoxetine. Lin Xia stared intently at it, his mouth agape. Fluoxetine? Why did this name sound so familiar? Wasn't this the very medication listed by that psychiatrist during the day? Furthermore, there were 2 additional words. Divine use? In that instant, a realization struck him, igniting a fervor within. He hastily passed the vase back to Nyx, exclaiming, "I shall return shortly." He then ascended the 2nd floor of the mental hospital like a gust of wind, arriving at a room at the end of the staircase, the medication storage room. The door was ajar, indicating that Nyx had likely been there before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken so many of her younger siblings. Lin Xia hastily entered, searching the space until he halted before a massive metal cabinet, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. Before him stood an entire wall of medications. The variety was extensive, with most of them intended for psychiatric treatment, including the flufenazine and chlorpromazine he had just observed, along with a plethora of tranquilizers. Each of these medications bore the inscription divine used behind them. A smile crept onto Lin Xia's lips. He should have anticipated this. This was a mental hospital for healing the gods. Naturally, there would be a room for storing medications, and the contents were specifically tailored for the divine constitution. While he could not transport earthly medications into the hospital, he could find corresponding ones here, effective for the gods. This revelation rendered his task significantly simpler. Lin Xia selected several vials from the list of medications the doctor had provided earlier and hurried downstairs to Nyx's side. This one is to be taken once daily, 2 pills each time, and this one 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Remember to take them. Nyx gazed intently at Lin Xia, as if flowers blossomed upon his face, seemingly oblivious to his words. Sighing, Lin Xia thought, "Well, I might as well come and feed you daily." Observing Nyx's reaction, he sighed in resignation. Relying on a severely mentally ill person to remember their medication was indeed a tall order. Upon hearing Lin Xia's remark, A radiant smile blossomed on Nix's face. She smiled with pure joy. Chapter 20. I am healed after administering the medication to Nix. Lin Xia withdrew from his consciousness and gradually descended into the realm of dreams. This time, he was liberated from the exhausting dream of knocking at doors. Ever since he merged with the Asylum of Deities, it seemed he had entirely escaped the shackles of that nightmare, finally embracing the essence of true slumber. He dreamt of a splendid future, gaining admission to university, achieving success in his career, and moving into a grand house with his aunt and Yangjin. He envisioned the three of them embarking on journeys to witness the mountains and waters he had only ever seen on television. Due to his previous disabilities and the tight family finances, Lin Xia had not ventured beyond the city of Sangnan in 17 years, let alone traveled. Deep within, he harbored a yearning for the outside world. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Xia reluctantly rose from his dreams, dressed, and prepared to head to school. As he opened the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance, ready to leave. "Aunt, why are you heading to work so early?" he inquired. "A batch of new parts has arrived at the factory, and we need to process them swiftly. I must leave now. You continue having breakfast with your brother, and remember not to be late." His aunt chattered. "Understood." Just as his aunt was about to close the door, Lin Xia spoke again. "And what is it?" She paused, looking at him with curiosity. Nothing at all." After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "I'll tell you some good news when you return." His aunt regarded him with a puzzled expression, playfully scolding. "You child, still playing riddles with me? Very well, I'm in a hurry. Share it with me tonight." With that, she swiftly shut the door and hurried down the stairs. Lin Xia stood silently at the threshold, head bowed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his head decisively, as if resolved to make a momentous declaration. Slipping on his slippers, he flung open the door and shouted down the stairwell, "Aunt, I can see." In the next instant, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps below come to a halt, followed by his aunt's trembling voice echoing from 5 floors down. What did you say?" "I can see. I'm healed, Aunt." After a brief pause, a flurry of footsteps ascended the stairs with even greater urgency than before. Before long, his panting aunt stood before him. Her lips quivered, yet her smile could not be contained. "You can see? Really?" she exclaimed. "Indeed," he replied, his smile broadening. "Is it blurry? Are there shadows? Does it hurt? Will the light sting?" "No, none of that, Aunt." Lin Xia, with a radiant smile, reached up to remove the black satin covering his eyes. As he slowly opened his exceptionally beautiful eyes, he declared, "I am truly healed, Aunt." His aunt gazed at his eyes in astonishment, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She smiled, and the wrinkles on her face blossomed like flowers, a woman in her 40s, smiling like a child. For 10 years, Lin Xia had never seen her display such a joyful expression. Auntie embraced Lin Xia, and he could distinctly sense her body trembling slightly. "Ah, at last, our little Xia has emerged victorious." Auntie released Lin Xia, wiped away her tears, and smiled as she said, "Xia, I must head to work now. When I return tonight, make sure to buy some extra groceries. We must celebrate properly." "Thank you, Auntie. Well, I'll see you later. Please take care at work." Indeed, Auntie hurried down the stairs, tears still uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Yet her steps were remarkably light. Lin Xia watched her depart, his eyes reddened as he turned back into the house. In truth, he had intended to wait for Auntie to return that evening before officially announcing the news. But he recalled that those who set such flags in movies often met unfortunate fates. He did not wish for anything to befall Auntie. Even if it was based on nonsensical superstitions, he was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, he decisively uprooted that flag, tore it apart, and cast it into the Pacific. As Lin Xia turned around, he spotted Yangjin holding little black lie behind him, both with reddened eyes. The two brothers exchanged glances for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Brother, congratulations. Yes, now your sunglasses that you gifted me can finally be put to good use," Lin Xia said, affectionately ruffling Yangjin's hair. "Let us eat, brother. We'll have a feast when Annie returns." "Absolutely." Little black lie poked its head out from Yangjin's embrace, licking Lin Xia's hand, woof. Upon entering the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the entire class. After a moment of bewildered silence, someone tentatively spoke up. "You are Lin Xia?" Removing the black satin covering, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Following a brief stillness, the classroom erupted in a chatter once again, more fervent than before. His eyesight is restored? It must be he can see things now. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, how did we not notice before? He is actually quite handsome. The girls gazed at Lin Xia with newfound admiration, gathering together to whisper among themselves, their glances frequently darting toward him. Boys closer to Lin Xia approached him, bombarding him with questions about his eyes. Upon confirming his recovery, they were utterly astonished. "I could see all along. I just couldn't tolerate light. After visiting the hospital yesterday, I'm all better now," Lin Xia explained. The classmates then recalled that Lin Xia had indeed been absent the previous day, the realization dawning upon them. Amidst the clamor of the classroom, two individuals stood out as incongruous. Lu Yuan, in the corner, bowed his head, casting furtive glances at Lin Xia, his face painted with embarrassment. He vividly recalled that fateful day when he was preoccupied with fleeing for his life and had forcefully collided with Lin Xia. After narrowly escaping, he felt a fleeting pang of guilt, believing that Lin Xia, being blind, would never elude the clutches of that monstrous creature. However, he soon brushed it aside. To his astonishment, it was Jiang Qian who had perished, while Lin Xia, whom he had least expected to survive, had remarkably made it through. Moreover, his eyesight had been restored. In that moment, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss, unable to articulate his emotions. Was it awkwardness? Guilt? Disappointment? Or perhaps regret? Although Lin Xia had his back turned to Lu Yuan, the latter's expressive countenance was vividly perceived through his heightened awareness, causing Lin Xia's eyes to narrow slowly. Just then, another individual approached Lin Xia. Li Yifei stood by Lin Xia's table, seemingly at a loss, his expression tinged with awkwardness. He glanced around before leaning in closer to Lin Xia and murmuring, "Xia, could you step outside with me for a moment? I have a few things I'd like to discuss." After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. My apologies outside the corridor. "I am truly sorry, Xia." Li Yifei stood there, his head bowed, repeatedly expressing his remorse. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by fear. I did not think it through. I simply ran away. I left you and Jiang Qian behind, and I put her in danger. I do not expect your forgiveness, but since we are classmates, I still wish to convey my apologies. I am sincerely sorry. Li Yifei dared not meet Lin Xia's gaze, yet his words were filled with genuine contrition. Once he finished speaking, Lin Xia slowly began to respond. It is only natural to flee in the face of danger. There is no shame in that. He patted Li Yifei on the shoulder, adding, "If it had been me, I would have run even faster." Li Yifei scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. "By the way, did you sign that confidentiality agreement as well?" Lin Xia paused, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It appeared that Zhao Kongsheng had not deceived him. They truly would not harm the witnesses. It was only natural for Li Yifei, having escaped from a monster that night, to have signed a confidentiality agreement once discovered. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had also signed the same agreement. Although he himself had not yet signed, it was merely a matter of time. Admitting to Li Yifei that he had not yet signed would only complicate matters. Even if they did not allow me to sign, I would not disclose anything. Li Yifei sighed. That scene is something I never wish to recall. Moreover, after signing the agreement, violating it could lead to dire consequences. I certainly do not wish to be the architect of my own demise. Li Yifei leaned against the railing of the corridor, gazing down at the lively campus below, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. In fact, I wish to join them. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You want to join them?" "Yes. When I was signing the agreement, I expressed my willingness to abandon my studies to join their ranks. Unfortunately, they rejected me. Why do you wish to join? Although your grades are not particularly impressive, aren't you soon to be admitted to the sports academy through special consideration? Being an athlete is rather dull. No, I should say, being an ordinary person is utterly mundane." Li Yifei's eyes began to shine with excitement. To join a mysterious and powerful organization. to silently combat the enemies lurking within human society, to achieve countless feats. When the day comes that all is revealed, the world will remember my name. Li Yifei's fists clenched tightly as he spoke passionately. This is the dream of countless men. This is what a meaningful life truly embodies. You are overly idealistic. Lin Xia bluntly shattered his fantasy. You might very well meet your end on your first mission, torn to shreds by a monster, your name lost to obscurity, buried in the depths of the mountains, with your parents perhaps never knowing of your demise. You would leave this world all alone. Li Yifei. Xia, your imagination is a bit too gruesome, don't you think? This is not mere imagination. Lin Xia shook his head. What you just described is the reality. Li Yifei let out a resigned sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, since they did not want him, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it further. From now on, he would simply carry this secret to his grave. Lin Xia glanced at the time. It was time to return as class was about to commence. As the two walked back to the classroom, Lin Xia sensed that Li Yifei appeared noticeably more relaxed than before. It seemed that the guilt he felt towards Lin Xia and Jiang Qian was indeed weighing heavily upon him. In a similar act of evasion, Li Yifei and Lu Yuan had made entirely different choices. Lin Xia had no particular interest in seeking out trouble with Lu Yuan, although he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson if the opportunity presented itself in the future. After a day of classes, Lin Xia shouldered his backpack and made his way home. The recent deaths of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian had caused considerable turmoil within the school, compelling the administration to cancel evening study sessions and allow students to return home early. However, Lin Xia was somewhat taken aback to discover that the night watchers seemed to possess considerable authority. Generally, after two students had perished, individuals like Lin Xia and Li Yifei, who had been in the company of the deceased, would surely be subjected to police questioning. Yet, 2 days had elapsed since the incident, and no one had approached them. It appeared that the night watchers had taken complete control of the case, wielding enough power to render the local authorities silent on matter. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall. By 6 o'clock, the daylight had faded entirely. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Having forgotten his umbrella, he hastened his pace towards home. The rain intensified, and by the time Lin Xia rushed home, he was thoroughly soaked. However, the moment he opened the door, a rich aroma of cooked dishes enveloped him, dispelling all his negative emotions. "Ah, little Xia, how could you come back drenched like this?" His aunt, busy in the kitchen, quickly approached him. "It was pouring outside, and I forgot my umbrella," Lin Xia replied with a smile. "You should have found a place to take shelter or call me to pick you up. What if you catch a cold from getting soaked like this?" His aunt feigned anger. Lin Xia chuckled and scratched his head, choosing not to respond. "Quickly dry off. Oh, by the way, your teacher just came looking for you. I asked him to wait in your room." His aunt seemed to recall something. "Teacher?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "Yes, your physical education teacher said he needed to discuss something with you. Hurry and go see him. Don't keep him waiting." Holding a towel, Lin Xia absent-mindedly dried his hair. What on earth? His physical education teacher had come to see him? He had only just transferred a few days ago and hadn't even attended gym class yet. What could he possibly want? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Qia's mind. He dropped the towel and hurriedly entered his room. There, he found a familiar middle-aged man reclining in a chair, holding a teacup and smiling at him. Lin Qia's brow furrowed slightly. "It's you? How did you find my home?" Zhao Kongchang smiled faintly, lifting the emblem from the table and giving it a gentle shake. "Ever since that evening you cast me aside, I have grown more cautious. Last night, I slipped this into your pocket. It has the capability to track your location." Lin Xia locked the door behind him and walked directly to the bedside, declaring, "I have told you, I shall not join your ranks." "I am aware," Zhao Kongcheng replied, "and that is not the purpose of my visit this time." "Then are you here to secure my signature on a confidentiality agreement?" Lin Xia inquired. "Not at all." Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. "I have reported to others that you are missing. Since I have decided to grant you your freedom, I cannot allow you to sign any agreements. Otherwise, they would learn of your true status and send others to persuade you. They would not be as easy to appease as I." Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. "Then you have come to Zhao Kongcheng retrieved a scroll of parchment from his pocket and placed it on Lin Qia's desk, slowly unfurling it. The remuneration for night watchmen is far more generous than you might imagine. Having worked in this capacity for many years, I have accumulated a substantial savings. Zhao Kongcheng remarked as he revealed the parchment. As the parchment unfolded, Lin Qia's gaze sharpened. Within lay a thick stack of money. Chapter 22. General Zhao. Lin Xia furrowed his brows, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Kongcheng offered a slight smile, leisurely pulling a cigarette from his pocket. "Do you mind?" "I do mind." Zhao Kongcheng sighed, reluctantly putting the cigarette away. Leaning back in his chair, a glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. "In my youth, I was much like you." "Frankly, this introduction seems rather cliché. Never mind, please continue." "When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs to barely raise me." Zhao Kongcheng's fingers brushed against the cigarette box, his voice remarkably calm. "In those days, life moved at a leisurely pace. My mother expected me to complete middle school, return to the village, become a village official, marry a wife, and raise a few children, living happily together as a family. You know how it is, young people often go through a rebellious phase. When I graduated from middle school, my grades were quite good. It wouldn't have been difficult to become a village official, yet I disregarded her objections and resolutely enlisted in the army. In truth, she didn't overtly oppose my decision. She merely appeared somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the door, watching me. As I walked down the path behind the house, she continued to watch. Even when I reached the village gate, her gaze remained fixed on my departing figure. Later, I found myself at the city bus station, unable to quell my anxiety, and secretly returned to check on her. To my dismay, she was still there, lost in thought, gazing in the direction I had left. Honestly, at that moment, I contemplated staying, abandoning my plans. However, I ultimately steeled my resolve and chose to serve in the military. With a deep sigh, Zhao Kongcheng continued. Eventually, I rose through the ranks, joined the special forces, and due to my proficiency in close combat, I was assigned to the night watchman. During my leave, I returned home to visit my mother, only to discover Zhao Kongcheng paused abruptly. Lin Xia cautiously inquired, "Your mother has passed away?" "No, she remarried." Lin Xia was taken aback. "My mother worked excessively hard in her youth, exhausting her health. Initially, she hoped I would return to the village to take care of her. But at that time, I failed to consider that aspect and chose to enlist. Eventually, she could no longer endure alone and remarried, at least ensuring she had someone to care for her in her old age. Regrettably, by that time, I had already become a night watchman and could not remain by her side for long. To be honest, when I heard about her marriage, I felt a sense of relief." Lin Xia pondered for a moment. "So, what is the purpose of your sharing this with me?" Zhao Kongcheng slowly rose, locking his gaze onto Lin Qia's eyes. "We have all cherished something dear. Yet as we grow, we often subconsciously overlook its existence due to habit, allowing our attention to be drawn elsewhere. I was once like that, but you are different, Lin Xia. You are wiser and more understanding than I was at your age. You possess your own thoughts and wish to stay by your family's side to accompany them. That is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, you should walk it with conviction. Protecting the world is a task best left to individuals like us." He turned and picked up a brown paper from the table, presenting it to Lin Xia. "I recently encountered your aunt. In this era, individuals of such virtue are truly scarce. I am aware of your family's current situation. So take this money." Lin Xia hesitated not for a moment, responding, "I refuse. I am a guardian. I lack for nothing." "Then I shall not accept it either. This is for your aunt. You must take it." "My aunt would not accept it either." Zhao Kongcheng's lips twitched slightly as he and Lin Xia locked gazes for a long while, neither willing to relent. After a pause, Zhao Kongcheng spoke again. "Lin Xia, I have grown old and cannot bear to witness the regrets that once plagued me manifest once more, even if only in others." "Then you may close your eyes and not look," Lin Xia replied resolutely. "Though our family is poor, we have our principles. I will not accept money earned by soldiers. Moreover, my vision has improved, and I am capable. I shall not allow regrets to arise." Zhao Kongcheng opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately said nothing, only managing a wry smile. Wouldn't it be better to take this money back for your wife and children? Lin Xia pressed on. I have stated that the welfare system for guardians is quite robust. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, my wife and children would never suffer for food or clothing, and they would have the opportunity to attend prestigious universities and secure a bright future. Seeing that he could not sway Lin Xia, Zhao Kongqing reluctantly tucked the brown bag back into his possession. Do you not have any dreams of your own? My dreams? Zhao Kongqing returned to his chair, his brows lifting. Indeed, I have dreams that have persisted since childhood. What are they? To rise to the rank of general in the military, to wear a splendid array of medals upon my chest, don my uniform, and return to my village in glory, making those who look down upon my mother aware that her son is a general. A brilliant light flickered in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, for some reason, as he gazed at Zhao Kongqing. He was reminded of Li Yifei. They seemed to belong to the same breed. Have you achieved that status now? Not yet. I am still far from it. Zhao Kongqing replied with a bitter smile, adding that as a guardian, one cannot parade about ostentatiously with medals. This dream ultimately remains just that, a dream. Lin Xia fell silent. Well then, it seems I must take my leave. Zhao Kongqing stood, stepping before Lin Xia and extending his right hand. I wish you a bright future, Lin Xia. Lin Xia stared blankly at Zhao Kongqing's face, which seemed less greasy now. He reached out, their hands clasping firmly. I wish you a day adorned with accomplishments. General Zhao. Zhao Kongqing smiled and turned to walk out of the room. Wait, your emblem. Lin Xia called out, picking up the emblem from the table and waving it. Zhao Kongqing smacked his forehead, exclaiming, what a memory I have. I nearly forgot. This is my life. Zhao Kongqing received the emblem and glanced at it, as if recalling something. By the way, did you notice the few lines at the back? I did. What do you think? Are they impressive? Quite so. Did you write them? No, those are the vows we took upon entering the night watch. Zhao Kongqing tossed the emblem like a coin, catching it steadily before placing it in his pocket. However, I truly admire it. Wait a moment. What is it now? It's pouring outside, and you have the umbrella. Thanks, but I won't be returning this umbrella. Feel free to keep it. Consider it a reward for safeguarding the earth. Interesting. All right, I must be on my way. Farewell. Zhao Kongqing, holding the black umbrella, opened the door and stepped outside, while Lin Xia stood by the window, silently watching him depart. In the rain, he rubbed the emblem in his pocket with his fingertips, softly reciting, if the dark night should fall, I shall stand before countless souls, sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain intensified. Zhao Kongqing, unfazed, settled into the black limousine, retrieving a cigarette box from his pocket, preparing to indulge in a fleeting moment of tranquility. Just then, his earpiece suddenly crackled to life. A man's voice emerged from it. His hand, poised to smoke, trembled violently, and his pupils constricted in an instant. Chapter 23. The Phantom King Shao Qi. Has your teacher left? After seeing off Zhao Kongqing, Aunt hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Oh dear, why didn't you let him stay for a meal? This child. Lin Xia shook his head. He had something to attend to and wouldn't stay for dinner. What did your teacher say? Nothing much, just inquired about my eyes due to some sports test. Zhao is truly a commendable person, personally visiting students' homes to check on them. By the way, before you returned, he was helping me wash vegetables in the kitchen. He may appear robust, but he works with surprising finesse. Aunt wiped her hands on her apron and turned off the rumbling range hood. Dinner is almost ready. Call your brother to join us. All right. Moments later, the three of them sat neatly around the table, which was adorned with 7 dishes, each a feast for the senses, making one's mouth water. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jing gazed at the bountiful spread and swallowed hard. Mom, when was the last time we had such a sumptuous meal? Shao Qi's eyes have healed. This is indeed a momentous occasion, deserving of celebration, Aunt declared with a sense of pride. Lin Xia bowed his head, glancing at the excited little Hei Lai, and chuckled. It seems tonight, little Hei Lai will also enjoy a hearty feast. Consider a treat for him. Aunt smiled as she lifted her teacup. to celebrate Xiao Qi's recovery. Cheers! 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 Beneath the dim clouds, the twilight glow had long vanished, leaving the world veiled in darkness. Rain swayed in the wind, while light gleamed in the distant city. Amidst the dilapidated old residential area, a figure cloaked in dark red was dashing through the rain, grasping a large suitcase. Raindrops cascaded down Zhao Kongsheng's cheeks. Although it was summer rain, an inexplicable chill seeped through. Are you certain the Phantom King is indeed coming this way? Zhao Kongsheng's brow furrowed. In his earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated. Uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the Phantom King's blood in a nearby sewer system. Based on its trajectory, the destination can only be that old residential area or the city center. 2 potential destinations? Indeed. What shall we do? Should we split into 2 teams to monitor both? Theoretically, yes, but the city center has a massive influx of people, making it difficult to evacuate them. If the Phantom King appears there, it would not only result in significant casualties, but also in site panic. Therefore, we have dispatched most of our forces to secure the city center. And what about the old residential area? If the Phantom King shows up here, the residents will be in danger. The old residential area has fewer inhabitants and is more sparsely populated, making evacuation easier compared to the city center. Moreover, even if the Phantom King were to appear here, the damage would not be catastrophic, would it? Zhao Kongxing's voice carried a hint of anger. After all, the residents here were living, breathing individuals. Calm down, Lao Zhao. Wu Xiaonan's tone was exceedingly grave. I have never suggested abandoning the old residential area. Hong Ying is already en route there with her team. Your task is to evacuate the residents as swiftly as possible. Moreover, even if the Ghost-Faced King truly approaches your location, avoid direct confrontation. The Ghost-Faced King is beyond your capacity to handle. If necessary, utilize the Unbound Void to contain it. Zhao Kongxing's clenched fist gradually relaxed as he sighed. Understood. Although he felt a twinge of discontent, he was acutely aware that this was the most prudent course of action. After all, should the Ghost-Faced King reach the city center, where the population density was staggering, it could easily hide in a shadowy corner and take a few lives to restore its strength. Furthermore, exposure to the public would inevitably incite panic. Thus, deploying additional personnel to the city was not merely prudent, it was essential. Conversely, the old residential area housed fewer individuals, and their distances from one another were considerable. Even if the Ghost-Faced King were to arrive here, it would require time to recuperate, and the likelihood of exposure was minimal. Under such circumstances, Wu Xiangnan's decision to dispatch personnel to the old residential area was commendable. Now, he needed to hasten the evacuation of the residents. It was a race against time. Zhao Kongsheng darted through the rain with astonishing speed, the falling droplets striking his suitcase, creating a cascade of sparkling water droplets. Not far ahead, through the misty rain, the familiar low building became increasingly distinct. Just moments ago, he had emerged from there. A complex array of emotions swirled within Zhao Kongsheng. By now, that family should be starting their dinner, right? He recalled sweet and sour ribs, scrambled tomatoes with eggs, and dry-fried green beans. Ah yes, he had washed those green beans. Damn it, he had just boasted about safeguarding the world in front of that young man. And now he had to go knock on their door to urge them to evacuate. How humiliating. However, this was not the time for concerns about pride. Zhao Kongsheng pressed forward through the rain, but suddenly, a repulsive stench invaded his nostrils. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he came to an abrupt halt. The cacophony of the rain echoed in his mind as he cautiously turned his neck, his eyes wide open, fearful of missing any detail. His gaze fell upon a nearby manhole cover. The stench grew increasingly potent. Gripping the handle of his suitcase tightly, Zhao Kongsheng inhaled deeply, bent slightly, and placed the suitcase on the ground. He understood precisely what this foul odor signified. Report. Watcher Zhao Kongsheng has discovered the Ghost-Faced King in the old residential area. He activated his earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the suitcase. With a pop, the suitcase sprang open, revealing 3 neatly arranged and pristine notice boards within. Zhao Kongsheng hoisted 3 signboards. placing one at the original spot before swiftly darting towards another direction. Almost instantaneously, as he finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated through the earpiece. Received. I have already issued the command. The night watchmen are en route to the old residential area, and Hong Ying and the others will arrive shortly, within 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes. Old Zhao established the boundless void to temporarily confine it. Zhao Kongcheng set down the second signboard, sprinting towards the vertex of the triangle, and replied with a hint of resignation. Xiangnan, the boundless void, is meant to conceal combat, not to restrain. It cannot hold the Phantom King for 10 minutes. Glug, glug, glug. Rainwater flowed along the incline of the ground, cascading into the manhole cover. When suddenly, the entire cover trembled violently, the rainwater within bubbling forth like a boiling spring, surging uncontrollably. Regardless, do not engage the Phantom King directly. Wu Xiangnan's voice grew increasingly anxious. Old Zhao, the old residential area, is vast. Even if the Phantom King emerges, it may not cause immediate devastation. In these 10 minutes, even if it kills a few people, it will not regain significant strength. The mysterious civilian casualties are occurring every moment. We, the night watchmen, are not deities and cannot prevent all injuries and deaths. Losing a core team member to a severely injured Phantom King would be a monumental loss. Old Zhao, can you hear me? Bang! The manhole cover was ejected like a cannonball, soaring into the air. From the dark maw of the sewer, a grotesque arm shot out, followed by a monstrous figure, larger than the Phantom King itself, leaping forth. Zhao Kongcheng observed this scene with calmness, slowly placing down the last signboard, biting his fingertip to draw blood, which he smeared across the surface of the signboard. Xiangnan, do you remember the oath you once made? He gazed at the Phantom King before him, slightly crouching, his peripheral vision catching sight of a modest residential building nearby. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless multitudes. This time, I have no multitude behind me, but behind me lies the entire world of that child. His hands suddenly came together in prayer. An invisible canvas enveloped the small triangle. Forbidden Ruins. Boundless Void. Chapter 24. Heavy Rain Shao Qi. Don't just eat vegetables. Have some ribs as well. Aunt picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Lin Qia's bowl. Lin Xia smiled and thanked her. Today is a splendid day. One should indulge a little and not worry about expenses. I understand, Aunt. Ajin, you should eat more too. You are at that age where you need nourishment. Ajin? Ajin. Lin Xia called out to Yang Jin, who seemed lost in thought. Huh? Oh, I'll eat now. Yang Jin snapped back to reality, scratching his head. What is wrong with this boy? Is he too distracted to eat? Aunt shot Yang Jin a glance and added more meat to his bowl. Ajin might be overwhelmed with homework. Lin Xia chuckled, picking up a bone he had just finished gnawing and glancing around, a hint of perplexity on his face. Aunt also came to herself, exclaiming with surprise, "How strange. Where's little Black Lie? It's usually so eager at mealtime. Now that there's a bone, it's nowhere to be seen." As if it heard its name, little Black Lie poked its head out from the balcony, barking once. Woof. Lin Xia waved the bone in the air, beckoning little Black Lie to come and eat, but the little creature looked at the bone, then out the window, seemingly conflicted. What is the matter with this little thing today? Aunt questioned with suspicion. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia stood up with the bone and walked to the balcony, gently stroking little Black Lie's head, softly asking, "What's wrong? Is there something outside?" He tossed the bone to the ground, and while little Black Lie gnawed on it, he turned his gaze towards the window. Outside, in the vast darkness, there was nothing but the torrential rain, not even a glimmer of light from the distant buildings. The world was eerily silent, as if only endless rain remained. Strange, there's nothing out there. Lin Xia muttered, about to turn away, when suddenly, a few taps echoed from the window, as if someone were knocking. Turning back, he discovered a small bat outside. The bat appeared, drenched from the rain, incessantly bumping against the window, seemingly seeking shelter. Lin Qia's eyes gradually brightened. He realized he had yet to utilize the ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures bestowed upon him by the Starry Night Dancer. Encountering a bat was an opportune moment to try. Thus, Lin Xia stood silently by the window, observing the bat. "Shao Qi, what are you doing over there?" Come back to eat. The food will get cold. Ant called out, noticing Lin Xia in a trance. Yet Lin Xia remained as still as a statue, unmoving for a long time. Just as Ant was about to say something more, Lin Xia abruptly turned around, his eyes trembling with intensity. He dashed to the door and slipped on his shoes. Xiaoqi, what are you up to? I just remembered something important. I have to step out. Child, what are you saying? It's dark outside, and the rain is pouring. Why would you go out? I have something very important to attend to. And the food? Wait for my return to eat. In the bewildered gaze of his aunt, Lin Xia had already changed his shoes, hastily opened the door, and prepared to step outside. At that moment, Yang Jin's voice suddenly rang out. Brother, it's pouring outside. Perhaps you shouldn't go. No, I must go. Regardless of the significance of the matter, there will always be someone to address it. This earth will continue to revolve even in your absence. Yet, there are certain things I must undertake. Lin Xia took a deep breath, forcing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry too much. It's merely a trivial matter. Once I've resolved it, I shall return. After all, such a delightful meal is rare, and I can't bear to let it go to waste. I'm off. With that, Lin Xia swiftly closed the door and dashed down the stairs. As Lin Xia's figure faded from sight, his aunt finally regained her senses. Hastening to the doorway to shout downwards, Silly child, it's pouring. Don't you have an umbrella? In the corridor, Lin Xia's footsteps grew fainter, leaving no one to respond. With a resigned sigh, his aunt returned to her seat, suddenly finding the food before her unappetizing. Meanwhile, Yang Jin sat silently, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside, lost in thought. Amidst the rain, Zhao Kongqing repeatedly pressed the lighter, the spark igniting only to be extinguished by the falling droplets. He held a cigarette, exhaling a weary sigh. What abysmal luck today. Nearby, the ghost-faced king loomed like a demonic figure in the downpour, exuding an overwhelming presence. The ghost-faced king was markedly different from ordinary ghost-faced beings. Its size alone was nearly twice that of a typical one, appearing from afar like a small mountain. Additionally, while ordinary ghost-faced beings scuttled like animals on all fours, the ghost-faced king stood upright, chest out, resembling a human, if one disregarded its pallid visage and long scarlet tongue. However, this fearsome entity was marred with numerous knife wounds, each cut appearing as if carved into flesh, leaving it drenched in blood. Observing the injuries on the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing clicked his tongue. The captain is indeed formidable, to have inflicted such severe damage. It seems he has been holding back during our training sessions. Monsters from the Chuan realm, even when gravely wounded, are remarkably resilient. I can only wonder how long I could withstand its onslaught. Zhao Kongqing muttered as he reached to his shoulder, grasping the hilt of his straight knife and slowly drawing it forth. The pale blue blade sliced through the rain, emitting a subtle hum. A torrential downpour, a solitary cigarette, a cloak and a straight knife. The ghost-faced king regarded Zhao Kongqing, its crimson tongue flickering, eyes betraying a bloodthirsty desire. In an instant, both adversaries launched into motion. Zhao Kongqing, blade in hand, darted forth like an arrow released from a bow, his eyes sharp and brimming with lethal intent. His speed was impressive. Yet the ghost-faced king was swifter still. Its massive form surged through the curtain of rain, its ghastly countenance contorting with fervor, resembling a hunter unable to contain its elation upon spotting its prey. Clang, clang, clang. In the fleeting moment when the two figures collided, the air crackled with the sharpness of blades, and the resonant clash of metal rang out 3 times, shattering the curtain of rain. Claws met the edge of the sword, igniting blinding sparks. Zhao Kongqing, a master of close combat, executed 3 precise strikes aimed at the vital points of the phantom-faced king. Yet those were effortlessly parried at an even swifter pace by his opponent. After delivering merely 3 blows, Zhao was sent reeling by the phantom-faced king's terrifying might, landing awkwardly upon the muddy ground. The disparity between them was insurmountable. One a mythological creature, having transcended to the realm of the divine, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess. The other, a mortal, possessing only skill and experience. Rising from the muck, Zhao spat out the drenched tobacco from his mouth, cursing vehemently. Damn it. So what if you're a mythological being? Is sheer strength all that matters? The phantom-faced king harbored no intentions of a fair duel, roaring at Zhao with a voice that resonated like thunder. As he approached, a colossal, grotesque visage began to materialize upon the ground, centered around the phantom-faced king. Zhao's expression changed dramatically. The Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 176, The Land of the Phantom Face. Chapter 25. The Phantom Visage. The instant the ghastly visage materialized, Zhao Kongchang felt as though the very heavens and earth had been turned upside down, an unprecedented wave of dizziness crashing over him. He furrowed his brow, tensing his body to barely maintain his balance. In his line of sight, everything appeared akin to a swirling kaleidoscope, disordered, fragmented, and elusive. This is bad. It can still wield the forbidden abyss. It seems I am doomed. Zhao Kongcheng murmured to himself, the words of Wu Xiangnan from before the battle resurfacing in his mind. Forbidden Abyss Sequence 176, Phantom Visage, within the domain of the Forbidden Abyss. It can deceive the perceptions of all beings whose realms are less than or equal to its own, inverting the concept of space. In the Phantom Visage, up and down, left and right, forward and backward can shift at the whim of the Phantom King. Although one can resist to a certain extent through consciousness and experience, it is undeniable that within this abyss, all of one's offensive capabilities will be compromised, rendering them significantly less effective. Thus, apart from the captain, who is also of the Chuan realm, no other team member can confront the Phantom King head-on. Otherwise, it would be a path to certain demise. Indeed, what a profoundly nauseating forbidden abyss. As a first-hand experiencer, Zhao Kongqing truly grasped the perverse nature of this realm. So, the captain managed to severely wound the Phantom King within this abyss. He too is a monster. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kongqing slowly closed his eyes. Roar! The sound of growls echoed from all directions, rendering the position of the Phantom King indeterminate. The earth trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongqing sensed the Phantom King rapidly approaching. From where will it emerge? In the realm of reality, amidst the grotesque and sinister visage, Zhao Kongcheng stood like a statue, eyes closed, hands gripping his blade aimed forward, brow tightly knit. He remained utterly unaware that the Phantom King had stealthily maneuvered behind him. In Zhao Kongqing's perception, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, and touch, were rapidly shifting. As if he had been thrust into a hyper-powered washing machine, erroneous information flooding his mind, rendering him unable to discern anything in the real world. The Phantom King's eyes fixated on the oblivious Zhao Kongsheng, a bloodthirsty smile emerging upon its ghastly face. It leaned forward slightly and, like a colossal cannonball, burst through the curtain of rain, its form so swift that it left a lingering afterimage. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed coldly as they slashed towards Zhao Kongqing's neck. It seemed to anticipate the exhilarating scene of warm blood gushing forth, coating its body in delight. Yet, just as its claws were about to connect with Zhao Kongqing's flesh, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhao Kongqing's back appeared to possess eyes, suddenly twisting away, just in time to narrowly evade the Phantom King's strike. Immediately thereafter, the straight blade in his hand arced through the rain, aiming for the Phantom King's head. Clang! The sharp sound of collision rang out as the Phantom King's hand gripped Zhao Kongqing's blade tightly. Then, with a forceful kick, it sent Zhao Kongqing flying like a sandbag. Yet, even so, it could not conceal the astonishment reflected in its eyes. It could not comprehend how Zhao Kongqing had detected its assault. Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry as he struggled to rise. Yet his lips betrayed him, curling upward uncontrollably. Surprised, perhaps? Zhao Kongqing propped himself up with a straight blade, a sardonic smile gracing his face. You, indeed, are a perverse anomaly. Under normal circumstances, I would have fallen for your trickery and met my demise at your hands. Alas, he extended a finger skyward, noting the rain. You can deceive the senses of living beings, but you cannot hinder the descent of raindrops propelled by gravity. The rain upon my skin grants me tactile sensation. You may alter my perception, convincing me that the rain falls from all directions. Yet, I can deduce the true source. Once I ascertain a standard direction, the remainder becomes considerably simpler. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled darkly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and with an air of arrogance, he raised his blade. Its edge aimed at the king of ghost faces. I am not boasting. Had I possessed your anomaly, you would have perished countless times over. With a roar, the king of ghost faces was incited into a frenzied charge towards him. Zhao Kongcheng, eyes closed, continued to anticipate the approach of his foe. The clash ensued, the two engaging in a fierce melee. Drawing upon his formidable instincts and battle experience, Zhao Kongcheng managed to exchange several blows with the king. Yet, that was the extent of his endurance. Under the relentless assault of the king, the mortal Zhao Kongcheng soon faltered. As the creature seized an opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to his chest, shattering 2 ribs and sending him hurtling backwards. This time, it took Zhao Kongcheng a full 5 seconds to regain his footing. Had it not been for the blade that mitigated some of the damage, that strike would have surely claimed his life. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion ashen. The king of ghost faces loomed amidst the downpour, its gaze fierce and unyielding, advancing step by step. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng, Zhao Kongcheng, Zhao Kongcheng. Startled, Zhao Kongcheng hesitated, sensing a faint familiarity in the voice. Wait, isn't that? He opened his mouth, seemingly intending to speak. But after a moment's hesitation, he chose to remain silent, his expression laden with complexity. At that moment, outside the boundless void, Lin Xia stood near an open space. Rain soaking his hair as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhao Kongcheng, stop hiding. I know you are nearby. After his call, he paused to listen, but aside from the cacophony of rain, there was nothing. Damn it, that bat clearly saw a cloaked figure vanish with the monster. How could there be nothing? Was it truly a misperception? Furrowing his brows, Lin Xia scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. There, a mere 10 meters away, 3 peculiar signposts stood solitary in the rain. Lin Xia stepped forward and wiped the rain from the notice board, softly uttering the words inscribed upon it. No entry ahead? When was this sign erected? Moreover, the arrangement seems rather peculiar. Lin Xia lowered his head in contemplation, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes began to gleam. He seemed to recall that his forbidden realm was an auxiliary battlefield, a hidden sanctuary known as the Boundless Void. Lin Xia scrutinized the 3 notice boards before him with keen interest, a smile gracing his lips as he once again raised his voice, shouting, Zhao Kongcheng, I know you are within the Boundless Void. Open the door and let me in. A second passed, then 2. Zhao Kongcheng's voice drifted from behind the notice board, languid yet sharp. What the hell are you doing wandering around at night without having dinner? Get lost. Chapter 26. The vanished moon. Zhao Kongcheng found himself perplexed. Why would this young man venture out into such torrential rain? Furthermore, how did he know that Zhao was here? Having already opened the boundless domain, it was particularly disconcerting that he chose to arrive precisely when Zhao was being pinned to the ground and pummeled. If he were to witness such humiliation, what a disgrace! Not to mention, he had just entrusted the protection of the world to this individual. If he were to inadvertently drag Lin Xia into this mess, and something untoward were to happen, Zhao Kongcheng would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. What do you care if I come out? I know you're engaged in a battle with that ghastly masked one. Let me in. I'm quite capable of holding my own now. Lin Xia's voice resounded once more from outside. You can hold your own? Nonsense. Zhao Kongcheng retorted vehemently. This isn't just a masked one. This is the masked king, a being of the Chuan realm, 2 entire realms above you, a mere fledgling in the Zhan realm. Do you truly think you can contend with him? Besides, haven't you always been afraid of death? What makes you so reckless now? Hurry back home for dinner. I swear, as long as I'm Zhao Kongcheng around, that creature can't harm a hair on your family's head. Times have changed. While I may fear death, I cannot owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Lin Xia shouted from outside. Our family is enjoying a harmonious meal inside, while you face off against the masked king alone? If you seek to be an unsung hero, I shall not permit it. If we are to dine, it must be after you have vanquished the masked king. You shall return with me to eat. Lin Xia forcefully collided with the air beside the notice board, yet it was as if an invisible barrier existed, effectively isolating the domain from the outside. No matter how vigorously Lin Xia exerted himself, it remained utterly unyielding. Within the domain, Zhao Kongsheng was once again struck away by the masked king, lying on the ground for a prolonged moment before he managed to prop himself up with his blade. Do not exhaust yourself. Cough, cough. Though I lack the realm, my open, boundless domain is more than sufficient to deter anyone below the Qi realm. To enter here, there are only two possibilities. Either I allow you in willingly, or I must await my demise. You cannot even breach my boundless domain. Facing the masked king here would be tantamount to courting death. Zhao Kongqing's gaze was fixed upon the masked king, his voice growing increasingly frail. Once he completed his final utterance, the commotion outside ceased. No further attempts were made to breach the boundless domain, nor did any other sounds emerge. Zhao Kongsheng counted silently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. This is how it should be. Obediently returning home for dinner, while the rest is left to us, the night watchman. With great effort, Zhao Kongsheng straightened his body, gasping for breath as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With each inhalation, excruciating pain caused his body to tremble slightly. He had reached the limits of his endurance. Before him, the masked king loomed like a small mountain amidst the rain, covered in wounds, both old and new. Yet it remained vibrant and unyielding, showing no signs of collapsing. Such was the grotesque resilience of a mythological being. Zhao Kongsheng gripped a knife in one hand, while his other hand trembled as it reached into his pocket. Moments later, he withdrew a badge. The emblem bore the image of 2 crossed straight blades, beneath which was inscribed a name, Zhao Kongsheng. In a daze, Zhao Kongsheng felt as though he had returned to the time when he first joined the Night Watch. Still a mere rookie, the badge represented the essence of the Night Watch. It was not only a matter of faith, but also integral to combat. On the inner side of the badge was a small needle. Upon pressing a switch, it would spring forth, its tip coated with a substance known as demon's essence. This drug, when injected, would ignite all of a person's latent potential within a short span of time, allowing those already possessing forbidden power to harness it to an extraordinary degree. For those devoid of such power, demon's essence would forcibly stimulate the body, awakening the hidden, forbidden potential nestled within the very essence of life. In essence, for the duration of the drug's effect, it would grant those without forbidden power a fleeting experience of it. This was a last resort, a means of desperate counterattack. And for warriors lacking forbidden power, it was a singular opportunity to glimpse their own latent abilities. It should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Kongsheng clutched the badge, his form trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the approaching figure of the demon-faced king, a smile creeping onto his lips. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? The torrential rain fell. The deluge mingled with blood, cascading down Zhao Kongsheng's arm and dripping onto the surface of the badge. Regardless of whether the demon-faced king could hear or comprehend, Zhao Kongsheng murmured to himself amid the rain. Men, after all, are perpetually drawn to supernatural powers, dreaming of a day when they can traverse heaven and earth, shatter mountains with a single blow, and envelop the clouds with mere thought. After so many years as a member of the Night Watch, I have long awaited the awakening of my own forbidden power, yet here I am, well in my 40s, still without a glimpse of it. Truth be told, it is rather challenging to navigate life among the Night Watch without forbidden power. Every time I witness my captain and comrades wielding theirs in battle, exuding an explosive charisma, my heart feels a twinge of envy. Eventually, I resolved that should I encounter an insurmountable foe, I would certainly try demon's essence before I perish. Eager to experience my own forbidden power, even if it meant dying with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, thank you for granting me this opportunity. Zhao Kongsheng opened his palm, allowing the rain to wash over the surface of the badge, his fingers brushing gently along its edge until a slender silver needle sprang forth. He took a deep breath and plunged the needle into his palm. Damn, that stings, Zhao Kongsheng grimaced, cursing under his breath. In that instant, as the needle pierced his skin, an overwhelming pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented surge of strength. His cells felt invigorated, as if under the influence of a potent stimulant, radiating a vitality he had never known. His heart beat like a war drum amidst a battlefield, rapid and powerful. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field emanated from Zhao Kongcheng, radiating outward. His eyes glimmered with newfound brilliance. The Ghost-Faced King seemed to sense impending danger, letting out a low growl as it sprinted through the rain, propelled by a terrifying surge of energy. Zhao Kongqing's posture gradually straightened, his grip on the blade tightening with fervor. Raindrops struck the surface of the straight sword, producing a delicate clinking sound. In the downpour, he clutched the sword, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. With determination, he raised his hand and, targeting the rapidly approaching Ghost-Faced King, unleashed a devastating strike. A towering crescent of darkness, approximately 4 to 5 meters high, erupted from the blade, silently slicing through the curtain of rain and instantaneously penetrating the space before them. The speed of this crescent was astonishing, so swift that the Ghost-Faced King had no time to evade. Consequently, a grotesquely mangled arm was flung high into the air. With a single stroke, Zhao Kongcheng severed the Ghost-Faced King's arm. Holding the sword, a triumphant smile spread uncontrollably across his lips. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083, Fleeting Life, Flashing Moon. Ha ha ha, I always knew it. Zhao Kongcheng is indeed a genius." Chapter 27. A glare the rain poured down relentlessly. Zhao Kongcheng, wielding a straight blade, was drenched in a dark red cloak, his body covered in blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet his eyes sparkled with the brightness of stars. So this is the Forbidden Ruins. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Before him, the Ghost-Faced King stared in disbelief at its vacant right arm, its pale visage contorted in shock. It could not fathom why the mouse, which had just been ruthlessly tormented by itself, could suddenly unleash such formidable power. However, its intellect was insufficient, and besides, time was not on its side. Zhao Kongqing moved. Under the influence of the divine elixir, his body had forgotten all injuries. Returning to its prime state, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, darting towards the Ghost-Faced King. Roar! The Ghost-Faced King's crimson eyes blazed with fury. Having lost its right arm, it had succumbed entirely to a state of rage. Its muscles bulged, its body expanded, and with bent legs, its massive form leapt, splashing water in every direction. In midair, the two figures collided with breathtaking speed. Boom! 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 Their movements blurred together, sending forth arcs of black crescent blades that carved deep, savage gashes into the ground around them. Initially, Zhao Kongqing's blade could not breach the Ghost-Faced King's defenses, and it was utterly outmatched in both strength and speed. This had been the very reason for his earlier defeat. But now, with the annihilating moonlight, Zhao Kongqing's lethality had reached a terrifying level, each strike leaving a profound wound upon the Ghost-Faced King. Although he still fell short of the Ghost-Faced King's might in terms of strength and speed, the enhancement of his offensive capability allowed him to compensate for other shortcomings with experience. Despite being significantly inferior physically, he could still pin his opponent down and hammer away. It became evident that Zhao Kongqing spoke no falsehood. With the Forbidden Ruins at his disposal, he could slay the Ghost-Faced King 100 times over. Given enough time, defeating the Ghost-Faced King would merely be a matter of time. Yet, the critical issue was that he did not possess such time. While the divine elixir unlocked one's full potential, its effects did not endure long. Nearly 10 seconds had elapsed since Zhao Kongqing unleashed the Forbidden Ruins, and time was slipping away. In the midst of his fierce battle with the Ghost-Faced King, Zhao Kongqing could distinctly feel his strength waning, the repressed pain gradually resurfacing. Even the black crescent blades he wielded grew smaller. The Ghost-Faced King seemed to sense his diminishing state, ruthlessly expending its essence to launch an even more ferocious assault. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, the Ghost-Faced King seized an opportunity, landing a heavy punch squarely on Zhao Kongqing's chest. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air as Zhao Kongqing was sent reeling like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain surged through Zhao Kongcheng, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against every nerve in his body. He clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with agony. As he coughed up blood, he struggled to rise from the mire, his gaze fixed intently upon the ghost-faced king. The flames of determination in his eyes unwavering. He still drew breath. His forbidden realm remained intact. He was still capable of fighting. The ghost-faced king was not yet vanquished. He could not afford to fall. Using his sword as a prop, he shakily stood upright, when suddenly, an unexpected change transpired. A thunderous roar erupted from behind him, causing the sky to tremble slightly and crack open a fissure. Zhao Kongcheng stared blankly at the heavens, as if struck by a sudden realization, and he spun around. Not far behind him, an invisible canvas obscuring the sky had already torn at one corner. Within that jagged crevice, a youth with golden-tinged eyes was slowly approaching. Zhao Kongcheng's mouth dropped open, his expression resembling that of a man who had seen a ghost. "You! How did you get in here?" Lin Xia brushed back his rain-soaked hair, his eyes glowing like a furnace, both fervent and sacred. He sighed. "I must admit, this boundless void is indeed quite formidable, but fortunately I possess these eyes that allow me to identify its weakest point, and thankfully, it is night." Zhao Kongcheng grasped only the latter part of his statement, yet it failed to resolve his confusion. How can you possess such immense power having just entered the cup realm? No, wait. Without a weapon, how did you breach the boundless void? You might not believe it, Lin Xia replied calmly, but I simply glared at it, and it opened. Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xia was not lying. Under the cloak of night, he sensed a significant enhancement to his vision. While it was not exaggerated to fivefold, a twofold increase was indeed present. Prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, he had been able to single-handedly defeat a ghost-faced man with the Radiant Angel's divine might. And now, under the Night's influence, he could also breach the boundless void with his divine prowess. However, this exerted a tremendous toll on his mental energy. Merely glaring had nearly drained him entirely. Lin Xia glanced at the battered, ghost-faced king, then surveyed the numerous scars on the ground, his expression shifting as he turned to Zhao Kongcheng with a peculiar gaze. "You mean to say you have no forbidden realm? Is this what a mere mortal can carve out?" Zhao Kongcheng was disinclined to explain, for his time was truly limited. "Enough chatter. Step aside. I can assist you in battle." "I understand. Just retreat for now," Zhao Kongcheng replied. "One strike from me, then you may join the fray." "Very well." Lin Xia moved to the side. Zhao Kongcheng took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes locked onto the ghost-faced king not far away. "Young one, yes, this strike you must observe closely." "Why? This strike shall be magnificent." Before Lin Xia could display a look of disdain, Zhao Kongcheng propelled himself off the ground with astonishing speed, charging towards the faceless king. The faceless king, sensing that this man was on the brink of exhaustion, chose not to confront him head-on, but remained vigilant, ready to defend against the impending assault. The brilliance in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes shone like a lit torch, growing ever brighter. He burst through the curtain of rain, advancing towards the faceless king with no embellishments, raising his hand and wielding his blade. An unprecedentedly vast crescent moon cleaved through the night sky, moving at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing every raindrop in its path into halves. The speed of this strike was so extraordinary that even one as formidable as the faceless king could not evade it with ease. Even if it wished to escape, in its current state, it was rendered incapable. Thus, the black crescent traversed the heavens, delicately severing the grotesque head adorned with a pale, ghostly visage. Chapter 28. Severance. With a dull thud, the head of the demon face king fell to the ground. Zhao Kongcheng staggered and collapsed, his body rigid. Lin Xia, quick-witted and agile, deftly caught Zhao Kongcheng's form, only then realizing the extent of his grievous injuries. Lacerations, contusions, fractures. In Lin Xia's heightened perception, Zhao Kongcheng was riddled with wounds, crimson streams flowing forth, tainting the rain-soaked mire beneath them. At least 5 or 6 bones had been shattered. Lin Xia could hardly fathom how Zhao Kongcheng had managed to stand under such dire afflictions. Most alarmingly, Lin Xie sensed the rapid deterioration of Zhao Kongqing's physical form, his vitality flickering like embers in the ashes, growing ever weaker. In a state of bewilderment, Lin Xie sat beside Zhao Kongqing. Your body. Cough, cough. It's merely the aftereffects of a forced surge of potential. At this rate, you will perish. I am aware. Is dying acceptable to you? Hit him. Zhao Kongqing attempted to chuckle, but halfway through, he coughed up blood. Nonetheless, he mused, at least before departing this life, he had experienced the depths of the forbidden ruins. And furthermore what? I achieved it, blade drawn to the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Zhao Kongqing, trembling, reached down to the mire beneath him, his fingers coming away stained with blood. The quantity of blood shed, while it may not color the sky, could certainly taint the earth. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. But there are not millions behind you. Apart from me, no one witnessed your efforts. Is it truly worth it? Zhao Kongqing smiled faintly, but offered no reply. Do me a favor. Speak. In my pocket, there's a pack of cigarettes. Light one for me. Lin Xie rummaged through Zhao Kongqing's chest pocket, retrieving a cigarette sodden from the rain, and then produced a lighter from his trousers. He placed the cigarette between Zhao Kongqing's lips, shielding the lighter from the rain, and pressed it several times. Click, click, click. A flicker of flame ignited, lighting the cigarette. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, exhaling a sigh of relief, as if the very act had restored a semblance of comfort to his being. With the cigarette clenched between his lips, he gazed up at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face, tracing a path along his cheek. Lin Xie. Yes, I cut down the demon face king. Did you witness it? I did see it. The corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth involuntarily lifted, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features. Lin Xie nodded, on the verge of articulating a thought, when suddenly his entire being trembled slightly. He stiffly turned his head to behold a massive headless corpse sluggishly rising from the mire in the distance. Upon its body, a ghostly, pallid visage scuttled like a parasite, traversing from its legs to its back, and then creeping to its chest. Ultimately, it anchored itself upon the chest of the demon face king. Meanwhile, the head that had just been severed bore no trace of that ghastly face. Lin Xie's pupils constricted in shock. The demon face king was not dead yet. The rain continued to fall. Zhao Kongqing gazed at the sky, still savoring the moment that had just transpired, oblivious to the shifting expressions of Lin Xie. By heaven, the very creature that even the captain could not vanquish has fallen by my hand. Lin Xie, do you not agree that I am formidable? Lin Xie remained silent for a moment, lowering his gaze to Zhao Kongqing in his arms, and nodded gravely. Indeed, formidable, having achieved such a grand feat. If I manage to survive, I shall surely ascend to the rank of general, shall I not? Certainly. Lin Xie's eyes brimmed with unwavering conviction. You must survive. Huh. Zhao Kongqing appeared to envision some glorious scene, a contented smile gracing his features. Yet the light in his eyes began to fade gradually. Lin Xie's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Kongqing's body, urgently whispering, Zhao Kongqing, you have yet to become a general. You cannot perish yet. Zhao Kongqing seemed unable to hear Lin Xie's voice, his eyes growing increasingly distant. He parted his lips, his voice barely above a whisper. Was I handsome just now? Handsome. Lin Xie's lips quivered as he nodded resolutely. Exceedingly handsome. More so than anyone I have ever seen. A faint smile curved Zhao Kongqing's lips, his eyes slowly closing as his body relaxed. Zhao Kongqing was gone. The rain fell incessantly. Lin Xie sat there in a daze, the rain blurring his vision. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Kongqing, until that heavy footfall echoed once more. Lin Xie pressed his lips together, inhaling deeply, and slowly rose from the ground. He turned, his gaze landing on the distant headless corpse of the ghost-faced king, his eyes seemingly ablaze with a fierce sun. He stepped forward, drawing a straight blade that was embedded in the earth. It was Zhao Kongqing's sword. Clutching the blade, Lin Xie advanced step by step towards the ghost-faced king, the rain drenching him, yet failing to extinguish the fiery wrath within his heart. Alongside the blazing intensity of his golden eyes, The twisted visage of the ghostly face upon the corpse seemed to silently scream, its movements accelerating, ultimately crashing towards Lin Xia like a staggering behemoth. The headless ghost-faced king, having lost its right arm to Zhao Kongqing's blade, could only unleash a tempest of attacks with its left claw. Lin Xia, wielding the sword, seemed to anticipate its assault with uncanny foresight, dodging with lightning speed to evade the strikes. He resembled a nocturnal butterfly, dancing amidst the fierce winds, untouched by the storm. The terrifying dynamic vision, combined with the swiftness of the night dancer, transformed Lin Xia into an ethereal specter in that moment. He deftly avoided over a dozen of the ghost-faced king's attacks, expressionless as he raised his hand and swung the blade fiercely. This time his target was not any vital spot on its body, but rather the pale, ghostly face that resided upon the chest of the ghost-faced king. If his intuition served him correctly, this ghostly visage was the essence of the ghost-faced king. Although Zhao Kongsheng had severed the creature's head, he had failed to injure this face, allowing the ghost-faced king to defy death and rise once more. Lin Xia's body danced amidst the fleeting openings in the ghost-faced king's assaults, the blade in his hand slicing through the air with relentless precision, striking the ghastly visage time and again. Despite possessing a quintuple enhancement of strength, he found himself unable to inflict substantial harm upon the ghost-faced king, leaving merely shallow crimson marks upon his countenance. Yet, such details held little significance. If one strike could not fell the foe, then he would deliver 10, 100. This time, he was determined to sever the very soul of the ghost-faced king. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The ghost-faced king could not touch Lin Xia. Yet Lin Xia was able to land blow after blow upon his adversary. And soon enough, the ghastly face bore an increasing number of wounds, growing ever more gruesome, the expression twisting into one of profound agony. Before long, the ferocity of the ghost-faced king's onslaught began to wane. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Xia's eyes as he seized the opportunity, grasping the blade with renewed fervor. With every ounce of strength, he plunged it into the ghostly visage. A chilling, ear-piercing wail echoed through the heavens. Chapter 29. A decade the blade of Lin Xia pierced through the ghostly visage. Yet that was not the source of the anguished howl emitted by the ghost-faced king. The true reason for such a heart-wrenching lament lay within Lin Xia's eyes. Beneath their searing golden light, the ghostly figure melted away as if it were a candle consumed by flames, dissolving at an alarming rate. Although this golden radiance only manifested for a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to extinguish the last vestiges of life in the already dying ghost-faced king. Ultimately, under Lin Xia's unwavering gaze, the ghostly visage solidified into a wrinkled, semi-solid mass, leaving no trace of its former self. Simultaneously, Lin Xia felt a warm current coursing from his hand, which gripped the sword, gently flowing into his being. He furrowed his brow slightly and stepped upon the body of the ghostly figure, withdrawing his straight blade. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the pale visage, only to be met with a sudden darkness that nearly caused him to collapse. Despite the enhancement provided by the starry night dancer, the intense and perilous battle had drained him significantly. Most critically, the 2 uses of the Eye of the Seraphim had thoroughly exhausted his already limited mental fortitude, rendering even the act of walking a strenuous endeavor. As Zhao Kongsheng had asserted, at his current level of mastery, confronting the ghost-faced king would lead to certain demise. Had the night watchman not grievously wounded the ghost-faced king, and had Zhao Kongsheng not sacrificed himself to cripple it, even with the Eye of the Seraphim and the starry night dancer, he would still have been no match for the ghost-faced king. Such is the nature of the mythological beings that descend upon this world. Such as the realm of Quanjing. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks as he staggered through the pools of blood, making his way toward Zhao Kongqing's lifeless form. He settled beside the corpse, slowly lowering himself to the ground. I have long told you, hero, that becoming one is not an easy feat, Lin Xia murmured, gazing at the now cold body of Zhao Kongsheng. You wagered your life here in a brutal struggle, yet how many were truly aware of your sacrifice? Do you know? Even now, miles away in the city center, the lights are still ablaze with revelry. They sing in karaoke bars, indulge in delicacies at hot pot restaurants, engage in frivolities in hotels, and munch on popcorn in cinemas. And yet you can only fade away silently in this place. They remain oblivious to the fact that amidst this torrential downpour, a man wielded a sword to vanquish a mythological creature. They do not comprehend that their carefree merriment is made possible by the sacrifice of another. Is it truly worth it? Lin Xia fixed his gaze upon Zhao Kongqing's pallid visage, seemingly awaiting an answer that would never come. He continued, "Do you think I fear death? You are mistaken. I harbor no fear of death whatsoever. Do you believe that a child who has witnessed angels, lost his sight, and was confined to a mental institution would still hold death in reverence? I have attempted countless times in darkness to conclude my own life. Yet light has persistently pulled me back. The light that saves me is not from those who bustle through the city in pursuit of desire, lamenting the injustices of life. It is my family." Lin Xia raised his gaze to the pitch-black sky, slowly speaking. "The multitude has never crossed my path. So why should I sacrifice my life to protect this multitude? Thus, I refuse to be the watchman." He turned his attention to the low house amidst the heavy rain, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. "Yet, I'm a person who cannot bear to owe a debt of gratitude to others. You have saved my entire world. What can I possibly do for you in return?" Lin Xia paused and continued, "I am aware that the watchmen enjoy substantial benefits. Even if you perish, your wife and children will receive the utmost care, and your affairs will be arranged with dignity. You are not short of wealth, and I possess none. So, how can I repay this monumental favor?" Lin Xia sat there in a daze, and after a long moment, he turned his gaze once more to the distant low house. In the rain, his fists gradually clenched, only to release helplessly. It was as if he had made up his mind. He propped himself up with the blade, struggling to stand, murmuring, "In my life, I owed debts to 3 individuals. My aunt who has toiled tirelessly for a decade, my cousin, whom I have burdened for 10 years, and you, who saved the lives of our family of 3. You have rescued my entire world. In exchange, I shall guard your world for 10 years. After a decade, regardless of circumstances, I will have no further ties to the watchmen or the multitude. I shall return to this home and resume my previous life. Is this transaction fair?" Lin Xia lowered his gaze to Zhao Kongqing, who lay silently in a pool of blood, as if in slumber. "Since you do not oppose this, it is settled." Lin Xia plunged the straight blade into the ground, kneeling in a single direction. There, in the rain, stood an ordinary low house. "Aunt, I am leaving. Please forgive my abrupt departure, for I fear that returning will make me reluctant to leave again. I have heard that the watchman-esque treatment is commendable. During the 10 years I serve, the compensation will suffice for you and your son to live well. After a decade, I shall ensure you enjoy the finest life. Your nurturing grace I shall repay in 10 years." Kneeling in the rain, droplets cascaded from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground for a long while before slowly rising. He stood up, casting one last glance at the low house, withdrew the blade from the earth, and turned to depart. "Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential area. Where is old Zhao?" In the downpour, a woman draped in a dark red cloak, drenched to the bone, stood in the street, her back burdened with a black long box, gasping for breath. In the clearing 2 buildings ahead of you, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. He paused, his tone somewhat restrained. "Hong Ying, you must be prepared." "Prepared for what?" "Moments ago, we lost contact with him, and old Zhao's emblematic locator has remained stationary for several minutes." Hong Ying's pupils suddenly constricted, her body trembling slightly, before she shot forth like an arrow, racing ahead. "Do not speak nonsense. Perhaps he is simply fatigued." Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with a quiver of impending tears. "Hong Ying, do not utter a word," she bellowed in anger. "Hong Ying, old Zhao's emblematic locator has moved." At this proclamation, a glimmer of hope sparked in Hong Ying's eyes. "I knew it. I knew he would not perish so easily. Where is he?" "He is moving slowly. He is drawing ever closer to you." Hong Ying froze momentarily, instinctively halting her steps, her gaze fixating on the corner not far ahead. The low rumble of thunder echoed in the distant clouds, while rain cascaded like a torrential curtain, obscuring her vision. In the murky haze, a figure emerged from the downpour. It was a young man, bearing a sword upon his back, cradling a lifeless body in his arms. He halted, summoning every ounce of strength within him, and roared aloud, as if proclaiming to the world, "I, the junior Lin Xia, bring General Zhao Kongqing home in triumph." Chapter 30. The rain has stopped inside the house. Aunt raised her gaze to the wall clock, lost in thought. Before her, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes, now cold and lifeless. Unchanged since Lin Qia's departure. Time slipped by unnoticed until Yang Jin extended his hand, using chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Aunt's bowl. "Mom, let us eat." Sighing, Aunt shook her head and lamented, "Your brother ran out halfway through his meal. Why hasn't he returned yet? I hope nothing has happened to him." "Do not worry, he is fine." Perhaps his classmates, seeing that his eyes have healed, insisted on taking him out for a meal. Yang Jin gently reassured her. Upon hearing Yang Jin's words, Aunt's expression softened somewhat, though soon her anxiety resurfaced. "But he went out without an umbrella." "Mom." Yang Jin stood up, pointing towards the window, speaking calmly. "The rain has ceased." Indeed, the rain had indeed stopped. The hazy moonlight broke through the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the desolate night, enveloped in silence. In a nearby clearing, a battered sign had been removed, and the remnants of blood and flesh had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving behind only ghastly knife marks on the ground, silently bearing witness to the events of the previous night. Perhaps by morning, someone would stumble upon these mysterious scars, sparking countless conjectures, yet they would remain oblivious to the truth of what transpired. A few drops of rain dripped from the eaves, splashing into the muddy puddle, sending ripples across its surface. Splash! A footstep landed in the puddle, sending a spray of water into the air. In the darkness, upon the scarred ground, a small black mutt ambled leisurely. A tiny cloth pouch hung from its neck. It navigated the fissures and arrived at a clean patch of ground, coming to a halt. Just moments ago, a man's lifeless body lay here. The dog lowered its head, a faint glimmer emerging in its dark eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. "Return to the soul." Sangnan City, Peace Bridge. Peace Bridge is a prominent structure on the outskirts of Sangnan City, spanning over the Jiangnan Grand Canal that traverses the city. Countless pedestrians and vehicles cross this bridge daily, marking it as one of Sangnan's landmarks. At the bridgehead, small shops adorn either side. Among them, one seemingly unremarkable establishment displaying an old, crimson sign, Peace Affairs Office. Like the other shops near Peace Bridge, it is modest in size, a little over 200 square meters, slightly larger than the average Lantau noodle shop near school. Its inconspicuousness is not merely due to its commonplace name, but rather its overshadowing neighbors. To the left stands a wedding planning company, festooned in vibrant red and purple, named Peace Weddings. To the right lies a funeral service, draped in white satin and adorned with wreaths, called Peace Funeral Services. On the left, a wedding celebration unfolds, filled with laughter and joy. On the right, a funeral, shrouded in sorrow and mourning. Amidst these two extremes, the Peace Agency stands like a transparent establishment, utterly incapable of drawing anyone's attention. If one were to identify any distinguishing feature, it might solely be its name. Unlike other agencies that specialize in various fields, be it litigation, investigation, or accounting, this establishment bears no prefix, only the two characters for peace, rendering its purpose entirely inscrutable. At this moment, within the subterranean confines of the Peace Agency, a spacious and well-lit hall houses a young man who sits quietly on a sofa, his gaze fixed upon the floor tiles in silence. 6 others occupy the hall as well. "So, you're the one old Zhao is looking for, the Seraphim agent?" Wu Xiangnan inquires, seated on another sofa across from Lin Xia. "Indeed," Lin Xia replies succinctly. After a brief silence, Wu Xiangnan speaks again. "I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the night watch team 136 stationed in Sangnan City. The one dressed in black, leaning against the column, is our captain, Chun Mai." Following Wu Xiangnan's gaze, Lin Xie observes a man standing quietly by a nearby pillar, his hands tucked into his pockets, silently watching him. Noticing Lin Qia's attention, Chen Mai offers a slight nod of acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turns to the remaining 4 individuals, urging, "Stop standing there foolishly. Introduce yourselves." At this moment, a woman seated alone on a single sofa, hugging her knees and with damp hair, lifts her head slightly to reveal her reddened eyes. Night Watch Team 136, frontline combatant. Hong Ying, she states. Lin Xia recognizes her, knowing that her presence here is due to Hong Ying's intervention. After Hong Ying's introduction, a man standing beside her, towel in hand and smiling, adds, Night Watch Team 136, frontline combatant, Wen Qima. Next, a girl, also in tears and huddled together with others, raises her head slightly and softly declares, Night Watch Team 136, combat support part-time medic, Si Xiaonan. Night Watch Team 136, long-range fire support, Lung Xian. States a man sitting nearby, clutching a sniper rifle, his tone cold. Once everyone has introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan resumes. You're Lin Xia, correct? Regarding Zhao Kongqing's demise in battle, do you have anything further to add? I have made myself quite clear, Lin Xia replies calmly. Zhao Kongqing opened the unfettered domain and fought the Ghost Face King to the death, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. Were you present during their battle? Wu Xiangnan probes. I was. How did you gain entry into the unfettered domain? I simply glared at it, and it opened, Lin Xia responds. Wu Xiangnan opens his mouth, his brow furrowing slightly. Can you describe in detail the scene of their battle? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing defeat the Ghost Face King? He swung his blade, cleaving a massive black crescent that severed the Ghost Face King's head. Lin Xia recounts. A black crescent. Wu Xiangnan muses, deep in thought. At that moment, the previously silent Chen Mai suddenly spoke. It is Mingxing Shanyue. Old Zhao utilized the ghostly goddess call to activate his own forbidden ruins. When Qima expressed his astonishment, Sequence 083's Mingxing Shanyue, that is indeed a high-risk forbidden ruins. I never expected. Uncle Zhao was right. I used to think he was merely narcissistic. Si Xiaonan bit her lip and softly interjected, No, he is indeed narcissistic. A faint smile graced Chen Mai's lips, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of nostalgia. I reckon that guy, upon witnessing his own forbidden ruins, must have found it hard to believe. Had we been there at the time, he would undoubtedly have insisted that his forbidden ruins were the most striking among all. Hong Ying seemed to envision an amusing scene, her lips curling into a slight smile, but soon the light in her eyes dimmed. Wu Xiangnan gazed into Lin Qia's eyes, speaking again. There's one more question. From the corpse of the ghostly-faced king, it is evident that the fatal injuries consist of a series of knife wounds, along with inexplicable burn marks. Yet, Mingxing Shanyue does not seem to possess such characteristics. What is the explanation for this? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, meeting Wu Xiangnan's gaze, and replied emphatically, I have made it abundantly clear. Zhao Kongqing faced the ghostly-faced king alone, fighting to the bitter end. Ultimately, he single-handedly defeated the ghostly-faced king. Chapter 31. Mo. Upon hearing Lin Qia's response, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows increasingly. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hong Ying abruptly sat up, her crimson eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan as she shouted with fury, Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing is dead. Our comrade has perished, yet you still cling to this matter without a hint of sorrow in your heart. Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then spoke calmly. Old Zhao's death pains me deeply, but the truth holds equal significance. Hong Ying glared at him fiercely, her chest heaving with agitation. With a derisive laugh, she slammed the black box in her hand onto the ground and turned to leave towards the basement exit. Beside her, Wen Qima wished to interject but felt a tug at his sleeve, turning in confusion. Si Xiaonan stood beside him, shaking her head. Thus, the scene unfolded with Xiangnan enough. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to question Lin Xia, their captain, Chen Mai, who had been lingering at the periphery, suddenly interjected, cutting him off. Lin Xia had articulated his points clearly. There was no need to delve into further details. This matter ends here. Chen Mai placed his hands in his pockets and approached Wu Xiangnan, patting him on the shoulder. Wu Xiangnan turned in surprise, meeting Chun Mai's unwavering gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. Chun Mai then seated himself slowly on the sofa opposite Lin Xia. Now that the matter of Zhao Kongsheng is concluded, it is time we discuss you, Lin Xia. Discuss what? As far as I know, Zhao Kongsheng once invited you to join the Night Watchers, yet you declined. He even mentioned to us that he lost track of you. Had you not emerged with Zhao Kongsheng's body, we might never have found you again. Given this, why do you wish to join the Night Watchers now? Chun Mai's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Lin Xia's eyes. To repay a favor, Lin Xia replied with composure. Chun Mai was taken aback. A favor? I had an agreement with him. I will join the Night Watchers. Lin Xia paused. However, I have one condition. What condition? I will only remain with the Night Watchers for 10 years. After that, I shall depart. At this declaration, all present were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. The Night Watchers are not mere community volunteers. Once one joins, departing is not an option. Therefore, your mention of 10 years. I cannot acquiesce to that. No one in the entire organization can grant you such a promise. As Lin Xia prepared to respond, Chun Mai continued, however, if after 10 years you possess the ability to leave the Night Watchers and the higher-ups are powerless to stop you, that is a different matter altogether. In any case, if you wish to exit through the proper channels, it is out of the question. Understood. Surprisingly, Lin Xia nodded decisively. If I cannot leave after 10 years, that will be my issue. Upon hearing Lin Xia's audacious response, both Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima gaped in astonishment, while even the typically stoic Lung Xian's eyelids twitched, casting a curious glance at Lin Xia. In that case, I shall promptly submit your application for membership to the higher-ups. However, until you complete the intensive training, you shall not be considered an official member. Intensive training? Lin Xia inquired. The Night Watchmen operate under a semi-military structure. All newcomers must participate in a year-long training regimen prior to officially joining the organization, where they will learn combat, firearms, operational strategies, and the use of forbidden ruins, among other skills. When does it commence? Lin Xia pressed further. Every September, which is merely a month away. Until you finish the training, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our team. At this point, Chun Mai recalled something and solemnly cautioned, as a temporary member, we do not provide accommodations or meals. Lin Xia's face fell. No accommodations? Wasn't it said that the Night Watchmen offered excellent benefits? How could they be so stingy? Where am I supposed to stay for the next month? Panic set in. Returning to his aunt's home? No, that would nearly guarantee he would never emerge again. He might even flee with his entire family. Yet, he felt compelled to inform his aunt for peace of mind, planning to write a letter stating he was enlisting, which would reassure her somewhat. But the pressing issue was that the Night Watchman would not allow him to stay. Did this mean he would have to sleep on the streets? Not to worry, you can stay in my place. At that moment, the ever-watchful Hong Ying peeked from behind the door, her voice barely above a whisper. My house is quite spacious. I can easily offer you a room. Hong Ying, didn't you leave in a huff? When Qima exclaimed, eyes wide. I just remembered I forgot something, so I came back. Is that not permissible? Hong Ying shot her a glare before stepping into the room, retrieving a black box from the floor and casting another pointed look at Wu Xiangnan. Under Wu Xiangnan's incredulous gaze, Hong Ying approached Lin Xia and spoke warmly. Don't worry, little brother Xia. Now that you are part of our team, I will definitely look out for you. Temporary. He is merely a temporary member, Chun Mai corrected earnestly. Besides, you two may not even be of different ages. You cannot so casually refer to him as your brother. Captain, you are far too rigid. Hong Ying stuck out her tongue at Chun Mai, snatching a piece of paper from the table, jotting down an address, and slipping it into Lin Xia's hand. Little brother Xia, I must head off to practice shooting. If you cannot find me after the paperwork is completed, just head back on your own. Hong Ying leaned in closely, her face mere inches from Lin Xia's, allowing him to catch a delicate whiff of her fragrance and observe her eyelashes fluttering gently. Her clear, smiling eyes gazed at him like a serene pool of autumn water amidst a grove of golden maple leaves, both enchanting and warm. It must be said, Hong Ying was exceptionally beautiful, with her fair skin, petite nose, luscious red lips, and exquisite features. Lin Xia quickly averted his gaze, a sudden blush creeping onto his cheeks. Having grown up, it was his first encounter at such a close distance with a girl, particularly one as natural and clear as Hong Ying. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Ahaha. Suddenly, Hong Ying sprang to her feet, laughter bursting forth, startling Wu Xiangnan, who stood behind her. What's with your antics? Wu Xiangnan retorted with irritation. Mind your own business. Hong Ying pouted. It's not my fault our newcomer brother has such a pleasant way of calling. Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly, instinctively tilting his head aside. At that moment, Wen Qima approached with a smile. Hong Ying, don't tease the newcomer any longer. Xia, let us go. I'll show you around and share some insights about the Night Watchers. Lin Xia felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Following Wen Qima as they descended the stairs to the ground floor. Xia. In the corridor, Wen Qima suddenly spoke. What is it, Senior Wen Qima? Ahem. Please don't call me Senior. It feels too distant, and I'm only a couple of years older than you. Wen Qima scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Just call me by my name, or like the others, you can call me Qima. All right. Actually, I have a small request. Wen Qima halted, gazing earnestly into Lin Xia's eyes. What is it? Tonight, may I stay at Hong Ying's house with you? I wanted it for quite some time. Lin Xia. Chapter 32. The night watchman Lin Xia gazed at Wen Qima, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Wen Qima chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting with you. I noticed the oppressive state you were in, and I wanted you to relax a bit. His eyes softened as they met Lin Xia's. After all, anyone who witnessed such a brutal battle would find it difficult to emerge unscathed, especially someone as young as a high school student. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. He pressed his lips together, falling into silence. Wen Qima's observation was astute. Even Lin Xia himself had not been fully aware of how dire his mental state had become. Witnessing Zhao Kongqing's death and then battling desperately against the Phantom King. He had left behind the small, familiar haven he had known for over a decade to join the perilous life of the Night Watchman. Although he possessed a certain maturity, at his core he was still just a boy. The weight of such monumental changes had left him breathless under the immense pressure. I noticed your condition was quite poor while you were sitting there. It's not just me. Even Hong Ying has picked up on it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited you to stay at her home. Nor would she have managed to suppress her own sorrow to banter with the captain and vice-captain with a smile. You are new here and unfamiliar with her. But once you get to know her better, you will realize she is exceptionally kind. Lin Xia paused, recalling the image of Hong Ying, tear-streaked, as he had emerged from the rain, cradling Zhao Kongqing. The memory of her gentle smile now seemed to conceal profound sorrow. But why? If she was so heartbroken, would she still care for my feelings? Indeed, it's not just me and Hong Ying. Aside from Xiangnan, who is somewhat stubborn, and the stoic Lung Xian, the others have noticed as well. However, the captain's pride prevents him from being overt, so he discreetly relies on Hong Ying to lighten the mood, while Xiaonan, being too bashful, hesitates to speak up. When Qima turned away, continuing to ascend the staircase, his voice flowing gently, perhaps before you arrived, you envisioned the Night Watchman as a cold, mechanical cadre of killing machines. Yet, as you spend more time here, you will discover that this is far from the truth. Lin Xia followed Wen Qima to the ground floor, traversing the hall of the disguised office before pushing open the door. It was now deep into the night. The once bustling He-Ping Bridge lay silent and deserted, the rain-soaked ground still glistening with remnants of the recent downpour. Only the He-Ping office remained in operation amidst the stillness of the street. Before coming here, I imagined the Night Watchman to be a vast organization, situated within a military exclusion zone, complete with aircraft and tanks, frequently conducting military drills. Lin Xia mused, surveying the tranquil street scene. When Qima paused, turning to look at Lin Xia, unable to suppress a laugh. How amusing. I thought the same before I joined the Night Watchman. After all, those sci-fi movies portray it that way. He lifted his gaze to the hazy moonlight, adding, however, while there may not be a military exclusion zone, nor aircraft and tanks, the Night Watchmen indeed constitute a significant organization. Why are there only 6 of us here? Lin Xia inquired. The Night Watchmen differ fundamentally from military forces. When Qima shook his head, the centralized management of military exclusion zones, although convenient and efficient, possesses a fatal flaw: its lack of mobility. For instance, If a mythical creature were to emerge in Sangnan City today, the local police would need to confirm its presence and relay the information to the base located in Shanji City. Following a review at the base, personnel would then be dispatched to Sangnan City for investigation, which would take a minimum of 2 days to commence. In that span of 2 days, countless lives may be lost. Therefore, the optimal solution would be to station a night watch team in each city. Should any trace of a suspected mythical creature be discovered, the station team would immediately proceed to investigate and resolve the matter. We are, indeed, the night watch team stationed in Sangnan City. Lin Xia contemplated this, realizing why the roles among your group were so distinctly defined, each with their own strengths. Indeed, from main combat capabilities to battle assistance, long-range support, and overall leadership, each individual possesses unique talents that complement one another. This is the standard model for every station team. But what if a mythical creature appears that the local night watch cannot handle? In such cases, we would request support from higher authorities. When Qima extended 4 fingers, explaining that in the Great Xia, alongside the night watch teams stationed in each city, there exist 4 special squadrons. These squads do not remain in any city, but rather, when a city encounters a predicament that local night watch cannot resolve, they are dispatched there. They bear no team numbers, only individual code names, which signify the unique honor of the special teams. Special squadrons, you say? Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. Have you ever seen one? I have not witnessed them firsthand. When Shimor replied. However, 2 years ago, 3 mythical creatures of this realm appeared simultaneously in the neighboring Huaihai city, nearly leading to a catastrophe. Subsequently, a 6-member special squad known as Mask emerged, and within a single night, they eradicated all threats. A glimmer of longing appeared in Wen Shima's eyes as he recounted the tale. It is said that by the time the sun rose the following day, the blood of the mythical creatures had stained the bay red, while the masked squad had silently moved on to the next city. Sounds rather impressive, Lin Xia remarked. Do they have any specific requirements for recruitment? Indeed, they are quite stringent. When Shima sighed. Firstly, members of the special squad must at least reach the peak of the Chuan realm. The highest realm among our 6 is the captain, who is also at the Chuan level, yet he remains a considerable distance from a peak. When Shima continued, moreover, to join a special squad, one must possess uniqueness. What kind of uniqueness? It could be an extraordinarily dangerous forbidden sequence, one that ranks within the top 80, or achieving mastery in a specific field, such as being a grandmaster of the sword or knife, or being an agent of a deity. An agent of a deity? Is that truly considered uniqueness? Lin Xia questioned, bemused. What sort of wild claims are you making? When Shima cast a glance at Lin Xia, his eyes brimming with envy. Just because you're an agent of the Seraphim, do you believe that divine agents are as common as cabbages in the streets? Surely not. Lin Xia inquired, bewildered. Of course not. When Shimo retorted, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. Agents of the divine who stand alongside humanity are an exceedingly rare species. Among the entire Night Watch, there are only about 8 or 9, primarily distributed among various specialized teams or serving as captains of the Night Watch in major cities. They are individuals of immense significance. Damn it, I truly envy you, when Shima exclaimed, uncharacteristically cursing, and sighed helplessly. You possess immense potential. Once you mature, this small town of Sangnan will be insufficient to contain you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of a night watch in the capital or join a specialized team traversing the world. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to lead such a team. In any case, your future is boundless. Chapter 33. The Monument O. Lin Qia's expression remained serene. When Shima looked at him in astonishment, oh, is that all? Shouldn't you feel a surge of excitement and fervor? Perhaps a little, but merely a fraction, Lin Xia replied indifferently. I have little interest in promotions. When Shima regarded him peculiarly, recalling that he was, after all, a heretic destined to betray the Night Watchers in a decade. Lin Xia remained non-committal and continued, according to your words. These 4 special teams represent the pinnacle of Daxia's combat power? Certainly not. They may be the apex of team strength among the Night Watchers, but they're by no means the zenith of Daxia's might. Are you implying that there exist organizations akin to the Night Watchers within Daxia? No, there is but one night watcher in Daxia. However, above the night watchers, there are 5 individuals who embody the pinnacle of humanity. The pinnacle of humanity? As the term suggests, it refers to the utmost combat power achievable by humans, due to their strength approaching that of ancient deities from myth. They are often referred to as demigods, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in mortal form. While I recognize your invocation of classic cinematic dialogue, it is indeed the case. When Shima gazed up at the night sky, his eyes filled with reverence. These 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity and the sole hope visible amidst the vast fog. Who are they? I do not know. They are too distant from us, and few have witnessed their forms or learned their names. However, intriguing rumors do circulate. What rumors? These 5 paragons of humanity are known as one sword, one rider, one idol, one void, and one sage. Sword, rider, idol, void, sage, is that all? It hardly seems to convey any useful information. It is said that the supreme commander of our night watchers is known as one idol among these 5 paragons. Yet it has been an eternity since anyone has seen him in action. I have a question. Ask away. To date, have humans ever slain a god? Lin Xia gestured toward the heavens, not referring to bizarre mythological creatures, but to the ancient deities of true legend. When Shima paused in silence before shaking his head, I do not know, but I believe it has not occurred amidst the vast fog. Humanity resembles blindfolded lambs, unaware of the events unfolding in this world, oblivious to when the apocalypse may arrive. In this era, where the existence of deities is affirmed, should humanity truly succeed in slaying a god, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other deities. Consequently, they might unite to eradicate humanity, placing them in an even graver predicament. Lin Xia nodded. I understand. Do you have any further questions? Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Do temporary team members receive any benefits? They do. Then I have no further queries. So, after all your inquiries, was that the only one of utmost concern to you? Of course. Lin Xia nodded naturally, pondering the notion of special teams and the pinnacle of humanity, concepts that felt utterly distant to him, as he preferred to remain grounded. All right. When Shima turned his head and inquired, Are you tired? Not at all. Then allow me to take you somewhere. At this late hour, is it appropriate? It is indeed. The corner of Wen Shima's mouth twitched. Very well. Lin Xia cautioned him. Do not forget, I'm still a minor. Wen Shima. A few minutes later, the car gradually came to a halt in a desolate wilderness, devoid of any signs of life. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, casting a wary glance around before fixing his gaze on Wen Shima. What brings us here? Wen Shima silently rolled his eyes and pointed to a nearby cemetery. Over there. Lin Xia followed the direction of his finger, falling into silence. He could vaguely surmise Wen Shima's intention for bringing him to this place. The two of them walked along a narrow path until they reached the perimeter of the cemetery. This graveyard was not vast. In comparison to the public cemetery on the outskirts of the city, it was significantly smaller. However, the craftsmanship of the tombstones and the spacing between them far surpassed that of an ordinary burial ground. The gravestones here appeared more exquisite and orderly. This is the resting place of the night watchman of Songnan City, Wen Shima spoke calmly. Since the Daxia Special Biological Response Team officially transformed into the night watchman in 1936, adopting a management style of one team per city, this has been designated as the final resting place for the fallen night watchmen of Songnan City. Of course, this was merely the default resting place. Each individual could specify upon formally joining the night watchman whether they wished to be interred here, cremated, or returned to their hometown. Among other options, Zhao Kongsheng had once chosen to be buried in the night watchman cemetery, claiming that he bore too much blood on his hands and feared that returning to his ancestral grave would frighten his forebears. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Wen Shima's lips, as if he were recalling the scene of Zhao Kongsheng nonchalantly uttering those words. Lin Xia silently surveyed the standing gravestones, his brow slightly furrowed. So many. In this cemetery, there were at least 60 to 70 distinct gravestones, the majority of which were new. From 1936 to now, it has been 85 years, Wen Shima remarked with a sense of melancholy. Initially, Our sacrifices were indeed few. After all, each city does not encounter many mythological beings each year, and even if they do appear, their prowess is usually not high. However, as time has passed, the frequency of mythological creatures descending has increased alarmingly, as has their terrifying strength, leading to a rise in our casualties. Nearly half of the gravestones you see here belong to those who perished in the last 20 years. Before Captain Chun took command in Songnan City, it was said that 2 team members would die each year, until the captain's arrival drastically reduced the mortality rate. The figure of the taciturn man in black flashed in Lin Xia's mind, evoking a deep sense of admiration within him. Yet, Zhao Kongxing has only just sacrificed himself tonight, and his tombstone is already prepared. Lin Xia suddenly pondered aloud, a hint of confusion in his voice. Not all. So we have come here to... When Shima raised his hand, gesturing toward the distance. Look over there. Following his, Lin Xia gazed into the dimly lit graveyard, where a faint glimmer began to illuminate the darkness. Beneath the weak light, Hong Ying sat by an empty patch of ground. Her eyes reddened as she clasped a blank stone tablet in her arms. In her right hand, she wielded a carving tool, painstakingly etching away at the stone. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the tablet before she hurriedly wiped them away. In that moment, she appeared to have lost all semblance of her previous vitality. Did she not say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Xia stared blankly at the scene before him. She lied when Shima replied, shaking his head. It is an unwritten rule that the tombstone of a night watcher is carved by the deceased comrades. This stone should have been my responsibility. Though unspoken, it was clear to me that she was the one who yearned most to carve Zhao Kongxing's tombstone. Their bond was profound, truly profound. Thus, even though her lie was so blatant, I chose to turn a blind eye and permitted her to secretly engrave the stone. Lin Xia and Wen Qimo remained silently watching Hong Ying as she focused intently on her work, words eluding them for an extended period. Under the hazy moonlight, within the stillness of the graveyard, only the sound of her carving tool produced a faint, sorrowful lament. Shouldn't we go greet her? After a long pause, Lin Xia inquired of Wen Qimo. Approaching her now would only make her uncomfortable. Her skin is too thin, Wen Qimo replied. Yet, standing here like this makes us seem like voyeurs of her secrets. Lin Xia felt a twinge of unease in his heart. When Qimo turned to him, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you think we're the only peeping toms here? Chapter 34. What do you want to do? In the graveyard, nestled within the woods on the other side, Xiangnan lay prostrate on the ground, his body trembling as he suddenly turned his head. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Captain, it's the dead of night. Please refrain from moving stealthily in the graveyard. You nearly frightened me to death. Wu Xiangnan placed a hand on his wildly beating heart and took a deep breath. Chun Mai quietly settled beside Wu Xiangnan, observing Hong Ying, who was engraving a tombstone not far away. He spoke softly. I believed your thick-headedness was solely occupied with tactics. I never anticipated you would come here. Wu Xiangnan shot him a glare. Who would believe she would practice shooting at such an hour? Am I that dull? Indeed. Wu Xiangnan asked, what about Qimo? He should have arrived by now. He is lying low across the ravine with Lin Xia. And Lung Xian and Xiaonan? Lung Xian has long since vanished, and Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh, a silence enveloped the two men. After a long pause, Chen Mai spoke again. I am genuinely pleased that you could come. Is it really that significant? Indeed, Chen Mai nodded earnestly. This signifies that you are no longer the Wu Xiangnan who merely crawled out from the pile of corpses. No matter how much you deny it, you are changing. Why would I deny it? Wu Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the Blue Rain team was annihilated. As a mere survivor, I must move forward. Encountering all of you is merely a stroke of luck for me. Chen Mai sighed deeply. In their eyes, you are a rigid man, fixated solely on rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan, they remarked that you would never find a wife. If they only knew you were once a celebrated member of the Blue Rain Special Forces, they would surely be taken aback. I am merely a survivor. I am unworthy of that name. Wu Xiangnan stated with calm resolve. At present, I aspire to be an ordinary member of the 136th team. Chen Mai patted Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder, remaining silent. What do you think? Wu Xiangnan suddenly inquired. About what? The newcomer, Lin Xia. A fine young man. I'm not referring to his potential. I speak of his character. I am speaking of character. Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. He was the one who killed the Ghost-Face King. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing merely inflicted severe wounds that did not lead to death. Is that significant? Is it not? Chen Mai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and slowly replied, that boy chose to attribute the credit to Zhao Kongqing. It is his decision. Why cling to it? After spending so much time with old Zhao, do you not know what his dreams are? To eliminate a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm is a great accomplishment. It would greatly benefit that boy's future. Do you think he cares about such matters? Wu Xiangnan was left speechless. Chen Mai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to the distant ravine and spoke calmly. I've always said this child is remarkable. At that moment, several dozen miles away from the cemetery, Lung Xian, quietly crouched atop a hill, lowered his binoculars with a slight smirk. One after another, lacking any finesse in hiding, and once again, I have captured them. With a few soft clicks, the binoculars released several high-definition photographs, showcasing Hong Ying alone carving a tombstone, Lin Xia and Wen Qili conversing, and two burly men engaging in playful antics in the woods. He cherished these images as treasures, carefully placing them into a locked box filled with similar photographs, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming moments unique to Team 136. 2 hours later, Lin Xia stood before a luxurious villa, utterly astonished. He lowered his gaze to reconfirm the address on the note, then glanced at the villa, gasping in disbelief. So she is wealthy? If Lin Xia was not mistaken, the residence before him belonged to Hong Ying. Faintly, he recalled her words. My home is quite spacious. Quite spacious indeed. After hesitating at the villa's doorstep for a considerable time, Lin Xia finally steeled himself and knocked on the door. Previously, he and Wen Qima had silently observed Hong Ying carving the tombstone until she finished, and to avoid arousing her suspicion, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late, creating a time gap. After knocking twice, Lin Xia withdrew his hand. A soft patter of slippers could be heard approaching from behind the door, which soon swung open. There stood Hong Ying in a plush pajama, her eyes slightly reddened, but a smile blossomed upon seeing Lin Xia. Xia, come in. Why did you return so late? Qima and I have been chatting until now, she said. Lin Xia, with a sense of guilt, replied, I lost track of time. Stepping inside, he noticed Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. I didn't clean the house today, so it might be a bit messy. I hope you don't mind, she said, playfully twirling a strand of hair around her finger, looking slightly embarrassed. It's already quite tidy, Lin Xia said, glancing around helplessly. Besides, as long as I have a place to stay, I am truly grateful. It must be noted that Hong Ying's home, with its elegant decor and arrangements, exuded a sense of grandeur that made Lin Xia, who had never stayed in a villa before, feel somewhat out of place. Furthermore, he had never stayed overnight at a girl's house. Is Xia here? A soft voice called from upstairs. It was Si Xiaonan, sleepily leaning over the railing, inquiring quietly. Yes. Hong Ying nodded. Lin Xia was taken aback and turned to look at Hong Ying. Hong Ying smiled at him, for I usually do not stay in the dormitory. I'm uneasy about Xiao Nin being alone there, so I'll let her stay with me here. So that is the case. At that moment, Lin Xia seemed to recall something, asking, what about uncle and aunt? Will my presence disturb them? Not at all. Hong Ying shook her head. 5 years ago, they disappeared in the mist. Before Xiaonan arrived, I lived here all alone. Are they part of the exploration team? Indeed. Lin Xia opened his mouth, realizing he had asked an inappropriate question, yet he was at a loss for words to offer comfort. At that moment, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. You will be staying in that room. I've already tidied it up. The blue towel and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so do not mix them up. Hong Ying, wearing slippers, ascended the stairs step by step. Then, as if struck by a thought, she suddenly turned to Lin Xia, adding, by the way, if you wish to enter mine Xiao Nan's room, you must knock first. Should I discover any ill intentions on your part? With a playful flourish, Hong Ying rolled up the sleeves of her nightgown, revealing her fair arms, and waved threateningly. Do not forget, I'm the frontline combat force of our team. Aside from the captain, no one can match me. My sister's spear is not blind. With that, she elegantly turned away, her long black hair cascading naturally as she strode confidently into her room. Lin Xia. On the side, Si Xiaonan yawned, waved at Lin Xia, and said goodnight. Bang! The two doors closed, and the corridor fell silent once more. Suddenly, Lin Xia remembered something and hurried to Hong Ying's door, knocking a few times. Creak! The door slowly opened, revealing a stern-looking Hong Ying, holding her spear. Standing behind the door, she tilted her chin and asked, "What do you want?" Chapter 35. We are regular troops beneath the warm glow of a lamp. The tips of the long gun glimmered with a cold radiance. What on earth? She actually concealed a long gun in her room? Lin Xia swallowed hard and hastily spoke, "No, Hong Ying Jia. I merely wish to inquire. Do you have any paper and a pen?" Hong Ying was taken aback. At this late hour, what do you need paper and a pen for? To write a letter. I think I have some. Please wait a moment. Hong Ying placed the long gun aside and returned to her room, rummaging through her belongings. Standing at the doorway, Lin Xia could clearly observe the state of Hong Ying's room. Surprisingly, it was exceedingly simple, even described as austere. In this space, there was only a hardboard bed, a desk lamp, a writing desk, and a plush toy resting beside the bed. There were no extraneous decorations, no extravagant mattress, no sofa, no air conditioning. Lin Xia found it hard to fathom how, in such a luxurious villa, Hong Ying's room could be so Spartan. Rather than a master bedroom, it would be more fittingly described as a hermit's humble abode. Only that adorable plush toy seemed to be the sole item in the room that resonated with Hong Ying's sage. Paper. Found it. Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she emerged at the doorway, holding a pen and a few sheets of paper, which she offered to Lin Xia. Hong Ying Jia, do you usually sleep here? Hong Ying glanced back and nodded. As a night watchman, one must not indulge too deeply in material comforts. One must constantly hone their will. If this villa were not my parents' legacy, requiring regular upkeep, I might have sold it long ago and returned to the dormitory. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment. I understand. Thank you. Good night. Good night. And make sure to sleep early, Hong Ying said with a smile, waving her hand gently as she closed the door. Lin Xia descended the stairs, seated himself on a chair in the living room, and turned on the lamp above him. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The desolate chirping of cicadas echoed faintly outside as the summer night's heat dissipated after the rain, casting the silhouettes of leaves upon the table in the moonlight. Lin Xia grasped the pen, sitting motionless before the desk. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he finally began to write, inscribing the first line on the paper. Dear Aunt, Young Jin. Mom. Yang Jin gently shook her aunt, who had fallen asleep at the dining table, calling softly. Her aunt opened her bleary eyes, slowly lifting her head while rubbing her sore neck, asking, "What is it? Did your brother return?" Yang Jin shook her head. No, but there is a letter under the door. A letter? Yes. It seems to be from my brother. Xiao Qi. Hurry, open it and let us see, her aunt urged, watching Yang Jin tear open the letter and continuing, "This child, not coming home all night. Doesn't he even bother to inform us? He asks right at the doorstep, yet doesn't he come in? What does he mean by leaving a letter?" Yang Jin opened the letter, and her aunt took it over, both leaning in together to read it carefully. After a prolonged silence, Auntie trembled as she set down the letter, sitting there in a daze. "Mother, my brother said he has enlisted in the army." Yang Jin picked up the letter and turned to look at Annie. Enlisted? Enlisted? How could this happen? Suddenly? Annie murmured, "He never mentioned it before." "No, he did say it." Yang Jin nodded earnestly. "He mentioned it in the past. He often confided in me that his greatest dream was to join the army, but he had to put that dream on hold due to his eyesight." Yang Jin paused and pointed at a few words in the letter. "Moreover, look here, he also wrote that once his eyesight improved, he secretly enlisted, but he didn't tell you because he feared you would stop him. Last night, he quietly boarded a train to Qiqihar. But that doesn't make sense." "What doesn't make sense?" "You received this letter only this morning, and according to it, he should be on the train by now." Andy's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. Yang Jin scratched his head. "Actually, I just discovered this letter this morning. It might have been there last night. I simply didn't see it. But this is all too sudden." Annie struggled to accept the reality, and the child's eyesight has just recovered. What if it relapses while he is serving? "No, this one do. I can't rest easy." I must go find the authorities. I want my nephew back. Auntie anxiously stood up, disregarding her slippers, and hurriedly opened the door to rush outside. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. Outside her home stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if preparing to knock. If Lin Xia were present, he would immediately recognize them as Chun Mai and Wen Qima. "Who are you?" Auntie inquired with a furrowed brow. Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and a gentle smile appeared on Wen Qima's face as he rendered a somewhat unrefined military salute to Auntie. "Hello. Are you Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Xia?" "Yes, that's me. We are from the Tsangnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some paperwork and benefits regarding Lin Xia's enlistment." "Military Affairs Office?" Annie asked suspiciously. "What is that?" "It is the office specifically responsible for new recruits." "Oh, then please come in and have a seat." Annie stepped back to allow the two men inside, turning to brew them tea. "I was just about to look for you. Something feels amiss." As Chun Mai and Wen Qima settled down, the latter felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing those words. Wen Qima leaned in discreetly to Chun Mai's ear, whispering, "Captain, can we really get away with this? What are you worried about? Our paperwork comes directly from the regular army. It's all legitimate. But you only submitted Lin Qia's application yesterday. There's no way the documents could arrive this quickly. Are you sure? This is all authentic?" Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly, and he quickly replied, "Soon enough, it will all become real. However, I do not comprehend. We could undoubtedly wait for the official documents to arrive before making our visit. Why the urgency? It is not our haste, but rather that of Lin Xia." Chun Mai cast a glance at his aunt, busily engaged in the kitchen, and whispered, concerned that she might not trust the contents of the letter and seek verification from the government, unaware that the lower-level officials are oblivious to our existence. "Do you grasp my meaning?" "I understand." Wen Qima nodded, straightened his posture, and displayed a composed smile. "Ms. Wang Fong, rest assured, we are legitimate forces. Lin Xia's enlistment in the Urumqi military was duly approved, and there are no issues whatsoever." Beside him, Yang Jin helplessly supported his forehead. Meanwhile, the aunt, preparing tea, trembled, and her teacup toppled onto the table. She stiffly turned around, her eyes wide, exclaiming, He did not go to Chi-Chi-Har." Chapter 36. Fool Chun Mai cast a glare at Wen Qima. With utmost seriousness, Wen Qima explained, "Madam, it is as follows. Lin Xia initially applied for a position in Chi-Chi-Har, but later accepted reassignment to Urumqi." The aunt appeared somewhat skeptical. "What about his documentation?" Wen Qima retrieved a substantial stack of documents from his briefcase, methodically placing them on the table and pushing them towards the aunt. "All of Lin Xia's paperwork is here. Please take good care of it." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "There may be additional documents forthcoming. We shall visit again when they arrive." Narrowing her eyes, the aunt held the documents at arm's length, meticulously reading each word, anxious not to overlook any crucial information. After a considerable while, she finally set the papers down with a heavy sigh. "That child, his eyes have only just healed. I fear that during his service, something might go awry. Rest assured, we have conducted thorough examinations of Lin Xia's eyes. There will be no further issues. He is in good health." Wen Qima's voice softened gradually. "Moreover, the child is growing. It is essential for them to step out from the protective wings of home and face challenges, is it not?" The aunt opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately, she could only let out a resigned sigh. "Madam, here is the stipend for Lin Xia's military service. Please accept it." Chun Mai produced a thick envelope and slid it toward the aunt. Startled, she lifted a corner of the envelope, her body jolting in shock as she looked at the two men. This is far too much. ISNT it. The government currently offers generous benefits for military personnel, and since Lin Xia is part of a rather unique unit, the stipend is comparatively higher," Wen Qima elucidated. "Unique? Is there no danger?" The aunt's expression shifted. "There is no danger. The uniqueness pertains to the distance you will be from here," Wen Qima replied earnestly, spinning a tale, as the journey to Urumqi would indeed be lengthy. "Ah, I see." The aunt gripped the envelope, her restlessness evident. This was the first time she had encountered such a significant sum. "Comrade, could you assist me in sending this to him?" she asked, worry etched on her face. "He is venturing so far alone. What if he has no money? And having such a large sum at home, I cannot feel at ease. There is no need for such a considerable amount in the military, and we have regulations stating that this money is meant for the family. I implore you to accept it. When Shima's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing grave. As for safety, rest assured, as long as we are here, no one will harm you. When will he return? The aunt inquired. In 10 years, Chunmai interjected suddenly, his expression earnest. He will undoubtedly return after 10 years. 10 years, the aunt repeated softly, glancing back at Yang Jin, murmuring to herself. By then, Jin should be in university. Wen Shima and Chunmai continued to converse with the aunt for a while longer, and as the time drew near, they stood to bid farewell. By the way, can you make phone calls there? The aunt suddenly remembered. Of course, came the reply. Wen Shima nodded, stating that he would call her shortly. As long as it was not during training hours, he could be reached. All right, take care, his aunt said, bidding farewell to the two as she stood alone at the door for a moment before slowly returning to her room, staring vacantly at Lin Xia's quarters. Her eyes gradually grew misty. Mother, my brother is going to serve in the military. This is a good thing, Yang Jin consoled, holding little Hai Lai. I know, his aunt replied, wiping her eyes. Children grow up and must venture into the world. Training in the army is indeed beneficial. When he returns, he will be a veteran, and when the time comes for me to find him a wife, I am certain many will be eager to court him. Yang Jin responded. Mother, it's just that I can't help but worry. His aunt gazed out the window, lost in thought. It's time to go, Chunmai announced as he descended the stairs, gently patting Lin Xia, who had been peering out the window. Lin Xia, fixated on his aunt on the balcony, softly inquired, Did she believe you? That's good. Did you give her the money? Chunmai paused. That was all your allowances and a year's worth of overdraft. Having given them all to her, what will you do now? Over the years, I've saved a bit of money. If I manage it well, I can get by for a year. Chunmai, after a moment of silence, added, If you have no other commitments, you can come to the office for meals. Lin Xia, astonished, asked, Aren't temporary team members not provided meals or accommodation? Temporary team members are not provided meals, but Chunmai patted his shoulder as they walked toward the nearby van. Except for the meals I prepare myself. Lin Xia paused, a smile gracing his lips. Just then, the newly acquired phone in his pocket rang. Hello, is this Xiao Qi? It's me, your aunt. You silly child, going off to the military without even telling me. If you wanted to go, I wouldn't have stopped you. Do you not consider me your aunt anymore? Sorry, aunt. I was wrong. Sigh. Are you on train now? Yes. How long until you arrive? I've heard it will take 2 days. The little green train is rather slow. Once you reach the camp, make sure to eat well. You mustn't wear yourself out. I understand, Aunt. Also, I've received your allowances. I'll keep them safe until you return to find a bride. Aunt, our military provides very well. We earn plenty every year. You should use that money for now. You child, you have no sense of saving. Keep that money for yourself, and make sure to take care of yourself. Do you hear me? I hear you, Aunt. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. All right, goodbye, Aunt. Oh, when you arrive in Qiqihar, remember to let me know you're safe. I will, Aunt. Goodbye. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before his aunt's slightly hoarse voice spoke again. The sound of a busy signal echoed from the other end of the line as Aunt tightly clutched her phone, resembling a statue, motionless and silent. Subsequently, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded from her eyes. She slowly leaned over the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Beside her, Yang Jin let out a soft sigh, turning to gaze out the window, murmuring, Brother, you foolish one. Outside the old residential area, it was time to depart. Chunmai turned back, speaking calmly. Lin Xia tucked away his phone, casting one last glance at the distant low houses, responding with a faint acknowledgement. A strong wind began to rise, gently lifting the dark strands of Lin Xia's hair. He tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind, their clothes rustling in the breeze. Chapter 37. The Girl Who Defeated the Gods at the Psychiatric Hospital of the Deities. In the spacious and tidy courtyard, Nick sat in a rocking chair, lost in thought while cradling a vase. A young man clad in a white coat traversed the corridor, carrying several bottles of medication, and approached her. You have come to see me, Danidus, my child. Nix remarked, turning to Lin Xia, a smile blossoming on her lips. Lin Xia settled beside her, responding with a soft indicating it was time for her medication. He poured out the contents of the bottle, carefully dividing them into small piles and placing them in Nix's hands. Be a dear and take your medicine first. Without hesitation, Nix swallowed the pills and gazed at Lin Xia, her eyes filled with affection. Danidas, do you seem troubled? Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nix, in her state, could perceive his emotions so clearly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with? Regrettably, this is a matter beyond your aid, Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. The pain of leaving home and bearing sorrow alone was something no outsider could remedy. Nix appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she spoke. In that case, Danidas, I shall present you with a gift. A gift? Lin Xia was taken aback. Indeed, I wish to give you my bracelet. Keep it close, and you will. Nix extended her hand to feel her wrist, and then looked down at her bare wrist, where the bracelet was conspicuously absent. My bracelet? Where's my bracelet? Lin Xia, it seems that Nix is indeed quite unwell. Nix tilted her head, furrowing her brow as if deep in thought. Just as Lin Xia prepared to rise and leave, Nix suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. What have you recalled? My bracelet was one from me. One from you? Lin Xia was momentarily stunned. After pondering for a moment, he realized he had not encountered any tales of bracelets in mythology. Which deity had won it? Not a deity. Nix shook her head, pointing at Lin Xia. She's like you. Like me. Also your child? Lin Xia attempted to align his thoughts with Nix's reasoning. No, she's like you, wearing this very white garment. Lin Xia's pupils constricted, and his brow furrowed tightly. Are you suggesting that before me, someone else donned this attire and entered your room, winning your bracelet? Nix nodded. Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly serious. Unintentionally, he had gleaned such significant information from Nix's words. From her account, it seemed that prior to his arrival at this psychiatric hospital, someone else had indeed been here, having also opened Nix's door. He was not the sole master of this place. Yet, how could there be another within a realm that resided solely in his mind? Lin Xia suddenly recalled that the first time he dreamt of knocking on the door of a mental hospital was 5 years ago. It had arrived in his dreams in such an abrupt and mysterious manner. Could it be that 5 years prior, before he dreamt of the hospital, there existed someone else here? With his thought, Lin Xia immediately sat back down and earnestly inquired, How did she win your bracelet? Nix pondered for a moment before responding. She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child. If I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet. What did you compete in? Nix slowly uttered 2 words, creation. Creation? In the end, you lost? How is that possible? Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 divine beings who create worlds. How could you possibly lose to someone else? I do not know, but I indeed lost. Nix shook her head. Do you still remember her appearance? I remember. She seemed to be only 12 or 13, with long black hair, quite beautiful. And there was a peculiar pattern here. Nix pointed to the back of her hand. A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in creation. Lin Xia's eyes nearly bulged out. Even if your divine essence is diminished, that seems unlikely. Nix sat there, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Lin Xia composed himself and continued to ask, What else do you remember about her? Her name? I do not know. I only know that her surname seemed to be G. Nix said, somewhat uncertainly. G. Lin Xia murmured the character. In the end, before I returned to my room, she walked that way. After a moment of thought, Nix pointed towards a room on the 3rd floor. I understand now. You should rest well. Lin Xia glanced at the room, offered a brief admonition, and then turned to rush down the hallway. A moment later, Lin Xia arrived at the door of the room Nix had indicated. The nameplate bore 3 prominent characters, Director's Office. Lin Xia furrowed his brow and pushed the door open. Inside was a moderately sized office that appeared somewhat cluttered. He had entered this room before, having taken a white coat from a hanger inside. Yet he seemed to have overlooked anything of significance during his previous visit. Since Nix had mentioned that the girl had entered this room, it was highly likely that she had left behind some important clues. This time, he intended to search the place thoroughly. Rather than rummaging through everything, He chose to sit down and slowly closed his eyes. With the divine ruins bestowed upon him by the seraph, he could effortlessly sense all the objects within the room, far more efficiently than sifting through the clutter. Seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, walked to the desk, and reached into the last drawer, feeling around until he extracted a somewhat yellowed piece of stationery. Indeed, there was something. Lin Xia swiftly tore open the envelope, pulled out the letter, and his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Hiss! This character seems rather unsightly. It was crooked and uneven, resembling the handwriting of an elementary school student just beginning to learn to write. To whom it may concern, I am unaware of your identity, yet I am acutely aware that you are the true master of this place. By the time you discover this letter, several years will have elapsed. Please do not mock my handwriting. I am still quite young, and I trust that it will improve with age. I apologize for having retained your belongings within these walls for a time, but given that they have now been returned to their rightful owner, I hope you can overlook my transgression. Furthermore, I have borrowed a few items from some of your patients. Rest assured, I shall return them when I next encounter you. Lastly, I must remind you that beneath this office lies another space yet to be explored. When I mature, I shall seek you out, dear stranger, for you embody the hope of my return home. Farewell. In Remembrance, Chapter 38. The monster Lin Xia set down the letter in his hand, his expression tinged with perplexity. He had anticipated that this correspondence might harbor the secrets of the hospital, perhaps a message from a mysterious powerhouse, or even unveil the truths of this world. Yet, what he encountered instead was an insipid piece of writing reminiscent of a sixth-grade composition. Could it be that the previous director of this hospital was indeed a mere girl? It seemed preposterous. What girl could possibly have triumphed over the goddess of night in creation? From this bewildering letter, Lin Xia gleaned little information. It suggested that prior to him, the hospital had been under the stewardship of another girl who had appropriated items from several patients. Pondering this, Lin Xia furrowed his brow once more. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that aside from Nyx, she had also entered the chambers of other deities, perhaps winning their possessions through contests as well. What an extraordinary phenomenon. Moreover, she claimed there was something beneath this office. Lin Xia crouched down, meticulously probing the floor with his mind. As he approached the 20-meter threshold, he sensed something distinctly unusual. Was there a mechanism hidden within this room? He raised his gaze towards the wall behind the office. In his perception, a concealed passage lay beyond this wall, and the method to unveil it. After a moment of careful contemplation, Lin Xia stood and approached the bookshelf in the corner, gently pressing on a hidden compartment. Instantly, the wall behind the office began to part slowly, revealing a dark, gaping corridor. Without hesitation, Lin Xia descended along this passageway. The corridor was long and deep. He walked for an extended period before reaching its end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Before him lay a dim, damp passage flanked by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 patient rooms above, what confronted Lin Xia was the stark reality of prison cells. Their iron doors adorned with intricate patterns whose purpose remained a mystery. Steeling himself, Lin Xia proceeded down the corridor, his mental acuity alert to his surroundings. Beneath this already enigmatic hospital of the gods, 2 rows of eerie cells were concealed, unmistakably emanating a sense of malevolence. Curiously, the cells on either side were utterly vacant, devoid of any occupants. Was this merely an abandoned prison? Lin Xia muttered to himself as he continued onward. Before long, he arrived at the end. However, when his gaze fell upon the first cell at the terminus, his pupils constricted sharply. In the corner of that cell crouched a formidable figure, who seemed to have caught the sound of Lin Xia's footsteps, stiffly turning its head, revealing a pale and ghastly visage. The King of Ghosts. Upon recognizing this familiar silhouette, Lin Xia's eyes ignited with intense murderous intent, instinctively causing him to retreat a step in vigilance. The King of Ghostly Faces charged at Lin Xia like a wild beast, roaring fiercely, but the moment it made contact with the prison bars, an invisible force hurled it back, crashing against the wall behind. Lin Xia furrowed his brows tightly. Hadn't he killed the King of Ghostly Faces? Its face had been reduced to 18 pieces, utterly lifeless, and its body should have been taken away by the night watchman. How could it reappear here? As Lin Xia pondered this mystery, a familiar panel materialized before his eyes once more. Sinner, king of ghostly faces. Choice, as the one who personally ended its life. You possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Annihilate its soul entirely, causing it to vanish from existence. Option 2. Allow it to reach a fear value of 60, enabling you to employ it as a hospital aide, providing care for patients while offering you a measure of protection. Current fear value 1. Upon reading this, Lin Xia finally grasped the situation. It appeared that this psychiatric hospital, in addition to housing 6 mysterious patients, possessed the ability to transform mythological beings one had slain into aides. Thus, each time he vanquished a mythological creature, there was a chance to convert it into a helper. Did this mean that the mythological beings here included ancient deities? What if, hypothetically, he were to slay a true deity in the future? Could he then have it work for him? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xia's heart began to race. Roar! The king of ghostly faces bellow snapped Lin Xia back to reality. He lifted his gaze toward the grotesque figure within the cell, his expression gradually turning icy. The king of ghostly faces. Lin Xia regarded it calmly and spoke. You are formidable. Having you as my aide would surely be a wise choice. Upon hearing these words, the king of ghostly faces fell silent. Lin Xia slowly extended his hand, seemingly intent on touching its ghastly visage. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the creature's eyes, yet the instinct for survival forcibly restrained it. Upon appearing here, it had come to understand its two fates and realized that its destiny lay in the hands of this insignificant being before it. It did not wish to be entirely erased from existence. Thus, it could only choose to submit. Bowing its head, it remained as quiet as a dog. Lin Xia's palm made contact with its ghostly face, gently caressing it. You have killed many, but that matters not. I am not acquainted with them, which does not hinder my decision to employ you. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed, a cold glint illuminating his gaze. Alas, you took the life of someone quite significant. Suddenly, Lin Xia's grip tightened. The king of ghostly faces' visage contorted violently, a piercing wail echoing throughout the cell. It struggled desperately, flailing its limbs in a futile attempt to escape Lin Xia's grasp. However, it was powerless to do so. This was Lin Xia's domain. He was the master here. If he desired its demise, it would have no choice but to comply. In Lin Xia's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and amidst the piercing shrieks, the ghost-faced king expanded rapidly like a balloon, only to explode with a thunderous roar. Blood and shattered flesh splattered across the entire cell, swiftly devoured by the walls and floor. In mere seconds, a mythical creature from the Sichuan realm had completely vanished. This cell resembled a living, carnivorous beast. Lin Xia's white coat was similarly stained with blood as he gazed into the empty cell, his expression devoid of emotion. You are formidable, but alas, my hospital does not welcome you. Having spoken, he turned away, his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, and stepped forward, inching towards the exit. In the dimly lit corridor, the blood that stained his coat rapidly seeped away, disappearing, like a ravenous monster. Chapter 39. Tutoring Ding Dong. Welcome. The crisp and melodious electronic chime resonated as Lin Xia pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. There, seated on the office's sofa, was an elderly lady in her 50s, leaning on a cane with one hand while adjusting her reading glasses with the other, animatedly recounting a tale. Oh, let me tell you, my old partner, he has been acting like this lately. In the past, whenever we went out, he would hold my hand tightly, fearing I might encounter some mishap. But since last week, he has been behaving like this. I am certain he must have someone else outside. Opposite her, Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, listening intently, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment. Really? He is that outrageous? Yes, I believe you are right, Grandma. He is indeed appalling. Don't worry, this matter is certainly within our office's purview. Beside her, Wen Qima sat earnestly, maintaining a gentle smile. I believe you are correct, Grandma. I also think what Hong Ying says is right. Yes, I find your perspectives entirely justified. Noticing Lin Xia standing bewildered at the entrance, Wen Qima exchanged a glance with him, rose, and followed him to the back of the office. Hong Ying remained engrossed in conversation with the elderly lady. What? What is happening here? In the dimly lit corridor leading to the basement, Lin Xia could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Just a typical workday. I thought the storefront was merely a facade, yet it genuinely conducts business? Qi, you still do not comprehend fully. The city of Sangnan is neither too large nor too small. Mysterious events do occur, but only about 5 or 6 times a year. You see, when our group here is not engaged in handling mysterious cases, we would either be training or chatting idly. How dull that would be. So, you have expanded your services to include investigating extramarital affairs? Lin Xia's expression was one of bemusement, particularly at the thought of a woman in her 50s. She is 60 this year. You see, accepting some trivial commissions not only provides a way to stay occupied, but also allows us to earn a little extra income. How wonderful is that? Then, Lin Xia pondered, aside from investigating infidelity, do we have any other services? Indeed, our scope of services is quite extensive. We assist in rescuing cats and dogs stuck in trees, offer tutoring to children below middle school level, provide legal aid to those in need, rescue abducted children, and occasionally even don masks to subdue bank robbers. Wait, this range of services seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Rescue, education, legal matters. Are you all even encroaching on police work? Just standard procedure. I suddenly find myself curious. Who among you possesses legal knowledge? Before joining the Night Watch, Lung Xian was a doctoral candidate in law at a prestigious university. Lin Xia, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, followed him into the underground activity space. When Qima patted his shoulder and mentioned that the captain was waiting for him at the training ground. Where is it? Lin Xia inquired. Just follow the corridor straight ahead, came the response. As Lin Xia traversed the activity room and proceeded down the corridor, he realized the vastness of the underground space for the first time. Numerous long hallways and mysterious rooms suggested that this expanse was at least the width of 2 streets. Eventually, he reached the end of the corridor, facing a large iron door. Upon pushing it open, he was greeted by an expansive and brightly lit training ground, at least the size of 3 football fields. Did they excavate the entire riverbed? Lin Xia murmured to himself. Noticing Lin Xia's arrival, Chun Mai, who was seated in meditation at the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and beckoned him over. Captain, Lin Xia greeted. What do you think of this place? Chun Mai asked. It feels quite contrasting. Lin Xia replied honestly, noting the stark difference between the unassuming entrance above and the vast space below. It reminded him of a scene from a science fiction film. Chun Mai nodded slightly. This place was constructed decades ago by a unique owner with Earth-type attributes, allowing such a significant project to go unnoticed on the surface. Lin Xia absorbed this revelation. By the way, your documents for joining the Night Watch have arrived and are stored in the archives. Feel free to retrieve them if you wish, Chun Mai continued. However, your sword, cloak, and emblem will only be distributed once the training camp begins. For now, you can use this sword. He handed Lin Xia a straight sword from behind him. Lin Xia accepted it, examining the blade, and noticed 3 characters inscribed on the hilt. Zhao Kongsheng. This is, he exclaimed, looking up in astonishment. It belonged to old Zhao, Chun Mai replied calmly. You are the chosen one, his legacy now entrusted to you. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment, gripping the sword's hilt tightly. Understood. Curiously, he then asked, but didn't you say I'm just a temporary member for now? Why do I need a sword? Chun Mai explained, with over a month until training begins, we cannot afford to waste time. We need to teach you some essential skills. He rose slowly, gazing at Lin Xia as he continued. After all, as a member of Team 136, poor performance during training could reflect badly on us. A peculiar sensation washed over Lin Xia, akin to being forcibly enrolled in remedial classes due to unsatisfactory grades. All right, how do I train? He asked without hesitation, knowing that even without Chun Mai's prompting, he would seek guidance for combat skills. Life is one's own. Slacking off now would only lead to a slow demise. In the morning, I practiced with a sword. In the afternoon, I learned the usage of the Forbidden Ruins with Wen Qima. and in the evening, I trained in marksmanship with Long Xian. Chunmai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from the nearby weapon rack, gripping them firmly in his hands. "Let us begin," he declared as he picked up the blades. Lin Xia glanced at the straight sword beside him, astonished, and exclaimed, "Captain, mine is a real sword." "It matters not," Chunmai replied with an impassive expression, approaching Lin Xia wielding the twin swords. Ultimately, the outcome would be the same. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding tightened within Lin Xia's chest. He picked up the straight sword from the ground, unsheathing it with a deep breath. "Captain, I am ready to engage." Chunmai nodded. "Very well, proceed." Lin Xia's gaze sharpened as he gripped the hilt tightly and rushed swiftly towards Chunmai. 3 seconds later, his anguished scream echoed throughout the basement. Chapter 40. The Mortal Realm of the Divine Afternoon. When Qima sat languidly in the Forbidden Ruins training ground, glancing at the time. Where is that fellow? Why has he not yet arrived? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a figure slowly pushed open the door, shuffling towards him like a zombie. "What on earth?" When Qima exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, "Lin Xia, what happened to you?" The bruised Lin Xia waved a hand, ready to speak, but stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. When Qima rushed forward to support him. "Did you spar with the captain?" "Yes." It seems your talent is somewhat commendable." Lin Xia fixed his gaze on him. "Is that what you call commendable?" "When I first sparred with the captain, I was knocked down and lay on the training ground for an entire day and night before I recovered." When Qima sighed, "Now only Hong Ying can barely contend with the captain in close combat. I heard Zhao Kongsheng is a master of close combat. Is he not able to manage?" When Qima fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "His match with the captain cannot be described as a mere contest. It is a balance of power, of course. Assuming neither side employs the Forbidden Ruins." "All right." Lin Xia endured the pain in his body and managed to stand upright. If one were to lift his shirt, they would find his body covered in bruises. Chunmai's blade is too swift, too heavy, and too ruthless. Moreover, it seems he showed no mercy. "Don't worry. We'll find Xiao Nan to tend to your injuries shortly. By tomorrow morning, you'll be ready to endure another beating," When Qima reassured him. Lin Xia. "Now, let us commence the lesson." When Qima cleared his throat, Lin Xia straightened his posture. "First, we will discuss what the Forbidden Ruins are. This has been explained to me by Zhao Kongsheng before." "Very well. Then let us talk about the Divine Ruins." "This, too, has been covered." "All right. Then let us discuss the Forbidden Ruins produced by objects." "That has been mentioned as well." When Qima, "How much has this fellow secretly revealed to you?" When Qima pinched the bridge of his nose. "What about the Forbidden Ruins sequence? Has that been discussed?" "No, it hasn't." When Qima sighed in relief and began to elaborate. The so-called Forbidden Ruins sequence is a classification system devised by humanity to assess the danger levels of the Forbidden Ruins. Arranged in a sequence table akin to the divine codes, beginning from 001. The closer the sequence number is to the beginning, the greater the danger it represents. Isn't this similar to the divine codes? Not quite. The divine codes reflect the order in which humans discover the deities, and bear no relation to the combat prowess or danger level of the deities themselves, whereas the Forbidden Ruins sequence ranks based on their level of peril. I understand. The Forbidden Ruins ranked above 600 are termed harmless Forbidden Ruins. Their effects are minimal, at most able to water plants, assist in combating dental decay, or conjure a stick of spicy strips out of thin air. Those ranked between 400 and 599 are referred to as low-risk Forbidden Ruins. These possess lethality, yet do not pose significant danger, and, when utilized properly, may yield extraordinary results. The sequences numbered from 200 to 399 are referred to as dangerous Forbidden Zones, which pose a substantial threat to human society and possess the capability to engage in combat with the mysterious. The sequences from 90 to 199 are classified as high-risk Forbidden Zones, capable of inflicting large-scale threats with their extraordinary combat prowess. Most entities within this range are of elite combat strength, such as captains. As for the sequences below 89, they're deemed super high-risk Forbidden Zones. These zones either possess immensely devastating destructive power or exhibit astonishing special abilities. In essence, these sequences transcend the realm of humanity, often capable of annihilating entire cities with ease. When Chimal reiterated, "This is not mere alarmism. A few years ago, a formidable mythical creature emerged in the northwestern desert, classified as Forbidden Zone Sequence 063, known as Luo Tianmi Sha, which nearly buried several surrounding cities under a storm of sand. It was only through the intervention of a specialized task force that it was ultimately subdued." Lin Xia was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongcheng mentioning that his Forbidden Zone sequence was 083, Min Sheng Shanyu, which ranks among the super high-risk Forbidden Zones. Although it is one of the last few, it remains exceedingly rare. When Chima's expression grew somewhat melancholic, if he had possessed this Forbidden Zone from birth, perhaps he would have joined a specialized task force and risen to the rank of general by now. Is this the ranking of Forbidden Zones? What about Divine Zones? Lin Xia inquired curiously. Divine Zones are also a category of Forbidden Zones, thus included in the ranking. When Chimal paused, casting an envious glance at Lin Xia. Among the top 30 sequences of Forbidden Zones, 23 are Divine Zones. The powers bestowed by the Divine are, of course, beyond the reach of mere mortals, surpassing our imagination in both danger and uniqueness. Is it accurate to say that among the top 30 sequences, there are still 7 human Forbidden Zones? Indeed, when Chima's eyes sparkled with excitement. In fact, one of the top 5 Forbidden Zones belongs to humanity. Which one? I do not know. Please don't look at me like that. I have only been with the Night Watch for a few years. How could I possibly be privy to such confidential information? When Chima spread his hands innocently. And what about my Forbidden Zone? Lin Xia pointed to himself, asking about his sequence. When Chima glanced at him and replied softly, Divine Code 003, the Divine Zone of the Seraphim Michael, is called Realm of Mundane Divinity, with a Forbidden Zone sequence of 003. Forbidden Zone sequence 003, Realm of Mundane Divinity. Lin Xia murmured. However, do not celebrate too soon. 003 is the Forbidden Zone sequence of the Seraphim, not yours, Lin Xia. When Shima added, only in the hands of the Seraphim does it hold the designation of 003. In your possession, as a novice just stepping into the realm of the mysterious, its power might only be classified as a high-risk Forbidden Zone. It is only when you have elevated your status sufficiently to the point of standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine that it will truly be recognized as 003. Lin Xia nodded, acknowledging the insight. By the way, I have another question. Feel free to ask. Is it possible for the same individual to serve as the agent of multiple deities? It is inconceivable. When Shima shook his head without a moment's hesitation, in the annals of human history, there has never been such a precedent. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. From this moment forth, there exists such a case. Lin Xia, endowed with the mortal realm of the Seraph, also possesses the Dancer of the Starry Night, acquired from the Goddess of Night, thereby rendering him, in a certain sense, the agent of 2 divine entities. Naturally, this revelation must remain concealed for the time being. Should the upper echelons of the Night Watch discover him, he would be in grave peril. For now, he is far too weak. Perhaps when he attains sufficient strength, he shall fear no exposure. Now that we have elucidated the foundational knowledge, let us discuss your forbidden domain. What capabilities does your mortal realm possess? Within a circular area of 20 meters in radius, centered on myself, I can sense everything. Oh, when Shima raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's undergarment today? White. In the experimental field, the 2 men exchanged a brief glance and smiled at one another. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine ruins, the premier reconnaissance and combat auxiliary abilities may not exhibit significant advantages at present. However, as your prowess escalates, they are likely to evolve into something truly formidable. As when Shima diligently recorded information, he inquired further, what else? The dynamic vision is perhaps several times greater than before. Close quarters lethal capabilities are commendable. And what more? Under conditions of considerable mental strain, I can wield a fragment of the Seraph's divine might. Indeed, it is common for divine agents to possess such abilities. What else? That is all. Is that truly all? When Chimor raised his head in astonishment. Is this the entirety of the power bestowed upon you by the seraph? Lin Xia responded sincerely, and in a certain sense he spoke the truth. When Qima furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the matter before shaking his head repeatedly. No, this cannot be right. This is the mortal divine realm. Even at the cup level, the demonstrated might should be far beyond this. Are you suggesting that my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Xia was taken aback when Qima nodded. To put it plainly, the Athena agent from the Phoenix team could demolish a building with a single punch upon entering the cup realm, tearing apart pool-level mythological creatures with her bare hands. Your abilities, while decent, are merely adequate. The crux of the matter is that what you are currently showcasing are solely combat auxiliary capabilities. But this is the domain of Michael. How could it possess such limited power? Lin Xia gazed at his own hands in bewilderment. Yet, I truly only feel these capabilities. When Qima contemplated for a moment before continuing, there are two possible scenarios. The first is that the seraph, when choosing you as its agent, only granted you this small portion of power. I suspect this to be the most likely scenario. The second is that other capabilities of your divine ruins have always existed, but are currently imperceptible to you, or perhaps you are subconsciously overlooking them. Subconsciously overlooking? Lin Qi mused. For instance, if your ability allows you to breathe through your skin, prolonged usage may lead to complete habituation. After a considerable time, you might be maintaining this ability without awareness, as it has become instinctive. Are you implying that I may have been utilizing this ability all along without realizing it? Precisely. Reflect carefully throughout your life. Have you noticed anything that distinguishes you from others? Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Blindness? That doesn't count. When Qima sighed in exasperation. Personally, I still lean towards the first possibility. The seraph likely did not grant you the complete divine ruins from the outset. After all, considering it is the seraph's domain. Even if the second hypothesis holds true, and you have been using it all along, it would be unreasonable for you to remain so ordinary. A mere sneeze should be capable of sending a multitude flying. Lin Xia, in summary, when I previously assessed your current mortal realm of divine spirits, I may have overestimated you, as it appears to be of a merely ordinary danger level based on the abilities you have exhibited thus far. When Qima made some notes on the document and offered reassurance, do not lose heart. As your strength grows, your subsequent abilities will gradually manifest. After all, you are the agent of the seraph, who will not allow you to suffer humiliation. Lin Xia shrugged, harboring a flicker of hope. Though slightly disheartened, he was not overly reliant on the seraph, for within his asylum of deities, he had 6 divine entities from which to choose. Having gained a preliminary understanding of your capabilities, it is time to commence training. When Qima summarized the document and swiftly devised a training plan for him. How to practice? Generally, your current abilities lean towards perception and anticipation. Such traits are relatively more manageable to train than those that unleash devastating attacks at will. You merely need to harmonize your body with your powers gradually. When Qima gestured towards the room behind him, which housed a mechanism containing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns, capable of firing between 1 to 39,000 rubber bullets per second. Although the velocity of the bullets is slightly slower than real ammunition, it suffices for your current level. Your task is to step inside and utilize your perception and dynamic vision to evade the rubber bullets as best as you can. Given your level, let us commence with 50 rounds per second. Lin Xia glanced at the room and nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. He pushed open the door and entered, positioning himself in the center of the room, observing the densely packed, honeycomb-like gun holes that adorned the surrounding walls. An ominous premonition surged within him. Wait, why are there gun holes beneath my feet as well? What if they hit where they ought not to? As Lin Xia noticed the multitude of gun holes beneath him, a chill crept up his spine, and his expression shifted. In actual combat, danger may arise from any direction. There are no safe zones. Echoed when Qima's voice from all around. If you're prepared, I shall begin. Lin Xia slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let's commence. Beep. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At the moment the signal sounded, rubber bullets rained upon Lin Xia from all directions. Their speed so rapid that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them. Reacting instantaneously as the bullets were discharged, Lin Xia executed 2 consecutive backward leaps, successfully evading a significant portion of the barrage. Yet a fresh wave of bullets emerged, angled with remarkable precision, within Lin Xia's perception. While he could indeed foresee the trajectories of the bullets, the number of paths he could predict simultaneously was limited. It was akin to having one person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball, a simple task. However, if tasked to catch 3 ping-pong balls at once, it became considerably more challenging. However, if 20 ping-pong balls were to roll simultaneously in various directions, the human brain would struggle to respond promptly and accurately discern the trajectory of each one. Lin Xia confronted a similar dilemma. Within merely 3 seconds of the training's commencement, he had already endured a barrage of rubber bullets. Though these projectiles would not inflict injury, their rapid velocity still elicited a noticeable sting. Thus, he finally grasped the profound essence of this training. Damn it, why am I getting hit again? In the activity room, Chun Mai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a fragrant bowl of bone soup to the table, where he gently placed it down. Gurgle. Hong Ying's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you last cooked? Is the sun rising in the west today? Wu Xiangnan beside her smiled faintly. Haven't you realized? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xia. We are merely an afterthought. Uncle Chun, you're biased. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, puffing up in indignation. Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a stoic expression. I'm simply weary of my usual meals and seeking a change in flavor. It has nothing to do with that kid. Oh, I see. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she reached for the bone soup with her chopsticks. Then I shall not hold back, Smack. Chun Mai swiftly swatted her hand away with his chopsticks, calmly stating, Lin Xia has not yet finished his class. Everyone must wait. Hong Ying lamented, 3 Captain, do you no longer care for us? Chapter 42, How are my talents? The aroma wafting from the activity room was intoxicating. Lin Xia, whose body ached all over, staggered out of the training room, and the lifeless gaze in his eyes rekindled. When Chima's lips curled slightly, indicating that the beating he received that morning was not in vain. Lin Xia strode directly into the activity room. As he pushed the door open, 4 pairs of resentful eyes turned toward him in unison. Lin Xia sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. What could be the matter? Nothing, just sit down and eat, Chun Mai replied with a casual glance. Oh. Once Lin Xia took his seat, Hong Ying gazed expectantly at Chun Mai, an expression of unspoken pity on her face. Let us eat. At last, Chun Mai uttered the words everyone had been waiting for. The group sprang into action, resembling wolves that had been starved for days, their eyes glinting with hunger. Sister Hong Ying, is the food for the night watchers always this good? Lin Xia inquired softly, glancing at the bountiful spread before them. Hong Ying retorted irritably, I don't wish to converse with you right now. After a brief pause, she added, I'll talk to you once I finish eating. Lin Xia. Lin Xia. Yes, Captain. Did you gain anything from today's training? Indeed. I learned a great deal. Chun Mai nodded, then paused before continuing. Does it hurt? A little. Xiaonan, please assist him with treatment later. Si Xiaonan pouted, but obediently nodded. All right. After a moment's consideration, Chun Mai added, there's no need to heal him completely. As long as he can endure another beating tomorrow, that suffices. Lin Xia. With a soft clatter, 2 pairs of chopsticks collided in the bone soup, producing a subtle sound. The chopsticks remained locked in a stalemate, pinching a piece of meat, neither willing to yield. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged fierce glares, the tension in the air igniting a spark of competition. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted that piece of meat first, Hong Ying declared with a glare. Wu Xiangnan calmly replied, I picked it up first. Let go. I won tea. Let go. I won tea. The sparks between them intensified. At that moment, the usually quiet and unassuming Long Xian, who was absorbed in his meal, fixed his gaze on the coveted piece of meat, reached for his waist, and produced an MP5 submachine gun, placing it on the table. Release it, he stated calmly. Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan. With an air of nonchalance, Long Xian extended his chopsticks, seized the largest piece of meat, and, after a moment's hesitation, placed it into Lin Xia's bowl. The newcomer should eat more. We'll practice shooting soon. As he tucked the submachine gun away, he spoke coldly. Huh? Oh, all right. Lin Xia momentarily found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the focused Long Xian. Goodness, what does it mean to be ruthless with few words? This is what true ruthlessness looks like. Long Xian, please refrain from drawing your weapon at the dining table next time. Chen might open his mouth to remind if an accidental discharge occurs. It would be a pity to waste this meal. Long Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, then obediently lowered their heads to eat. Once Lin Xia had finished every morsel in his bowl, Long Xian stood up and approached him, speaking in a casual tone. Are you full? I am full. Then let us practice shooting. All right. Watching the two figures gradually vanish down the corridor, Wen Shima sighed deeply and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is it? Your status as the group's pet has been usurped. See Xiaonan. Guns are firearms, the epitome of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Long Xian stood before a neatly arranged wall adorned with various firearms, his expression impassive. For high-level mythical beings, firearms hold minimal utility, but for lower-tier mythical entities, guns often prove more effective than cold weapons. Particularly for novices, acquiring proficiency in firearms is essential, especially when lacking formidable close combat skills. Long Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xia. I will teach you two things: shooting techniques and the principles of firearm mechanics. Unless you plan to specialize in firearms later, this knowledge will suffice. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. Now, take this gun and shoot at the target. Let me assess your talent. Long Xian gestured toward the target not far away. Lin Xia nodded, grasped the handgun, and positioned himself at the shooting station. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the actions he had seen on television, raised the gun, aimed, and fired. Bang! The sound of the gunshot caused their faces to darken immediately. He missed the target. Long Xian approached the target, confirming thrice that there were no bullet holes, his expression growing increasingly grim. You missed from 30 meters? How is this possible? Lin Xia lowered the gun and cleared his throat. How's my talent? Long Xian cast a glance at him, despair evident as he shut his eyes. You possess no talent whatsoever. Lin Xia. Returning to Hong Ying's grand villa, Lin Xia collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing the corners of his weary eyes. The day's training had been a dual torment of body and mind. First, he was mercilessly slashed by the captain, and then turned into a sieve by rubber bullets. Although the evening's firearms lesson was not exhausting, it repeatedly ground his self-esteem into the dirt. He truly lacked any aptitude for guns. After that night of training, as he exited the training room, Lin Xia distinctly sensed that Long Xian appeared even more fatigued than he was, and most importantly, the light in his eyes had vanished. In the end, Long Xian consoled him, stating that it was not unreasonable for beginners to struggle and encouraged him to work diligently in the future. Yet, as they spoke, the roles reversed, with Lin Xia becoming the one to reassure him. Rest assured, I believe my current lack of talent is merely temporary. With more practice, I shall improve. You must have faith in me and also in yourself. Your marksmanship is so exceptional, there's no reason you cannot teach me. Time, above all, is of the essence. One must possess patience, be a tad more optimistic. At least within a 20-meter range, I am still capable of hitting my target. There is still hope for me. Just as Lin Xia found himself engulfed in melancholy, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Little brother Xia, are you feeling exhausted? Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajamas set, extended a cup of tea to Lin Xia with a smile. Lin Xia mustered a faint smile and accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. It's manageable, though tiring. I feel fulfilled. After taking a sip of the tea, he glanced around and inquired, where's Xiaonan? She seems a bit upset that you have usurped her position as the favorite. Hong Ying replied. She retreated to her room. No wonder, Lin Xia mused. During her recent treatment of him, she had pinched him quite hard, and he had assumed it was part of the standard procedure. He absent-mindedly rubbed the bruises on his arms, realization dawning upon him. Hong Ying let out a soft chuckle. In truth, the captain is strict with everyone. When I first arrived here, despite being a girl, he showed no mercy and made me cry. She gazed out the window, seemingly lost in reminiscence, a smile gracing her lips. He's a bit ruthless. Not at all, Not in the slightest. Hong Ying shook her head. The decrease in the casualty rate among the night watchers in Sangnan City is largely due to the Captain's efforts. His own formidable strength plays a part. But more importantly, he takes responsibility for his team. The harsher he trains you, the more you remember the pain, thus fostering rapid growth. He would rather have his team resent him than see them perish on the battlefield due to lack of strength. Do you understand? Lin Xia fell into a long silence, seemingly recalling Chun Mai's piercing gaze from that morning, and eventually nodded slowly. I understand. A gentle smile graced Hong Ying's lips as she affectionately ruffled Lin Xia's hair, speaking softly. All right, if you're tired, you should rest early. Good night. Good night. Lin Xia bid farewell to Hong Ying and returned to his room, dragging his weary body onto the bed, staring blankly at the vacant ceiling. After a considerable amount of time, he slowly rose from the bed, drawing forth the straight blade from its sheath. One hand clasping the sword and the other grasping the scabbard, he closed his eyes, recalling each technique Chun Mai had demonstrated earlier that day. Under the dim moonlight, he executed one stroke after another. Chapter 43. Here again, the school bell rang softly, signaling the end of the day. As clusters of high school students emerged from the gates, laughing and chatting as they made their way outside. Alas, yet another day burdened with an overwhelming amount of homework. I shall be toiling away until well past 11. Indeed, that foolish teacher assigned 12 reading comprehension exercises. Is there no respite? Reading comprehension is not something one can merely scribble down. How can one write it carelessly? 3 long answers, choose the short ones. 3 short answers, opt for the long. When faced with ambiguity, select C. When in doubt, choose D. Wait a moment, let me jot this down. Suddenly, a student turned and called out to the lagging Li Yifei at the rear of the group. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm coming. He quickened his pace to catch up with the throng, yet his eyes wandered restlessly, his mind elsewhere. What's the matter? Are you looking for something? Wang Liang inquired, puzzled. Li Yifei hesitated, sighed deeply. After that incident, I have developed a phobia about heading home after school. Although there's no evening class today and it's still bright out, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. You encountered a murderer, and you're making such a fuss? Look at you, stout and sturdy. Yet so timid. That's not it. Sigh, never mind, it's hard to explain. Li Yifei shook his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he halted in his tracks. What now? I just realized I left my homework in the classroom drawer. Li Yifei replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Honestly, with your brain, which is already dull, it's even more unreliable now. Fortunately, the school hasn't closed yet. Hurry back to get it. I'll head on with the others, Wang Liang said, shouldering his bag and waving goodbye before turning to follow the rest. Li Yifei sighed as he stood still for a moment before retracing his steps towards the school. By the time he reached the school gates, 20 minutes had passed since dismissal. Most students had departed, leaving the campus eerily quiet. Thankfully, the gates are still open, Li Yifei muttered, hastening back inside. The twilight campus was imbued with an unusual stillness, a stark contrast to its usual vibrancy. Occasionally, a few students tasked with cleaning emerged from classrooms, glancing at the time before rushing towards the exit, brushing past Li Yifei as he made his way against the tide. They were all eager to return home, to partake in the warmth of a steaming dinner. As Li Yifei ventured further, the number of people dwindled and the dusk deepened. Towering trees on either side of the path rustled in the wind, their leaves whispering as the fading sunlight slipped through the branches, increasingly dimming, becoming more scarce. Li Yifei hurried to the second-year teaching building, bounded up the stairs to the 4th floor, and arrived at the entrance of his classroom. In the empty corridor, save for the dim twilight, he was utterly alone. At this hour, the students responsible for cleaning had mostly departed, and even the classroom door was locked. However, this did not pose a challenge for Li Yifei. He adeptly opened the window, set down his backpack, and with both hands braced against the windowsill, he deftly flipped himself inside. Homework. Found it. Li Yifei rummaged through his desk and pulled out a notebook, his eyes lighting up. He stuffed the notebook into his bag and approached the window, preparing to replicate his earlier maneuver. Just then, two figures unexpectedly appeared at the end of the corridor. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Yifei caught sight of them, his heart racing as he swiftly crouched down, hiding behind the tiles beneath the window. What terrible luck to run into the dean of students at this moment. Li Yifei cursed silently. The two figures approaching from the corridor were none other than Lu Xiaoyan, the class representative for Chinese and the dean of students for their second year. Climbing through the window after school could easily lead to misunderstandings. If discovered by the dean, he would certainly find himself in a predicament with no way to explain. Thus, Li Yifei pressed himself tightly against the wall, intending to wait until they departed before making his escape. As they chatted amiably, they drew closer to the classroom where Li Yifei was concealed, and he could gradually hear their conversation more clearly. So, you must ensure that your class's performance in Chinese is tight. Select the best writer to participate in this city's competition. Understood, Dean. We have quite a few talented writers in our class, such as... As they walked, the dean appeared to tire, halting to lean against the railing of the corridor, resting. Lu Xiaoyan also paused, continuing her discourse beside him. Their positioning was unfortunate, directly at the entrance of the classroom where Li Yifei was hiding. Peering through the reflection in the window, Li Yifei rolled his eyes in resignation and decided to sit down in place, waiting for them to leave. Yes, what you mentioned is quite good. Bring them to my office tomorrow. I would like to have a word with them. The dean nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lu Xiaoyan as he prepared to depart. Dean! Lu Xiaoyan suddenly called out, halting him in his tracks. The dean turned, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Is there something you wish to discuss, Lu Xiaoyan? In the dusky light, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face, and she seemed inexplicably shy. Dean, actually, I have always wanted to tell you. Li Yifei, hidden nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, shock evident upon his face. What the heck? I just came back to grab some homework. And what on earth am I witnessing? Lu Xiaoyan actually harbors feelings for the dean. But he is nearly 50, and bald as a billiard ball. Does she have such peculiar tastes? Standing before Lu Xiaoyan, the dean's brow furrowed deeper with concern. Actually, I have always wanted... Eat you. The last three words escaped Lu Xiaoyan's lips, her mouth twisting into a horrifying grin, as if someone had forcibly tore it open, revealing a set of jagged, needle-like teeth. Her pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites of her eyes, creating a truly eerie visage. The dimples on her cheeks still glimmered with an eerie wine-red hue beneath the twilight. The head of the department widened his eyes in shock, instinctively parting his lips in a desperate attempt to scream. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head split open at the mouth. A multitude of sharp teeth radiated a chilling luminescence. This mouth was grotesquely large, capable of easily engulfing an entire living being. In an instant, this gaping maw almost effortlessly swallowed the head of the department, the flesh writhing and twisting within, evoking a profound sense of nausea. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Li Yifei clamped his mouth shut, his gaze fixated on the window, his muscles quivering in terror. After a prolonged moment of grotesque consumption, Lu Xiaoyan's cavernous mouth opened once more, expelling the head of the department in its entirety. Aside from a slight coating of slime, he was unharmed, not a single strand of hair missing. He lay there quietly on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyan's bloodied visage gradually reverted, returning within mere seconds to that of an ordinary high school girl. She stared at the head of the department before her, utterly still. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the ground in a bizarre manner. Their gazes locked, and both broke into a smile. In an extraordinarily uncanny synchrony, they stepped forward, gradually vanishing down the corridor. Only after confirming their departure did Li Yifei release his grip on his mouth, collapsing weakly to the floor, gasping for breath. All that echoed in his mind were two words. Here we go again. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Arrival Ding-Dong. Welcome. Lin Xia pushed open the door of the office and found Hong Ying sitting upright on the sofa, lost in thought, waving at her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Xia, you finally arrived. Hong Ying exclaimed, springing up from the sofa. What is the matter? Something has happened, Hong Ying replied gravely, grasping Lin Xia's wrist and hastening towards the basement. It was the first time Lin Xia had seen Hong Ying with such a serious expression, her brow slightly furrowed. Mysterious. Has arrived? Yes, and it's quite troublesome. As they pushed open the door to the activity room, Lin Xia noticed that the members of Team 136 had already gathered. Chun Mai, leaning against a pillar, approached the conference table and took a seat, his expression still unreadable. Now that everyone is here, we can begin the meeting. Once everyone was seated, Chun Mai tapped his knuckles on the table and slowly began. Last night, we received news of another suspected mythical creature sighting. The location is Sangnan City Number 2 High School. Number 2 High, Lin Xia exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the very school you attended, Chun Mai confirmed with a nod. Moreover, it seems the one who reported it is an old acquaintance of yours. He called out to the back room. Hey, has that kid woken up? If you're awake, come out. Everyone turned to look, and soon, the door to the room creaked open, revealing a bleary-eyed youth with bloodshot eyes stepping out. Upon seeing him, Lin Xia gasped, Li Yifei? Li Yifei was taken aback, rubbing his eyes to confirm it was indeed her. Lin Xia? What are you doing here? Did you also see that monster? No, he is one of us. Wu Xiangnan interjected with a shake of his head. A temporary member, Chun Mai clarified. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Xia, and after a moment, exclaimed, What? They said you joined the army, but you've actually joined here. Lin Xia shrugged. Some unexpected events occurred. We can discuss your matters later. Let's focus on the case for now, Chun Mai reminded them. Then, as if recalling something, he added, Normally, if a case involving the mysterious arises, it is first reported to the police, who then pass it on to us. However, this kid experienced the ghost-faced man case previously, had contact with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement, so he called us directly, skipping the intermediary process. This is an exception. Our usual procedure is not like this. Everyone nodded, but Lin Xia understood that Chun Mai's explanation was primarily for her benefit. Please go on. All right, Li Yifei swallowed hard, recalling last night. I went back to school to pick up my homework and happened to see. He recounted his experiences from the previous night in detail, and with each word, the brows of the team members furrowed tighter. As Li Yifei finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan nodded. If what this lad says is indeed true, then there's a 95% probability that this matter is entangled with the mysterious. With that, he turned to Li Yifei and inquired, You must understand the consequences if you report false information, correct? Yes, I understand. Everything I've said is absolutely true, more authentic than ever. Li Yifei earnestly responded. Very well. Chun Mai interjected, shifting his gaze towards Wu Xiangnan. Please share your perspective. Based on the information we currently possess, this mythical creature exhibits exceptionally strong camouflage abilities, allowing it to transform into others while simultaneously engaging in normal conversation without revealing its true nature. Beside them, when Qima sighed, camouflage, another troublesome entity. Moreover, it appears to possess the ability to assimilate any consumed beings, which is what we truly need to be cautious of, Wu Xiangnan elaborated. Much like the zombies in the movies? An endless cycle of infection? Hong Ying queried. Though the modes of infection differ, the effects are indeed quite similar, Wu Xiangnan clarified. Then should we simply storm into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes brightened. It's not that simple, Lin Xia interjected from across the table. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its original form. She might also be a victim of infection. You are correct. Wu Xiangnan nodded. The greatest challenge of this mysterious event lies in our ignorance of the source of this bizarre infection. It is akin to hunting zombies. If we cannot locate the original zombie, even if we eliminate all the others, it would be futile. Furthermore, we are unaware of how long this mythical creature has existed or how many individuals it has infected, when Shima added. Lu Xiaoyan could either be its first victim or merely one of many, and we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Worst-case scenario? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. That the entire second high school has transformed into a monster school, Wu Xiangnan said slowly, his eyes filled with gravity. Moreover, the reach of this creature's infection may extend beyond the school to other areas of Sangnan City. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shuddered. What do you mean? Have you ever considered? Wu Xiangnan rose slowly, meeting Li Yifei's gaze with unwavering calmness, that in this school, aside from you, all the other teachers and students could be transformed into monsters? No, even you, standing here, might unknowingly have become a part of the mystery. Li Yifei's pupils constricted abruptly, a chill racing up his spine to his brain, leaving his mind in a void. That's enough, Xiangnan, don't frighten him, Wen Qima chuckled as he stood. If that were the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already made its move. The fact that it hasn't means the situation is not yet at such a perilous threshold. Raven of Calamity? What is that? Lin Xia looked at Hong Ying with confusion. It is a crow, and also an object imbued with the power of a forbidden realm. Hong Ying patiently explained that when a great disaster is about to befall Cangnan City, it will emit a warning cry in advance, serving as a sort of detector. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. In any case, now that the mystery has emerged, we must investigate thoroughly, if we allow this creature to continue its development. We may not be far from the future described by Xiangnan. Chen slowly spoke. Xiangnan, do you have any plans? Wu Xiangnan sat down, adjusted his glasses, and said seriously, I believe that our immediate priority is to locate the true form of the mythical creature and ascertain how many individuals it has already infected. Therefore, I propose that we divide into two groups for action. One group will center around the second high school, spreading outward to search for any traces of other infected individuals. The other group will infiltrate the second high school, following the clues to quickly identify the true form. Chen Mai nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Since we are to infiltrate the second high school, we must not raise its suspicion. We must conform to the image of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Xia, the task of entering the second high school to uncover its true form is entrusted to you. Chapter 45. Infiltration Captain. Xia is merely a temporary member and should not partake in the mysterious cleansing operation before his official appointment. Wu Xiaonan's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Mai shook his head, stating that based on the current intelligence, this mythical creature excels in disguise, lurking, and infection, and its own prowess is not particularly high. Xia has undergone half a month of training, significantly enhancing his abilities. This presents an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Furthermore, having been a student at No. 2 High School, he is well acquainted with it and is a former classmate of Lu Xiaoyan, making his approach to her quite natural. At this point, Chen Mai turned to Lin Xia and continued, Of course, as a temporary member, I will not compel you. If you are unwilling, you may remain here. I will go. Lin Xia replied without the slightest hesitation. Chen Mai was correct. After more than half a month of training, his combat strength had increased significantly, and he was eager for an opportunity to apply what he had learned. In this perilous era, survival necessitates an early familiarity with danger itself. Although Lin Xia preferred to tread carefully, he would not forfeit any chance to cultivate his abilities. If that is the case, let's commence our action. Chen Mai stood up and then turned to Li Yifei. You will accompany Xia and the others. Li Yifei was taken aback. I am just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety. Chen Mai's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. You have seen that mythical creature and are our most knowledgeable about it. You must go. Hearing Chen Mai's almost commanding tone, Li Yifei reluctantly nodded. If this operation proceeds smoothly, I will offer you a chance to join the night watch. As Chen Mai walked towards the door, he spoke slowly. Li Yifei's eyes immediately lit up. Just as Lin Xia was about to depart, Long Xian, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly called out to him. Lin Xia. Long Xian approached him, drawing a pitch-black handgun from behind his waist and handing it to Lin Xia. Take it. The magazine is full. Long Xian said matter-of-factly. However, my marksmanship. What if I accidentally injure someone? Lin Xia's expression turned rather grim. Long Xian regarded him with significant intent before turning to leave. The purpose of the gun extends beyond mere slaughter. Lin Xia stood in place, momentarily dazed, then ultimately placed the handgun into his pocket and strode towards the passageway. 20 minutes later, 3 figures, burdened with various boxes, stood before the entrance of No. 2 High School, their expressions troubled. Xia, why is your school uniform so ugly? Hong Ying glanced down at the red and white high school uniform, expressing her disdain. The girls' uniforms are quite decent. Lin Xia pointed to his blue and white attire, stating that the boys' uniform is truly unattractive. Besides, the appeal of a uniform is subjective. You're doing quite well as it is. Beneath the radiant sun, Hong Ying donned a white short-sleeved shirt, layered with a red and white school uniform that fluttered gently in the breeze, its zipper unfastened. Her high ponytail swayed gracefully, and a long black box was slung across her back, exuding an aura of youthful vigor and confidence. In stark contrast stood Si Xiaonan, clad in a cartoon-printed long-sleeve top, her school uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt. Her lustrous black hair was fashioned into two large buns, presenting her as a bashful, innocent girl. With a playful smile, Hong Ying winked at Lin Xia. "Xia, I never imagined you could be so articulate." Lin Xia, however, was preoccupied. The issue at hand is that the first class of the morning is already halfway through. How we slippin'? With a glance at the time, he cast a wary look at the intimidating security guard stationed by the entrance. "And with these items in tow, we are certain to be stopped for questioning," Si Xiaonan remarked softly, eyeing the black box in her hands. "Isn't that simple?" Hong Ying replied, a smirk gracing her lips as she pointed towards a towering wall a couple of meters away. "We could just scale the wall." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xia turned to the petite Si Xiaonan, who barely reached his shoulder and appeared delicate. "I have no issues with it, but you might find it a tad challenging." Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes in response, swiftly darting to the wall. With a few nimble steps against its face, she ascended effortlessly like a graceful butterfly. Clutching the black box, she spun mid-air before landing silently on the other side. Lin Xia could only watch in astonishment. Hong Ying chuckled softly. "Xia, don't underestimate Xiaonan. She may seem gentle, but she has been a night watcher for 2 years." With that, Hong Ying dashed towards the wall, gliding alongside it with elegance before effortlessly vaulting over. Standing beneath the wall, Lin Xia recalled the duo's stunning performance, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the black box over, then leaped high, supporting himself with his hands on the wall's edge to clear it with ease. Although it appeared satisfactory, in comparison to the grace of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, he felt a sense of shame wash over him. "Not bad. You look somewhat dashing," Hong Ying remarked as she returned the black box to him, her smile encouraging. Lin Xia shook his head, eager to change the subject. "Let's stick to the plan. I'll approach Lu Xiaoyan up close, while you investigate the office of the dean." "Understood. We'll communicate via the earpieces," Hong Ying said, gesturing to the invisible devices nestled in their ears before turning to leave with Si Xiaonan. After taking a few steps, she paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she looked back. Where's the office building?" "And the dean's office?" With a resigned gesture towards the distant high-rise, Lin Xia replied, "403. Thus, we say, the odd changes while the even remains constant. The symbols depend on the quadrant. This mnemonic is one you must remember. Now, let us proceed to the next question." At the lectern, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was animatedly explaining the material while holding his notes. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone turned to look at the door, where Lin Xia, who had been absent for nearly 10 days, stood quietly with a black box in hand, slightly bowing. Reporting in, Lin Xia, the mathematics teacher, surprised upon seeing him, inquired, "Where have you been these past few days?" "I had some issues with my eyesight and spent 2 weeks in the hospital." "I see. Please come in and take a seat." The math teacher adjusted his glasses, demonstrating considerable leniency towards Lin Xia, who was previously a special student with disabilities and refrained from being overly demanding. Amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Lin Xia calmly returned to his designated seat and sat down. His mental energy swept across the surroundings, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Classmates, let us continue our lesson." The mathematics teacher tapped the blackboard, redirecting everyone's attention as he resumed his lecture. Lin Xia discreetly touched his earpiece, and a voice belonging to Chun Mai resonated within. "Lin Xia, how is the situation?" "I have entered the classroom," Lin Xia whispered. "Can your forbidden ruins discern them?" "Yes." "What is the quantity?" Lin Xia's brow knitted in concern, his voice taking on a grave tone. "Not looking good." Chapter 46. Campus bloodshed prior to their departure. Chun Mai and the others specifically instructed Lin Xia to be vigilant in utilizing his abilities. given that the mythical creatures infecting humans are indistinguishable by mere appearance. Alternative methods of identification must be employed. As the sole individual among them endowed with the psychic perception of the forbidden ruins, Lin Xia held a position of great significance. As Lin Xia had anticipated, his angelic eye could discern the infected individuals. At this moment, within the realm of his mental perception, Lu Xiaoyan appeared as a grotesque creature cloaked in human skin, skillfully maneuvering her guise while engaging in hushed whispers with her deskmate. Within this classroom, aside from Lu Xiaoyan, there was another infected individual, a girl named Han Ruo, who remained rather inconspicuous in class. Presently, she was quietly writing something before turning to pass a small note to the boy seated behind her. Lin Xia recognized this boy, Lu Yuan, who he was somewhat familiar with. Lu Yuan had once given him a nudge when confronted by the masked one, a memory that lingered vividly. "How many are there?" Chunmai's voice crackled through the earpiece once more. "In my classroom, there are 2, and upon my arrival, I conducted a sweep of all the classrooms on this floor. There are approximately 6 in total. Do they have any hope?" "None," Lin Xia replied with unwavering certainty. "Their internal organs have vanished, replaced by clusters of grotesque flesh. Even if we were to eliminate those creatures, survival is beyond reach. They perished the moment they were consumed. With 6 victims already on this floor alone, one could only ponder the tragic toll across the entire school. The emergence of such numerous fatalities within an educational institution would spell doom for its very existence. The societal repercussions stemming from this incident would be even more harrowing." After a prolonged silence, Chunmai finally spoke again. "Understood, continue observing, but do not alert them." "Received." Lin Xia produced paper and pen, attentively listening to the teacher as if he were an ordinary student. After several minutes of instruction, Li Yifei burst into the room, breathless, and knocked on the door. "Report. Li Yifei, you are late." The teacher's expression was far from welcoming towards this seasoned troublemaker. "Teacher, I was ill and have a doctor's note." Li Yifei waved the note from his book. The teacher shot him a glare. "Return to your seat. If you perform poorly again, I will call your parents." Li Yifei hurried back to his place beside Lin Xia, quickly rummaging through his books while whispering, "What have you found out?" "I have gathered some information, but it remains incomplete," Lin Xia replied, casting a glance out the window. "I require an opportunity, one that allows me to perceive the entire faculty and student body." Li Yifei blinked in surprise. "Are you suggesting after this class, we will have the flag-raising ceremony, at which point I will be able to ascertain the situation more clearly?" Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. "The office building. 403, 403. 403. They found it." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan reached the door of the director's office, halting simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and quickly assumed their positions. Si Xiaonan stood at the doorway with a black box on her back, while Hong Ying concealed herself behind the door's blind spot, ever ready to spring into action. Si Xiaonan cleared her throat and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." After 3 resounding knocks, they held their breath, waiting for several seconds, yet the silence within remained unbroken. Hong Ying furrowed her brows and shot Si Xiaonan a look. Si Xiaonan knocked again, but still there was no response. Hong Ying gestured for Xiaonan to step back a few paces, then approached the door herself, retrieving a thin wire from her pocket, gently maneuvering it in the lock. Click! With a soft sound, the door slowly creaked open. Inside was an empty office. Hong Ying cautiously stepped into the room, scanning her surroundings, and only after confirming the absence of anyone did she exhale in relief. "Sister Hong Ying, the occupant must have left not long ago. The cup is still warm," Si Xiaonan remarked, reaching out to touch the cup on the desk. "They must have gone to a meeting. If it were for a bathroom break, they wouldn't have locked the door." Hong Ying nodded slightly. "In any case, let's search this place for clues." Si Xiaonan agreed. "I'll keep watch." She closed the door and sidled over to the window, pulling out a delicate mirror from her pocket to carefully observe the surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying swiftly began rummaging through the office, desk, drawers, filing cabinets, flower pots. She searched every conceivable spot, but aside from a pile of useless documents, she found nothing of value. Suddenly, she paused, sniffing the air intently. "Xiaonan, Do you smell something? On yingis bro furod. Huh? Not really, Si Xiaonan replied, sniffing the air in confusion. Hong Ying's frown deepened. She crouched down, following the faint, unpleasant odor until her gaze fell upon a tile beneath a chair. The tile appeared clean, but seemed to bear signs of having been disturbed. She took out a small knife, prying at the edge of the tile until it lifted slightly, releasing a wave of rancid odor. Holding her breath against the stench, Hong Ying delicately used the knife's tip to extract what lay beneath the tile, a whole piece of yellowish-brown, soft membrane. As she unfolded the membrane, her pupils constricted in horror. Skin. This is human skin. Hong Ying abruptly lifted her gaze to Si Xiaonan. These infected individuals can shed their skin. Si Xiaonan's brow knitted in concern. A serpent? It's a possibility. We should report this information to Wu Xiangnan. It may lead us to insights about this mythical creature. Hong Ying swiftly tucked the skin back beneath the tile, covering it once more. Just as she concealed all traces of her presence, a sudden melody rang out from outside the window, startling her. Recognizing the familiar tune, Hong Ying approached the window and gazed down at the increasing number of students emerging from the hallway, murmuring to herself, "A flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the flag-raising ceremony at the Great Xia uniform?" At this moment, Lin Xia and Li Yifei were slowly moving down the corridor. Following the noisy procession of students, Li Yifei cautiously glanced around and leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear. "Xia, your joining them indicates that you possess that unique ability as well, doesn't it?" "Indeed," Lin Xia replied vaguely. "Damn, I truly envy you. What is your ability?" "It's something akin to perceiving the environment through mental awareness," Lin Xia responded. "So, can you distinguish between monsters and humans?" "Yes." "Then, tell me honestly, how many are there in our class?" "Two, Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruo." Upon hearing these names, Li Yifei seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's not Wu Shujia. I've harbored a secret crush on her for years. If she were to turn into a monster, I doubt I would ever experience love in this lifetime. Lin Xia inquired, "And what about now? How many do I have around me?" Li Yifei asked anxiously. "The fifth person in front of you, that girl is also one." "Her?" Li Yifei pondered for a moment. "She is from the neighboring class. I think her name is Tianli. She has also been transformed into a monster. That is not very surprising." Lin Xia was taken aback. "Why?" Li Yifei raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you noticed?" "All right, you just transferred a few days ago, and aren't you aware of these things?" "Notice what?" "Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruo, and Tianli. They all share the same dormitory." Chapter 47. The flag-bearer Lin Xia stood frozen in place upon hearing those words. Indeed, during his earlier perception of the floor, he had noticed that the majority of those infected by the monsters were females. With Li Yifei's remark, he became acutely aware that something was amiss. Could it be that the mythical creature emerged from the girls' dormitory? Lin Xia murmured to himself. He activated his earpiece and lowered his voice. "Sister Hong Ying, where are you? We've just exited the office building. What's the matter?" Lin Xia articulated his suspicions, and immediately, Hong Ying nodded in agreement. "All right, while everyone is heading to the flag-raising ceremony, let us make our way to the girls' dormitory." Understood. As the march music commenced, Lin Xia's class began to file out of the corridor, gradually moving toward the flag-raising platform. The ceremony was to be held in a small open area in front of the teaching building, which was rather cramped, with students from all three grades of the high school jostling against one another, leaving little room between them. "Students at the back, keep up. Hurry, don't shove me. Hey, could you move a bit faster? How fast can I go? The people in front of me are stuck. What can I do? Wait, where's the person in front of me? Who was in front of you?" "Lin Xia. Where did he go?" "I don't know. He was just here." Li Yifei is also missing. As a few students expressed their confusion, Lin Xia and Li Yifei had already slipped out of the line early, weaving swiftly against the chaotic flow of students from various classes. Lin Xia's mental perception extended only 20 meters to fully encompass the over 2,000 students. He had to keep moving continuously. Lin Xia, have you finished your search? The music is ending. We're about to start the flag raising." Li Yifei struggled to push through the surrounding students, addressing Lin Xia ahead. "Not yet. There still have to go. What should we do? Everyone needs to line up. Once the music stops, we'll be discovered. At that moment, the repeatedly played march music began to fade, making Lin Xia and Li Yifei, two students navigating the crowd, increasingly conspicuous, with many pointing and whispering about them. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Li Yifei was correct. If they continued to weave through the crowd after everyone had lined up, they would undoubtedly attract attention. If they pressed on with their search, they risked being halted by the teachers. However, if they ceased their efforts, obtaining a complete understanding of all the students and teachers across the 3 grades would mean waiting until school ended to ambush them at the exit. Time was of the essence, and uncertainties were numerous. They could not afford to wait. Lin Xia's mind raced, and suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the flag-bearing team in the distance, and his eyes lit up. He altered his course, swiftly parting the crowd, and approached the front of the flag-bearers. "Hello, fellow student." Lin Xia greeted the leader of the group politely. The flag-bearer paused. "Hello, but you're off duty." The student looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "The school administration has just issued an urgent notice, calling for exemplary student representatives to participate in the flag-raising ceremony, which will be followed by speeches. Consequently, there is a need for an immediate replacement of the flag-bearer." Lin Xia, with utmost seriousness, extended his hand and seized the flagpole from the hands of his classmate. "I am Li Yifei, an exemplary student representative from the 2nd year. Kindly hand over your flag to me. If there are any questions, you may address them with the administration after the ceremony," Lin Xia stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he commandeered the flagpole and took his rightful position, his demeanor solemn. Li Yifei, bewildered, scratched his head and, after a moment of internal conflict, chose to return to his designated place within his class's ranks. "Lin Xia, what are you trying to do?" Li Yifei could not restrain himself from inquiring. "You realize this could lead to disciplinary action." "No, wait, I could also face consequences. It was I who misappropriated your title and claimed the flag from the flag-bearer. This has nothing to do with you." Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, I'm no longer a student and thus not bound by the school's rules. I'm a night watcher." As solemn music commenced, students, teachers, and administrators alike fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed upon the flag in the bearer's hands, awaiting its ascent. In rhythm with the music, Lin Xia raised the flag and marched forward with precise steps. "Hey, do you recognize that flag bearer? He looks somewhat familiar," one student remarked. "Indeed, he is quite handsome. A bit like Lin Xia. Are you sure it's just a bit? I think it's definitely him. Could it really be?" While the majority of the crowd did not recognize Lin Xia, his classmates quickly identified him, engaging in a flurry of whispered conversations. The leaders on stage remained blissfully unaware of the change in flag bearers, smiling as they admired the striking youth. After all, such trivial matters were beneath their concern. With so many students, how could they possibly know who was meant to raise the flag today? However, the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed countenance upon spotting Lin Xia, a sense of foreboding washing over him for reasons unknown. As the audience offered their salute, Lin Xia strode proudly along the path designated for the flag-raising. Just as he was about to ascend the platform, he abruptly executed a sharp right turn. He headed resolutely towards another corner of the student formation. The leaders, who had been smiling in anticipation of receiving the flag, were rendered utterly perplexed. Their smiles froze in place as they stared blankly at Lin Xia, who seemed oblivious to their presence. It took several moments for them to recover. In unison, they turned to the teacher responsible for the ceremony, their eyes filled with questions. The teacher in charge of the flag-raising broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the students began to notice the unfolding scene, staring in astonishment as Lin Xia passed by them, the whispers around them growing louder. "What on earth? Why isn't he going up on stage? I don't know. Is it his first flag raising? He looks rather unfamiliar. This is amusing. This whole situation is collapsing. Look at the expressions on the leaders' faces. Haha, this is hilarious. What on earth is Lin Xia doing?" At that moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony rang out. "Silence. Everyone be quiet. The student holding the flag. You have taken a wrong turn." Lin Xia, seemingly oblivious, showed no inclination to turn around and even quickened his pace. His gaze sliced through the faces of the students before him like a blade. In their eyes, he detected surprise, confusion, derision, and a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, in Lin Xia's eyes, there resided an unfathomable depth akin to a tranquil abyss. To him, they were a flock of sheep unwittingly marching toward the jaws of a wolf, oblivious to the imminent peril. Among the more than 2,000 faculty and students present, only Lin Xia and Li Yifei remained awake to the reality. Perhaps it was true that while all others were inebriated, he alone was sober. "Come back. Hurry back. Which class are you from?" The furious teacher on stage bellowed. Finally, having surveyed all the students, Lin Xia feigned surprise, hastily pivoting to retrace his steps. He approached the flagpole beside the flag-raising platform and quickly secured the flag. The teacher's eyes bore into Lin Xia, his body trembling with rage. He appeared ready to confront him, yet this was not the appropriate moment for such discourse. Lin Xia chose to disregard the teacher's presence entirely, his mind preoccupied with matters far beyond the instructor's sentiments. As the music shifted and the national anthem commenced, the flag ascended gracefully. However, beneath the flagpole, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Xia's cheek. He stared vacantly at the leaders surrounding him, and then cast his gaze downward at the sea of dark-clad students, his heart plummeting into the abyss. "Captain, you had better prepare yourself mentally," he murmured softly. Chapter 48. The girls' dormitory. Who are you? Which class do you belong to? Where's the original flag bearer? The responsible teacher, his demeanor fierce and intimidating, confronted Lin Xia immediately after the flag-raising ceremony concluded. At that moment, Lin Xia had no time to engage with him and simply turned aside, striding away. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. "Stop right there. I'm speaking to you. What kind of attitude is that? Do you believe I won't take you to the principal's office right now and report you to the entire school?" He seized Lin Xia's shoulder, shouting in anger. Ahead, Lin Xia halted, slowly turning his head. In his eyes, two golden flames ignited instantaneously. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of pressure enveloped the teacher's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as though he were staring into the vast cosmos, insignificant like a grain of sand amidst the boundless darkness and unknown. The oppressive sensation, it transcended the very essence of life. In an instant, the teacher's back was drenched in cold sweat, as if he were about to collapse from exhaustion. The flames in Lin Xia's eyes flickered and vanished, leaving behind the impression that nothing had ever existed there. "I was in the wrong earlier. You may report me to the entire school, or even file a complaint at the office," Lin Xia said, observing the teacher who was gasping for breath. "However, you must wait until I finish my work." With that, Lin Xia turned away and dashed off, leaving the teacher in a state of terror. "Captain Xia, report your status. I have checked every staff and student in the school. The situation is dire. I believe resolving this quietly will be an insurmountable challenge." Elaborate came the response. Among the 3 grades, the infections are relatively few in the first and third years, totaling no more than 10. However, the second year is the most severe, with 36 infected individuals. One class even has half of its members affected, and this is just among the students. There are nearly 20 infected among the teachers and administration as well. Thus, I can deduce that at least 60 individuals in the entire second high school have been transformed into monsters. Silence enveloped the earpiece. "Captain, over 60 infected. Even if each infected individual is merely at the Jean level, that means there are over 60 Jean-level monsters within this high school. If we discover the true form of this mythical creature, these 60 plus Jean infected will undoubtedly enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding staff and students. Moreover, their numbers are overwhelming. Should even one escape the school, it would spell disaster for the entire Sangnan city." Lin Xia calmly articulated his deductions. "Xia, it is not if one escapes the school." A sound akin to hacking emanated from the earpiece as Chun Mai slowly spoke. "They have already begun to infiltrate outside." At that moment, several kilometers away from Second High School, in a rented room, Chun Mai wielded a blade, treading upon the scattered remnants of flesh and blood. Beside him stood the solemn-faced Wu Xiangnan. We have investigated Liu Xiaoyan, as well as Han Ro, whom you mentioned, alongside the home of the head of education. To our dismay, we discovered that their families had also succumbed to infection, and we have only just managed to eradicate them. The situation is more dire than we had anticipated. Thus, we must methodically visit the households of the infected to swiftly halt the spread of the contagion, which regrettably means we are unable to assist you for the time being. However, such a formidable mythological creature must inherently possess limited combat prowess. I believe the three of you can eliminate it. That said, this will inevitably incite unrest within the school, potentially exposing our existence alongside the mythological entity. There is no need for concern. We possess a forbidden object known as Whispers of Dreams, which can create illusions within a certain radius, erasing portions of people's memories. Furthermore, I will appoint Long Xian as the temporary sentinel, establishing void domain around the second high school, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. In the time to come, the second high school shall transform into an isolated island, cut off from the world. Shunmai approached the window, gazing towards the direction where Lin Xia and the others were located, and spoke calmly. Our adversary this time is quite formidable. Do not hold back or conceal your strength. We must locate its true form and eliminate it in the shortest time possible, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of the students and faculty. We cannot afford to witness further casualties. This time, you are free to unleash your full potential. On the other end of the earpiece, Lin Xie remained silent for a moment before nodding resolutely. I understand. Lin Xie disconnected the earpiece, and Wu Xiangnan, standing by Chunmai, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Is it too much for him to encounter such a significant event on his first mission? Xiangnan, this child is different from you and me." Chunmai gently shook his head. He possesses potential, temperament, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage, and he will soar to great heights on his own. In the girls' dormitory of the second high school, Hong Ying stealthily peered out from the window, glancing inside before waving her hand behind her, urging, "Hurry, the dormitory matron is not here." Si Xiaonan swiftly dashed in from outside, leaping lightly over the entrance barrier and hiding behind the duty room. Hong Ying followed suit, and after evading the duty room, they ascended the stairs with remarkable agility, taking 3 steps at a time. In no time, they reached the 5th floor. The flag-raising ceremony had just concluded, and the students had returned to their classrooms to prepare for lessons, leaving the dormitory building eerily empty. All the doors along the corridor were locked, casting the dim, narrow passage into shadows, with only a sliver of sunlight streaming through the terrace at the forefront. Hong Ying cautiously pressed against the wall, surveying the floor under the dim light. Which room did Lin Xia say belonged to those girls? Hong Ying whispered as she turned to ask. The second room from the north. Si Xiaonan replied. Hong Ying glanced towards the northern dormitory and silently stepped in that direction, while Si Xiaonan tightly grasped her hem, fear flickering in her eyes. Hong Ying, please slow down. Understood, understood. You, my dear, fearlessly confront monsters yet tremble at the thought of darkness. Hong Ying replied with exasperation. The two gradually approached the dormitory door, and once again, Hong Ying deftly prodded the lock with a slender needle, causing the door to creak open. Just as she had anticipated, the dormitory was devoid of any presence. The pair stepped inside, swiftly commencing their search. This dormitory is rather impressive. The balcony is quite spacious, Hong Ying remarked as she opened the door leading to the balcony. Suddenly, her expression shifted as if she had glimpsed something, her pupils narrowing in alarm. There, swaying gently on the drying rack, amidst a collection of soft, pastel garments, were 4 thin sheets of human skin, fluttering in the breeze. Chapter 49. The spear emerges from its sheath. Sister Hong Ying. Si Xiaonan also witnessed this scene, her complexion pale. Hong Ying furrowed her brows, weaving through several human skins, and approached the edge of the balcony to gaze outward. This dormitory building stood at the farthest edge of the school, and opposite the balcony was nothing but a stretch of undeveloped land, devoid of any other structures. It was no wonder they felt bold enough to hang human skins so openly. But what would happen if others came to visit? With this thought, Hong Ying's gaze sharpened, and she hastily exited the dormitory, opening the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony, for more human skins fluttered in the wind. Next door, and the next again. Hong Ying continued her search through several nearby dormitories, discovering that the majority had human skins displayed on their balconies, some with 1, some with 2, and others with 4. This indicated that a significant number of students on this floor had already been transformed into monsters. Sister Hong Ying, this is troublesome. Si Xiaonan murmured from outside the door. Indeed, it was a predicament. Hong Ying sighed deeply, and then shifted her tone. However, this also implies that the monster's ability to infect others must be limited. Why? If it truly possessed the capacity for unlimited infection, I estimate that within 2 nights, it could silently infect everyone on this floor. Yet, that is not the case. We do not know how long it has been operating in the shadows, but we can at least ascertain that it has been more than 2 days, and during such an extended period, it has only managed to infect 4 or 5 dormitories, which indicates it likely has a cap on the number of individuals it can infect. It is possible, but another possibility is that its infection ability has a cooldown period, such as only being able to infect 1 person within a day. Si Xiaonan's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, if it truly had the power of unlimited infection, the entire school would have already perished. Therefore, we can deduce much from this. Following this line of thought, Hong Ying continued, based on the intelligence provided by Xia, the proportion of boarding students among the infected far exceeds that of day students. This is because day students do not reside at the school, and when they are present, they mostly congregate together, making it difficult for the monster to infect them silently. Moreover, among the infected, the ratio of females is significantly greater than that of males, not only because females are generally easier targets, often found alone, but also because Hong Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to regard the dim, narrow corridor. The essence of that mythical creature resides here. Si Xiaonan gasped in astonishment. Sister Hong Ying, how did you suddenly become so astute? Hong Ying arched an eyebrow. Do you find me so foolish in your eyes? Indeed, you have always been rather dim-witted, only using your brain when it truly matters. Hong Ying helplessly gazed at the ceiling, and after a moment, removed her earpiece. All right, I admit, what I just said was relayed to me by Xia. Si Xiaonan. He is quite clever. Si Xiaonan pouted in response. Hong Ying sighed, and although she was reluctant to admit it, he indeed seemed to possess a modicum more intelligence than herself. Lin Xia's voice drifted softly through the earpiece. Are you certain it is merely a modicum? Silence. Ah, indeed. I must remind you all. Lin Xia's tone grew serious. Just now, I observe a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory. Hong Ying furrowed her brow. Are they infected? It's too far for me to sense, came the reply. You all must exercise caution. Understood. Hong Ying donned her earpiece, casting a knowing glance at Si Xiaonan, and the two swiftly made their way towards the corridor. At that moment, several girls, chattering and laughing, ascended the corridor. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed slightly, and she grasped Si Xiaonan's arm, halting their advance, her gaze laden with vigilance. The girls, noticing the presence of 2 unfamiliar figures in the corridor, regarded them with mild surprise before whispering among themselves. Who are they? I don't recognize them. Perhaps they are from another class? But aren't there only our classes on this floor? I've never seen them before. Maybe they're looking for someone? Quite possibly. Let me inquire. A girl with long hair approached, speaking politely. Hello. Are you here to find someone? A smile graced Hong Ying's face. Yes. I am looking for Wang Nan from class 6, but I seem to have forgotten which dorm she resides in. Wang Nan. The long-haired girl tilted her head. There is no one by that name in class 6. Are you sure you have the right person? Isn't this the senior year dormitory? No, this is the sophomore dormitory. The seniors are on the first floor. Ah, I see. Hong Ying scratched her head apologetically, grasping Si Xiaonan's hand. I'm sorry for the disturbance. It's quite all right. The long-haired girl replied with a courteous smile. As Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan maneuvered past the long-haired girl, they proceeded towards the corridor, and the cluster of girls politely parted to create a path for them. That girl is truly stunning, Hong Ying overheard as they brushed past, the admiration evident in the voices around her. Indeed, her features are exquisite, and her complexion is flawless. How enviable. The shorter girl behind her is also lovely. So adorably cute. So cute that one might wish to devour her whole. In the fleeting moment as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan passed by the group, the girls' eyes simultaneously ignited with a ravenous gleam, their heads abruptly blooming open like flower buds, revealing vivid crimson flesh and a grotesque array of teeth. The corridor of the dormitory was already narrow, and with the girls occupying most of the space, there was barely any room left for Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. So little that they could scarcely evade. Yet at that moment, a subtle smile curved on Hong Ying's lips, and a crimson radiance erupted explosively from her center. Boom! Rose-hued flames surged forth, radiating from her and Si Xiaonan, unleashing a terrifying force that sent the monsters in the corridor hurtling away. Crack! 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 Flames roared, and the intense heat caused the emergency lights lining the corridor to burst, plunging the entire hallway into darkness. Only the flickering flames remained, dancing in solitude. In that moment, a young girl, burdened with a long box on her back, ascended the staircase with deliberate grace. The fire cast a glow upon her visage as she gently tapped the box behind her, and a soft melody emanated from within. Suddenly, a long spear sprang forth from the side of the box, landing firmly in her grasp. With a graceful flourish, she wielded the spear, creating a dazzling display as she navigated through the rose-hued flames, defiantly gazing at the terrified creatures ahead. "Umph, I knew you were no good," she declared, resting the spear upon her shoulder and playfully flicking her earpiece. "Let it be known, no one shall dare call me foolish again." Chapter 50. Incomplete Salvation. Si Xiaonan, with a heart still racing, approached Hong Ying from behind, her expression one of lingering terror. They certainly appeared quite fearsome. Hong Ying nodded in agreement, but remarked that their strength seemed lacking. With that, she forcefully stomped her feet on the ground, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The tip of her spear ignited with a rosy flame, trailing a streak of fire through the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The monstrous creatures in the corridor, upon witnessing Hong Ying's charge, opened their grotesque mouths wide, revealing their terrifying, gaping maws, ready to devour her whole. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, her form undeterred, as she boldly surged towards that massive mouth. Howl! Just as the creature's enormous jaws were about to engulf her, a brilliant flash of crimson light erupted from the spear's tip, illuminating the dark corridor in a momentary blaze. In the next instant, a colossal fireball ignited. The tip of her spear effortlessly sliced through the creature's body, and the flickering flames consumed the mangled flesh in a mere breath. Standing firm, Hong Ying casually rested the spear on her shoulder, the flames still dancing at its tip. With a light chuckle, she regarded the bewildered monsters before her, tauntingly wiggling her fingers. "You lot combined aren't even a match for me." Si Xiaonan, filled with excitement, clapped from the side. "Sister Hong Ying, you are so cool." The creatures roared in response, their eyes fixated fiercely on Hong Ying. In the next moment, more figures began to materialize at the corridor's entrances. Some wore school uniforms, others donned casual attire, some carried basins, while others held books. Their long, dark hair cascaded down, and pairs of eyes gazed intently at the central figure of Hong Ying. They simply stared in silence. Drip drop. The sound of water dripping echoed from a nearby restroom, while faint rustling noises emanated from a ceiling above. Outside, the distant chatter of students reverberated, rendering the entire corridor eerily silent. The number of girls gathered along the corridor's sides increased, standing in perfect unison like a voiceless battalion. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. Si Xiaonan quietly edged behind Hong Ying, retrieving a dagger from the black box in her hands. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying meticulously counted the number of creatures, murmuring to herself, 18. This number could pose a bit of a challenge. However, it was merely a bit. Ruo, during the last class you mentioned wanting to drink AD calcium. I picked up a bottle when I was at the convenience store earlier. Here, take it. In the classroom, Lu Yuan held out a bottle of AD calcium milk to Han Ruo, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Han Ruo turned around and flashed Lu Yuan a sweet smile as she accepted the AD calcium. "Thank you, Lu Yuan, you are so kind to me." Seeing her smile, Lu Yuan felt as though he were floating on air, immediately thumping his chest in reassurance. Rest assured, Ruo, whatever you wish to drink in the future, just let me know, and I shall procure it for you. Sounds good. Han Ruo nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before leaning close to Lu Yuan's ear and whispering in a soft, melodious tone. Lu Yuan, could you wait for me in the garage after school? Lu Yuan's heart raced as he seemed to recall something. I have something to say to you. Han Ruo's cheeks flushed, and she cast a charming glance at him, conveying unspoken sentiments. Excitedly, Lu Yuan nodded, all right. I will definitely wait for you after school tonight. At that moment, Han Ruo paused, seemingly sensing something, and abruptly stood up. What is wrong, Ruo? Where are you going? Lu Yuan inquired, puzzled. I just remembered I left something behind. I need to return to the dormitory. Han Ruo's demeanor shifted, her earlier sweetness replaced by a cold indifference as she swiftly made her way towards the door. Just then, a young man approached her desk and obstructed her path. Lin Qi? Lu Yuan frowned slightly upon recognizing the newcomer. The irritation in Han Ruo's eyes flickered briefly, but she quickly donned a naive smile. Lin Qi, do you need something? Disregarding Lu Yuan's presence, Lin Qi pondered for a moment before speaking in a soft tone. Actually, I have liked you for quite some time. Han Ruo was taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly choked on his words, resolutely standing up to confront Lin Qi. Lin Qi, please don't do this. Han Ruo has someone she likes. You cannot persist. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Lin Qi forcefully pushed him back in his seat while covering his mouth with his hand. Han Ruo took a moment to process the situation, and suddenly, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. So, how about being my girlfriend? Lin Qi stated matter-of-factly. The room erupted with excitement at his declaration, despite the subdued volume of his voice. Wow, I can't believe Lin Qi likes a girl like Han Ruo. Who would have thought? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Han Ruo was indeed quite attractive, but Lin Qi was undeniably more handsome. Wow, how domineering. I absolutely adore this. However, the most captivating sight was Lu Yuan's expression, which was simply unforgettable. I agree. They should be together. 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 Amidst the ruckus, Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly fixated on her toes, her face now flushed to the roots of her ears. After a moment, she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, then, okay. Lu Yuan stared at her in disbelief, his mind reeling as if struck by a thunderbolt. His world had crumbled. Lin Qi nodded expressionlessly. In that case, see you in the garage tonight. Okay. Lin Qi released his grip from Lu Yuan's mouth, who remained frozen like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Han Ruo, utterly motionless. Lin Qi glanced at him before silently walking away. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Li Yifei approached Lin Xia and whispered, Xia, why did you choose to save him? He had previously pushed you aside. Lin Xia replied, I truly did not wish to rescue him. Had I been my former self, I would have certainly refrained from intervening. Yet, I patted his shoulder, and here I am, bound by my duty. While I may not desire to assist him, from the perspective of a night watchman, saving lives is imperative. Thus, I spared him, albeit not entirely. Li Yifei was taken aback, pondering the implications of this. Lin Xia turned to cast a meaningful glance at the dazed Lu Yuan and continued, do you believe that, given his nature, he would relinquish his pursuit of Han Ruo? Li Yifei's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting he remains undeterred? In fulfillment of my responsibilities as a night watchman, I saved him once. Lin Xia stated calmly, but if he insists on courting disaster, that is no longer my concern. At that point, I might even find myself applauding from the sidelines. Chapter 51. I understand you. Li Yifei clicked his tongue, remarking that when it comes to ruthlessness, no one rivals you. Just as Lin Xia was about to respond, a voice crackled through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift subtly. What happened? There has been an incident over at Hongying. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia grasped the black box and dashed out of the classroom. Hey, there's only a minute left until class starts. Li Yifei instinctively called out, only to realize that those carefree days of sitting in class were now a thing of the past. He quickly followed Lin Xia out, and as they reached the doorway, He collided with the English teacher. Li Yifei, class is about to begin. Where are you rushing off to? The teacher glared at him, clearly displeased. Class. Li Yifei brushed past the teacher and sprinted towards a distance, shouting back, at this moment, who cares about class? Times have changed, teacher. The English teacher. Li Yifei sprinted after Lin Xia with the speed of a 100-meter dash, arriving at the girls' dormitory where a large crowd had already gathered below. Did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion from inside. I heard it. It was terrifying. Something seemed to be screaming. No way. I only heard an explosion. Perhaps someone hid illegal electrical appliances, causing a fire? Has anyone called the police? Someone S on the phone. The fire truck should be arriving soon. Let us secure the scene. Huh? Why is there no signal? I don't have any either. How strange. Outside of Zhong, Lung Xian sat in a concealed corner, placing down a notice board. He lightly grazed the edge of a blade across his fingertip, letting a few drops of blood emerge. With an impassive expression, he extended his hand and drew a long mark across the surface of the notice board. How did old Zhao do it back then? Lung Xian murmured, recalling for a moment, then clasped his hands together and pressed down. Forbidden ruins, Wujie void. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, yet the notice board remained still. The corners of Lung Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he pondered whether perhaps he hadn't drawn enough blood. Thus, he drew the blade again, making another cut on his left hand, adding a horizontal line to the notice board. Forbidden ruins, Wujie void. Still, there was no response. Growing impatient, Lung Xian tapped the surface of the notice board, akin to striking an old television with poor reception. After 2 taps, the notice board quivered slightly, and an invisible canvas expanded outward from it, connecting with 2 other notice boards, enveloping the entire sky above Zhong. This time it worked. Satisfied, Lung Xian stood up and gazed into the distance, suddenly taken aback. Huh, why does the color of this Wujie void look different? Oh my, look, why has the sky turned green? It really has. How marvelous. Quick, take a picture. Who is the unfortunate soul who has been unjustly labeled in such a manner? What must have transpired for such an extraordinary phenomenon to occur? The suddenly transformed sky captivated everyone's attention. Even the students and teachers in class emerged from their rooms, pointing and whispering at the spectacle above. Gee, what is happening? Li Yifei gazed at the verdant sky, feeling an inexplicable unease. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, uncertain, but perhaps it was related to the boundless void, though that was of little consequence. His gaze fell upon the girls' dormitory, crowded to the brim with onlookers, and his expression tightened slightly. They have sealed off the dormitory. It's rather difficult for me to enter under such scrutiny. You must create a diversion to draw their attention away. A diversion? Li Yifei was taken aback. What sort of diversion? Anything will suffice. You could feign a heart attack or perform a striptease, as long as it diverts their gaze. I can't do any of those. Li Yifei protested. Lin Xia turned to face Li Yifei, looking earnestly into his eyes. Since you intend to join the night watch after this incident, you must be prepared to make any sacrifices necessary, including your chastity. Wait a moment. Why must joining the night watch entail such a sacrifice? Li Yifei felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone in the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. All right, you go ahead. I will help you draw their attention. Lin Xia nodded and circled around the gathering, moving closer to the barricade, throwing Li Yifei a knowing look. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei shouted at the throng before him, Wushu Jia. His booming voice instantly quelled the clamor, and all heads turned in astonishment to the boy who had suddenly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. In the crowd, Wushu also turned to gaze at the serious-faced Li Yifei. Confusion etched across her features. Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly. This fellow couldn't possibly be preparing to. Wushu Jia. Li Yifei called out again. I like you. The moment those 4 words escaped his lips, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. High school students have an uncanny ability to become enthralled by anything outside their studies, be it a sudden fire or a public confession. Clearly, the latter held far greater allure. The excitement among the onlookers surged like a wildfire. They cast their eager gazes toward Wushu Jia, even stepping back to create a space for her. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi had deftly crossed the barricade and slipped into the girl's dormitory. Wu Shujia lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's gaze, and after a moment of silence, she spoke softly, "I'm sorry. I already have someone I like." Upon hearing those words, Li Yifei's mind went blank, and in that dazed moment, he felt as if he had suddenly grasped the essence of Wang Xiao's earlier emotions. Who? Who do you like? A delicate blush appeared on Wu Shujia's face as she confessed, I have feelings for Lin Xia. Upon hearing the name Lin Xia, Li Yifei's expression transformed into one of remarkable intrigue. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards the entrance of the girl's dormitory, only to find that Lin Xia's figure had already vanished. He remained silent for a considerable time, gradually lifting his gaze to the verdant expanse of sky above. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lu Yuan, do not weep, for I, Li Yifei, understand you. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. The dazzling tips of flying bullets ignited a mesmerizing display of fiery silk, resembling elongated crimson tassels adorning the gun's muzzle. As bursts of rose-colored sparks erupted in the dark corridor, the figure of Hong Ying darted swiftly among the monsters, her spear sweeping with precision, and in an instant, the head of one beast was sent soaring, engulfed in flames. The remaining creatures appeared to sense their impending doom, instinctively retreating several paces. Before them, Hong Ying advanced with her fiery spear in hand, her long hair flowing gracefully as she approached with measured steps. Chapter 52. The Serpent Demon. The rose-hued flames illuminated the corridor as if it were daylight. Hong Ying, gripping her spear, crouched slightly, her gaze fixed upon the four monstrous entities before her, a wave of fiery heat radiating outward from her core. Suddenly, her form ignited into a blaze, propelling her forward with astonishing speed. The rose-colored embers swiftly dissolved into the air, trailing a crimson afterimage. Her velocity so remarkable that the human eye could scarcely track her movement. In the blink of an eye, she materialized before the creatures. With a subtle tremor of her spear, an array of fiery spear shadows erupted like blooming flowers, piercing the unsuspecting monsters until they were rendered asunder. The rose flames surged forth, engulfing the shrieking beasts entirely. Sparks cascaded from the heavens, reminiscent of wilting cherry blossoms, carpeting the corridor in their wake. Hong Ying sheathed her spear behind her back, gently snapping her fingers, causing the corridor's flames to extinguish instantly, plunging it once again into darkness. Xiaonan, are you all right? I'm fine. I even managed to slay one. See, Xiaonan grinned, her eyes gleaming as she regarded the disfigured monster at her feet. You did great. Xiaonan. Hong Ying approached and affectionately ruffled her hair. Not even close to your prowess, Hong Ying. When Yoro's fire feathers are unleashed, no number of monsters could withstand you. Flattery will get you nowhere. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Hong Ying's brow furrowed, her grip tightening on her spear, eyes alert. What is happening? Are there still students inside? A panicked dorm supervisor ascended the stairs, her expression one of shock as she beheld the two amidst the charred corridor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Hong Ying relaxed slightly, removing her hand from the spear. We're students here to extinguish the fire. It has already been quelled, she replied. In the dimness of the corridor, the supervisor seemed oblivious to the spear in her possession, hastily gesturing for them to leave. Which class are you from? How can you be so reckless? Come with me. The fire truck will be arriving shortly. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, stowing their weapons into the black box, and swiftly made their way toward the dorm supervisor. As they approached, she appeared poised to speak. Bang! A resounding gunshot echoed, and a bullet whizzed through the balustrade, striking the supervisor in the waist. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from her. The immense recoil slammed the supervisor against the wall, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the boy ascending the stairs below. In the next moment, her head exploded, transforming into a grotesque, bloodthirsty creature. How could it possibly have hit her waist when aimed at her head? From around the corner, Lin Xia, gun in hand, muttered to himself, the muzzle aimed at the gaping maw of the creature as he emotionlessly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots pierced the monster's mouth, causing its body to convulse violently before it collapsed, lifeless, rolling down the staircase. "Xia?" Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment. "I heard you were in dire straits, so I rushed over." Lin Xia sheathed his pistol and ascended the staircase, treading upon a floor strewn with blood and flesh. He surveyed his surroundings, pondering, "Where are the monsters?" "They're all dealt with," replied Hong Ying, hands on her hips, a triumphant smile adorning her face, as if seeking praise for her strength. "Have you located the main body?" Hong Ying's expression faltered, her face falling as she shook her head in dismay. "No." Lin Xia meticulously roamed this level, deep in thought. Logically, this was the site of the first infected individual's emergence. Had it abandoned this place after infecting others? Was it truly that astute? This mythical creature undoubtedly possessed considerable intelligence. It is capable of impeccably mimicking a person's character and habits, rendering it indistinguishable from the genuine article. "This is no feat for a mere beast," Lin Xia asserted confidently. Moreover, its infection strategy thus far exhibits remarkable logic. Logic? Is that so? Xiaonan inquired, perplexed. Indeed, it commenced its infections in the female dormitory, not only because the girls are physically weaker and easier to control, but also cleverly capitalizing on their unique charm, which disarms others' wariness. It facilitated interactions between these girls and the male students to garner their favor, subsequently luring them to secluded spots for infection. Unbeknownst to them, even the teachers fell victim. Its actions may appear random, yet they are profoundly covert and methodical. Had Li Yifei not stumbled upon Lu Xiaoyan infecting the head of the department, we might not have recognized its existence for another 6 months, and by then, the number of infected would escalate to a terrifying degree. After listening to Lin Xia's analysis, both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan felt a chill run down their spines. "This is the first time I've encountered a mythical creature of such high intelligence," Hong Ying remarked, her brow furrowed. "If that is the case, it must have known we were coming. Hence it would not linger here, correct?" "That is quite possible," Lin Xia nodded, resigned. What is that over there?" Si Xiaonan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Lin Xia and Hong Ying were taken aback, turning their gazes in unison, their pupils narrowing in shock. At the end of the corridor, on a small balcony, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human form coiled ominously, its ebony scales emitting a chilling aura in the faint sunlight, and a pair of eerie green eyes fixated intently on the trio. "Hiss!" The creature's crimson forked tongue flicked out, the corners of its mouth curling into a mocking smile. Lin Xia and Hong Ying exchanged a brief glance before dashing towards the balcony without a word. After it, the serpent-tailed creature raised its head high, unleashing a sudden shriek towards the sky. Hiss! In an instant, it swiftly glided along the balcony's edge, moving with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously with its cry, screams erupted from a distant classroom. Lin Xia abruptly halted, lifting his gaze to the distance. The infected had gone berserk. Hong Ying leapt gracefully to the edge of the balcony, her long gun slung across her back. Turning to Lin Xia, she shouted, "You go protect the students. I will pursue it." As her words faded, she leaped gracefully from the balcony, vanishing from sight. Lin Xia abruptly halted, pivoting to sprint down the corridor. With Hong Ying's agility and prowess, leaping from the 5th floor posed no challenge. However, given his current capabilities, such a descent would undoubtedly result in calamity. With a black box strapped to his back, Lin Xia raced along the path as a multitude of students screamed in frantic disarray, darting about like headless flies. In the distance, the ominous roars of monstrous creatures echoed ominously. "Stop running. Stay close behind me. We cannot exit the school now," Lin Xia shouted desperately. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos, his voice went unheard. Everyone was frantically rushing towards the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. This was intended to prevent the escape of both the monstrous entities and the infected from the unrestrained void. "Silence! Silence! Listen to me," Lin Xia shouted repeatedly. Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. At that moment, the chilling words of a prior encounter with Lung Xian reverberated in his mind. Resolutely, Lin Xia withdrew a pistol from his pocket, aiming it skyward and pulling the trigger. As the gunfire resonated throughout the campus, the frenzied students came to a bewildered halt. Holding the weapon, Lin Xia directed it towards the statue-like students. Expressionless, he raised his chin slightly. I have commanded you to be silent. Chapter 53. The apocalypse on campus. The purpose of a firearm transcends mere destruction. It embodies deterrence. When the sudden emergence of monstrous beings instills rampant terror within the populace, only an alternative fear can momentarily restore their composure. Who are you? Why do you possess a gun? Are you a police officer? Save us. There are monsters in the school. Help. After a brief moment of astonishment, the students erupted into chaos once more, crowding around Lin Xia, their clamorous voices echoing throughout the school gates. Lin Xia furrowed his brows, advancing rather than retreating. His fingers gently pressed the handle of the black box, which swiftly sprang open, revealing a sheathed dagger that shot forth. Lin Xia seized the hilt with lightning speed. Clang. The dagger was unsheathed. The blade, shimmering with a pale blue luminescence, sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum as it darted towards the foremost boy. The boy's pupils dilated, his head swelling as if something within was about to burst forth. Yet, Lin Xia's blade struck first, severing his head. A gruesome visage, replete with flesh and fangs, soared into the air, its viscous blood splattering the surrounding students, who stood frozen, as if sculpted in shock, in the span of a heartbeat. From their irrational charge towards Lin Xia to his swift draw and execution, the students were unable to recover from the overwhelming visual shock of reality. Mere seconds later, piercing screams erupted in madness. Monsters have been lurking among them all along. Silence. Lin Xia bellowed, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. The chaotic throng fell abruptly silent. At the moment he spoke, an unprecedented pressure surged like a tidal wave against their hearts, stunning them into submission. Now among you, there are no more hidden monsters. You may exit the school directly. Someone will open the door for you. Lin Xia sheathed the dagger, stating calmly, however, proceed in an orderly fashion. Do not push. Should I witness any breach of order? Lin Xia slowly raised the gun, brandishing it before them. Upon hearing these words, the students immediately turned and rushed towards the school gates. Though their haste appeared somewhat frantic, they maintained a semblance of order. A few girls, trembling and unable to move, were supported by their male peers as they made their way to the exit. At this moment, a corner of the boundless domain was lifted, revealing a pathway to the outside world. Beyond the boundless domain, personnel awaited to administer memory erasure, a matter for which Lin Xia bore no responsibility. This initial wave of students numbered approximately 400, with many more still streaming from the classrooms. They were primarily first and third-year students. Infection rates among the first and third-year students were low, and the proximity of the classrooms to the school gates facilitated their escape. However, the complication lay in the fact that some infected individuals had yet to reveal themselves, remaining concealed within the frenzied mass of students. They resemble highly unstable bombs. Their detonation unpredictable, yet undoubtedly, the moment they explode will serve as the final straw that breaks the student's psychological resilience. It is akin to a group of students who have narrowly escaped a monstrous threat, finally reaching a safe haven, only to let down their guard, when suddenly, a classmate's head splits open once more. Although the monster's lethality is limited, the absurd actions driven by human panic know no bounds. Fortunately, Lin Xia, a humanoid detector, is present, capable of effortlessly identifying the monsters hidden among the crowd and dispatching them with precision. Those deemed harmless can then exit this realm through the unrestricted void. With such a multitude of students, forcing them to remain in the school would only heighten the unpredictability. Lin Xia cannot escort every student to safety, but he can certainly ensure that some are able to leave. Thankfully, the physical condition of the current high school students is commendable. Within mere minutes, over 1,000 have reached the school gates, having been identified by Lin Xia. With both the first and third-year buildings now nearly vacant, the passage can be sealed. I must enter to rescue those inside. Lin Xia communicated to the cold Su via his earpiece. Su responded with an acknowledgement, and the next moment, the passage of the unrestricted void gradually closed. isolating the entire school from the outside world once more. Just as Lin Xia prepared to embark, the sky suddenly flickered, reminiscent of an old television with poor connections. Dimming ominously. What is happening? I am still unfamiliar with the unrestricted void. It seems I've encountered something peculiar. Sue's voice emanated from the earpiece. Will it affect you? I shall investigate further. Lin Xia glanced up at the blood-red sky, letting out a sigh. I feel that a vibrant green would be more inviting. After all, this scene resembles the apocalypse itself. Beneath the crimson vault, the atmosphere of the campus was both eerie and mysterious. The screams emanating from the second-year teaching building mingled with the roars of monsters, echoing through the air, while a faint metallic scent of blood hung in the atmosphere, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he hastily began searching the first and third-year buildings with his blade in hand. Alan, I'm so frightened. Shoo. Alan peeked out from the stall in the restroom, glancing outside before slowly retreating. Keep your voice down. Don't attract those monsters here. But why aren't we following them outside? Why are we hiding here? Another girl inquired. In the cramped, dim restroom stall, 3 girls huddled together, their faces pale and anxious. Alan lowered her voice, her eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. Haven't you seen those disaster movies? When the apocalypse strikes, those who rush out mindlessly usually perish. Based on my years of watching, the wisest course is to detach from the masses and wait in a secure location for rescue. But this isn't a movie. One of the girls beside her responded, her voice tinged with tears. And are you sure a restroom is a safe place? I too wish to seek refuge elsewhere, but within this vast educational building, apart from classrooms and restrooms, where else could I possibly go? Alan sighed in resignation. However, you need not worry, for if we conceal ourselves here, we shall surely be safe. Just then, as Alan's words lingered in the air, the door of the restroom stall was abruptly flung open. The 3 girls hidden within let out simultaneous shrieks. When they beheld not a monster but a youth wielding a knife, they instantly clasped their mouths in silence. Safe? It would be absurd to think so, Lin Xia remarked coolly. In a heartbeat, he unsheathed the straight blade in his hand, and before the 3 could fully comprehend the terror unfolding before them, he swiftly severed the head of one of the girls. A grotesque, bloodied head thudded onto the ground. Chapter 54. The Clever One's Silence. You have killed Xiao. She is no longer herself. Cannot you see that? Witnessing a sister, whom moments ago was hiding with me in the cubicle, transform into a monster and be cleaved in 2 has left the 2 girls utterly petrified, their legs trembling beneath them. Lin Xia, with a sense of resignation, assisted them out of the restroom, where a small gathering of men and women had amassed at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Xia emerge with the 2 girls, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Is there truly someone inside? Senior Xia, you are remarkable. To know there was someone in there from 10 meters away, Senior Xia. Are you a practitioner? Can you take me along? What are you dawdling for? Is this a moment for idle chatter? Come and lend a hand. Only then did the crowd snap back to reality, hastening forward to support the 2 rescued young women. They were all survivors whom Lin Xia had saved during their freshman year, with several other girls similarly paralyzed by fear. Fortunately, most of the boys displayed greater fortitude and did not succumb to terror-induced paralysis. What shall we do next, Senior Xia? The search and rescue in these 2 buildings is complete. You should head to the auditorium we just passed. It's been cleared out. Lin Xia replied calmly. And you? The second-year building is the true disaster zone. I must go rescue others. May I accompany you? I just repelled a monster with a fire axe. I can be of assistance. A robust-looking boy spoke up. No need. I can manage alone. Lin Xia shook his head, pointing to the trembling girl in the group. Your fire axe is better used to protect them. Very well then. Lin Xia did not linger, offering a few parting instructions before dashing down the stairs, heading towards the depths of the second-year building. The hidden monsters in that area comprised nearly 60% of the school, and with nearly 10 minutes having passed since the outbreak, one could only wonder what chaos had unfolded in the second-year section. I hope they exhibit wisdom. Hurry, boys. Push the desks and chairs into the hallway. Block it completely. Come on, put in some effort. We cannot let them break through. What about the girls? Enough with the shrieking. Come, and tend to the injured. What? There's still a few survivors on the third floor? Damn it, Axe Squad. Charge with me. Mr. Wong, I entrust this floor to you. On the chaotic fifth-floor balcony, Li Yifei shouted, his voice hoarse as he called out. At this moment, the majority of second-year students had congregated on this floor, the tightly packed desks and chairs completely sealing off the hallways on either side, while dozens of monsters below crashed against the barriers in a frenzy. Mr. Wong, distinguished and bespectacled, nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will handle this level. All those years of playing tower defense games have not been in vain. Li Yifei seized a fire axe, slinging it over his shoulder, and called out to the opposite hallway. A few sturdy boys, armed with fire axes, steel rods, or tennis rackets, swiftly rushed over. In the third floor's Class 8, over 20 students remained trapped in the classroom. We must rescue them. Li Yifei succinctly outlined the situation. Several boys swiftly fashioned a makeshift rope from their clothing, securing it to the railing of the corridor, allowing it to hang down directly. After tugging on it and deeming it sufficiently sturdy, Li Yifei was the first to ascend the railing, gripping the rough rope tightly and cautiously moving downward, mimicking scenes he had seen on television. The other boys followed suit, albeit with a hint of nervousness, yet maintaining a semblance of order. Mr. Wong, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be in danger? A girl asked anxiously as she observed the unfolding scene. Mr. Wong cast a deep glance at them, sighed, and thought, how could they not be in danger? Yet I trust in his capabilities. Li Yifei is so handsome. How did I not notice before? A girl whispered nearby. Historically, in every dark epic, there have always been individuals of little renown who step forth to become the guiding lights for the multitude. Li Yifei and his peers, who often appeared hopeless in their daily lives, possessed an irreplaceable potential in this dire environment. Never underestimate anyone, no matter how inconspicuous they may seem. Perhaps one day, they will shine with resplendent brilliance. Mr. Wong adjusted his glasses and, as if awakening to a realization, turned to admonish the girl. By the way, no early romantic relationships. Li Yifei and his companions successfully descended to the corridor of the third floor, where the majority of monsters had been lured to the stairwell between the fourth and fifth floors, leaving only 2 creatures lingering at the entrance of Class 8. All doors and windows of the classroom had been barricaded with desks and chairs, rendering these 2 monsters incapable of breaching the defenses. Intelligence was not solely Li Yifei's domain. The commotion from their descent had gone unnoticed by the 2 monsters until the boys stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, the creatures turned, spotting Li Yifei and his companions, baring their menacing jaws and preparing to strike. Hold firm, Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys seized chairs from the classroom, shouting as they charged towards the 2 monsters. Though the monsters excelled in their predatory nature, their strength was not vastly superior to that of an ordinary human. Under the relentless onslaught of the boys brandishing chairs, the creatures were momentarily halted, but their sharp, interlocking teeth quickly rendered the chairs useless. In this brief window of opportunity, the remaining boys surged forward, wielding fire axes and clubs with reckless abandon against the monster's jaws. After a frenzied assault, the creatures convulsed violently and collapsed, their heads utterly shattered. Breathless, the boys gasped for air, unable to suppress triumphant smiles, their eyes alight with exhilaration. Together, they had vanquished 2 terrifying monsters. Quickly, let us save them, Li Yifei exclaimed as he rushed to the classroom door, knocking urgently. The students in Classroom 8 had been discreetly observing the commotion outside through the gaps between their desks and chairs. Upon witnessing Li Yifei and his group successfully vanquish a monster, they hastily opened a door, and several boys stepped outside. I am Li Yifei from Class 2, come? Let's evacuate, Li Yifei urged. Evacuate? Where can we possibly go? The leading boy shook his head, gesturing towards the first floor. The first floor has completely fallen. There are at least 10 monsters there. We cannot break through. You managed to slay 2, but can you defeat 10? We will retreat upwards, Li Yifei stated earnestly. We have eliminated the monsters on the 5th floor and fortified the corridors with desks and chairs as a defense. Most of the students are hiding there. The 5th floor? The boy chuckled. Let me ask you, which floor are we currently on? the third floor, where the monsters congregating. The first, second, and fourth floors then. Even if we were to break through to the fifth floor, as you suggest, how do we circumvent the densely populated fourth floor? Even if we somehow manage to escape from the fourth floor, as you mentioned, the corridors on the fifth floor are completely sealed. Will you have time to open the door for us, allow all 28 of us to pass through, and then seal it again? He pointed to the thick rope dangling in the third floor corridor. Or do you believe all 28 of us can ascend to the fifth floor using this rope? Li Yifei was left speechless. Chapter 55, and Qing Yui. I did not anticipate so much, Li Yifei sighed. We are grateful for your willingness to rescue us. The boy slightly bowed, but regrettably, he stated, your retreat plan is unfeasible. Then do you possess a superior strategy? Hold the fort. His voice resonated with tranquility. Though these creatures appeared menacing, they were not insurmountable. As long as we continually fortify the defenses of the doors and windows, stalling them should not pose a challenge. I firmly believe that soon, specialized individuals will come to our aid. Li Yifei fell into a momentary silence, scrutinizing the bespectacled boy, who seemed quite refined. I am yet unaware of your name. And Qing Yu? And Qing Yu? You're the one who ranked first in the entire city? Li Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment. Academic achievements do not concern me. And Qing Yu's gaze drifted to the repulsive remnants of flesh scattered outside the corridor, a peculiar glint shimmering in his eyes. It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. For reasons unknown, Li Yifei felt a chill creep into his heart upon witnessing that expression. Since you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall return to the fifth floor. Li Yifei turned to depart, for his presence was no longer required here, and there were numerous students on the fifth floor. I believe you may find it difficult to leave now. And Qing Yu approached the window, gesturing toward 3 creatures that rushed from the right corridor, while 3 others crawled up from the left hallway. They were surrounded. Most critically, one of the monsters, while traversing the hallway, casually shredded the thick rope hanging outside, completely severing the escape route for Li Yifei and the others. Li Yifei's pupils dilated in shock. With the chairs and fire axe, they might be able to slay 2 monsters, but facing 6 simultaneously would surely result in their demise. Quick, stack the desks and chairs back. The boys in the classroom swiftly repositioned the desks and chairs that had been moved aside at the entrance. Soon, the creatures reached the exterior of the classroom, incessantly battering the furniture with their bodies and sharp teeth, causing it to teeter precariously. Over 20 boys strained with all their might, steadfastly holding the furniture in place, their faces turning purple from exertion. Inside and outside the classroom, this was a struggle for survival, wagering dozens of lives. The girls within the classroom turned ashen, screaming as they huddled in the corners, while the faces of the remaining boys were equally grim. Only the frail and Qing Yu stood to the side, frowning as he contemplated the scene before him. Slaying 2 monsters immediately summoned 6 more, indicating that these creatures shared a psychic network, governed by a central brain that commanded all subordinate minds. And this central brain possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Yet the question remained, how did they know to sever the thick rope? Assuming all monsters could share visual information, Li Yifei and the others, upon descending from the rope into the hallway, should have been invisible from the monster's perspective. How did they discern that the thick rope was the pivotal connection between the 2 floors? As Qing Yu pondered in solitude, Li Yifei and others at the forefront gritted their teeth, their figures gradually yielding to the overwhelming pressure from ahead. Damn it, we can't hold on any longer. Just as the group was on the brink of exhaustion, a figure swiftly darted past the window, a pale blue brilliance slicing through the air like a crescent moon. In the next instant, a grotesque monster's head was hurled high into the air. The other 5 creatures had yet to react when the figure adjusted its stance, twisting its body in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, and unleashed a strike with its blade. The edge of the sword cleaved through the nearest monster, severing it from shoulder to waist in one fluid motion. Blood spurted forth, and the remaining 4 monsters finally reacted, roaring as they lunged toward the figure. Just as they were about to make contact, 2 blazing orbs of light erupted from the person's eyes, akin to a furnace ablaze. Dazzling and blinding. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against the minds of the four monsters. Their movements faltered in unison. Thus, a pale blue streak of light once again sliced through the air, tracing a smooth arc like a crescent, simultaneously severing the necks of the four monsters. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of flowing water, devoid of any hesitation. Although the youth had rapidly retreated, the splattered blood had nonetheless stained his school uniform crimson. He frowned slightly as the furnace in his eyes gradually dimmed, fading into oblivion. The blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? A high school student clad in the same uniform had felled 6 monsters with mere strokes? Xia, you finally arrived? Li Yifei exclaimed upon seeing him, his voice tinged with a hint of a whimper. I thought you had abandoned me. Spare me the melodrama. Lin Xia retorted with a silent eye roll. Classmate, are you here to rescue us? Someone in the crowd asked excitedly. I suppose so, Lin Xia nodded, turning to Li Yifei. Briefly inform me of the situation. All right, Li Yifei began, organizing his thoughts. After that dreadful howl echoed, most of the monsters went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. We on the 4th floor fared relatively well, but on the 1st floor, half of the class transformed into monsters, slaughtering their fellow students and completely barricading the stairs. We were unable to escape the building. Some attempted to jump from the 2nd floor, but those who did were torn to shreds upon landing. Consequently, nearly all the students began fleeing upward. I led a group of capable boys and eliminated several monsters on the 5th floor. Afterward, we helped most of the students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors and blocked the stairway, holding our ground against them. Later, we heard of survivors on the 3rd floor, so we descended. Lin Xia inquired, what did you do about those who were uncertain of their monstrous nature? Fortunately, you had previously informed me that Hanro is also a monster. She is not transformed, but instead blended into the crowd, easily discernible to me. To avoid alarming her, I confined her along with several boys who had interacted with her frequently and a few girls from the same dormitory in a classroom, where they were being closely monitored. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. It is fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, the number of students who might have perished would have been even greater. Li Yifei scratched his head and chuckled. Given my outstanding performance, I should have no trouble joining the Night Watchers, right? It's not a significant issue, Lin Xia replied, seemingly noticing someone's gaze. He turned to meet the eyes of a frail-looking boy wearing glasses. From his eyes, Lin Xia perceived an emotion distinct from those of others. While most individuals regarded him with fear, reverence, admiration, or infatuation, this boy's gaze resembled that of someone encountering a rare species, eager to capture and study it. Who are you? Lin Xia inquired, puzzled, and Xingyu stepped forward, extending his right hand with courtesy. Hello, my name is Xingyu. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xia took his hand. I am Lin Xia. Chapter 56. The Naga Demon, and Xingyu opened his mouth as if to inquire about something, but after a moment's hesitation, he wisely chose to remain silent. His curiosity regarding Lin Xia's identity and his extraordinary combat prowess was evident. However, given the multitude of onlookers, he discerned that any question posed would likely elicit a negative response from Lin Xia. 7 nights, he is a once-in-a-decade genius from Sangnan City, a treasure of our 2nd high school. Have you heard his name? Li Yifei interjected. I have not, came the reply. This is not the time for such discussions. Lin Xia spoke coolly, suggesting they escort the students to the auditorium, where safety was more assured. Li Yifei faltered, but we can't even get down. There are numerous monsters on the 1st floor. Realizing the foolishness of his question mid-sentence, he fell silent. They're all dead. Or do you think I managed to ascend here unscathed? Lin Xia regarded Li Yifei with an expression that suggested he was dealing with a simpleton. You truly are formidable, Li Yifei remarked, a grin spreading across his face. So, will you continue upwards to rescue others? Of course. I shall accompany you, Li Yifei declared resolutely. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance, and they have more faith in me now. I can help you manage the situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xia nodded. Bring your axe-wielding team and come with me. Though outwardly unchanged, after a day of relentless fighting, Lin Xia had already vanquished nearly 20 monsters, severely depleting both his physical and mental reserves. He was weary, and the presence of Li Yifei and his team would alleviate much of his burden. I will go as well, and Xingyu suddenly interjected. You? I can assist you with strategy and analyze the monster's behavioral patterns. And Xingyu met Lin Xia's gaze steadily, showing no signs of retreat. Li Yifei leaned closer to Lin Xia and whispered, I believe this fellow is quite clever. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia gave a slight nod. Very well, but I must emphasize that I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, he was already accompanied by an entire team. The addition of one more would not make much difference. Not a problem. I fear not death. And Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After Lin Xia had given instructions to the remaining students, he directed them to proceed to the auditorium, which was not far from the second-year teaching building. Furthermore, having recently cleared the area of monsters, they were unlikely to encounter additional dangers. Li Yifei, what is it? How is the situation upstairs? Fairly manageable. Blocking the monsters on the 4th floor should not pose a problem. Good, then let us rest here for a moment. Lin Xia casually found a chair to sit upon. There were plenty of monsters on the 4th floor, and he required sufficient stamina and mental acuity to confront them. Redding, how is it on your end? Lin Xia activated his earpiece. I cannot capture it. I pursued it through most of the school, but then slipped into the woods behind your school and vanished. The crimson tassel on the headset appeared somewhat dejected. Lin Xia's heart sank further. If the entity is immortal, then this incident will never reach its conclusion. Even if he could eliminate each monster lurking within the school, it would merely be a superficial remedy. Where are you now? Xiaonan is attempting to trace the monster's trail. We shall continue our pursuit. As long as the boundless void remains, it cannot escape this school. Understood. By the way, Wu Xiaonan has determined what the creature is. Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. This monster is a Nanda serpent demon, presumably originating from rural folklore. Wu Xiaonan had scoured every mythological text without finding any information until he finally stumbled upon a few fragments in a tattered ancient tome. Nanda serpent demon? This type of serpent demon possesses remarkable camouflage abilities and intellect comparable to that of humans. After devouring a creature, it can implant a serpent seed within, transforming the host into its offspring and controlling their movements. However, there are limitations to the generation of serpent seeds. Even the primary entity can produce only one per day, while the offspring require 3 days to yield a single seed. Additionally, both the primary entity and its progeny possess limited combat capabilities, at least during their juvenile stage. I see. Lin Xia mused, stroking his chin. This indicates that the serpent demon has existed longer than I initially anticipated. With such a number of serpent offspring, it may have been residing in this school for more than a month. It is cautious, as well as prudent. While Lin Xia pondered, and Xingyu silently approached him. Is there something you wish to discuss? I have a question. If you're inquiring whether I am a superhero or a cultivator, I would prefer to abstain. No. What I wish to ask is, do such monsters exist in places we remain unaware of? And Xingyu gestured towards the dismembered creature outside. Lin Xia hesitated momentarily before nodding. Then why do we continue to live so leisurely? Lin Xia cast a glance at him and slowly replied, because there are those who guard humanity against the darkness. Ordinarily, Lin Xia would not have answered this question. However, since they would eventually be made aware of this, it mattered little how it was conveyed. Nevertheless, Lin Xia could only say so much. I understand, and Xingyu nodded. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? And Xingyu's lips curled slightly upward. I merely find it intriguing. Intriguing? So, this world contains not only science but also such wondrous creatures. And Xingyu licked his lips, his gaze unwavering on the monster's corpse outside the corridor. I truly wish to take them back and conduct dissections for research. Aren't you still just a high school student? And what of it? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student is only meant to learn high school subjects? And Xingyu chuckled lightly. Spending 3 years acquiring rigid and monotonous knowledge is merely a waste of life. Recently, I have completed my master's degree in biology, and I plan to pursue a PhD in the latter half of the year, focusing primarily on the genetics and mutations of organisms, with some research into clinical medicine. Lin Xia stared blankly at Xingyu, and after a prolonged silence, managed to utter a few words. I apologize for the interruption. Is it truly possible that such a prodigy exists in this world? Lin Xia had always considered himself fairly intelligent, yet in comparison to the young man before him, the notion of wisdom seemed utterly insipid. He glanced at the time, rose from his seat, and strode toward the exit of the classroom. It was time to save someone. The crowd gathered their weapons, following Lin Xia with fierce determination. Even Qingyu rummaged through a drawer to retrieve a fruit knife, smiling as he joined the others. The expression on his face suggested they were not heading into battle against monsters, but rather to dissect them into 18 pieces for further study. Chapter 57. Wishing you happiness on the 5th floor, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Ruo, I'm here. I'm here. In the corner of the classroom, Han Ruo leaned closer to Lu Yuan, her eyes reddened, lips pressed together like a frightened fawn. Lu Yuan. Why are they keeping us locked up? Li Yifei said there might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed fiercely on a few boys outside the window. Lu Yuan, I'm so scared. Looking into her pitiful eyes, Lu Yuan felt his heart melt. Within him, the resentment towards Lin Xia blazed like an uncontrollable fire. Why? Why? Han Ruo should have been mine. Who are you, an outsider who has only been here a few days, to be with her? I refuse to accept this. Suppressing the flames of his turmoil, Lu Yuan spoke gently to Han Ruo. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and everything will be fine. Lu Yuan, you are so kind. Han Ruo rested her head on Lu Yuan's shoulder, her gaze tinged with sorrow, unlike Lin Xia, who would only run far away in times of danger, showing no concern for her. Lin Xia? Huh. He is nothing but scum, Lu Yuan scoffed. I made up my mind. Han Ruo lifted her head, looking into Lu Yuan's eyes, her cheeks flushed with 2 rosy hues. I want to break up with him. A man like him is utterly unreliable. Lu Yuan trembled, joy illuminating his eyes. Then you. I still like you. The kind of boy who gives me a sense of security. Han Ruo shyly lowered her head. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt as if he could soar to the heavens. He suddenly embraced Han Ruo tightly, earnestly declaring, I like you. Be my girlfriend. I promise I will be 100 times better than Lin Xia. Han Ruo responded with a soft and nodded slightly, resting her body against him once more. Lu Yuan's heart blossomed with joy. Lu Yuan, what's wrong? I don't want to stay here. I'm so scared. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Looking up at the boys standing outside the door, his expression conflicted. But they won't let us leave. They say there might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan, do you think I'm a monster? Han Ruo gazed into Lu Yuan's eyes, her voice quivering as if she might cry. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, shaking his head firmly. No. Then are you a monster? I'm not either. Then why must we stay here? Just because Li Yifei says so? Han Ruo grasped Lu Yuan's hand, tearfully pleading, Lu Yuan, I really don't want to stay here anymore. Please take me out. Every word Han Ruo spoke struck a chord deep within Lu Yuan's heart, and combined with her pitiful gaze, it ignited his protective instincts. Taking a deep breath, he stood up, gripping Han Ruo's hand firmly, declaring with resolve, Don't worry, I will definitely take you out. I will prove to you that I am a man with more courage than Lin Xia. As he spoke, he grasped Han Ruo's hand and approached the classroom door, rapping loudly upon it. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? A man outside shouted through the window. Let us out. Lu Yuan bellowed in response. You cannot leave. Li Yifei claims there are monsters among you. How dare you speak such nonsense? Lu Yuan retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at the boy. Li Chong, open your eyes and see clearly. I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruo. We are classmates. You would confine us here based solely on Li Yifei's word? Do you realize what this is called? This is illegal imprisonment. If you do not let us out, you are committing a crime. Li Yifei is a madman. Should you all follow his lead into illegality? Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the entire floor, instantly capturing the attention of all students. The few tasked with guarding Lu Yuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hesitated. After all, they were still students, and the act of imprisoning their peers felt inherently wrong. Moreover, these were indeed their classmates, and such measures seemed excessively harsh. Lu Yuan, do not slander us. This is a special circumstance. You have seen how many classmates have turned into monsters. Who can guarantee that none among you are? Li Chang remained steadfast. Why should it be us? Lu Yuan scoffed, gesturing towards everyone present. You are all equally suspicious. How does Li Yifei know there are monsters among us? Does he possess the ability to see through walls? Just as their argument escalated, a resounding crash echoed from the right side of the hallway. Everyone's hearts raced, and they turned simultaneously, their eyes filled with dread. Could it be that a monster had breached their defenses? It's Lin Xia. Lin Xia is ruthlessly slaying the monsters. And Li Yifei and the others are following behind. A gasp erupted from the hallway entrance, and the students exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe their ears. Lin Xia? Killing monsters? Boom! Another thunderous noise erupted. As desks and chairs in the hallway toppled like hills, the cacophony startling the nearby students into retreat, the swirling dust clouding their vision. As the dust settled, a youth clad in a blood-stained school uniform emerged, wielding a knife in his right hand. His eyes ablaze like a furnace. Upon catching sight of those eyes, everyone felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient, fearsome beast, too terrified to even breathe. The golden gleam in Lin Xia's eyes gradually faded, and the heavy weight pressing upon the hearts of the crowd vanished. Behind him, several boys followed in succession, including Li Yifei and Xingyu. Li Yifei, how did you all get up here? What about the monsters on the 4th floor? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, regaining composure and voicing their concern. Li Yifei grinned, brandishing the fire axe in his hand. They're all dead. My brother Xia cleared the entire 4th floor. Now the entire building is spotless. All eyes turned toward Lin Xia, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? So many monsters. He single-handedly fought through them? Is this real? Behold the knife in his hand, and the blood upon him. It must be real. Goodness, did you see the look in his eyes just now? So striking. What is that? A superpower? As the crowd whispered amongst themselves, Lin Xia's gaze traversed the throng and settled upon the indignant Lu Yuan. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Yuan felt a tremor within him, instinctively taking a half-step back. Lin Xia, holding the knife, regarded Lu Yuan with an impassive expression, slowly advancing toward him. Unconsciously, all the students in the corridor parted to make way for him, the murmurs dwindling to a hush. When Lin Xia reached Lu Yuan, an eerie silence enveloped the corridor. What? What do you intend to do? Under Lin Xia's piercing gaze, Lu Yuan stammered. I must tell you, Han Ruo has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to the status of anyone's girlfriend. I heard you wish to take her away. At this, Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly avoiding Lin Xia's scrutinizing gaze. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. Indeed, I intend to take her with me. Do you wish to stop me? Lin Xia quietly regarded him for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. He stepped aside, gesturing grandly. I will not impede you. You may leave. Furthermore, I wish you both happiness. Chapter 58. Appreciation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Xia had so readily allowed him to leave. Could it be that he feared him? Hadn't he just exuded an overwhelming presence? With this thought, Lu Yuan instinctively straightened his posture, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xia, and snorted disdainfully before striding out with Han Ruo's hand in his. Once their figures vanished into the corridor, a male member of the Axe Squad approached Lin Xia, whispering, Brother Xia, are you really letting them go? He stole your girlfriend. Should we teach him a lesson? The group had witnessed Lin Xia's prowess firsthand and held him in reverence. Seeing Lu Yuan strut away so arrogantly with Han Ruo ignited their tempers. No need. Han Ruo is not my girlfriend, Lin Xia replied with a faint smile, casting a lingering gaze in the direction of the departing duo. Moreover, I'm actually quite content at the moment, truly. The boy stared at Lin Xia, his expression turning peculiar. Goodness, could it be that Brother Xia has that sort of preference? Li Yifei stifled a laugh, patting Lin Xia on the shoulder. Congratulations on getting your wish. Indeed. Lin Xia turned to the students in the corridor. Is this everyone? Yes. All the survivors from the 2nd year are here. Li Yifei confirmed, then leaned closer to Lin Xia, whispering, among them, is there? No. Lin Xia replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. The only one has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Ah, that is good to hear. Let us take them to the auditorium. Once the main body of the Nantua serpent demon is eradicated, we can leave. Lin Xia instructed Li Yifei and Xingyu. All right, I'll inform them right away. Li Yifei stepped forward to explain to the students, while Lin Xia wandered to the edge of the railing, frowning as he gazed into the distance. Have you not found the main body yet? Lin Xia turned at the sound of Xingyu's voice, nodding slightly. You've followed me closely. Have you discovered anything? After a brief silence, Xingyu replied, I have noticed some things. She leaned in close to Lin Xia's ear and whispered something, causing Lin Xia's expression to sharpen, his brow furrowing deeper. Are you certain? Not certain. Xingyu shook her head. My understanding of such creatures is too limited to make an accurate judgment. I see. I have a request. Xingyu spoke again. What is it? I want that. Xingyu pointed at Lin Xia's waistband. Lin Xia's expression changed. I meant the gun. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia retrieved the pistol from his pocket and handed it to Xingyu. There are only 3 bullets left. Can you handle this? I've learned from television. That should suffice. Your skills are likely better than mine, Lin Xia sighed. Xingyu quietly tucked the pistol into her pocket. I hope I won't need to use it. After a brief moment, Li Yifei arrived with the students from the 5th floor. Everyone is here. Please escort them to the auditorium. The monsters in the school should be mostly gone now, so there shouldn't be any danger. I need to search for the entity of the Nandu, snake demon, Lin Xia stated. Leave it to me, Li Yifei replied, patting his chest. Lin Xia nodded, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the corridor. Once Lin Xia departed, a throng of people surged around Li Yifei, each clamoring to inquire. Li Yifei, you went down to rescue people. What happened? How did Lin Xia suddenly appear? Did he really slay all the monsters by himself? Surely. You must have caught the scent of blood on him. It's quite pungent. How did he manage that? Who exactly is he? Li Yifei regarded the group of starry-eyed girls and silently rolled his eyes, thinking it might be best to ask Lin Xia later. After that, he turned and walked away. You girls, once you leave here, your memories will be wiped. You'll be lucky if you even remember Lin Xia. Li Yifei muttered to himself. With the monsters vanquished, everyone gradually relaxed, and discussions among the girls about the enigmatic Lin Xia grew increasingly fervent. The boys from the Axe Squad, who had accompanied Lin Xia in his monster-slaying endeavors, couldn't help but join in, animatedly recounting tales of Lin Xia's prowess, leaving the girls utterly enthralled. Just then, Teacher Wang approached them and cryptically remarked, "No early romances." The girls fell silent. With a sword strapped to his back, Lin Xia sprinted swiftly across the campus, activating his earpiece. Sister Hongying, what's the update? We've discovered some traces. It seems the Nandu snake demon has headed north. North? Lin Xia pondered momentarily. Where in the north? The cafeteria? The art building? The playground? The academic building? I'm not sure. Xiaonan and I are currently searching the cafeteria. All right. Then I shall check the art building. Lin Xia redirected his course and dashed towards the art building. The art building is one of the newest constructions at the school, erected approximately 5 or 6 years ago when national policies promoted the simultaneous development of culture and arts among students. The school had allocated funds specifically for this building. However, after its completion, students rarely attended art classes, as it seemed that teachers would mysteriously fall ill whenever an art class was scheduled. Though the art building was only 3 stories tall, it housed a variety of rooms dedicated to different artistic disciplines, including drawing, sculpture, and dance practice. Lin Xia swiftly circled the first floor, sensing no abnormalities. Upon reaching the second floor, a vivid image suddenly emerged in his mind. Ruoro, why are we hiding in the piano room instead of escaping the school? Lu Yuan whispered, embracing Han Ruo and stealing a glance out the window. Han Ro lifted her head from his embrace, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gently spoke. What's the point of going outside? It's far more serene here. In this place, I can indulge in some intriguing activities. Lu Yuan felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, his entire being tingling with anticipation. He swallowed hard, inquiring what activities. What do you think? Han Ro leaned closer, her soft voice weaving into Lu Yuan's ear, igniting a fervent yearning within him. There's still monsters outside, isn't that undesirable? Lu Yuan sensed a wicked fire igniting in his heart. Yet reason persistently cautioned him against yielding to temptation. What is so undesirable about it? Surely, Han Ruo wrapped her delicate arms around him, her tongue brushing lightly against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Just as Lu Yuan was on the brink of surrendering to his desires, she uttered the chilling continuation of her thought. Do you not wish to be devoured by me? A sinister grin split Han Ruo's face, revealing a grotesque, blood-soaked visage that pressed against Lu Yuan's own, its menacing teeth sending shivers down his spine. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in terror. He opened his mouth, letting out a desperate scream, thrashing wildly to escape Han Ruo's grasp, yet finding himself utterly ensnared. Ruo, you too are. No, stop. Please. I beg you. I'm not ready to die. In that moment, he recalled with a pang of regret the scene of his haughty departure from the 5th floor. Had he not left back then, perhaps he wouldn't be trapped in such a dire predicament now. Lin Xia! Lin Xia! Save me! Amidst Lu Yuan's frantic cries, the sharp sound of a door opening echoed through the room. Both Han Ruo and Lu Yuan froze, turning to see Lin Xia standing quietly, a straight knife slung over his shoulder, observing the unfolding chaos. Xia! Lin Xia! Ruo is a monster. Hurry! Save me! Lu Yuan, seeing a glimmer of hope, felt a surge of strength, desperately struggling against Ruo's embrace. Lin Xia merely scratched his nose, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies for the interruption. I'm just here to enjoy the spectacle. Please continue. With a resounding bang, the door to the music room slammed shut, followed by the unmistakable click of it being locked from the inside. Chapter 59. Dialogue with the Serpent Demon. A piercing scream echoed from the music room, but Lin Xia remained unfazed, casually leaning against the corridor railing as he stifled a yawn. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17. It was nearly time. Lin Xia murmured softly to himself before stepping forward to reopen the door. Inside the music room, the serpent offspring transformed from Han Ruo remained vigilant, while Lu Yuan lay motionless on the floor, devoid of any wounds. Instead of choosing to tear him apart, Lin Xia opted to plant the serpent seed. A much wiser decision. With a smile, he reached behind him, and with a gentle hum, unsheathed his straight blade. At that moment, Lu Yuan abruptly sat up as if awakening from the dead, his eyes fixated on Lin Xia, a flicker of resentment lingering within them. He rose in an eerily peculiar manner, his head gradually splitting open to reveal a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. And he let out a ferocious roar at Lin Xia. Roar, roar, roar. Before he could utter another sound, Lin Xia swiftly struck, driving the blade deep into his mouth, twisting it violently. The serpent offspring let out a wretched cry as blood gushed forth, the entire maw rendered utterly mangled. Lin Xia sheathed his blade, casting a calm glance at the collapsing Lu Yuan, and spoke with tranquility. Now, I can cut you down without any psychological burden. With that, he turned his gaze towards Han Ruo, who had been fidgeting nearby. Upon noticing Lin Xia's attention, Han Ruo opened her massive mouth and roared, slightly bowing, readying herself for battle. Do not rush. If all goes as expected, you may very well be the last serpent offspring in this school. Lin Xia waved his sheathed blade to indicate his lack of murderous intent. Nanda, serpent demon, I am aware that your true form can see me through this guise. Why not retract your ferocious demeanor, so we may converse amicably? After a brief pause, the bloodied head of the serpent offspring gradually reformed, the scalp and bone mending, the bloodlines fading as the skin stitched together, soon taking on Han Ruo's visage once more. Han Ruo stood there expressionless, stating, I have nothing to discuss with a night watchman. You are indeed remarkable, Lin Xia remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yet, despite claiming there is nothing to discuss, you ultimately chose to revert back? Was it merely to utter such nonsensical words? Han Ruo furrowed her brow, bloodlines reappearing on her face, as though on the verge of transforming once more. You seem quite knowledgeable about this society. If I am not mistaken, you must have descended upon this city long ago. Lin Xia gazed into Han Ruo's eyes, seemingly searching for answers. Unfortunately, the current Hanruo was merely a puppet. The true conversation was taking place with the elusive Nanda serpent demon, whose whereabouts remained unknown, rendering Lin Xia unable to glean anything from her expression. So what? I failed to comprehend. With your terrifying talent for disguise, had you not developed your offspring on a large scale within the school, we might not have found you even after a decade. You possess the remarkable ability to seamlessly integrate into human society through cunning disguise and your own intellect, subtly planting the seeds of your kind among the affluent, with wealth and prosperity within your grasp. You are endowed with exceptional advantages, allowing you to thrive freely among humans. Yet why, started from half a month to a month ago, have you suddenly opted to cultivate offspring so vigorously? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, voicing his perplexity. Reproduction is an inherent instinct of my race, Hanruo replied coolly. Moreover, when a wolf infiltrates a realm of sheep, do you believe it would content itself to remain in obscurity? While other mysteries may harbor discontent you are different, Lin Xia asserted confidently. You possess extraordinary intelligence and exhibit extreme caution. All beings of high intellect possess the capacity to suppress their innate instincts. Such a ridiculous logic, Hanruo scoffed. Since you enjoy reasoning so much, allow me to pose a question for you. Speak. Within this enclosed school, there exist 3 night watchmen, the girl with the long spear, the girl with healing abilities, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl wielding the spear is of the pool realm. I cannot plant my seeds within her. The other girl remains perpetually by her side, making her an impossible target. However, if I were to eliminate you, who only possesses the candle realm, and plant my seeds within you, do you believe they would notice? Hanruo's smile split her face, transforming into a terrifying grin. Lin Xia's pupils dilated in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leapt towards an adjacent open space. In the next instant, a massive black figure shattered the wall behind him, careening past the very spot where he had just stood, its formidable serpentine tail crashing down and creating a deep pit in the ground. Lin Xia rolled on the ground from the momentum, quickly regaining his footing, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his expression grave. Before him coiled a creature, its body adorned with black scales, a fusion of human and serpent. Its eerie vertical pupils fixated on Lin Xia, the Nanda serpent demon. You're trying to extract information from me, and I, too, am merely stalling for time. The Nanda serpent demon hissed, its voice emanating from within its form. Sister Hongying, the Nanda serpent demon, has appeared in the piano room of the art building. Lin Xia unsheathed his straight blade, calmly addressing the serpent demon. I've understood. I shall come immediately. Hold on for a moment longer. Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece, followed by a rushing wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Nanda serpent demon slithered swiftly across the ground, its tail sweeping through the piano room, obliterating every obstructive piano in its path, sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. As the demon's claws struck, Lin Xia reacted instantaneously. Darting to the side, the serpent demon's claws raked against the wall where Lin Xia had previously stood, carving deep grooves as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Steadying himself, Lin Xia glanced at the wall, nearly shredded by the attack, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath. Is this what you call a weak physical form and low combat capability? Lin Xia narrowly evaded a ferocious claw strike when a robust serpent tail surged from the flank. With a lightning-quick motion, he brandished his blade, and it clashed against the tail. A resounding clang of metal echoed as the blade scraped against the dark scales, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. In an instant, an overwhelming force propelled Lin Xia backward, nearly toppling him to the ground. He managed to regain his balance, only to find a shallow gash etched into the serpent tail of the difficult-to-handle snake demon. The strength of this creature was somewhat less formidable than I had anticipated, and its defenses paled in comparison to those of the Ghost-Face King. Lin Xia squinted, murmuring to himself, concluding that aside from its enhanced offensive power, it was not insurmountable after all. Chapter 60. A shot through. Although nightfall had yet to arrive, and this starry night dancer could not yet be activated, Lin Qia's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instincts made it seem effortless to engage with the Nantua serpent demon. However, the challenge lay in the cramped confines of the piano room, where Lin Qia's evasion was significantly hindered. Thus, he decisively dashed out of the door and sprinted towards the exterior of the art building. As Lin Xia exited, the Nantua serpent demon violently crashed through the walls of the piano room, its elongated serpentine body swiftly slithering along the corridor walls, reaching above Lin Xia in an instant. With a piercing sound, the demon's sharp claws descended towards Lin Qia's neck. Yet, he rolled forward instinctively, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Following this, he propelled himself off the ground, gripping the hilt of his straight blade with both hands. The blade pointed upwards and thrust it accurately into the demon's abdomen. This sequence of movements flowed effortlessly, as if preordained. The serpent's eyes narrowed, its body twisting rapidly to evade a fatal blow. But even so, the blade pierced its flesh, leaving a long gash. The demon let out a shrill cry, coiling its body in pain while its monstrous jaws lunged toward the now close Lin Xia. In a flash, Lin Xia crossed his blade before him, but the serpent's bite was overwhelmingly powerful, clamping down on the blade shaft. It raised its head, violently shaking Lin Xia along with the sword, and sent him sprawling across the room. Lin Xia crashed through a window and fell from the second floor. Fortunately, below lay a lush expanse of greenery. He grasped a tree branch mid-fall, deftly dissipating much of his momentum before landing softly on grass. Staggering to regain his balance, Lin Xia felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though he had not sustained any grievous injuries, the pain was nevertheless palpable. Meanwhile, the Nantua serpent demon burst through the window, leaping from the second floor, its sharp claws glinting ominously against the dark crimson sky as they lunged towards Lin Xia. He swiftly evaded the demon's descent, then, as if endowed with foresight, advanced once more, his blade aimed precisely at the serpent's neck. The ensuing clash resonated with a series of sharp metallic sounds as Lin Qia's blade met the demon's claws in rapid succession. Just as the serpent prepared to retaliate, a blinding golden light erupted from Lin Qia's eyes, filling the demon's mind with an overwhelming sense of dread. This pressure, born from a higher plane of existence, momentarily destabilized the serpent's resolve, causing its body to falter. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xia swung his blade in a cross pattern, striking the demon's chest and leaving 2 bloody gashes. The serpent, howling in agony, quickly recoiled several meters, its serpent-like eyes fixated on Lin Xia, astonished by the formidable combat prowess of this seemingly unassuming youth. Doubt began to creep into its mind. Continue fighting, yet victory remains elusive. Moreover, if the other 2 night watchmen arrive, its demise is inevitable. But if this opportunity is missed, will there ever be a chance for redemption? As it wrestled with these thoughts, a graceful figure surged towards it like an arrow from a distance, with rose-colored flames blossoming beneath her feet, her speed astonishing. Upon seeing her, a smile graced Lin Qia's lips. The moment the serpent demon, Nantua, beheld her, all hesitation vanished. It swiftly turned and scurried into the art building, moving with remarkable speed, disappearing within moments, its form concealed by the walls and rooms, leaving its whereabouts unknown. "Where is it?" Hong Ying, armed with a long spear, called out from a distance of over 100 meters. The classroom on the far left of the second floor. It opened the window and prepared to escape. Every movement of the Nantua serpent demon remained within Lin Qia's perceptive grasp, his gaze fixated on that classroom as he replied. "Understood." With an instinctive crouch, Hong Ying leaped forth like a cannonball, the rose-colored flames roaring beneath her feet. In a single bound, she soared 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly retrieved her long spear from behind, a wave of scorching fire erupting around her. She lightly tossed the spear before her, twisting midair in a graceful arc, her tightly bound black hair dancing in the wind. As the spear tip aligned with the classroom, Hong Ying's right foot, propelled by the momentum of her spin, struck the end of the spear with tremendous force, enveloped in a torrent of flames. Thus the spear, wreathed in fire, shot through the sky like lightning. leaving faint scorch marks in the air, and flew directly toward that classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the fiery beam pierced through the entire art building, creating a vast, gaping hole with a 5-meter radius. The spear impaled a rapidly retreating Nantawa serpent demon, pinning it to the ground and creating a massive pit. Dust and debris filled the air. Lin Xia stood beneath the art building, gazing blankly at the structure that had been rent asunder by a single spear strike, utterly bewildered. In that moment, he finally understood why others deemed the Nantawa serpent demon's combat prowess weak. Hongying descended from the air, walking straight to Lin Qia's side, meticulously circling him as she inquired with concern. "Xia, are you hurt?" "And no." "That's good." Hongying patted his shoulder and strode towards the Nantawa serpent demon. "Let us go see. If all goes as expected, it should be dead." The two approached the rear of the art building, discovering the Nantawa serpent demon impaled in a comically large pit by the long spear. Hongying stepped forward to retrieve the spear, hoisting it onto her shoulder, and kicked the lifeless body of the serpent demon, now devoid of any vitality. "Indeed, it's dead," she affirmed with a satisfied nod, stretching her limbs. "Finally, it's over. I'm so tired. I've been thinking all day. If only I had ended it with a fight like this sooner." She hoisted the long gun and leisurely emerged from the pit, brushing off the dust from her school uniform. "Seventh night. Come on, sister will treat you to dinner." Hongying seemed to recall something and spoke with a cheerful smile. "After all, it was your first time completing a mission. Celebration was in order." After taking a few steps, Hongying appeared to sense something amiss. She turned back only to find Lin Xia still standing in that large pit. "What's wrong?" Hongying approached the edge of the pit and inquired with curiosity. Lin Xia gazed down at the corpse of the Nantawa snake demon beneath her feet, her brow furrowing increasingly tighter. Something is not right. Chapter 61. The essence. What exactly are those things? I don't know, but I suspect they will haunt my nightmares for the next decade. A decade? Do you really believe we will live to see that time? What do you mean? What if these monsters don't merely exist in our school, but throughout the entire Great Xia? Like a zombie outbreak from a movie? Exactly. Come on. Lin Xia just mentioned that these creatures are confined to our school. Once we are rescued, we will be safe. Lin Xia. Who exactly is he? The vast auditorium was now filled to half its capacity, with students rescued from the second floor gathered here. The only entrance and exit was guarded by the Axe Squad, rendering it the safest place. Within the auditorium, sounds of weeping, comforting discussions, and disputes echoed incessantly. Despite the efforts of some to maintain order, the cacophony persisted. And Xingyu sat quietly at the back, her eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, 3 knocks resounded, 2 long and 1 short. The eyes of several Axe Squad members at the door brightened as they hurriedly moved the obstacles aside. It was Li Yifei returning, and Xingyu opened her eyes and turned to the door. Li Yifei entered the auditorium, panting as if he had just sprinted 800 meters, drenched in sweat. "How did it go?" "The students from other areas have evacuated, right?" And Xingyu stood up and inquired. "They've all evacuated. I ran half the school in one breath. And aside from this place, I didn't see any other students." "Damn, I'm exhausted." Li Yifei plopped down onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "That's good." And Xingyu nodded. "I must tell you, when I reached the playground, I heard a tremendous crash from the direction of the art building. As if a structure had collapsed, Li Yifei recalled urgently. "Is it that serious? They must have found the essence of the monsters and are engaged in battle." Li Yifei reclined on the chair, exhaling deeply. "If it weren't for my search and rescue duties, I would have liked to sneak a peek. When deities clash, it's best to keep your distance." "True enough." And Xingyu seemed to ponder something and asked, "What is the name of Lin Qia's organization?" "The Night Watchers." As soon as he spoke, Li Yifei covered his mouth, contemplated for a moment, then let it go. "Well, telling you is inconsequential. After all, everyone here will have their memories erased." "Erased memories?" "Yes, they possess a device capable of erasing memories on a large scale. Given the number of people who have encountered the monsters this time, if even one person reveals anything, it could cause quite a stir." "And what about you? Will you undergo it as well?" "I want to need to." Li Yifei chuckled softly, leaning closer to Qinyu's ear and whispering, "To be honest, After this incident concludes, I should be able to join them. And Xingyu nodded, pondering if there were any prerequisites to join them. What? You wish to go as well? Li Yifei replied dismissively. It's not that simple. Their standards for acceptance are exceedingly high. He gestured. You either awaken your abilities like Lin Xia, or you must showcase your worth to them. You've awakened your abilities? And Xingyu inquired. No, I've merely demonstrated my value to them. Li Yifei chuckled softly, and Xingyu inclined her head slightly. Her gaze as tranquil as a deep pool. Indeed, your performance this time was exceptionally remarkable. Had I been in their position, I would have accepted you too. As the two conversed, a knock resounded from outside the door, erratic and unpredictable. The members of the Axe team became instantly alert, and Li Yifei rose, gazing seriously at the door. Who is it? Lin Xia, came the response. Upon hearing Lin Xia's name, the group brightened, their hearts easing as they opened the door to reveal Lin Xia, who entered slowly, a sword slung across his back. How did it go? Li Yifei stepped forward, anxious to inquire. We succeeded, Lin Xia affirmed with a nod. We killed the body of the Nantua serpent demon. Li Yifei exaladepoli. A smile spreading across his face as he clapped Lin Xia on the shoulder. Incredible, Xia. You actually managed to vanquish it. Now everyone is saved. At this proclamation, the auditorium erupted in cheers. The students who had faced death now on the brink of escaping this terrifying school, far removed from those flesh-eating monsters. The Axe team joined in the jubilation, discarding their axes and embracing one another in excitement. Li Yifei exchanged mischievous glances with Lin Xia before leaning closer, whispering, I've done a great service this time. Joining the Night Watch should be a certainty, right? I have no desire to be brainwashed. Lin Xia stood in silence for a moment, then replied softly, perhaps. Li Yifei was taken aback. Just then, and Xingyu quietly drew a pistol from her pocket, aiming the dark muzzle at the back of Li Yifei's head. In the astonished eyes of the Axe team, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The three gunshots echoed like thunder across the sky, abruptly silencing the raucous laughter and joy, plunging the once vibrant auditorium into a profound stillness. The delight on everyone's faces froze as they turned stiffly to the exit, their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Yifei turned in shock, seeing Xingyu calmly holding the gun, wisps of smoke curling from the muzzle. He stood frozen for a few seconds before asking, And Xingyu, why did you shoot? And Xingyu remained silent, standing there without a word. After a long pause, Li Yifei finally came to his senses, slowly reaching back to touch the back of his head. Click! The spent shell casing fell to the ground, producing a crisp ring. On the back of his head, 3 shallow indentations began to heal, with only a few drops of blood seeping from them. As Li Yifei wiped it away, it vanished without a trace. He gazed at the blood on his hand, murmuring to himself, I was shot. Why am I still alive? He lifted his head to gaze at Lin Xia, extending his blood-stained hand before her. Hey Xia, look at me. Why am I not dead? His pupils trembled slightly. Have I awakened my powers? Standing before him, Lin Xia regarded him with a complex expression, and after a moment, she shook her head gently. You have not awakened any powers. You are, in fact, a Nanda serpent demon. Upon hearing these words, Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply as he staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be a serpent demon? I am Li Yifei. Lin Xia shook her head again, stepping forward to grasp the zipper of Li Yifei's uniform with force. With a rip, the zipper tore apart, revealing Li Yifei's chest, where a faint gunshot wound lay like a silent brand. You are Nanda's serpent demon, or rather, you are a part of the Nanda serpent demon. The remnants you've left behind may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. Chapter 62. 2 deviants. No, this cannot be. Li Yifei lowered his gaze to the gunshot wound on his chest, shaking his head incessantly. I cannot be a murderer, let alone a monster. Li Yifei. Lin Xia gripped Li Yifei's collar, pulling his head close, locking onto his fearful eyes. Look into my eyes. With a sudden flash, 2 golden flames erupted from Lin Xia's eyes, the divine might of the seraph pouring forth, surging wildly into Li Yifei's mental realm. In mere moments, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Yet, in the next instant, a powerful hand abruptly seized Lin Qia's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes snapped open. They were mesmerizing slit pupils, calm and profoundly deep. Interesting, how did you discover this? Li Yifei's voice was deep and composed, with your perception at the lamp level. You should not have been able to see through my disguise. I indeed did not see through it. Otherwise, you would have been exposed long ago in the basement of the office. Lin Qia's fiery gaze remained unquenched. Since entering the school, everything that transpired seemed rational yet was riddled with oddities. What you mean is you deduced it. Sort of, you left too many flaws. Oh, Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Do elaborate. The first point of suspicion is your medical leave note. Lin Xia spoke calmly. When you entered the classroom this morning, you carried a medical leave note with you. So what? According to your account, you discovered that you had forgotten your homework after school last night, returned to the school, and witnessed Lu Xiaoyan devouring someone. After that, you fled in panic and found us, the night watchman. So, when did you obtain your medical leave note? Lin Xia scoffed softly. Don't tell me that after witnessing the gruesome scene last night, you anticipated that you would join us today and specially went to the academic office to procure a medical leave note. You should know that the office had closed by then. Thus, only two possibilities remain. The first is that you had already procured the medical leave note, intending to skip school today for leisure, but coincidentally encountered the gruesome scene last night. The second is that you were already aware that we would come, and had prepared to join us from the outset. Li Yifei remained silent for a moment before continuing. The second point of suspicion lies with the pieces of human skin on the girls' dormitory balcony. Logically, the Nantawa serpent demon is an exceedingly cautious creature. Having concealed itself within human society for so long, it would never brazenly display human skin on the balcony, as the risk of exposure is far too great. Yet it chose to do so. Initially, I did not understand the significance of this act. But later I realized it was deliberately hinting to us that it resides within this dormitory building. It seeks for us to find it. Lin Xia gazed deeply into Li Yifei's eyes, and then you inexplicably appeared, as if you were deliberately trying to divert Hong Ying and incite chaos throughout the school. In that moment, Li Yifei emerged like a savior, leading a multitude of students to successfully fend off the assault of the serpent demon offspring, a truly exemplary survival template. At that time, I had not yet directed my thoughts towards you. It was Xingyu who truly aroused my suspicions. Lin Qia's gaze shifted to Xingyu, who stood behind him. Li Yifei twisted his neck unnaturally to scrutinize the slender youth wearing glasses. And Xingyu adjusted his spectacles and spoke. The number of serpent demon offspring besieging us has always been peculiar. When those creatures first appeared, everyone rushed upstairs, while only our classroom barricaded the doors and windows with desks and chairs, holding our ground inside. Most of the serpent demons either ascended to the 4th floor, storming your corridor, or remained on the 1st floor, cutting off everyone's escape routes. In reality, only 2 of them lingered on the 3rd floor, attempting to breach our classroom. Typically, when a pack of hunters encounters 2 types of prey, one robust and difficult to conquer, the other feeble and easily attainable, they will generally concentrate their efforts on the weaker one, which was us. Initially, I presumed it was due to a disparity in information that the other serpent demon offspring were drawn upstairs, unaware of our presence on the 3rd floor. However, I later discovered that these demons share a collective field of vision. And Xingyu paused momentarily before continuing. This implies that they were fully aware of the delectable morsel beneath them, yet remained unmoved, as if they were intentionally allowing us to exist. Subsequently, Li Yifei descended like a celestial warrior to rescue us. After vanquishing the 2 serpent demon offspring, he inadvertently attracted the attention of 6 more from downstairs, a number that proved equally delicate. It exerted tremendous pressure upon us without rendering us completely defenseless. Even if 1 more had joined their ranks, we would have been unable to withstand it, yet none did. Just as Lin Xia was on the verge of succumbing, those 6 serpent demon offspring suddenly intensified their assault, driving us to the brink of despair. All of this felt too coincidental, too bizarre. Is this the basis of your suspicion towards me? Li Fei furrowed his brow tightly. No, what truly aroused my doubts was the behavior of the serpent demon offspring in severing your thick rope. And Qingyu shook his head. At the time you descended, the two demons did not witness this event. Logically, they should have been unaware of the rope's existence. Yet, remarkably, the subsequent 6 serpent demon offspring precisely severed the thick rope upon their arrival, as if they were acutely aware that it represented your means of retreat. The fact that the serpent demons cut through something they should not have seen can only indicate one conclusion. Among us, there exists an entity that shares their field of vision. And Qingyu raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Of course, at that moment, I had little understanding of the serpent demons, and the conclusions drawn later were only inferred after exchanging information with Lin Xia. Li Yifei's vertical pupils fixated on Qingyu, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Had I known you were this clever, I should have eliminated you from the start. Moreover, every time the serpent demon appears, you are conspicuously absent. Lin Xia continued, recounting their first encounter with the serpent demon at the girls' dormitory. Tell me, after you confessed to Wu Shujia, where did you vanish to during the time before you returned to the sophomore classroom? Just moments ago, during the battle with the serpent demon, you similarly claimed to be searching for other surviving students, which only strengthens my conviction. And Qingyu replied. Li Yifei glanced at Qingyu, then turned to Lin Xia, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. How did I end up meeting 2 such oddities? Chapter 63. The truth subsequently, based on the information at hand. I ventured a remarkably bold hypothesis that intertwined all the elements. Lin Xia continued, the Nantawa serpent demon arrived in this world earlier than we imagined. He fixed his gaze on Li Yifei's eyes, stating, upon its arrival, endowed with extraordinary intelligence and formidable camouflage abilities, it swiftly grasped the mechanisms governing this society. Similarly, it became aware of the Night Watcher's existence. Its innate vigilance led it to quietly lurk within human society. Throughout this protracted period, in its quest for immaculate disguise, it inadvertently birthed a second persona from its subconscious. This persona is named Li Yifei. He has forgotten who he is, erased memories of his past, and embraced the attributes bestowed upon him by the Nantawa serpent demon, living as an ordinary high school student in this city. If all goes as anticipated, he should, in the future, lead a carefree life, reveling in the world due to his exceptionally long lifespan and innate talents. However, approximately half a month ago, he witnessed the tragic demise of the Ghost-Faced King, a being of mythic origins even stronger than itself. Its primary persona sensed fear emanating from the Night Watchers, igniting anxiety and trepidation regarding a fate similar to that of the Ghost-Faced King. With its combat prowess, it realized that victory against the Night Watchers was unattainable. Thus it sought to exploit its camouflage abilities, plotting to infiltrate their ranks and transcend the murky waters of chaos. It subtly suggested to Li Yifei the desire to join the Night Watchers, but was met with a merciless rejection. Undeterred, it commenced its schemes. From the outset, its ambition was neither to spawn offspring nor to annihilate the Night Watchers. Its singular goal was to showcase Li Yifei's value. It orchestrated an elaborate performance that left Li Yifei in a state of bewilderment, subconsciously urging him to seek out the Night Watchers, thus setting in motion events that unfolded as it had envisioned. Yet, within this intricate design, an unforeseen variable emerged, myself. Lin Xia gestured towards himself. I am merely a temporary member of the Night Watchers who joined half a month ago. It was entirely oblivious to my existence and unaware of my ability to discern its progeny with clarity. Fortunately, after some probing, it discovered that I could not unveil its true form, leading it to continue this game of chess. It executed its plan by revealing its true nature in the girls' dormitory, drawing away the highest combat force, Hong Ying, before reverting to the uninformed Li Yifei to maintain control over the situation. It meticulously monitored the movements of each progeny, ensuring that while Li Yifei garnered attention, it did not truly jeopardize its own safety. Yet, at this juncture, I re-emerged as the unexpected variable. I seized the spotlight that rightfully belonged to Li Yifei, annihilating all the progeny within the building. Though it simmered with fury, it recognized that Li Yifei had already demonstrated his worth and refrained from taking any rash actions. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. It manifested its true form and engaged in battle with the night watchman, subsequently feigning death to create the illusion that the Nantua serpent demon had been vanquished. This would allow Li Yifei to join the night watchman with this victory, securing his future in tranquility. Alas, this scheme did not escape my discerning gaze. Lin Xia gazed at Li Yifei with a hint of regret and sincerely remarked, "This trap was ingeniously laid, truly. If it were not for my intervention, you would have had a 90% chance of success." Li Yifei fixed his gaze upon Lin Xia, and after a moment, broke into applause with a smile. "Brilliant. Simply brilliant. I never imagined I would ultimately fall prey to the two of you." However, his smile swiftly vanished, replaced by a venomous glare brimming with hatred. "You have obliterated my hope for survival. Tell me, how shall I repay you?" Li Yifei's body began to swell like an inflated balloon, his skin sprouting black scales, transforming him in the blink of an eye into a monstrous being with a human torso and a serpent's tail. The next moment, a piercing scream resonated throughout the auditorium. Hundreds of students, witnessing the Nantua serpent demon up close, were rendered senseless with fear. And with the sole exit now blocked by the serpent, they could only retreat in frantic screams to the farthest corner of the hall. As for Qingyu, he had long since fled to a secure location the moment Li Yifei began to transform, his eyes fixated on the Nantua serpent demon, brimming with excitement and curiosity. The Nantua serpent demon seemed to have locked its sights on Lin Xia, its claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Xia's neck. Lin Xia regarded it with a knowing smile, his right hand reaching behind him, and with a soft sound, drew forth a straight blade. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed in the grand hall, causing the serpent's vertical pupils to constrict in surprise. This time, Lin Xia effortlessly parried its attack with a single-handed grip on his blade. "I'm afraid you can no longer dominate me," Lin Xia remarked, glancing towards the dimming sky beyond the door. Night had fallen, and under its shroud, he possessed quintupled strength and speed. The Nantua serpent demon was no longer his equal. With a swift motion, Lin Xia's blade sliced through the serpent's claws with ease. A flick of his wrist sent shimmering arcs of light cascading through the air. 4 consecutive slashes struck the Nantua serpent demon's arm, forcing it to retreat with a shriek, now filled with rage, as it roared at Lin Xia. In a flash, Lin Xia appeared before it, and despite the serpent's rapid claw strikes in the air, he parried them all with one hand. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed. "You are too slow." In the next instant, his blade's speed intensified, creating afterimages in the air, forming an impenetrable wall of shimmering blue light before the Nantua serpent demon. As Lin Xia's velocity surged, the serpent found it increasingly difficult to defend itself, gruesome wounds appearing on its body, and soon, much of its black scales shattered, leaving it in a state of utter disarray, even as it utilized its crawling advantage to navigate the edges of various structures. Lin Xia pursued it with an ethereal grace, shadowing its every move. The anguished cries of the Nantua serpent demon grew increasingly harrowing, its vengeful gaze fixed upon the youth before it, eyes brimming with unbridled hatred. This time, it found itself mercilessly crushed in both intellect and combat prowess. Lin Xia, with an expression devoid of emotion, struck down blow after blow, as if sculpting an unfinished masterpiece. When the Nantua serpent demon had nearly lost all capacity for resistance, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, and with a swift movement, he vanished. The pale blue blade carved a straight trajectory through the air, and Lin Xia's silhouette appeared behind the Nantua serpent demon. With a decisive click, the sword returned to its sheath. A massive serpent head tumbled to the ground with a dull thud. Its glaring, slit-like eyes remained fixed on Lin Xia, as if intent on dragging him into the depths of the underworld. Lin Xia turned, gazing at the lifeless body beneath his feet, murmuring softly, "I am sorry. Li Yifei, let us meet again in the hospital." Chapter 64. Pacification. The grand doors of the hall creaked open once more, revealing Lin Xia, who emerged slowly, clutching a black box. Red Ing, seated on the adjacent staircase, smiled and waved, asking all settled. "Yes," Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. Redding nodded, but after a moment's hesitation, could not resist inquiring, by the way. Why didn't you allow me to intervene? He was my classmate. To take his life with my own hands is my way of providing closure, Lin Xia stated calmly. Redding was momentarily taken aback. To take his life? As a form of closure? What kind of reasoning was that? Si Xiaonan shot him a sidelong glance, muttering, disturbing. Lin Xia, of course, was merely speaking idly. He feared that if Redding intervened, she might kill the serpent demon outright, preventing him from delivering the final blow, and thereby hindering Li Yifei's resurrection within the Hospital of Gods. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I might have fallen for that creature's deception. Upon our return, I shall commend you for your exceptional contribution, Redding said, giving a thumbs up with a grin. What about the students inside? Lin Xia gestured towards the hall behind him. Let them remain there for now. Soon, someone will arrive to employ the dream whisper technique, erasing all memories of the serpent demon in you and crafting a dream for them, she explained. And how do we account for the deceased students? Lin Xia could not help but ask. Furthermore, you demolished an entire building. Those matters are beyond our jurisdiction. A specialized department will manage it, providing plausible explanations, perhaps an explosion in a laboratory, a massive fire, a terrorist attack on the school, or an alien invasion. Are you certain the last one is plausible? More so than the descent of myth. True enough. Redding pursed her lips, lowering her gaze slightly. Yet, the number of sacrificed students is too great. It is all my fault. Sister Redding, how can you blame yourself? The majority of the students had long been implanted with serpent seeds before their demise. Had it not been for you, the casualties would have been far greater. Si Xiaonan comforted, stealing a glance at Lin Xia before quietly adding, and you, though reluctant to admit it, you truly are remarkable. Lin Xia remained silent. By the way, I encountered a rather astute individual who seems quite fascinated by mythical beings. Might it be possible to recruit him into the Night Watchers? Lin Xia recalled, turning to Redding. This was a request made by Qingyu in the main hall just moments ago. Redding pondered for a moment before responding. Xia, joining the Night Watchers is not solely based on intelligence. It is an exceedingly perilous profession. Do you grasp my meaning? Lin Xia nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. Assisting in Qingyu with this request was the extent of his capabilities, especially since he himself was merely a temporary member of the Night Watchers. Having been declined, it would be inappropriate to press further. Let us depart. It is time to disband. Redding rose from the stairs, securing the black box containing the long rifle behind her, and strode towards the exit. Lin Xia cast a glance back at the auditorium before stepping forward to follow. Inside the hall, Qingyu, who had been standing silently behind the door, felt a shadow of gloom descend upon him. Just then, his gaze fell upon the corpse of the Nantua serpent demon not far away. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, as if he had made a resolution, a glimmer of light reignited in his eyes. Outside the school gate, beside a black van, two men leaned against the car door, quietly observing the tranquil campus. One of their earpieces crackled to life, prompting Chunmai to raise his eyebrows slightly. It's over. They're about to emerge. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Why did she only tell you and not me? I'm the captain, after all. I'm the deputy. It's because you constantly oppose Hong Ying, Chunmai replied, shaking his head with a slight smile. So, you see, Hong Ying is closer to me. This isn't a matter of whether a child is closer to their father or mother. Why does your tone sound so peculiar? Wu Xiangnan rolled her eyes. The meaning is quite similar. The two fell into a brief silence before Chunmai spoke again. I heard Lin Xia performed exceptionally well this time. Indeed. Do you think, since it's his first successful mission, we should acknowledge it in some way? Like what? Perhaps a banner or a cake when we return. Wu Xiangnan sighed. What is the matter? You seem like a parent waiting to pick up a child who just aced their exam, practically glowing with pride. Is that so? I feel quite good about it. At that moment, when Chunmai, seated in the driver's seat, could not help but roll down the window and remarked, You two really are something, completing a task and picking them up. Why all the theatrics? What about Lung Xian? No idea. He has always been elusive. All right then. As they bantered, three figures gradually emerged from the school gate. From a distance, Hong Ying spotted the two men by the van. grinning as she jumped up to wave at them. Si Xiaonan, contemplating for a moment, stealthily wiped the blood from Lin Xia onto her own face, resembling a painted cat. She held her head high, as if declaring, "I did not slack off." Lin Xia, carrying the black box, had his uniform soaked in blood, rendering it almost unrecognizable. He squinted slightly at the road ahead, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Are you injured?" Chunmai inquired as Lin Xia approached. "No." Lin Xia shook his head. "How do you feel?" "I feel." Lin Xia paused thoughtfully. "It was simpler than I had imagined." Chunmai smiled and nodded slightly. "All right, let us get in the car. It's time to head back." "Captain, why don't you ask me anything?" Hong Ying pouted, hands on her hips. "You?" Wu Xiangnan shot her a glance. "It's a miracle you didn't demolish the school. Why would I ask you?" Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, grinding her teeth in frustration. "Did I ask you? You're not the captain. I am the captain, albeit a deputy one. The deputy does count. Of course it does. It does not count." Click. The crisp sound of the shutter resonated as a photograph emerged from the base of the telescope, delicately retrieved by a hand. Not far away, on the edge of a tall building's rooftop, Long Xian sat, gently swaying the photograph in his hand as the image became increasingly vivid. A soft breeze brushed against his bangs, and he lowered his gaze to the photo, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This is quite well taken." Cherishing it like a treasure, he carefully placed the photograph in a box close to his heart, then stood up leisurely from the rooftop's edge, slinging the sniper rifle over his shoulder, and stepped into the embrace of the night. Chapter 65. Awakening. "Hello? Is this Captain Chunmai?" "It's me. We encountered an issue while cleaning up the battlefield at number 2 high school." "What issue?" "When we were retrieving the corpse of the Nantawa serpent demon, we discovered that its head is missing." Chunmai's brow furrowed slightly as he sat in the passenger seat of the van. "Missing?" "Yes. We searched the entire scene and found no trace of its head." "Could the students have hidden it?" "That seems unlikely. We have already searched their bodies and found nothing. We suspect that someone may have taken its head and fled the auditorium before we arrived. Currently, the Wujie space should still envelop the school. They cannot escape." Chunmai replied calmly, "You should broadcast dream whispers throughout the entire campus to erase his memory. Once he loses his memory, he will unwittingly walk into our trap." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Hong Ying curiously inquired, "Captain, what happened?" "The head of the Nantawa serpent demon is missing. It seems someone has stolen it," Chunmai explained. "However, it is not a significant problem. We should be able to retrieve it." Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? Suddenly, bang, and Xing Yu, attempting to scale the wall, was forcefully hurled back to the ground by an invisible barrier. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground, adjusted his backpack, and stared into the void before him. The invisible barrier still remained. They might have already discovered that the serpent demon's head was missing, he murmured to himself. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he dashed toward the direction of the playground. Since escape was impossible, he would hide. He did not believe this barrier could remain open for long. As long as he concealed himself until they left, he would manage to slip away. And Xing Yu sprinted to a secluded spot at the edge of the playground, rummaging through the weeds until he unearthed a manhole cover, which he forcefully lifted. Immediately, a foul stench wafted up from the sewer, suppressing the urge to vomit. And Xing Yu forcibly adjusted his mindset, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and leaped down, replacing the manhole cover. In the dark, damp sewer, the stench enveloped him from all directions, nearly choking him. He clenched his jaw, clutching his backpack tightly, enduring the horrid scent. In the darkness, his eyes remained as bright as stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune drifted in from outside, causing Xing Yu's pupils to constrict sharply. In a daze, he felt as though someone was whispering in his ear, and he found himself uncontrollably drowsy, teetering on the brink of slumber at that moment. An extraordinary force surged from within his heart, as if a clear spring flowed into his mind, washing away all dreams and whispers into oblivion. And Xing Yu abruptly opened his eyes. The murkiness had vanished, replaced by absolute clarity. Beneath his gaze, a faint gray veil, barely perceptible, had settled. Now, he was more awake than ever before. He stared blankly ahead, then lowered his gaze to his outstretched palm. In his eyes, his body seemed to transform into an exquisitely precise machine, and he could perceive the operation of each component, comprehending their mechanisms with clarity. He understood the intricacies of every blink and every breath, akin to an astutely experienced watchmaker scrutinizing the workings of a timepiece through a magnifying lens. Never had he possessed such intimate knowledge of his own physique. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hastily unzipped his backpack and retrieved a severed head, the head of the Nanda serpent demon. Beneath those eyes, this mythical creature, entirely outside the realm of contemporary scientific inquiry, appeared disassembled into a myriad of gears, levers, and screws. Yet, at this moment, he could not fully comprehend its essence. Thus, Anqing Yu extracted a sharp fruit knife from the compartment of his backpack. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he fixated on the head before him and then plunged the knife into its skull. He struggled to slice through the cranium, intent on discovering what lay within. His cutting grew increasingly swift, his eyes alight with excitement, his body trembling with fervor. In the dark, foul-smelling sewer, a frail youth wielded a knife. A smile upon his face, meticulously dissecting the grotesque head, his voice reverberated in the dim surroundings. So it is like this, so it is like this. I understand now. This is how it operates. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Where is this? In the shadowy confines of a cell, Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. Bewildered, he glanced around, and just as he prepared to rise, fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He gasped in agony, stumbling to the ground. Anqing Yu had fired his gun. He was rendered unconscious by Great Xia. The Nanda serpent demon lurking within him had emerged, leading to a fierce battle. Culminating in Great Xia severing its head, he gazed in shock at his hands, his voice trembling. I am truly the Nanda serpent demon. How could this be? I killed them. Before him, the images of students slaughtered by the serpent demon's offspring flashed. The blood-soaked ground seared into his mind, gradually becoming his nightmare. No, he knelt on the ground, his face contorted in anguish, moaning in suffering. In the next moment, his eyes abruptly morphed into eerie slits, as if he had transformed into another being, standing up expressionless. Weakling, the Nanda serpent demon's arm sprouted scales, fiercely grasping the railing before it, attempting to twist it apart. Immediately, obscure runes materialized on the surface of the cell. A terrifying, repulsive force hurling the Nanda serpent demon backward, crashing heavily against the wall on the opposite side of the cell before collapsing to the ground. The Nanda serpent demon fixed its gaze on the railing, its tongue flickering, its eyes cold as ice. In the instant it made contact with the railing, fragmented information about the cell flooded into its mind. It was unaware of its surroundings. Yet it understood that its fate rested solely in the hands of one individual, the master of this place. As the Nandaka serpent demon pondered, steady footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Its slit-like pupils constricted as it swiftly crawled to the railing, peering toward that direction. In the dimly lit passageway, a figure gradually became more distinct. It was a youth clad in a white coat, hands tucked into his pockets. The moment the serpent demon beheld his face, its body trembled in shock. Could it truly be you? Great Xia approached expressionlessly, raising an eyebrow. Are you surprised? Is this unexpected for you? Chapter 66, The First Caregiver. The Nanda serpent demon lingered quietly behind the enclosure, observing him with an unwavering gaze. Great Xia narrowed his eyes, standing outside the barrier, equally fixated on the demon's eyes. Within his field of vision, a familiar panel unfurled before him. Sinner, Nanda's serpent demon choice. As the mythological being you have slain with your own hands, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Obliterate its soul entirely, rendering it extinguished from existence. Option 2. Allow it to attain a loyalty value of 60, enabling its employment as a caregiver in the hospital, providing care for patients while offering you a degree of protection. Current loyalty value, 0.85. Upon reading this information, Great Xia's brow arched slightly. This task diverged from the last. If his memory served him correctly, the previous caregiver's criterion was based on fear. while this time it hinged upon loyalty. This indicated that the hospital's standards for caregivers varied according to different mythological beings. Moreover, the loyalty value was divided into two components. One was 0, and the other was 85. If Lin Xia's conjecture was accurate, this division stemmed from the Nanda, serpent demon, being split into two distinct consciousnesses. The first value derived from the demon itself, while the second arose from Li Yifei, an independent consciousness. I believe you have come to understand your fate. Lin Xia spoke slowly after a pause. Kill me, and Li Yifei will perish as well. The Nanda serpent demon fixed its gaze on Lin Xia. Oh, Lin Xia replied with a faint smile. Do you think I would be overly concerned about his life or death? Indeed, should he meet his end, Lin Xia would be troubled for a time. But that would be the extent of it. His relationship with Yifei was not of such depth, as you must be aware. The Nanda serpent demon fell silent. As a being that had observed everything from the shadows, it was acutely aware of Li Yifei's every action. Their acquaintance had spanned merely a little over half a month. To claim they shared a close bond would be a gross exaggeration. Furthermore, Li Yifei had even abandoned him once to flee. What is it that you desire? I believe you have misinterpreted the situation, Lin Xia replied calmly. At this moment, you are demonstrating your worth to me. If your value does not align with my expectations, I regret to inform you that my hospital does not accommodate idlers. The Nanda serpent demon paused momentarily before responding. I excel in disguise. I can plant serpent seeds, and infiltration and subterfuge are my specialties. Not sufficient. I am adept at strategizing and can offer you counsel. What did you claim to be skilled in? I said nothing. The Nanda serpent demon nearly forgot that its own scheme had been unraveled by Lin Xia. However, pooling insights was not a detrimental endeavor. One's wisdom may not encompass all facets. Our methods of thought and levels of understanding differ, perhaps providing you with some valuable insights. Well, that sounds rather promising. What else do you have? Although my current combat prowess is relatively modest upon reaching maturity, I shall possess formidable battle capabilities. Furthermore, I am capable of shedding my skin, rendering me difficult to vanquish. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Will you amuse the elderly? I will not. The Nantawa serpent demon nearly faltered in comprehension. Yet Li Yifei excelled in this regard. Very well. Lin Xia paused briefly before continuing. You may remain, but there are additional stipulations. What conditions? During non-essential moments, allow Li Yifei to govern this body. The Nantawa serpent demon wrestled with its thoughts for a while, ultimately nodding. All right, I consent. Freedom is undoubtedly important, yet it certainly does not wish to be obliterated. Moreover, Li Yifei is also a part of it, making the concession of the body somewhat palatable. Lin Xia nodded, extending his hand into the void, conjuring a piece of parchment and a steel pen from thin air. This is your employment contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign. He assumed the demeanor of a grand employer, lightly tossing the parchment. The Nantawa serpent demon grasped the paper and read it intently, its expression transforming dramatically. Rather than an employment contract, it resembled a bondage agreement. Densely enumerating an array of obligations the Nantawa serpent demon was expected to fulfill, including, but not limited to, unconditionally obeying the orders of Director Lin Xia, refraining from harming or intending harm towards Director Lin Xia and his interests, not damaging public property within the hospital, maintaining regular cleanliness, and preparing breakfast for the patients at dawn. In the additional clause, there was a stipulation that during non-essential circumstances, the persona of Li Yifei must govern the body. In stark contrast, the obligations assigned to Lin Xia were represented by a solitary blank space. This was undoubtedly a ruthless, one-sided contract exploiting the interests of caregiver, appallingly egregious in its terms. However, the Nantawa serpent demon had no alternative but to grit its teeth and inscribe its name. The moment the name was signed, the parchment spontaneously ignited, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually dissipated, causing the cell door to swing open. Simultaneously, the Nantawa serpent demon rapidly reverted to human form, now clad in a cerulean caregiver's uniform, adorned with a black nameplate reading, Caregiver 001. Li Yifei gazed in bewilderment at the attire adorning his form, scratching his head. He had clearly overheard the dialogue between the Nantua serpent demon and Lin Xia, thus grasping the current predicament. He had fallen from being a classmate of Lin Xia to becoming a subordinate worker. How does it feel to be revived? Lin Xia inquired with a smile as he approached. Not too bad, Li Yifei replied with a wry smile. Boss Lin, please do not exploit me too harshly. I cannot endure it. Address me as director. Lin Xia patted his shoulder, turning towards the exit of the cell. Come with me. I shall introduce you to this hospital. Li Yifei, clad in caregiver attire, let out a sigh and promptly followed Lin Xia. This area was designated as the ward, and currently, only one room was ajar. Within this hospital, there existed but a solitary patient, a lady by the name of Xia. The specifics of her ailment could be found in the medical records I had penned. Over there was the activity zone, where on ordinary days, one could escort the elderly lady to watch television or engage in a game of chess, preventing her from merely clutching a vase and staring blankly into the yard. We must ensure that, in the end, her mental health is restored, lest she succumb to senile dementia. This space is the pharmacy, and these particular medications are to be administered thrice daily, with 2 pills each time. As Lin Xia elaborated, Li Yifei felt increasingly numb. What on earth is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. Henceforth, he shall accompany you in my stead. Finally, Lin Xia brought Li Yifei before Xia, smilingly introducing him. Xia regarded Li Yifei with a contemplative gaze, and after a pause, her mouth agape, she joyfully exclaimed, Grandson, Grandma has found you. Chapter 67. Stop him. Li Yifei's smile suddenly froze, and he slowly turned to look at Lin Xia. Lin Xia offered him a reassuring glance. Li Yifei exclaimed, Oh my goodness. He obediently opened his arms and embraced the excited Nikes, his smile more sorrowful than joyous. I missed you so much. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Yifei filled with admiration. You truly excel at bringing joy to the elderly. Lin Xia observed the healing progress above Nike's head, which leaped from 21 to 23. Of course, only he could see this progress bar. Li Yifei remained oblivious. Over the past half-month, Lin Xia had diligently visited the hospital each day, administering medication to Nikes and engaging her in conversation. With the dual treatment of medication and emotional support, Nike's condition had significantly improved. She no longer snuck into the medication room to weep while clutching a bottle. With Li Yifei's constant companionship, her recovery rate would undoubtedly accelerate, likely reaching 50 in no time. At that point, he could extract Nike's second ability. During this time, Lin Xia had attempted to open the door to the second ward, but alas, it remained locked. This restriction was likely tied to his personal cultivation level, as the advancement in mental prowess must be achieved gradually. Fortunately, under the guidance of Wen Qima's training methods, Lin Xia had solidified his current state, and he would not have to wait long to break through to the next level. After giving Li Yifei a few parting words, Lin Xia departed from the psychiatric hospital. The subsequent days unfolded with little difference from before. Despite Lin Xia having successfully completed his first task, the intensity of his training remained unchanged. He even felt that Chun Mai's strikes were more painful than before. However, after experiencing the life-and-death struggle, Lin Xia's synergy with the mortal realm had become more harmonious, and his mental perception had sharpened considerably. He could now evade a shooting frequency of 50 rounds per second in the trap room and was ready to challenge 100 rounds per second. Perhaps the most significant improvement was in Lin Xia's marksmanship. From initially missing the target entirely at 30 meters to barely hitting it at 20 meters, his training had progressed remarkably. He could now reliably hit targets within 30 meters. Lin Xia vividly remembered the day he first managed to hit the target at 30 meters. Noticing Cold Xian standing behind him with reddened eyes, secretly wiping away tears, and then lifting her head to reveal a smile of satisfaction. 10 days later, Lin Xia approached the captain's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, he found Chun Mai engrossed in a document. He glanced up at Lin Xia and remarked, in a few days, the new recruit training will commence. Lin Xia was taken aback, realizing that a month had passed since he joined the Night Watchers. What preparations should I make? According to the customary arrangements of previous years, This year's new recruits training is also expected to take place in Beijing. During this period, I shall prepare the necessary materials for you to take along. By the way, during the training, a closed management system will be implemented. Although daily necessities will be provided, their quality may not be satisfactory. I will have Hongying accompany you to the market to purchase some items, and I shall reimburse you for the expenses. Furthermore, the weather in Beijing is considerably colder than in Songnan, so do remember to buy ample winter clothing and charge it to my account. Injuries are most common during training. Please remember to visit me again tomorrow morning, and I will provide you with some medication that is far superior to what is available on the market. Chun Mai held a small notebook, meticulously advising Lin Xia on various matters, even detailing the most comfortable type of trained sleeper. By the time Chun Mai closed the small notebook, over half an hour had passed. Have you noted down everything I just mentioned? Chun Mai inquired earnestly, gazing intently at Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded affirmatively, confirming that he had taken all the notes. Good. I just remembered something else. Tickets to Beijing should be purchased well in advance. Those who arrive early can choose their dormitory. You can buy the tickets while you're out shopping later. Tomorrow? Lin Xia was taken aback. The sooner, the better. I understand, Lin Xia replied, nodding. After Lin Xia left the office, Chun Mai quietly pulled out his wallet, casting a glance inside before letting out a soft sigh. That afternoon, Hongying and Si Xiaonan took Lin Xia on an extensive tour of Sangnan City, making up for all the shopping Lin Xia had never experienced in his life. Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bedspread is so beautiful. Shall we buy one for Xia? Absolutely. That pink suitcase is also fabulous. Let us get one, shall we? Yes, yes. Xiaonan, look at this backpack that resembles Snow White's. Isn't it splendid? We yes, yes. Wow, look at that little dress. It's gorgeous. Let us buy it. All right, but no. Lin Xia firmly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth and said earnestly, Sister Hongying, I don't think that would suit me. With a look of regret, Hongying set down the backless dress she was holding and sighed. Well, you are a boy. Wearing a skirt might not be appropriate. She then picked up a nearby alluring camisole, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Xia. Then let us buy this instead. Lin Xia merely responded with silence. It was only by evening that Lin Xia staggered back to his room, laden with bags. As he surveyed the colorful array of items strewn about, he sat down with a wry smile, which gradually transformed into a radiant grin. Yet, amidst the laughter, a faint sorrow flickered in his eyes. He gazed out the window, where the hazy moonlight bathed the world below. Is it time to depart? The following morning, at the entrance of the train station, dragging 2 large suitcases, Lin Xia stood at the entrance of the train station, flanked by the other members of Team 136. Have you packed everything? Wu Xiangnan inquired first. I've got it all, Lin Xia replied. Brother Xia, remember to use the sunscreen, hair removal cream, and body lotion I bought for you. Hongying said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stood at the forefront, reluctant to part ways. I will use them, don't worry, Lin Xia responded, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Xia, Chun Mai stepped forward, his expression grave. Beijing is not like our Songnan. It's far away, and there are inherent inequalities during training. If it were in Songnan, we could simply take our knives and confront them, but in Beijing, you'll have to rely on yourself. Rest assured, I can take care of myself. Lin Xia replied earnestly. He gave a slight bow to the others, saying, I'm off now. Rising to his feet, he waved goodbye as he dragged his suitcases into the station. The group watched his departing figure, their hearts heavy with emotion. At that moment, Chun Mai's phone suddenly rang. Hello? What? Chun Mai abruptly raised his head, pointing at Lin Xia. Damn it, stop that kid. The others turned back in confusion. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, but they've actually scheduled the new recruits training in Songnan this time. Hurry, stop him. Once he enters the station, the ticket cannot be refunded. Chapter 68. A Convergence of Storms, Beijing City. Night Watchman Training Office. What? This time the new recruits training is set in Songnan? Where's Songnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed, bewildered as he glanced at the document in his hand. Before him, a man lazily reclined in a chair behind the desk, stretched and opened his eyes. A cross-shaped scar adorned his forehead. He was Xiao Pinga, the captain of the Night Watchman's Team 006 stationed in Beijing, a small city in the southeastern region, adjacent to Huaihai City. Xiaoping pondered before responding. But hasn't the training always taken place in Beijing in previous years? Why has it been suddenly changed at Songnan this year? Yuan Gang furrowed his brows in confusion. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Xiaoping stood up, filled a cup with hot water, and leisurely reclined back. Oh no, you need only follow orders. You are the vice-captain of our team, 006, as well as the chief instructor for the new recruits over the years. Is it not feasible to adapt to a different environment? Of course not. Yuan Gang shook his head repeatedly. I simply cannot comprehend why the location has changed so abruptly, especially when all the equipment and facilities are already available here. Transporting everything to Songnan seems like an unnecessary hassle. The higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. We need only execute orders without questioning further, Xiaoping replied. Fine then, Yuan Gang sighed. The logistics department will surely manage to establish a complete training base in Songnan before dawn. You should gather your team and prepare for departure. Xiaoping took a sip of tea. Understood. Yuan Gang contemplated for a moment before continuing. While I am away from Beijing, can you ensure that everything remains under control and that no mishaps occur? Swish! A slipper was hurled from behind the desk. Yuan Gang swiftly sidestepped to evade it. And soon, Xiaoping's scolding voice echoed from behind the desk. Hey, Yuan Gang, who do you think you're looking down upon? I am the captain of the team stationed in Beijing. Do you think I am merely idling? Yuan Gang chuckled, tossing Xiaoping's slipper out the window before swaggering out of the office. Xiaoping erupted in curses. Guangshan City, a luxurious club. Songnan? What kind of place is that? A chubby young man in a bathrobe lay on the sofa of an opulent VIP massage room, staring in astonishment at the notification in his hand. He turned to inquire. Behind the door of the VIP room, 5 burly bodyguards stood expressionless. In front of them, a bespectacled butler slightly bowed and replied gently, Young master, Songnan is a small city located in the southeastern region. Wasn't everything previously held in Beijing? The young man asked. It seems there's been a change in policy this year. It appears your itinerary will also need to adjust. I will arrange it immediately. The young man contemplated for a moment before placing the grapes back in a bowl and waved his hand. Book a flight for tomorrow. I shall depart then. The butler hesitated. Young master, won't it be too rushed to leave tomorrow? There is no need to worry about the dormitory. We have already arranged for you the finest accommodation with a night watchman, who will certainly do us this favor. The atmosphere in Guangzhou and Shenzhen is stifling. I yearn to make new acquaintances. Young master, once you arrive there, it would be prudent to speak Mandarin, as they might struggle to understand otherwise. Mandarin? The plump lad pondered for a moment and realized the truth of it. If communication proves difficult, genuine friendships may indeed elude him. After saying this, he patted the young lady who was tenderly massaging her feet and suggested, Let us rest now. I have indulged myself enough over these past years. It is time for a change in lifestyle. He rose, stretching lazily, causing the flesh on his body to quiver slightly. Songnan, here I come. On Mount Jiuhua, the sound of Buddhist chants filled the air, mingling with the fragrance of sandalwood. An elderly monk, clad in a robe, strolled through the wooden corridor, his prayer beads gently turning in his hand, his eyes calm as still water. At last, he paused before the entrance of a meditation room. He reached out, lightly knocking twice on the door before pushing it open. Inside the room, there was merely a bed, a table, and a meditation cushion. On the largest wall, the characters for stillness of heart were elegantly inscribed in black, the strokes seemingly gentle, yet concealing an undercurrent of formidable intent. A black-haired youth on the cushion slowly opened his eyes. Chao Yuan, your letter has arrived. The old monk performed a gesture of respect before retrieving an envelope from his sleeve. The black-haired youth gradually rose, accepting the envelope, and perused its contents for a considerable time. Songnan, he murmured to himself, then raised his gaze to the old monk, respectfully inquiring, Master, do you believe? I should go. Benefactor, you have cultivated tranquility in this temple for 5 years. The demons within your heart have been subdued. I believe it is time for you to depart. A flicker of hesitation crossed the youth's eyes. But the sins I carry. To take life is a sin. To save life is virtue. Virtue and sin must be balanced for true liberation. The old monk's gaze was profoundly deep his hands pressed together as he spoke serenely. Remaining in this temple, even for decades of stillness, will not absolve your sins. Benefactor, it's time to let go. The youth remained silent for a long while, then mirrored the monk's gesture, bowing deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Chao Yuan, I must remind you of one more matter. Please, Master, go on. On your journey to Tsangnan, you may encounter a benefactor. Should you seize this opportunity, not only can you cleanse your sins, but you might also attain enlightenment. A benefactor? Chao Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. What characteristics might this benefactor possess? 2 trees, standing tall, 8 deities gone, 10 years of night, guiding mortals across the world. The old monk closed his eyes, hands pressed together, his voice resonating like the toll of an ancient bell. Ba. Confusion filled Chao Yuan's eyes, yet he diligently committed these words to memory, bowing in respect. In that case, he lifted his gaze towards the sea of clouds atop the mountain, pressed his hands together, and spoke calmly. I shall go. In the carriage, Lin Xia glanced at the silent crowd, instinctively shrinking his neck. The atmosphere was rather awkward. Ahem. When Qima coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Well, Xia, the train tickets can no longer be refunded. It is not your fault, so do not dwell on it. The expression on the face of Chunmai in the passenger seat turned somewhat pallid. We should think of something positive, right? For instance, during the training in Tsangnan City, being so close, we can visit you anytime. The training is closed off. We cannot enter. The driver, Wu Xiangnan, interjected softly. When Qima paused for a moment, at least we have purchased everything we need, like down jackets, thick blankets, heating pads, and large scarves. Qima, these items will not be necessary in Tsangnan's winter, Hong Ying gently reminded. Be quiet. Chunmai shot a glare at Wen Qima, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. After a moment of hesitation, he turned back, looking earnestly at Lin Xia. Xia, how about you check later, if these can still be refunded? Chapter 69, The First New Recruit. A low rumble echoed as several heavily armed transport helicopters descended slowly from the azure sky, the whirling blades stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. On the opposite side of the helipad, a group of men clad in military uniforms stood resolutely against the fierce winds, resembling statues steadfast in their stance. The helicopter doors gradually swung open, revealing Yuan Gang, adorned in military attire and bearing a black box, as he descended from the aircraft. With a crisp salute, the waiting soldiers greeted him in unison, their voices resonating. Good day, Commander. Yuan Gang strode forward with purpose, his expression grave, while the gust from the helicopter's rotors whipped at his garments. Is the training camp fully established? He inquired. Report. The training camp is ready, came the response. Good. Yuan Gang nodded. By the way, please provide me with a roster of new recruits for this session. Yes, sir. With the black box slung over his shoulder, Yuan Gang turned towards a training camp that had risen overnight. Nestled in a desolate outskirts within Tsangnan City, the training camp sprawled over an expansive area, surrounded by checkpoints set up 10 miles around it, fortified to a military base's standards. Aside from the new recruits arriving for training, no one else could approach this location. Commander, here is this year's list of new recruits. As Yuan Gang and the instructors toured the camp, a soldier hurried forth to present the roster. Upon receiving it, Yuan Gang glanced at the list, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of astonishment. The instructors behind him also halted in their tracks. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the document once more, murmuring incredulously, "What in the world is this lineup this year?" "What's wrong, Commander?" one of the curious instructors inquired, leaning in closer. "The young master of the Guangshan Bailey Group? Is it that Bailey Group?" Upon catching sight of the first line, the instructor was taken aback. The foremost family conglomerate of the Great Xia, not to mention the second largest benefactor behind the Night Watchman after the government, famously known as the Museum of Forbidden Artifacts. The Bailey family? Another instructor could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Is this the heir of our benefactor from the Night Watchman? Why would a privileged young man abandon his comfortable life to join the Night Watchman? Seeking an experience of hardship? Perhaps," another replied. "The whims of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. But how shall we conduct the training? What if we push him too hard and provoke his ire?" Will he retaliate against us? Do they dare? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchman is a national organization, while the Bailey family has indeed provided substantial funding. It is not their private playground. Once they enter our training camp, all are equal. We shall train them rigorously. Should anything go awry, I will take full responsibility. Understood. The instructors nodded solemnly. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hand. Astonishingly, this cohort included yet another divine agent. A divine agent? Which deity? He mused, glancing skyward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Codename 003, the Seraphim Michael. The Seraphim? When did the Seraphim acquire an agent? Fortunately, it is our Night Watchman here. It has been many years since a divine agent made an appearance. This young man has an immeasurable future ahead of him. The last divine agent to emerge from the rookie training was, if memory serves, that individual from the special team, Mask. Indeed. Yuan Gang gazed at the list in his hand, circling several names with a red pen and letting out a resigned sigh. One young master from the Bailey group and a Seraphim agent are already enough to give us headaches. This time, 3 ultra-high-risk Forbidden Realm holders have appeared simultaneously, one of whom is even ranked within the top 50. Furthermore, there are the inheritor of the Bagua Zhang from Beijing and the inheritor of the Mo family spear from Hebei, not to mention active special forces. Observing the densely circled names in Yuan Gang's hand, the instructors behind him felt a twinge of apprehension. Chief, these are all tough nuts to crack. Can we manage to subdue them? Yuan Gang remained silent for a long while, folding the list and speaking calmly. Contact the Mask team and have them come to maintain order. Only a prodigy can reign in another prodigy. Outside the training camp, amidst the military checkpoint, a special forces soldier, peering through binoculars, furrowed his brow as he gazed into the distance for quite some time. Gradually, he lowered the binoculars and retrieved his walkie-talkie. Report. Individuals approaching have been detected ahead. Relay their details. A young male, appearing to be a high school student, is dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. It is not visibly apparent whether he is carrying any weapons. A high school student? The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie paused momentarily. Could it be a new recruit reporting for duty? The notification was only sent out this morning, and he arrived by noon? What speed is this? He is still approaching. Please advise. Stand by. I shall meet him. Shortly after, a military off-road vehicle emerged from behind the checkpoint, heading in the direction of the young man. Under the blazing sun, Lin Xia was dragging 2 suitcases along the rugged, muddy path, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Is there really a training camp in this place? Lin Xia glanced around, murmuring to himself. Surely the captain isn't playing a trick on me because I didn't return the goods. I just received the specific address for the rookie training camp this morning, and Chun Mai was eagerly urging him to come. After the awkward farewell ceremony yesterday, the atmosphere today was less grand. When Qima drove him to the vicinity and left him to find his way. Once everyone learned that Lin Xia was at the Chang'an training camp, they seemed to have relaxed considerably. Perhaps, as Chun Mai said, if anything happened to Lin Xia, they could rush over with their weapons. Unlike the anxiety they felt in Beijing. After all, Chang'an City is also the territory of their team 136. Buzz. Just as Lin Xia advanced with his suitcases, the roaring sound of an approaching vehicle echoed from afar. He squinted, halting his steps. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle screeched to a halt beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Xia closely. What brings you here? Training. A recruit? I'm arrived so soon. I hail from Chang'an. Show me your identification, the officer requested. Lin Xia handed over the credentials prepared by Chun Mai. The officer scrutinized the documents for an extended period before returning them to Lin Xia, gesturing towards the rear. Get in the vehicle. Lin Xia placed his luggage in the trunk and climbed into the off-road vehicle. The officer drove him through all the checkpoints, ultimately halting at the entrance of the training camp. You have arrived. Proceed inside, he indicated with a nod towards the imposing gate ahead. Lin Xia alighted from the vehicle, dragging 2 pastel-hued suitcases, and stood before the colossal iron gate, gazing upward. This was the new recruit training base, his abode for the forthcoming year. He was the inaugural recruit to grace this place. Chapter 70, A Bond Stronger Than Gold Before Long. An instructor stepped out from behind the door, gazing at him with a look of surprise. A new recruit? Indeed. What's your name? Lin Xia. The instructor's demeanor shifted, and he scrutinized Lin Xia as though he were a rare gem. You are Lin Xia? Feeling somewhat uneasy under the instructor's intense gaze, Lin Xia replied, Yes. Is there a problem? No. The instructor shook his head, opening the gates of the training camp. You're the first to arrive this year. Please come in. By the way, my name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. As Lin Xia entered the training camp, he politely greeted him. Instructor Hong nodded. You've arrived early, which is fortunate. I will personally guide you around the camp, leading Lin Xia through the vast training grounds. Instructor Hong began the tour. The interior of the camp exceeded Lin Xia's expectations in size. The structures were not mere temporary tents or wooden shacks, but rather buildings solidified from an unknown material, seamlessly merging with the ground as if they had sprouted from it. The ground was meticulously marked with lines, delineating pedestrian pathways from vehicular routes, and even indicating the locations of the cafeteria and dormitories. The varying thicknesses and colors of the lines were pleasing to the eye, a veritable boon for those with obsessive tendencies. Were it not for Lin Xia's knowledge that this area was once barren land, one might easily assume it was a newly completed base, crafted over several years. Military vehicles sped along the main road, laden with crates of supplies and equipment, food, water, weapons, bedding. Lin Xia's eyes widened as he noticed one vehicle stuffed to the brim with explosives. The corners of Lin Xia's mouth twitched slightly, and a flicker of concern for the safety of this base crept into his mind. It was worth mentioning that Lin Xia had yet to undergo any substantial collective training. Having lost his sight in elementary school, he had never participated in military drills during his middle or high school years, and had scarcely engaged in physical education classes. Were it not for his dedication to personal fitness, he might now be in a state of frailty. Over there is the training field, where most of the physical training will take place. Instructor Hong pointed toward a spacious area reminiscent of an airport. Physical conditioning is our primary focus. Your physique appears rather average. Be prepared for some challenges ahead. That area is the cafeteria, a place you will come to both love and loathe over the next year. There lies the classroom for theoretical instruction. Those abandoned structures over there serve as the mobility training grounds, teaching urban combat, rappelling, and ziplining. And there is the shooting range. As Lin Xia observed the array of training facilities unfolding before him, he silently committed their purposes to memory, feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation. What is that? A convenience store? Lin Xia inquired, pointing toward a small shop not far away. It was a modest building, reminiscent of a typical school tuck shop, with shelves brimming with everyday necessities. At that moment, a group of instructors stood at the entrance, gesturing towards the wall adorned with cigarettes and engaged in conversation. This was the supply station. Instructor Hong cast a fleeting glance. The training camp was entirely enclosed, rendering money irrelevant. Here, if any personal item were to break, one could acquire a new one, along with provisions such as bread, water, and cigarettes, all distributed according to a fixed monthly quota, ample enough for everyone. As the two passed by, it seemed the instructors inside the supply station had noticed something, for they all turned their heads towards Lin Xia, whispering and pointing. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Why were they all staring at him? The agent of the Seraphim is indeed a rarity. It is only natural that they are curious about you, Instructor Hong replied. Was there no agent in the previous training sessions before me? Of course, Instructor Hong nodded. The last agent to emerge from the training camp had already become the leader of the mask squad. Mask? Lin Xia was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, when Shima had previously spoken of this special squad's exploits, which deity did he represent? You will find out in a couple of days, Instructor Hong said with a slight smile, leaving the question unanswered. Instructor Hong led Lin Xia to a densely packed cluster of buildings, stating, This is the dormitory area. All double rooms. You're the first to arrive, so feel free to choose. Lin Xia nodded and wandered around the vicinity of the dormitory buildings, finally selecting a room that faced south, boasting the best lighting and comfort. Good choice. I will register you. Instructor Hong noted Lin Xia's room number. The training would officially commence in 3 days, so he advised Lin to rest well during this time, for soon enough, he would have no respite for the entire year. After a brief instruction, Instructor Hong turned and departed, leaving Lin Xia alone in the dormitory. The dormitory's environment surpassed Lin Xia's expectations in cleanliness. Yet the facilities were exceedingly rudimentary. The low, hard bed was uncomfortable even to sit upon, and there was not even a fan, let alone air conditioning. Fortunately, Lin Xia was accustomed to hardship. This environment posed little challenge for him. He skillfully unpacked his belongings and made his bed before lying down. After all, without signal or a mobile phone, finding ways to pass the time was futile. Left alone for 3 days would surely be stifling. Thankfully, he had his mind's asylum to retreat to, where he could engage in tea drinking with Nikes or play chess and converse with Li Yifei in the activity room, never feeling the weight of monotony. The following morning, Lin Xia visited the supply station to gather some provisions, as the cafeteria had yet to open, leaving him without a place to have breakfast. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered several individuals already waiting at his door. "Young master, I have shown you so many places, and this one has the best environment, warm in winter and cool in summer, with abundant sunlight." A man, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, stood before a portly youth, incessantly prattling. "Ah, to speak plainly, this Tsangnan truly pales in comparison to our Wangshan. The economy is dismal, and the environment is lacking. Goodness, dear young master, just look at this house. What is this? The walls are peeling. And observe how rudimentary the facilities in these dormitories are. Is this bed fit for a human to sleep on? Young master, shall we not return? There is no need for us to endure such hardship." The stout youth, standing tall and proud, shot him a glance and retorted, "Nonsense. I have come here to endure, and I shall not retreat. Cease your clamor and open the door. I shall reside here today." Reluctantly, the man unlocked the door, only to be taken aback by the scene within. "Oh my, young master, who is so inconsiderate as to usurp your room? Quick, you lot, why do you linger? Dispose of these items at once. It is filthy." The bodyguards behind the stout youth hurried forward, eager to assist in clearing the mess. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. Ah, the cliché detail of the wealthy young master bullying the common folk, flaunting wealth and striking back at those beneath him. My favorite. Just as Lin Xia contemplated intervening, the stout youth delivered a swift kick to the man's backside, unleashing a torrent of invective. "You scoundrel! This is a double room, and my roommate resides here. Dare you touch my roommate's belongings? Filthy! I loathe your kind, bullying the weak. Get as far away from me as possible." The man, toppled by the stout youth's kick, frantically slapped himself a few times in panic before scurrying out the door. "You lot, bring the welcome gifts for my roommate over here. I shall await him today, ensuring he understands what it means to feel a connection as strong as gold." Beside him, Lin Xia mused. Chapter 71. The rotund bale behind the chubby boy, his bodyguard promptly arranged a neat stack of gift boxes beside Lin Xia's bed, forming a long line while standing behind their master. "Hey, what are you all doing standing there? This is a new recruit training camp, not your home." The chubby boy waved his hands impatiently. "Move along. Don't leave my roommate with the impression that I like to bully others." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately retreating with resignation, leaving the chubby boy alone beside the mountain of gifts. He glanced down at his attire, cleared his throat, and sat upright at the door. Lin Xia scratched his head, finding the current situation rather perplexing. After pondering for a moment, he slowly walked toward his dormitory. As Lin Xia's figure appeared in the empty corridor, the chubby boy's eyes immediately lit up. He sprang to his feet, adjusted his appearance once more, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and smiled at Lin Xia, who was approaching in slippers. Lin Xia's expression grew peculiar under the chubby boy's strange gaze. He felt as though he could scarcely walk. At last, he reached the door of the dormitory. Hello. My name is Bailey Tumming. I understand that this name may be a bit cumbersome. You may simply call me Tumming, or just Fatty." Before Lin Xia could react, the chubby boy suddenly bowed deeply, startling Lin Xia into retreating 2 steps. "I hope we can become friends. Please take care of me over the next year." This wave of enthusiasm left Lin Xia utterly bewildered. Ahem, that is, Bailey Lin Xia pondered, seemingly forgetting the last two characters of the name, recalling only the fatty part. Bailey Fatty, there's no need to be so formal. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled once more, evidently pleased with the moniker. I haven't asked your name yet. Oh, I'm Lin Xia. Brother Xia, I brought you some specialties from my hometown. They aren't particularly valuable, so I hope you don't mind. He smiled as he began to hand Lin Xia the gift boxes one by one. Lin Xia merely scanned them with his mental energy, and his expression instantly transformed. This, a box of Rolex watches? Lin Xia was taken aback. Inside the chubby boy's hands was a meticulously arranged collection of 12 Rolex watches. The Submariner, the Explorer, the GMT Master. Each style was distinct, and had it not been for Lin Xia's extensive reading of magazines, he might not have recognized many of them. 12 Rolex watches in a single box bore a striking resemblance to a gift set of red Fuji apples. What's wrong? Brother Xia, doesn't he like Rolex? The chubby boy blinked, placing the Rolex box aside and picking up another. How about Patek Philippe? There's also Cartier and Baume Mercier. Brother Xia, I initially intended to present something else, but most items aren't suitable for use in this training camp, so I thought watches would be the most appropriate. Lin Xia's embrace was increasingly laden with gift boxes. After a considerable time, he finally broke the silence. Bailey Pang, does your family engage in the watch business? No, our family dabbles in a bit of everything. Bailey Pang chuckled heartily, but do not read too much into it. I'm merely a child from an ordinary household, not some scion of a prestigious family. I am quite down to earth. No, I am very relatable. I believe you not at all. Lin Xia silently rolled his eyes, placing the gift boxes aside. I do not wish to accept these. Why not? Bailey Pang became anxious. Just take them. They do not hold much value. Merely a token of our meeting. I am not fond of receiving gifts. Then, what should I? Bailey Pang glanced at Lin Xia, then at the gift boxes in his hands, perspiration beginning to bead on his forehead. Lin Xia regarded him for a moment, sighed. You may keep them for now. When I desire them, you can present them to me. Well then, very well. Bailey Pang solemnly tucked away the gift boxes, then slowly opened his suitcase, carelessly tossing his bedding onto the bed before sprawling out upon it. Lin Xia's lips twitched. What are you doing? Sleeping, Bailey Pang replied, patting the crumpled fabric. It's quite comfortable. Lin Xia, not one to meddle in trifles, especially with this suspicious little chubby boy. Lin Xia opted to close his eyes and feign slumber. After a while, Bailey Pang cautiously arose, whispering, Xia. Brother Xia. Lin Xia remained motionless, eyes shut. Bailey Pang cautiously stood up and tiptoed to the wardrobe, rummaging through it. What is this chubby fellow up to? With his eyes still closed, Lin Xia continued to keenly sense Bailey Pang's every movement. Moments later, Bailey Pang emerged, cradling the gift boxes he had just returned, carefully positioning them beside Lin Xia's bed, quietly sliding them under. Lin Xia, this little chubby boy's so persistent. A sudden surge of annoyance welled within Lin Xia as he abruptly opened his eyes, directing a gaze at Bailey Pang. What are you doing? Bailey Pang jumped, collapsing onto the floor, fear evident in his eyes as he met Lin Xia's gaze. His not-so-sharp mind raced. Thus, he awkwardly inched closer to Lin Xia's feet, sniffing. Xia, your feet smell delightful. Lin Xia stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Even with his wit, he found himself at a loss for a response. What manner of creature is this? Noticing Lin Xia's frozen state, Bailey Pang hesitated for a moment before extending his own foot towards Lin Xia, cautiously inquiring, How about you give mine a sniff? Lin Xia's murderous intent began to rise in the distance. Atop another building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang quietly lowered his binoculars, his expression utterly captivating. He turned to Instructor Hong, pointing at the two individuals across from him who were amusingly sniffing each other's toes, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Is this what you refer to as two dangerous individuals? Instructor Hong sighed, rubbing his temples. No, this is not right. One was an arrogant Seraphim agent, while the other was a pampered heir of the Bailey Group. The prospect of these two residing under the same roof seemed perilous in every conceivable way. Yet, how could they? Yuan Gang patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Hong Hao, to truly understand a person, one must look beyond their identity and background. In this world, countless individuals may share similar familial backgrounds, but their character and disposition are infinitely varied. After uttering this profound statement, Yuan Gang turned and departed. Once he was far enough away from Instructor Hong's line of sight, Yuan Gang could no longer contain his amusement and let out a soft chuckle. How intriguing. Chapter 72. The training commences from the second day of Lin Qia's arrival at the training camp. The influx of new recruits gradually increased. The once desolate dormitory building had unknowingly filled to capacity. By the morning of the third day, Lin Xia was roused from his slumber by the clamor echoing through the corridor. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The rotund fellow is up this early? Lin Xia glanced at the adjacent bed, which resembled a pigsty, now unoccupied, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. It appeared that this wealthy young heir was indeed somewhat different. After spending 2 days in each other's company, Lin Xia had formed a preliminary understanding of the corpulent Bai Li. He was not the typical arrogant rich kid. Rather, he seemed to make a concerted effort to conceal his affluent background, masquerading as a child from an ordinary family, albeit with rather clumsy execution. Not inherently malicious, but somewhat dim-witted was Lin Qia's initial assessment of Bai Li. Unfazed by challenges, Lin Xia, in a way, even harbored a certain anticipation that his roommate would be an insufferably haughty individual, one who would readily provoke him, thus providing Lin Xia with a legitimate reason to retaliate and dominate their shared quarters. Yet, ironically, he turned out to be a harmless, bumbling fool. This foolishly jovial companion would engage with him cheerfully each day, frequently bestowing gifts and speaking with an air of politeness, leaving Lin Xia feeling as though he had struck a fist against a pillow. To strike him would weigh heavily on his conscience, yet refraining proved challenging, especially when Bai Li would, in the dead of night, surreptitiously place his foot near Lin Qia's face. The most exasperating part was that upon awakening from his foul dreams, Bai Li would sincerely gaze into his eyes, a blend of anticipation and shyness, and ask, "Xia, have you yet answered me? Does my foot smell delightful?" Fortunately, Lin Xia had no blade at hand. Otherwise, that foolish fellow would certainly not witness the dawn of the next day. Lin Xia stretched his body, toothbrush in mouth, dragging an empty hot water bottle as he prepared to wash up. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a throng of people amassing around the opposite dormitory building. Amidst the crowd, a rotund figure radiating opulence was bellowing at the top of his lungs. "Comrades, I have brought you some specialties from my hometown. I hope you won't find them wanting. Over the coming year, I look forward to your camaraderie. Hey, you there, don't snatch. There's enough for everyone." Bai Li raised his plump arm, adorned with a multitude of luxury watches, wrapped as if in bandages, exuding an air of extravagance. The surrounding recruits were immediately stirred into a frenzy. "Please do not misunderstand. I am not a rich kid. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, wishing to get along with all of you." Thud. Lin Xia gaped in astonishment at the chaotic scene across the dormitory, his toothbrush tumbling to the floor. What exactly is this rotund fellow's background? He mumbled to himself. Even among the wealthy, one would not expect such opulence, would they? To bestow a luxury watch upon every recruit in a camp of over 200, this was nothing short of extravagant. Yet, even amidst the uproar, there remained individuals within the crowd who remained unfazed. Lin Xia noticed a young man leaning against the wall in the corridor of the same floor, observing indifferently. He stood there as if he were in another realm, exuding an air of incongruity, as though an invisible barrier separated him from the surrounding clamor. His gaze as tranquil as still water. Meanwhile, in the adjacent girls' dormitory, a long-haired girl squinted at Bailey Pang Pang amid the crowd, her eyes brimming with disdain. The more Lin Xia observed, the more he realized that many were clandestinely watching this farce unfold. Some bore indifferent expressions, others wore mocking looks, some regarded it with contempt, while a few seemed eager to engage. Bailey Pong Pong's antics not only ignited the atmosphere in the new recruits' dormitory, but also unveiled a concealed tableau before Lin Qia's eyes. Similarly, as Lin Xia took note of them, they became aware of one another. Just then, Instructor Hong stormed into the dormitory area, accompanied by several other instructors, their presence radiating an intimidating aura. He glared at the raucous dormitory building and bellowed, "What on earth is going on? Are you hosting a market? Huh? Do you want me to invite a few strippers to entertain you?" His shouts reverberated between the dormitories, causing the recruits gathered near Bailey Pang Pang to scatter in disarray. Only Bailey Pang Pang remained, clutching his hoard of watches, quietly glancing down, muttering to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." The corner of Instructor Hong's mouth twitched slightly as he sternly continued, "Don't think that just because the training hasn't officially begun, you can act recklessly. I tell you, once you pass through that door, you are soldiers. Soldiers must adhere to discipline. This is your first warning. I'll let you off this time. But if I catch anyone causing trouble again, I'll make sure you regret it." Instructor Hong thundered, "Do you understand?" "Understood," echoed from the 3 dormitory buildings. Instructor Hong's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the structures before he slowly declared, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, everyone is to assemble at the training ground." With that, he turned and strode away, flanked by the other instructors. Bailey Pang Pang peeked through the corridor, hastily stood up, and rushed to Lin Qia's side, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. Thankfully, I hid quickly, or I would have been caught." He placed a hand over his racing heart, still shaken. Lin Xia replied, "It seems the remaining gifts will have to go unbestowed." Bailey Pang Pang glanced down at the watches in his hands, sighing, "Why are you so fixated on giving gifts?" Lin Xia couldn't help but inquire, "If you don't give gifts, how can you build good relationships with others?" Bailey Pang Pang replied, "As if it were the most natural thing, my dad always said that the most important thing in this world is the intricacies of human relationships." Lin Xia rolled his eyes. If social niceties constituted the entirety of this world, then society would have long since perished. Having spoken, he paid no heed to whether Bailey Pang Pang understood, bending down to retrieve his toothbrush and continuing towards the hot water room, leaving Bailey Pang Pang in place, scratching his head in bewilderment. In the afternoon, Lin Xia donned the military uniform acquired from the supply station and strode directly towards the training ground. Bailey Pang Pang, simultaneously attempting to fit his posterior into his trousers, hurriedly followed Lin Xia, occasionally calling out, "Xia, wait for me." By the time the two arrived at the training ground, most of the participants had gathered. However, they had yet to form an orderly line, standing haphazardly with varying heights and builds. On the training platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their postures as erect as ancient pines. The chief instructor, Yuan Gang, surveyed the chaotic crowd below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 73, "We are the masked ones." "Stand in formation," roared the instructor behind Yuan Gang. Instantly, the new recruits fell into silence. Though the lines remained crooked, the semblance of order began to emerge. Lin Xia and Bailey Pang Pang, having arrived late, found themselves at the rear of the ranks. Even so, the oppressive aura emanating from the instructors on the training platform was palpable. Without resorting to forbidden techniques or wielding weapons, they stood there, exuding an aura akin to formidable mountains, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the assembled recruits. Such a presence could only stem from the brutal trials of life and death combat, a quality sorely lacking in these novices. Yuan Gang observed the crowd for an extended moment before speaking in a deep, resonant voice. "I am aware that each of you hails from the illustrious realm of Great Xia, possessing either coveted forbidden techniques or unparalleled skills, perhaps even remarkable backgrounds. However, from the moment you step through that door, you hold but one identity. You are recruits. You are novices. No, at this moment, you are not even novices. You are worthless, mere refuse. When confronted with true power, you will only endanger yourselves and burden your comrades. To truly become night watchers, you have a long journey ahead." Yuan Gang's voice crescendoed, reverberating like thunder across the expansive training ground. Lin Xia could keenly sense the chilling expressions of the majority of the recruits around him. Some raised their heads defiantly, others sneered in silence, some regarded him with disdain, while a few lowered their heads in contemplation. "What? Do you dispute this?" Yuan Gang scrutinized their faces, arching an eyebrow. No one responded, yet their expressions conveyed their thoughts. Indeed, they were defiant. Did you believe that your formidable forbidden techniques and extraordinary abilities rendered you destined for greatness? Did you think that my presence here, reprimanding you, was merely a result of having arrived a few years earlier and possessing a higher realm? Did you presume that while I could claim you were weak and of a lower realm, I could not label you as worthless as refuse? Yuan Gang scoffed twice. Nonsense. I speak the truth. In your current state, even if you were to reach the Klein realm, you would merely be slightly more capable refuse against genuine strong adversaries. You would not withstand a single move. Do you believe me? Many recruits' breaths grew labored as they fixed their gaze on Yuan Gang, their eyes seemingly ablaze with indignation. I did not believe. At that moment, a young man with his military uniform unbuttoned and cap turned backwards leisurely raised his hand, chewing gum and wearing a mocking expression. New recruit, what is your name? Shun Zhuqing. Good. Who else is defiant? I am not. Me too. Count me in. With Shun Qingzhu leading the charge, the number of dissenters swelled, eventually comprising nearly half the ranks. In the back, Bali Pang Pang nudged Lin Xia. Xia, what about you? Me? I comply. Why is that? Because he was not wrong. In Lin Xia's mind, the memory of that cleansing deluge surfaced, along with the formidable ghost-faced king that thrived within it. And then there was the cunning Nanta serpent demon, lurking in the shadows of the second high school, orchestrating everything with unparalleled intellect. They had never encountered the arcane. Oblivious to the true nature of such entities, Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. I dare say, should they truly confront the two mysteries I have encountered, no more than 10 among these 200 souls would survive. Moreover, in this world, there undoubtedly exist even stronger and more grotesque mysteries. If I were to encounter them now, I fear I would not even comprehend how I met my demise. Have you encountered the mysterious? Are they formidable? Indeed, they're quite formidable. All right, I yield to you. Bali Pang Pang declared rather unprincipledly. On the stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded, continuing, well, since so many of you are skeptical, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke nonchalantly. Descend. Beep. The sound of the walkie-talkie ceased, and Yuan Gang gazed upward at the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below also looked up but discerned nothing, and after a brief moment, they began to whisper among themselves. Suddenly, someone in the throng exclaimed, "Look, someone is falling from the clouds." The crowd gasped and looked up sharply. Lin Xia squinted at the sky. He beheld 7 black dots rapidly enlarging against the cerulean backdrop. After a few seconds, they became discernible 7 individuals. 7 figures clad in gray cloaks, burdened with black boxes, each adorned with distinct masks. They plummeted from the cloud's summit, unencumbered by any protective gear, free-falling swiftly towards the training ground, the fierce wind causing their cloaks to flap ominously. Holy moly! They wouldn't be jumping out of a plane, would they? They're not even wearing parachutes? Bali Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment beside Lin Xia. Shock rippled through not just Bali Pang Pang, but the others as well, their murmurs swelling in volume. On stage, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose and muttered softly, "Well, I merely mentioned it in passing, and they actually jumped. How dedicated they are." High above, the 7 figures plummeted rapidly, their shrieks echoing in the air like the cries of slaughtered fowl. One man with a swirling mask thrashing about wildly. "Ah, help! Ah, swirl! Can you quiet down a bit? My ears are about to burst." The woman wearing a rose mask scolded. "I have a fear of heights." "Rose, don't just stand there. Your complaints are worthless." The swirl shouted, his voice hoarse. "Captain, did that guy Yuan Gang really mean for us to jump? Why should we?" At the bottom, a man wearing a crown mask spoke calmly. "I heard this batch of new students is quite difficult to intimidate. Instructor Yuan is probably at his wit's end, seeking our assistance. We must oblige." What shall we do if we fall to our demise?" One exclaimed. "Fear not, for I am here. You shall not perish," replied the man adorned with a balance mask, rolling his eyes. "Are your skills up to par? I've recently gained 2 pounds. Can you support me?" "Captain, may I allow this fellow to meet his end?" "Absolutely not." Enough silence." Wang Mian glanced below, continuing, "We are about to land. Making too much noise will attract their attention, which would be quite embarrassing. Then, I shall endeavor to keep my voice down, Vortex replied, covering his mouth. As they descended closer to the ground, the new recruits finally discerned their attire. Is that Mask? One of the 4 elite squads, Mask? Hiss. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, as the 7 were about to plummet to the earth, the man with the balance, Mask, extended 2 fingers and gave a gentle flick. In an instant, the weight of the 7 vanished, allowing them to drift down like feathers. Their toes barely touched the ground, and they stood firmly, cloaked in gray, their capes billowing in the wind. Under the sunlight, the 7 distinct masks shimmered brilliantly. Wang Mian's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd as he softly declared, "Greetings, we are Mask." Before he could finish, Vortex's legs buckled. With a thud, he knelt before the new recruits. Vortex, masked individuals, new recruits. Chapter 74, 239 against 5 suddenly. The scene fell into a profound silence. The corners of Wang's mouth twitched madly beneath his mask, while the fists of the rose-hued figure hardened. And the expressions of the instructors present were nothing short of spectacular. Only the new recruits stood there, bewildered and somewhat at a loss. Was this kneeling? Could it be? What on earth was he doing? They might have guessed what was transpiring, yet dared not entertain such thoughts. They struggled to rationalize the extraordinary spectacle before them. For heaven's sake, this was the masked team. How could such a blunder occur? All eyes were fixed upon the Vortex. Kneeling there, the Vortex took a second to grasp the reality of the situation, hesitated momentarily, then slowly raised both hands, offering a salute to the new recruits. "This is the masked team's Vortex, wishing you all an early Happy New Year." Having uttered these words, he sprang to his feet, standing proudly as if nothing had transpired. Lin Xia. Baili Pang pondered for a moment, leaning in earnestly to whisper in Lin Xia's ear, "Do you think this instructor is lacking in budget, unable to hire the real, masked team, and thus settled for a high-quality imitation?" "That seems unlikely." Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the imposing figure of Wang at the forefront, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lin Xia sensed that this man exuded a subtle yet authoritative aura. Others may not have perceived it, but Lin Xia could, for they were all agents of the divine. Simultaneously, it appeared that Wang had also sensed Lin Xia's presence. Their eyes locking momentarily. After a brief pause, Wang averted his gaze and continued his earlier proclamation. "We are the masked special team." A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Yuan Gang's lips curled slightly, his voice reverberating once more across the training ground. "Since you refuse to comply, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your own capabilities, a chance to truly engage with top-tier talents. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, and before 9 o'clock tonight, all 239 of your recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the masked team to claim victory. Should you succeed, it will prove your undeniable prowess, rendering this year's training unnecessary, and I will apply for your graduation tomorrow. However, if no one accomplishes this by 9 o'clock, cast aside your ridiculous pride and arrogance into the toilet. Whatever demands we impose during this training, you shall comply with. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, the new recruits erupted into chaos. Quickly, someone protested. "This is unfair. They are all formidable beings from the Chuan'er High Realms, while we are merely at the Zhan Realm. How can we possibly compete?" In this confrontation, the entire masked team would suppress their realms to match Zhan. Under equal conditions, 239 against 7. "Are you afraid?" The crowd was in an uproar. In the realm where everyone stands as a beacon, the fundamental distinction of strength and weakness dissipates, leaving only tactical coordination, strategy, and combat proficiency. Even though the members of the masked team are renowned veterans, they number a staggering 239. Surely, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. The breaths of the new recruits quickened in anticipation. With such a stark disparity in numbers, defeat seemed illogical. Should victory be attained, it would not only spare them a year of rigorous training, but also bestow upon them a significant boost to their pride. "Excellent. I concur. It is settled." The atmosphere among the new recruits ignited with fervor as they fixated intently on the 7 figures clad in gray, their gazes ablaze with determination. Sensing their fiery spirit, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and spoke with a haunting calmness. To contend with you, we do not require 7 individuals. We need merely 5 to vanquish you all. Upon uttering these words, the recruits' emotions erupted once more, passionately responding to Wang Mian's provocation, transforming the scene into a cacophony of chaos. Are they truly this arrogant? Bai Li Pang exclaimed in astonishment. They are not arrogant. Quite the contrary. They are pursuing caution, replied Lin Qi, shaking his head. Bai Li Pang pausa, incredulos. To declare that 5 individuals could overpower us all. How is that not arrogance? The rules of this confrontation dictate that unmasking any one of them signifies victory. Thus, the more participants they field, the greater their potential for loss. Observing Bai Li Pang's lingering confusion, Lin Qi continued. A team of 7 must possess strengths and weaknesses alike. Once a vulnerability is exposed, the likelihood of it being shattered amidst 239 assailants is considerable. However, if all weaknesses remain off the field from the outset, such issues can be circumvented. Are you suggesting they fear their members may lack combat prowess, hence opting to leave them off the battlefield, thereby eliminating their weaknesses? Precisely. So, it seems they are indeed wary of us. Our chances of victory are substantial? Not necessarily. Lin Qi cast a glance at the fervent crowd, speaking in a measured tone. Although we may hold a numerical advantage, we are merely an uncoordinated rabble. In this context, numbers may transform into our disadvantage. The 5 from the masked team constitute a razor-sharp blade, while our 239 are but scattered grains of sand. Very well. Bai Li Pang sighed. The possibility of triumph against the masked team does not hinge on our numbers, but rather on the intellect within our ranks. Lin Qi's gaze swept over the new recruits. Yuan Gang, witnessing the amassed energy of the crowd, addressed them. The weapons you require await you in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belong solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with the damage inflicted upon facilities or edifices, regardless of how you choose to transform this place. We possess the means to restore it. Now, allow me to witness your capabilities. With his final words, Yuan Gang turned, leading the instructors away. As per the original plan, I, Vortex, Rose, Libra, and Moon Ghost will proceed. You may return to rest, remarked Wang Mian, turning to the other 2 members who then followed the instructor's departure. Ultimately, only 239 recruits and the 5 members of the mask remained in the arena. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. All the recruits cast malevolent glances towards the 5 masked figures on the stage. Amidst the crowd, someone raised a hand and inquired, "When shall we commence?" Libra smiled faintly, extending a finger to point towards the crowd. In the next instant, the questioner was struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer to the chest, violently expelling a mouthful of blood and hurtling backward. Amid the ensuing chaos, Wang Mian spoke softly. Was the instructor's earlier message not sufficiently clear? From 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock, which means it has already begun. Chapter 75. The confrontation. As Wang Mian's voice echoed, a dozen new recruits surged forward, unleashing a cacophony of attacks. Flames, frost, gales, lasers, each more varied than the last. The atmosphere of the training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a spark. Bai Li, plump and boisterous, shouted twice and took a step towards the sky. Lin Qi seized him without a moment's hesitation and turned to sprint away from the training ground. "Qia, what are you doing? We must join in." Bai Li protested. "Is now the time to seek death?" Lin Qi shouted back as he ran. "Do you even have a weapon?" Our arms were confiscated upon entering the training camp, while the 5 members of the masked squad are fully equipped. Are you planning to charge him with your head? Bai Li paused, instinctively patting his pockets, realizing the futility of his situation. Moreover, the special squad was designated as such precisely because their combat prowess far surpassed that of others. Rushing forward without understanding their forbidden abilities and fighting styles would be tantamount to courting death. As Lin Qi glanced back, it seemed to confirm his thoughts. An anomaly erupted on the training platform. A deep purple vortex suddenly blossomed in midair, positioned before the masked squad, voraciously absorbing all incoming attacks. In the next instant, a colossal pink hammer materialized from thin air, towering 2 stories high, conjuring a howling wind that sent all airborne recruits crashing to the ground. At this moment, most recruits realized the dire nature of their predicament. As they turned to flee, it was already too late. With a mere flick of the vortex's finger, the purple whirlpool reappeared above their heads. Now you decide to run? It's too late. The vortex sneered. The flames and frost that had been sucked in by the purple vortex spewed forth, raining down like droplets, triggering a series of explosions on the training platform. Searing flames and billowing smoke ascended, and Bai Li, trailing behind Lin Xia, swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. Is this the combat power of the Lantern Realm? If they unleashed their full strength, how formidable would they be? No wonder they're the special squad, Lin Xia sighed. In less than a minute, nearly half of their numbers had been lost. This was troublesome. Lin Xia was not the only astute individual. As he led Bai Li in retreat, many others reacted swiftly, following suit to escape, thus averting disaster. Had Lin Xia not taken the initiative, the casualties would have been far greater. Amidst the thick smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray slowly emerged. The vortex surveyed the unconscious recruits around it, smirking, a bunch of fools. It seems victory in this farce is all but assured. Do not draw conclusions too hastily. Wang Mian observed calmly as he watched the new recruits gradually vanish into the distance. He turned to the man wearing a crescent mask, saying, "Next. Their objective will surely be the warehouse. You go block the entrance while we encircle from the periphery." Understood. Yuegue's figure shimmered before disappearing from sight. Underground base of the training camp. The instructors sat before their screens, each clutching a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. In just a single encounter, over 90 had already been eliminated. It seemed we had overestimated them. Ultimately, it was the strength of the mask that proved overwhelming. Another instructor sighed, suggesting that a top-tier team, once capable of slaying beings of the infinite realm, be brought in to maintain order, a clear disparity for the recruits. Yet, one could argue that they had suppressed their powers to the light realm. It wasn't entirely unfair, was it? However, their experience and synergy were far beyond what these fledgling soldiers could hope to achieve, especially considering 3 of them were high-risk entities from the Forbidden Realms, along with the agent of a deity. Still, one need not be overly pessimistic. As the instructors deliberated, Yuan Gang spoke slowly. Although the recruits appear to have suffered significant losses, in truth, the few with a genuine chance to contend with the mask had managed to escape. Clearing out the disruptive elements might indeed be beneficial for them. One of the instructors paused. "Chief, are you suggesting you genuinely wish for the recruits to triumph?" "No," Yuan Gang shook his head. "With that individual present, victory is unattainable for them. I merely anticipate witnessing a remarkable battle." 7 Knight slowed down. "I can't keep up." Bai Li, panting heavily, was being dragged along by Lin Xia, struggling to catch his breath. Lin Xiyue raised an eyebrow and promptly released her grip. "Then you may leave your fate to chance. I shall proceed ahead." As Lin Xiyue nonchalantly abandoned him, Bai Li was initially taken aback before summoning all his strength to chase after her. "No, this is impossible. If I fall behind, I shall surely be caught. Xiyue, brother Xiyue, wait for me." At last, Bai Li tumbled and crawled to the entrance of the warehouse, staring at the tightly shut door, momentarily stunned. "Why is this door closed? Were we not supposed to retrieve our weapons ourselves?" Lin Xiyue furrowed her brow. "They said we could come to collect, but they did not specify that the door would be open for us. Then do we have to break it down?" Bai Li approached the door and knocked. "What material is this? It seems rather sturdy." Lin Xiyue circled the warehouse, her expression darkening. She turned to Bai Li. "What is your forbidden realm?" I have no forbidden realm," Bai Li replied defiantly. Lin Xiyue, how on earth did this chubby fellow manage to infiltrate the Night Watchers? "This is troublesome," she sighed. "My forbidden realm lacks the capacity for large-scale destruction. It cannot open this door." Bai Li scratched his head. "Oh, is that all?" "Actually, Step aside." Just as Bai Li was about to say something, a cool, feminine voice emanated from behind him. He turned in surprise to see a tall woman standing behind him, her long hair a fiery red cascading down to her waist. Even in the plain attire of a new recruit, her enchanting figure could not be obscured. She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Li, accompanied by a disdainful snort, and strode directly to the entrance of the warehouse. You are. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled this woman. She had been standing in the girls' dormitory corridor earlier that morning, looking down scornfully at the commotion instigated by Bai Li in the opposite dormitory building. Their eyes had met for a fleeting moment, and Lin Xia vividly remembered the aggressive intensity of her gaze. Molly, she replied coolly, extending her fair hand to gently press against the surface of the warehouse door. In the next instant, the entire structure trembled violently. Chapter 76. Moon Demon. As Molly's palm made contact with the warehouse door, the metallic barrier began to tremble at an almost imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp hum from within. In the next instant, terrifying fissures appeared across the door's surface. Molly withdrew her hand and, with a swift kick, shattered the already damaged door into fragments, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, Molly brushed the grime from her hands and entered the warehouse with an expressionless demeanor. Such formidable destructive power. Lin Qiye's gaze fell upon the scattered metallic debris as he pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Outside, Baijia Fatty stared intently at Molly's retreating figure, swallowing hard. What is the matter with you? Lin Qiye inquired, noticing Baijia Fatty's peculiar expression. Qiye. Baijia Fatty leaned closer, whispering into Lin Qiye's ear, don't you think? Qiye's really cool? Lin Qiye rolled his eyes, uninterested in continuing the conversation with Baijia Fatty. He walked straight to the weapon rack in the warehouse and casually selected a standard straight blade. Prior to arriving at the training camp, Chen Mai had mentioned that weapons were prohibited unless absolutely necessary, which is why he had left Zhao Kongqing's sword at Hong Ying's residence. Fortunately, the uniform equipment of the night watchman meant there were plenty of weapons available in the warehouse. While holding the sword, Lin Qiye kept a vigilant eye on Molly's actions. To his surprise, the woman didn't even glance at the array of weapons lining the racks. Instead, she proceeded to the innermost recess of the warehouse, retrieving a massive katana from a corner and slinging it on her back before turning to exit. Such a weapon is quite rare. As she passed by Lin Qiye, he spoke calmly, that is quite a weapon you've chosen. Molly paused, casting a glance at Lin Qiye. I like this one. Is there a problem? Lin Qiye turned to meet her gaze, extending his right hand. I am Lin Qiye. Oh, Molly replied nonchalantly, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes slightly. Ultra-high risk, forbidden ruins? Why should I tell you? Don't you want to win? Do you think that revealing it guarantees victory? Who do you think you are? Among the 5 members of the Mask, at least 3 are classified as ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, and their coordination is remarkably tight. If we do not unite among the ultra-high-risk factions here, we stand no chance whatsoever, Lin Qiye stated calmly. Molly furrowed her brow, looking at Lin Qiye with surprise. You are also ultra-high-risk? No. Lin Qiye shook his head. Just as Molly was about to turn away, he added slowly, I am an agent of the Seraphim. Molly halted abruptly, her eyes wide with shock. You are a deity's agent? Indeed. Molly scrutinized Lin Qiye for a moment, and after a brief hesitation, she spoke slowly. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076. Omniversal Resonance. Can control the vibration frequency of any object that comes into direct or indirect contact with me within the boundaries of the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Qiye raised her eyebrows, quickly recalling the moment she effortlessly broke through the grand door, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the formidable strength displayed. It was no wonder she opted for a katana. Just as the two were conversing, Bai Li Pang hurriedly approached, clearing his throat to gain their attention, and solemnly extended his hand towards Molly. Greetings, Miss Molly. My name is Bai Li Ming, hailing from an ordinary family in Guangshan City. Molly's brows suddenly furrowed, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Li Pang before scoffing and turning to exit the warehouse. I detest individuals like you, the pampered sons of wealthy families. I warn you, keep your distance. Bai Li Pang was taken aback and quickly protested. No, I am not a rich kid. I truly come from an ordinary background. Where is your weapon? Lin Qiye inquired, noticing Bai Li Pang's empty hands. I can't wield any weapon, so I didn't bring one. Lin Qiye fell silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder. How about this? I suggest you find a secluded spot to hide. Emerge only after the battle concludes to avoid getting beaten. Bali Pang Pang resolutely shook his head. No, I refuse to be a coward. I want to fight. Lin Xia shrugged and walked toward the warehouse exit. Suit yourself, as long as you're happy. At this moment, more recruits arrived at the warehouse to gather their equipment. As Lin Xia and Bali Pang Pang stepped out, they spotted Molly leaning against the wall, her katana slung over her shoulder, seemingly waiting for something. What are you waiting for? Lin Xia approached her and inquired. For you, Molly replied calmly. If I am not mistaken, there is another individual who is also extremely dangerous. Who? The man who was the first to oppose the Commandant's words earlier, she said, her gaze steady. Are you referring to that guy with the backward military cap? His uniform unbuttoned, chewing gum and looking rather arrogant? Bali Pang Pang interjected after a moment of recollection. I remember him. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. If we could capture him. Clang. Molly's words were abruptly cut off as Lin Xia's pupils constricted, and in a flash he drew his straight sword, striking towards Molly's back. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as Molly reacted with astonishing swiftness, flipping forward and rising to her feet, her right hand grasping the hilt of her katana behind her. In the void, a short sword glimmered indistinctly, while Lin Xia's straight sword pressed firmly against its blade. Lin Xia's gaze remained fixed on the emptiness ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the void, a man adorned with a crescent moon mask emerged silently. He held the short sword in reverse grip, staring at Lin Xia with surprise. You can see me? By sheer luck, Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. The moon phantom scrutinized Lin Xia's eyes, and after a brief moment, realization dawned upon him. I understand now. You are the agent of the Seraphim. Your aura bears a striking resemblance to that of the captain. Behind Lin Xia, Molly's expression was one of deep anger. Had it not been for Lin Xia's intervention to shield her from the assassination attempt, she would likely have been eliminated without understanding the situation. Upon this realization, a surge of wrath ignited within her, and she swiftly unsheathed the katana from her back, the blade vibrating with an alarming intensity. Lin Xia deflected the moon demon's dagger with his straight sword, instinctively leaping backwards. In the next moment, Mo Li's katana descended. The air before the blade quivered violently, and then an overwhelming force erupted from the edge, slicing through the earth as it hurtled forth, crashing directly into the warehouse wall and leaving behind a ghastly scar. A tumult of dust surged towards him, and amidst the fissure, the moon demon stood quietly, his right arm now vanished. Indeed, this is a perilous, forbidden expanse. The moon demon spoke softly as the ethereal moonlight swirled in the air, soon coalescing into a new arm. Chapter 77. Breaking through. Molly, wielding a katana, gazed at the moon ghost with astonishment in her eyes. How could this be? Is this rebirth? No, at the moment the blade made contact with his body, half of him disintegrated into moonlight, evading her strike. Lin Xia observed everything with clarity through his mental prowess and furrowed his brow as he responded. A troublesome, forbidden realm. It seems he has come alone. His gaze swept across the surroundings, brightening with realization. This was an opportunity. If they could unmask him, victory would be theirs. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Molly's eyes ignited with fervor, mirrored by the dozens of newly armed recruits who had just emerged from the warehouse, all fixating on the isolated moon ghost. He was a solitary member of the mask organization. The moon ghost sensed the malevolent glares directed at him, his lips twitching slightly. This was not as he had envisioned. He had intended to lurk in the warehouse, like a specter in the dark, quietly reaping the recruits. How had he become so exposed? At that moment, Bai Li, with a flourish of his hand, pointed at the moon ghost and shouted, "Brothers, take him down." As his words fell, the surrounding recruits surged forward, brandishing an array of weapons and forbidden techniques, their momentum formidable. Cursing under his breath, the moon ghost's figure suddenly blurred, dissipating into the air. The recruits, having lost their target, paused in bewilderment, scanning their surroundings. Lin Xia seized the moment. He dashed towards a patch of void with lightning speed, his eyes ablaze, and swiftly slashed at the air with his straight blade. In the next instant, a short sword materialized, blocking his strike. The The moon ghost was forced to reveal himself, looking at Lin Xia with a mixture of resignation and disbelief. Brother, do you really need to go this far? Lin Xia smiled faintly, and an explosion of blinding golden light erupted from his eyes. A surge of divine might radiating towards the moon ghost's psyche. However, while the moon ghost had suppressed his realm to the Zhan level, he still possessed the physique of the Chuan realm, rendering the seraph's divine pressure less effective upon him. Divine pressure? Such power at the Zhan level. Is this the seraph? The moon ghost momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained his composure. His short sword spinning into motion, clashing with Lin Xia's straight blade. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as their weapons met, the speed of the duel astonishing. Yet, within mere moments, Lin Xia felt an overwhelming pressure. The moon ghost, being a member of the mask, wielded sword techniques that were no trifling matter, while Lin Xia had only recently begun his training. Thus, in their exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle. By stalling the moon ghost for those few seconds, the recruits enveloped him once more, completely cutting off any avenue of retreat, and commenced a relentless assault. Amidst the torrential barrage of attacks, the moon ghost could only barely endure, relying on his ability to transform into moonlight and his extensive combat experience. Thankfully, he could also render his mask into moonlight. Otherwise, it would have been shattered by the relentless explosions long ago. Where are those four fellows? You promised we would fight as a team. How did it turn into me against a crowd? Amidst the throng, Yu Gui desperately evaded the onslaught of attacks, muttering curses under his breath. Just as his words faded, a figure silently emerged atop a house to the east. It was a man adorned with a balance mask. In the moment he appeared, Lin Xia's expression turned grave. On the rooftop, the figure known as the Balance observed the chaotic battlefield below with quiet intensity. With a gentle clap of his hands, he murmured to himself, "Gravity field transformation." Immediately, the metallic scraps, debris, weapons, and bricks scattered on the ground around the crowd began to levitate, as if an enormous bowl were inverted over their heads, poised to unleash its contents at any moment. Double the gravity. With another clap of his hands, those encircled by the fragments felt an abrupt heaviness, nearly toppling over. Under this oppressive force, their movements slowed significantly. In the crowd, Yu Gui finally exhaled in relief. Had he delayed even a few minutes longer, he would have truly been defeated. How pathetic, Yu Gui. Why are you so weak? Sauntered Vortex, approaching leisurely from the southern path. Soon after, Rose appeared on the western road, her small hammer shimmering as it rapidly expanded to towering heights, capable of obliterating the warehouse with a single strike. To the north stood Wang Mian, hands in his pockets, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere. His gaze swept across the many new recruits present, and he spoke calmly. "Regrettably, you are surrounded." Surrounded? For individuals encircling nearly 40? While it seemed absurd, none of the new recruits present dared to dismiss it as a mere jest. They were indeed ensnared. In the midst of the crowd, Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly serious. What should we do now? Molly, wielding her great sword, wore a similarly grim countenance. Should we confront them? With just our numbers, we couldn't possibly win. Lin Xia shook his head, his mind racing. He slightly turned, his gaze traversing the half-collapsed warehouse, landing on Vortex beside the southern building. "Wait for my signal," Lin Xia whispered. Both Molly and Baili Fatty exchanged determined glances and nodded subtly. They were outnumbered, but if they united and charged in one direction, their chances of breaking through would greatly increase. Lin Xia's voice rose slightly, so that all the new recruits could hear him clearly. "When that Balance makes his move, we will all rush towards the woman on the west." The recruits' eyes flickered with understanding. Though they did not speak, they were resolute. Perched atop the rooftop, the Balance waved his hand gently, issuing the command, "Fall." In an instant, the metallic shards and debris hovering above their heads plummeted down, their sharp edges glinting ominously. Almost simultaneously, the majority of the new recruits, burdened by the double gravity, took off towards Rose, while a glint of fierce determination shone in Molly's eyes as her great sword trembled once more. With a fierce cry, she raised her blade towards the heavens. A magnificent and intangible shock wave emanated from the blade, forcefully colliding with the descending rain of sharp edges, shattering them into fragments that scattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Rose, wielding a colossal hammer towering 3 stories high, raised an eyebrow as she beheld the surging throng of approaching figures, a cold smile gracing her lips. Seeking death. With a resounding thud, the size of her hammer swelled once more, nearly transforming into the dimensions of an entire residential building. Yet she effortlessly lifted it, summoning a gust of wind as she brought it crashing down upon the bewildered recruits below. It was a spectacle that obscured the sky. Chapter 78. Explosion. The hammer of the rose was truly terrifying, yet the new recruits were no pushovers. At the very moment when the hammer was about to descend upon them, several beams of light suddenly erupted, clashing against the colossal hammer and staunchly holding back its descent. A resonating explosion echoed from the point of impact, and a tempestuous wind surged forth. These two forces were locked in a stalemate, neither side yielding an inch. At that moment, the other 4 mass team members sprang into action, racing swiftly westward as the encirclement rapidly tightened. "Run!" Lin Xia, standing at the rear, suddenly roared, disregarding the chaotic battlefield ahead, and turned to sprint southward. Meanwhile, Molly and Li Peng, still engrossed in the fierce battle before them, were momentarily taken aback by Lin Xia's shout, but quickly regained their composure and followed him in a desperate bid to break through to the south. "Captain, a few individuals have turned back to flee south." Tian Ping observed this scene, momentarily stunned. Wang Mian hesitated briefly before declaring, "First, eliminate these dozen or so new recruits before we delay the vortex to the south." "Understood." The vortex abruptly changed direction, pursuing the 3, making their escape southward. At this moment, other new recruits began to react, following Lin Xia's lead and attempting to break through in different directions. Unfortunately, the encirclement had already solidified, and those who had only just begun to run were swiftly eliminated by the other mass team members. Lin Xia pressed forward without hesitation, charging into the warehouse that had partially collapsed, with Li Peng and Molly closely trailing behind. The vortex flickered and soon arrived at the warehouse entrance, approaching them with astonishing speed. Just as the vortex entered the warehouse, a cart unexpectedly slid toward it. The vortex momentarily froze, instinctively sidestepping the cart, but the next instant, a round object gently fell from above, landing precisely in the cart. Looking up, the vortex spotted Lin Xia perched on the beam, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned and leapt onto a nearby weapons rack, hastily fleeing. The vortex glanced down, and by the dim light from outside, discerned the contents of the cart. It was laden with neatly arranged explosive packages, and atop them sat a bomb with a countdown of merely 2 seconds remaining. The vortex's pupils constricted in shock. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted, mingled with billowing smoke, as half of the warehouse was obliterated in an explosion that reverberated throughout the training base. With the detonation of the entire cart of explosives, the remaining grenades, detonators, and gunpowder within the warehouse also detonated, resulting in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The mass team, who had just eliminated dozens of new recruits, changed countenance simultaneously. Flames soared like pillars, while thick smoke billowed. The 4 members of the mass team hurried to the wreckage of the warehouse, their expressions grave. From within the flames, a disheveled figure staggered out of the rubble, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. The battered vortex coughed violently several times before collapsing onto the ground, cursing, "Damn it, that kid has a truly dark heart. If it weren't for my quick reflexes and timely activation of the devouring vortex, I would have surely met my end." He touched the mask on his face, which had been scorched beyond recognition, adorned with fine cracks that threatened to split apart with the slightest pressure. Fortunately, the mask remained intact. There was no catastrophe. "Vortex, you were rather careless," sighed the balance. "Can you really blame me?" Vortex replied weakly. Beside them, the moon demon shrugged and remarked, "I intended to warn you earlier. The Seraph's agent is quite formidable. I never anticipated that our meticulously laid trap would be so effortlessly breached." The king remained silent, gazing in the direction where Lin Xia and the others had departed. his eyes flickering with contemplation. Indeed, as an agent, he was exceptional. Vortex, are you praising yourself? Vortex scratched his head. Lin Xia turned back to glance at the warehouse engulfed in flames, speaking calmly. It's safe now. They did not pursue us. Bali panted heavily, exclaiming, Xia, your attack was so ruthless. He wouldn't have been killed in the explosion, would he? If he were, he couldn't possibly join the special team. Lin Xia shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. Unfortunately, it seems the explosion did not destroy his mask. Otherwise, we would have emerged victorious. Isn't it a bit unkind to abandon the others like this? Molly, carrying her katana, looked at Lin Xia. They had no chance of escaping in the first place. Lin Xia replied calmly. Their objective was far too significant. The reason we managed to break through was that we were merely 3 individuals, whereas the mass team faced a choice between engaging us or a larger group of over 40. If we had attempted to break through with more people, they would have redirected their main force to intercept us, making our escape impossible. Ultimately, we merely leveraged the disparity in our value, compelling the mass team to make a choice. Had we stubbornly attempted to break through with the others, none of us would have escaped. Molly remained silent. What shall we do next? Bailey inquired. Given the current developments, the foolish recruits should have already been eliminated, leaving the remaining recruits likely divided into smaller factions, scattered throughout the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked team. Lin Xia crouched down, sketching on the ground with a nearby twig. To date, there were approximately 100 recruits still present, excluding those who had lost their will to fight and were hiding in corners awaiting the conclusion of the battle. The actual combat strength should be around 90. Whether through direct confrontation or ambush, defeating the mass team would require at least 10 individuals to strike simultaneously. Assuming these 90 recruits had been divided into 4 to 8 groups, dispersed throughout the school, Lin Xia quickly sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp, marking several locations. If I were the mass team, I would seize the opportunity to dismantle these small factions one by one. If I am not mistaken, the next phase will likely involve protracted skirmishes and attrition warfare. In the context of base warfare, the training camp offers limited locations for ambushes: the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory building, and tactical research room. I suspect that the next destination for the mass team will be the dormitory building. Lin Xia marked a pentagram at the dormitory's location. Why? Bali Pang finds it incomprehensible. Among all these places, the dormitory boasts the largest area, the most ambush points, and the highest concealment. I surmise that there must be more than one new recruit team lying in wait there. Furthermore, considering the potential exhaustion of their mental fortitude due to prolonged engagements, the mass team will likely opt for the most formidable challenge right from the outset. Thus, they are highly likely to target the dormitory building directly. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Xia's eyes as he abruptly raised his head, only to find Bailey Pang and Molly regarding him with peculiar expressions. What is the matter? Is there a flaw in my reasoning? Lin Xia pondered, perplexed. Bailey Pang and Molly exchanged glances before slowly responding. You're a freak. Chapter 79. Suffocation Dormitory Building. Why go there first? Vortex paused, placing a hand on his stomach. I would prefer to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Yet the cafeteria does not serve food at this moment. Tianping rolled his eyes. I have made myself abundantly clear. Our numbers are our disadvantage. With our realm suppressed to the lamp stage, we lack the capacity to confront a war of attrition. Therefore, we must eliminate the greatest threat from the outset. Oh, so after we finish with the dormitory, may we then proceed to the cafeteria? Let us adhere to Tianping's strategy and first take the dormitory building. Wang Mian spoke slowly, but do exercise caution. It has likely transformed into their stronghold by now, and we must avoid any pitfalls. Certainly. Underground base. This Lin Xia is impressive. He managed to break through and nearly detonated Vortex's mask. A trainer remarked. After all, one cannot become an agent without a certain level of skill. His close combat prowess is formidable, yet he has not yet revealed the characteristics of a seraphim. That is, after all, the sequence 003, mundane divine domain. If he had unleashed that just now, he could have escaped without requiring explosives, correct? Intelligence suggests that his divine ruins seem to be incomplete. Nonetheless, his terrifying deductive abilities and close combat proficiency alone suffice to place him among the most promising individuals in the entire rookie camp. I am quite curious to witness the scene when he engages with Wang Mian. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on the screen, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table, seemingly deep in thought. "Chief, what are you observing?" Yuan Gang extended his hand, pointing to a young man seated in the corner, clutching a knife, eyes closed in contemplation. "Observe him." The instructor scratched his head. "I recall he has been sitting there since the battle commenced. Does he possess any unique attributes?" Yuan Gang tossed the documents onto the table. "Take a look for yourselves." The nearby instructors picked up the documents, their eyes widening with each passing moment until they collectively gasped. "He is Chao Yuan. Why have you remained seated? Kulme, let's discuss our tactics for a while." A young man pushed open the dormitory door, gazing at the solitary figure in the corner, exhaling a sigh. Chao Yuan gradually opened his eyes and calmly replied, "You may discuss it without me." "No, Chao Yuan. Do you not wish to surpass the masked one and conclude this training session decisively? Sitting idly here is rather passive, is it not?" The young man wore an expression of frustration. "When the masked team arrives, will you merely sit and await your elimination?" Indeed, the young man, finding communication futile, simply closed the door behind him and turned to walk down the corridor. "Shun, he still refuses to come over." In the hallway, a dozen new recruits gathered, with the one at the center being another highly dangerous ruins bearer, wearing a reversed military cap and chewing gum. Shen Qingzhu waved dismissively, speaking scornfully, "Then let him be. He is just another coward afraid of trouble. Even if we called him over, it would likely serve no purpose. Brother Shun, what shall we do next?" "We will lie in ambush here. When the members of the masked team arrive, we shall wait for the group across the building to strike first, depleting their strength. And then we will launch a surprise attack to annihilate the masked team." "Excellent." Indeed, amidst a chorus of agreement, an unusual sound seemed to blend in. The crowd paused momentarily, turning to see a man with a crescent moon mask, wielding a short sword, standing behind them. The corners of the moon-faced mask subtly curled upward. "You!" Bang! Bang! In a flash, the moon demon struck, using the hilt of a short sword to render two new recruits unconscious, thereby eliminating them. It was only then that the others finally reacted, drawing their blades in unison. Before their swords could make contact with the moon demon, his form blurred and vanished from their sight entirely. "He can become invisible. Be cautious." The new recruits shouted in alarm. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened significantly. He swiftly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack! In an instant, all the air within a 10-meter radius was siphoned away, creating a vacuum. The other new recruits surrounding Shen Qingzhu suddenly found their pupils constricting, clutching their throats tightly, their expressions contorted in agony. They writhed on the ground in pain, attempting to crawl away, but upon reaching the edge of the vacuum, an invisible barrier seemed to block their escape, rendering them helpless. Shen Qingzhu's demeanor remained impassive as he disregarded his companion's suffering, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. "I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. In a vacuum, humans do not perish instantly. As the external pressure vanishes, the gases within the human body expand, escaping through the mouth, nose, and rectum, gradually being extracted. Meanwhile, microbubbles in the blood vessels expand, causing a foamy blockage that leads to internal hemorrhaging. A human can survive in a vacuum for a maximum of 16 seconds. 7 seconds have already elapsed. Now, it will be prudent for you to remove your mask yourself. Otherwise, I have no qualms about ending your life alongside theirs." A murderous intent flared in Shen Qingzhu's eyes. Just then, a flash of sword light appeared before his neck. His pupils contracted sharply, instinctively drawing his blade to block. But at that moment, the moon demon materialized, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent him flying. Shen Qingzhu crashed outside the forbidden realm, and the gas within this space returned. The recruits, who had been hunched over, gasped for air, erupting into violent coughs. "Cough, cough, cough! You lunatic!" The moon demon, gripping his short sword, fixed his icy gaze on Shen Qingzhu. In a single encounter, you resort to such ruthless measures? Shen Qingzhu chuckled, rising from the ground. How else could I force you out? Now, matters shall become much simpler. Puff! Shen Qingzhu reached out and grasped the air, causing it to swiftly compress around the moon demon, forming a high-pressure cage that not only ensnared the creature, but also relentlessly pressed into its very being. The moon demon's eyes flashed with a chilling intensity as half of its form transformed into moonlight, forcefully penetrating the air prison, and its short sword lunged towards Shen Qingzhu with blinding speed. With a swift clap of his hands, a barrier of air materialized before him, while he deftly retreated, seizing the collars of several recruits and hurling them into the corridor of the dormitory behind him. Simultaneously, the moon demon's blade nearly sliced through the air barrier, prompting Shen Qingzhu to take a deep breath. He expelled a bubble of chewing gum from his mouth, directing it towards the moon demon, and in the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted with a deafening roar. Chapter 80. General, the sound of explosions. Within another dormitory building, several new recruits abruptly rose to their feet, their expressions shifting as they turned towards the direction of the explosions. Should we head over to assist? They're already under attack. One of them inquired with a furrowed brow. Best you take care of yourselves first. A voice drifted from afar. Almost simultaneously, a violet vortex rapidly took shape below. Boom! The remnants of the explosion that had just been drawn into the vortex erupted forth, accompanied by terrifying shrapnel and flames, instantly obliterating half of the dormitory building into rubble. Amidst the shattered debris, a concrete sphere slowly burst open, and a dozen recruits shot forth from within. We're being counterattacked. Charge! The leading recruit bellowed, his long blade radiating a crimson glow as it trailed a luminous streak toward the vortex, followed by a barrage of colorful assaults from his comrades. The force field inverted. A crisp clapping sound echoed from a distance, and a scale hovered in midair, pointing toward the crowd. Instantly, the gravity acting upon everyone was reversed, and they felt an inexplicable lightness as they were yanked upwards into the sky, causing their formation to disintegrate in an instant. At that moment, a colossal hammer shadow whistled down from the sky. Rosa, also suspended in midair, gripped the enormous hammer and shouted, "Here we go!" Bang! The hammer sent the floating recruits flying. Even those who barely managed to evade the strike with their own abilities were ensnared by the scale's gravitational field and subsequently launched once more. In less than half a minute since their emergence from the vortex, this squad of over 10 recruits was utterly annihilated. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted from yet another dormitory building as the scale, accompanied by Rosa, descended slowly, turning to observe the chaos. Wasn't T-Moon Ghost supposed to just hold off that other group? Why such a ruckus? The vortex muttered. Beside him, Wang Mian squinted slightly. It seems Moon Ghost has encountered a formidable foe. We should head over as well. The four figures flickered and darted towards the source of the explosions. Once they departed, Lin Xia from a distance gradually lowered his binoculars, his expression grave. Indeed, they have been defeated, and without so much as a chance to retaliate, Molly stated calmly. The masked squad is determined to execute a blitzkrieg. Under such fierce pressure, this hastily assembled group cannot withstand it. Lin Xia shook his head. What next? Shall we remain passive spectators? Bali Pang Pang glanced at Lin Xia. No, we must intervene now. Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the dormitory building that continued to erupt in chaos. If I'm not mistaken, the individual currently clashing with Moon Ghost is another high-risk target, one of the few forces capable of contending with the masked squad. We cannot allow him to be eliminated so easily. We'll maneuver around behind the masked squad. If the opportunity arises, we'll coordinate with that high-risk target for a strike. If not, we'll rescue as many as we can and retreat, all while ensuring our own survival. A resounding explosion echoed as a blinding fireball erupted from the dormitory, shattering the glass of an entire floor. A figure, hazy like moonlight, emerged from the rubble, swiftly followed by a young man. The moon demon lightly tapped his feet against the wall, executing a somersault, and hurled a short sword, which sliced through the air, aiming for Shen Qingzhu's neck. Shun Qingzhu's pupils constricted as he quickly extended 2 fingers to intercept. The air around him solidified like iron, firmly immobilizing the sword just inches away, and with a flick of his fingertips, he sent the blade soaring several dozen meters away. The moon demon, reaching beneath his cloak, grasped 2 more short swords, poised for action, when Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers once more. The air between them compressed rapidly, and, simultaneously, a spark erupted from Shun Qingzhu's ring. A deafening explosion ensued, and the moon demon's form shimmered like moonlight as he staggered back several meters. When the proportions of oxygen and nitrogen in the air are compressed to a certain degree, they become primed for combustion, and the smallest spark can trigger an explosion. Shun Qingzhu, with his hands in his pockets, calmly stated, "My capacity for indiscriminate area damage is your nemesis. However, you can only manipulate the air within a 10-meter radius. Am I correct?" The moon demon, gripping his sword, met Shun Qingzhu's gaze, asserting, "With your current abilities, you are leagues away from achieving widespread, indiscriminate destruction." Shun Qingzhu's expression hardened, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "Against you, this is sufficient." Both combatants lunged toward each other. At that instant, a massive hammer descended from above. Shun Qingzhu's pupils dilated as he abruptly halted, hands raised defensively against the hammer plummeting towards him. The air within a 10-meter radius was rapidly compressed, forming a wall of air to shield his head. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck, causing the ground beneath Shun Qingzhu to sink slightly, fissures rapidly spreading from beneath his feet. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from his lips, his form swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. The air wall disintegrated inch by inch, while the colossal hammer shrank swiftly, ultimately returning to Rose's grasp as if it were a mere toy. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068, Air Manipulation, yet another ultra-high-risk forbidden zone. Tiansheng remarked, walking slowly beside the vortex. "No wonder Instructor Yuan urged us to intervene. This is indeed quite troublesome. It is said that among the new recruits, aside from the agent, there are 3 ultra-high-risk individuals. The woman wielding the great sword, the man manipulating air. And where's the last one?" The vortex scanned the surroundings. "They must be lying in ambush nearby. Stay vigilant," Wang Mian cautioned. No sooner had Wang Mian spoken than the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side shattered, revealing a host of dart gun barrels, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even several grenade launchers. In the corridor stood over 20 new recruits, their fingertips emanating a spectrum of light, their expressions menacing as they glared at the masked individuals. Meanwhile, the figures of 4 new recruits suddenly emerged behind the 2 buildings, simultaneously extending their hands towards the ground. Earthen walls, barriers, vines, and steel spikes. A series of distinctly different walls rose from the ground, completely obstructing the path the 3 had taken. Combined with the dormitory buildings arranged in a triangular formation ahead, they utterly sealed off all escape routes for the masked team. Amidst the ruins, Shun Qingzhu staggered to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and cast a cold smile at the 5. "The general has arrived." Mask, Chapter 81. "Yuan, what do you think that I have been entangled with that moon-masked assassin for so long? For what reason?" Shun Qingzhu narrowed her eyes at the masked squad before her, and slowly spoke. "I concede that, in terms of direct combat, we newcomers cannot triumph over you. However, we have set a meticulous trap here, and we can wear you down." Suddenly, Shun Qingzhu's figure darted backwards, retreating into the dormitory building behind her. Immediately, a heavy wall of air materialized to block the masked squad from advancing. "This is quite troublesome." Vortex observed the ambush set by the new recruits surrounding them and scratched his head. "Over 50 people. It seems there are indeed more than 2 teams hidden here. Essentially, half of the new recruits present have gathered. What a grand display," he remarked with a sense of wonder. After speaking, he turned to Wang Mian. "Captain, it is time for you to take action as well." "I assent to it." Wang Mian stood silently, not uttering a word. Inside the dormitory, Shun Qingzhu looked down at the 5 individuals below and gently waved her hand. "Act." Tat 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 tat. The firearms positioned at the surrounding windows erupted simultaneously, The dark gun barrels spitting forth blinding flames as bullets surged forth like a tidal wave towards the five at the center. In addition to grenades and bullets, the new recruits adept at attacking the Forbidden Realm also launched their assaults, a tempest of elements mingling with various bizarre attacks, raining down like droplets. Vortex inhaled deeply, conjuring a colossal purple vortex above the heads of the crowd, engulfing all incoming attacks. He only possessed the lamp realm. He could not endure for long. Shen Xingzhu observed this scene from above and remarked indifferently. As expected, moments later, the purple vortex above began to tremble violently. "Captain, I cannot hold on any longer." Vortex's face turned pale as he turned to Wang Mian. The myriad of attacks intertwined, creating a dazzling display that illuminated Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian's calm eyes flickered with a glint of brilliance. His hand gently rested on the hilt of his blade, and with a sudden force, he drew it. Clang! The blade emerged from its sheath by half an inch. In an instant, all the assaults seemed to be paused, suspended in the air, moving at a snail's pace towards the masked individuals. Moreover, the other members of the masked squad, as well as the new recruits ambushed atop the 3 dormitory buildings, appeared to be mired in a quagmire, their movements reduced to a crawl. In this slowed world, Wang Mian calmly drew the black blade from his waist. As he moved, the surface of the black blade gleamed brighter, and a terrifying pressure radiated from the blade. Wang Mian stepped forward and in a moment swung the blade. The intertwining light of the blade converged before him, forming a net of blades, yet it lingered around him at an exceedingly slow pace, enveloping him. Crack! The black blade returned to its sheath. Instantly, everything around returned to normal. In the next moment, a series of menacing blade marks erupted from Wang Mian's center, shattering the 3 surrounding dormitory buildings into fragments while precisely sparing the lives of every new recruit. Boom! The 3 dormitory buildings, severed into dozens of fragments, collapsed with a thunderous roar. A billowing cloud of thick smoke engulfed the figures of the 5 members of the central masked team, accompanied by a cacophony of gasps, as the entire dormitory area was reduced to ruins. In the distance, Great Xia and his companions, poised to encircle the masked figure, were left utterly astounded. What? Is this Zhan realm? Molly gazed blankly ahead, murmuring to herself. To simultaneously warp time while unleashing such absurdly powerful sword flashes. What exactly is his divine realm? Great Xia's brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with confusion. Perhaps, since they had been at a considerable distance from the dormitory, they had not been swept into that peculiar temporal distortion, allowing them to witness the entire process of Wang Mian wielding his blade with clarity. Yet, the dilemma remains. A being of the Zhan realm, even if he were a divine agent, could not possibly manifest 2 entirely unrelated abilities at once. Could he? In truth, his divine realm merely governs time. Bali Pang Pang scratched his head, regarding those exceedingly formidable sword flashes. One might interpret it as him cheating. Cheating? The black blade in his hand is a forbidden object, capable of unleashing the sequence 301's Forbidden Realm, the Yuan, which condenses his speed into a blade's aura. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade's aura. Although this forbidden object possesses a relatively low danger level in the hands of that individual, it wields lethality comparable to that of an extremely high-risk weapon. Moreover, Wang Mian can unleash a blade's aura akin to that of the Chuan realm simply by employing the acceleration of the Zhan realm. Thus, even if he suppresses his own realm to that of Zhan, he still possesses the lethality of the Chuan realm? How monstrous! Great Xia couldn't help but scoff. Furthermore, if Wang Mian can unleash such outrageous attacks solely with the Zhan realm, how formidable would he be if he were to unleash his full potential? Is this what it means to be a captain of a special team? Truly a prodigy among prodigies? Then the deity behind him is. Great Xia suddenly recalled something. The deity codenamed 017, the god of time, Kronos. Molly, her gaze fixed on the distant ruins, slowly remarked. As he is the captain of the masked team, adorned with the Wang mask, and an agent of the god of time, he is sometimes referred to as the time king of the masked. Great Xia's expression grew serious. Previously, while studying the goddess of night, Nyx. He had also delved into other gods of Greek mythology. As the second-generation king of the gods, Kronos' divine power undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of deities. Correspondingly, as his agent, Wang Mian's strength must be terrifyingly formidable. However, despite Kronos' might, Nyx, as a creator deity, is technically his elder, should he fully acquire Nyx's abilities. He would surely not be a match for Lin Xia. By the way, how do you know so much about Wang Mian? Lin Xia seemed to recall something, turning to Bai Li Pang Pang. Bai Li Pang Pang cleared his throat. For the yuan in his possession was a gift we previously bestowed upon him to win his favor. I often used that knife to swat mosquitoes when I was young. Lin Xia, your family? Molly's brows furrowed slightly, as if recalling something, a glimmer of shock appearing in her eyes. What did you say your name was? Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart soared with joy as he earnestly gazed into Molly's eyes and extended his hand once more. Miss Molly, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Bai Li Tumming. Bai Li, Molly murmured, recognized as the lineage of the Forbidden Relics Museum. The Bai Li family? Bai Li Pang Pang cleared his throat twice, lowering his voice as he gently waved his hand. Let us keep this discreet, low-key. I'm merely a child from an ordinary family. Molly scrutinized his eyes, her disdain intensifying, and with a cold huff, she turned away, completely disregarding the hand that Bai Li Pang Pang had extended. I detest wealthy young masters. The richer they are, the more I loathe them. Bai Li Pang Pang's expression suddenly froze. Chapter 82 strikes swiftly with his own divine ruins and that forbidden artifact. His combat prowess has significantly surpassed the Zenith realm. Perhaps he could single-handedly contend with all 239 of our recruits without much difficulty. Jasmine's expression darkened. In this confrontation, we stood little chance. Not necessarily, Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled. Patting his belly, Lin Xia inquired, do you have a plan? The yuan was a gift from my family. Thus I have my means to restrain it, Bai Li Pang Pang replied, rummaging through his pocket to produce a roll of tape. This is the forbidden item sealing scroll, sequence 343. If we affix a segment to the blade, it will completely isolate it from the environment, rendering its power comparable to that of an ordinary knife. Lin Xia accepted the tape, gazing at Bai Li Pang Pang's pocket in astonishment. You carry this with you? Did you anticipate Wang Mian's arrival? Bai Li Pang Pang grinned, non-committal in response, not wishing to press further. Lin Xia lowered his gaze to the scroll in his hand, his eyes gleaming with hope. If we could seal that blade, we might still have a chance. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed from the ruins as numerous figures surged towards the masked team, blinding flashes of fire erupting in succession. The dormitory building had been demolished, yet not all recruits had been forced out. Those who remained were mostly talented individuals from far and wide, capable of safeguarding themselves amidst chaos. Brother Shun, are you all right? A recruit stumbled from the debris, shouting nearby. In the next moment, a heavy wall panel shattered, and Shun Qingzhu emerged from the rubble, covered in dust, coughing twice. I'm Fine. What in the world was that? Can such an attack truly be executed by someone of the Zenith realm? Shun Qingzhu's gaze fixated on the distant mass team engaged in a melee with the recruits, his expression grave. Brother Shun, there's still about 30 of us capable of fighting. Shall we engage? Absolutely. Shun Qingzhu spat, tossing aside his military cap. A fierce determination appeared on his face. With our ambush gone, we shall confront them head-on. I refuse to believe that after all this time, they can still possess much mental energy. With that, a whirlwind erupted beneath his feet, propelling him rapidly towards the tumultuous battlefield. The vortex, that troublesome fellow, has arrived. Yuegue knocked out 2 recruits with the hilt of his short sword, catching a glimpse of the rushing Shun Qingzhu. He called out to Vortex, why are you summoning me? My forbidden ruins are ill-suited for this fight. You should go. TCH, always ordering me around, Vortex muttered, turning to charge towards the oncoming Shun Qingzhu. The 2 figures rapidly closed the distance, and suddenly, a violent explosion of air erupted as magnificent violet whirlwinds blossomed, the 2 colliding with tremendous force. With a gentle clap of his hands, debris from the surrounding ruins suddenly floated up, hurtling towards the oncoming recruits as if guided by his fingertips, swiftly engulfing them entirely. Just as he prepared to continue his role as a long-range artillery, a head unexpectedly emerged from the rubble beneath his feet. The expression on his face shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated several steps. With a slight flick of his fingers, sharp fragments of stone encircled the individual completely. How intriguing! A surprise ambush in this desolate place, he mused, narrowing his eyes slightly. The figure slowly crawled out from the wreckage, brushing off the dust from his face to reveal an excessively youthful visage. Clutching a knife, he calmly shook his head, stating, "I did not ambush you. I was merely resting inside when the building collapsed. And upon emerging, here you were." "What?" Tianping responded, bewildered. "Eliminate me," the young man said, surveying the area. He lightly tapped a piece of rubble beside him and nodded. "Yes, indeed, go ahead." Tianping was taken aback. "What did you just say?" "Eliminate me. Don't you wish to resist?" "Boring," he replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Besides, I fear that should I resist, you might not be able to withstand it." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "None of you would be able to endure it. Are you belittling me?" Tianping chuckled, incredulous. "You, a mere recruit, speak with such bravado. Do you truly believe you could defeat me?" The young man stroked his chin, pondering intently before nodding seriously. "Perhaps I could." "Oh." Tianping's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. "Then come, try." "I shall not." He decisively shook his head. "Once I draw my blade, even I cannot control myself. I no longer wish to indulge in bloodshed." With that, he discarded the knife on the ground, clasped his hands together, and humbly bowed his head, uttering "Umitba." "No, you must give it a try." Tianping's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by this spectacle. "I will not." "Try. It won't be detrimental." "Yes, you. You cannot harm me. I cannot take that risk. Please, draw your weapon. Come, strike me." "Umitba." As Tianping was about to respond, his expression shifted slightly, and he once again floated back several meters. A terrifying wave of tremors surged forth, fracturing the ground beneath him, and just as the scattered bricks began to rise, they were ensnared in a peculiar force field, suspended in midair. Frowning, Tianping glanced to his right, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, the floating bricks shot forth like arrows. Not far away, Molly, wielding a katana, stomped her foot onto the ground, unleashing a shockwave centered around her that shattered all bricks suspended in the air. Is that the formidable lady?" Rose, wielding a massive hammer, caught sight of Molly, who was locked in a standoff with Tianping, her eyes lighting up. She abandoned the recruits before her, hefted her hammer, and charged towards Molly, exclaiming, "Tianping, leave this lady to me." The gaze of the Rose was piercingly bright, fixating on Molly as if she were a rare treasure. The massive hammer in her hand rapidly swelled, swirling with a tempest as it descended upon Molly. In that instant, a fierce intent flickered in Molly's eyes, gripping her katana. She met the hammer head-on. Bang! Simultaneously, Lin Xia's figure abruptly materialized, rushing straight behind Chao Yuan, grasping his collar and swiftly pulling him away from the balance. Chao Yuan regained his senses and reflexively seized Lin Xia's wrist, halting their movement. "What are you doing?" Chao Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired. "Of course. I'm taking you away," Lin Xia replied calmly. "Do you really think you could defeat him?" "I never intended to win. I merely wished to be eliminated sooner." Lin Xia rolled his eyes, having finally breached the arena only to rescue someone who was utterly resigned to being eliminated. "Oh, suit yourself then," Lin Xia coldly retorted. Unwilling to waste further time on such a lethargic individual, he turned to seek another battlefield. Xia, there's someone here. I can't drag him out myself," Bailey shouted, tugging at a rookie half buried in the rubble. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan, who had been about to turn back to find the balance, trembled at the sound. He murmured to himself, bowing his head. Chapter 83. Are you confident you can survive? Wait, Chao Yuan suddenly called out, halting Lin Xia, who was about to depart. Lin Xia turned back, frowning. "What is your surname?" "Lin, as in the Doublewood character," Lin Xia replied, looking at Chao Yuan with confusion. "Is there an issue?" Doublewood stands tall, the 8 gods blend into one, 10 years into the night, leading us mortals. Chao Yuan murmured, staring blankly at Lin Xia. Lin Xia did not catch what he said, observing him muttering to himself, and rolled his eyes. Crazy. Without further ado, Lin Xia turned and darted toward another battlefield. Chao Yuan silently watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw Tian Ping gazing at him with eager anticipation. "Come at me. I'm curious." Chao Yuan glanced at him, then looked back at Lin Xia, who was engaged in battle, hesitating for a moment before slowly bending down to pick up the knife from the ground. Tian Ping's eyes lit up. "It seems he now considers me a coward. I must rectify this poor impression." Chao Yuan mumbled to himself while grasping the knife. "What did you say?" Tian Ping asked, slightly confused. "Are you certain you can survive?" Chao Yuan asked earnestly, one hand gripping the knife sheath while the other slowly reached for the hilt. His gaze fixed on Tian Ping. Tian Ping decisively shook his head. "Don't worry. This minor affair does not require the captain's intervention." "Oh, then I shall draw the blade." Chao Yuan inhaled deeply, his hand resting upon the hilt. The moment his fingertips touched the hilt, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within Tian Ping's heart. Simultaneously, Wang Mian, who had been quietly observing the battle, abruptly turned his head, fixated on Chao Yuan in the distance, his eyes flashing with astonishment. The blade was drawn. A torrent of black malevolence surged forth like a raging inferno, soaring into the sky. Dark flames erupted from Chao Yuan's skin, instantly incinerating his outer garment, revealing a muscular body adorned with scars. The black malevolence intertwined with flames around him, gradually solidifying into a grotesque humanoid form, part human, part demon. With a slight grin, a wisp of white smoke escaped from his mouth as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, otherworldly pupils. In his gaze, there was no trace of rationality or calmness. He resembled a beast. Tian Ping's pupils constricted suddenly, and the sense of unease in his heart intensified. He prepared to retreat and distance himself from Chao Yuan. Just as his feet left the ground, Chao Yuan's figure flickered, appearing before him like a specter. With a sinister grin, he swung the knife toward Tian Ping's neck. The black flames danced around the blade, effortlessly breaching Tian Ping's defensive barrier, aiming directly for his head. A jolt of alarm shot through Tian Ping's heart. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to recall the earnest gaze of the youth who had just asked him, "Are you certain? Do you have confidence in your survival?" Confidence? What nonsense! This strike vividly imposed upon Tian Ping the peril of life and death. Should he fail to unleash his true potential, relying solely on his current state, he would undoubtedly perish beneath this blow. Just as Tian Ping prepared to break free from his limitations, a sudden blurriness enveloped his vision, and an apparition unexpectedly materialized before him. It was a man adorned with a king's mask, wielding a dark blade. Clang! The sharp sound of collision reverberated, dazzling sparks erupting in the twilight as the masked figure's blade clashed with Chao Yuan's weapon, a tempest swirling around the two like a cyclone. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the masked figure, sending Chao Yuan and his blade hurtling away, crashing into the distant ruins. The masked man sheathed his sword and turned towards Tian Ping, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Tian Ping, you are far too complacent." "No." Tian Ping rubbed the corners of his eyes, still struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth was that entity? The Forbidden Domain Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. This was the first time he encountered a human associated with such a high-ranking Forbidden Domain. Indeed, the top 30 in the Forbidden Domain sequence, known as the Divine Realm, signifies that the majority of these domains are inhabited by deities, and further implies that those who possess these domains have stepped into the realm of divinity. And Sequence 031's Black King Annihilation exists in a true sense beneath the gods, above all living beings. The masked man observed Chao Yuan rising from the ruins in the distance, and remarked coolly, "This power is overwhelming, and he is too feeble, to the extent that utilizing the Forbidden Domain renders him entirely unconscious, driven solely by instinct, leading to indiscriminate attacks that could harm even his allies." "I understand now." Tian Ping's body slowly ascended, his gaze fixed upon the frenzied Chao Yuan before him. He spoke earnestly. "I was careless before now. I shall exert my utmost effort to contend with this madman. His fingers intertwined, and the scattered weapons and debris around him levitated, forming a vast array suspended in the air, targeting the grounded Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan, gripping his blade, fixed his blood-red eyes upon the floating Tian Ping. Dark flames of malevolence swirling around him, a sinister grin etching across his lips. In the next moment, he vanished in a flash, ghosting through the ruins with uncanny agility. Go! Tian Ping gestured with a fingertip, and the myriad weapons and stones pivoted in unison, launching forth like a hail of bullets, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames erupted as the blade's brilliance flickered, and Chao Yuan effortlessly cleaved through the descending debris, moving with astonishing speed, reaching directly beneath Tian Ping in an instant. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped high into the air. Just as his blade was about to make contact with Tian Ping's body, Tian Ping swayed and ascended several meters into the air. In his frenzied state, Chao Yuan realized a grave issue. He could not reach him. As Tian Ping soared, he laughed down at the bewildered Chao Yuan below, taunting, "You can't fly. Are you frustrated?" Chao Yuan. Damn, that guy is utterly shameless. Observing the battle from a distance, Bai Li Pang could not help but curse. That fellow is far too powerful. In a one-on-one duel on the ground, aside from Wang Mian, no one else stands a chance against him. Hence the need to stall him like this. Lin Xia stroked his chin, muttering to himself, that guy was unexpectedly strong. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze fell upon Wang Mian in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Take care of yourself. Lin Xia patted Bai Li Pang on the shoulder before swiftly departing from the spot. Just as Bai Li Pang was about to say something, Lin Xia had already vanished into the distance. He scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, a shadowy figure approached stealthily from behind him. The hilt of a short sword was raised high, striking down towards Bai Li Pang's nape. Bang! A dazzling golden shield suddenly materialized around Bai Li Pang, deflecting the short sword wielded by the shadowy figure. Bai Li Pang was taken aback, slowly turning to regard the embarrassed figure behind him, tilting his head in confusion. Hey, were you just trying to ambush me? Chapter 84. The Great Xia, the Moon Demon, undeterred by the circumstances, brandished another short sword and struck fiercely at the golden barrier once more. This time, he aimed with the sword's tip. With a crisp sound, the blade shattered a small portion of its edge, yet the golden barrier remained unscathed. My apologies, the Moon Demon remarked, but with my Yawang protective charm, such attempts cannot harm me. Bai Li Pang, grinning widely, gestured toward the necklace adorning his chest, adding, by the way, its sequence is 171, classified as a high-risk forbidden relic. In the next moment, the golden barrier encircling Bai Li Pang coalesced into two rapidly spinning rings of light, which surged forth menacingly towards the Moon Demon. The Moon Demon swiftly retreated, his form blurring before vanishing into thin air. Stealth? Bai Li Pang raised an eyebrow, retrieving an old pair of monocles from his pocket and placing them upon his nose. The lenses shimmered with a faint blue glow as he tilted his head and waved his hand, sending the two rings of light hurtling into the void. Clang! Clang! Two short swords emerged from the ether, intercepting the rings. The Moon Demon stumbled, astonished, as he gazed at Bai Li Pang. You can see me too? Eye of True Vision, sequence 315, designed to pierce illusions and falsehoods. Bai Li Pang adjusted his monocles with a grin. The Moon Demon appeared to have had a revelation. You are the young master of the Bai Li family? Please refrain from calling me young master. I am merely a child from an ordinary family. Bai Li Pang replied earnestly. The Moon Demon coughed lightly. Seeing them so vigorously engaged, I too should contribute. With that, Bai Li Pang reached into his pocket, and to the Moon Demon's astonishment, he produced a broom. Not the usual household broom, but a large one, fashioned from fine twigs, intended for sweeping the streets. Brandishing the broom, Bai Li Pang swung it fiercely toward the Moon Demon in the distance. A tempestuous gust, charged with arcs of electricity, erupted forth, obliterating the debris ahead. Despite this, the ferocity of the wind showed no signs of abating, instead intensifying as it barreled towards the Moon Demon. The Moon Demon, with a stunned expression, narrowly evaded the onslaught, dispersing into moonlight. However, the gale surged onward, relentlessly targeting the chaotic melee involving Molly and Rose. As their weapons clashed repeatedly, both turned to witness the ferocious tempest approaching and exclaimed, "Goodness!" before hastily retreating in opposite directions. "Fatty, can you aim properly?" Molly shouted at Bai Li Pang Pang. "My sincerest apologies." Bai Li Pang Pang bowed repeatedly in contrition, hastily stowing the broom back into his pocket. He rummaged again and retrieved an enormous sword. The moon demon gasped, "Are you some sort of doorman? If thunderstorm cannot be used, then I shall resort to this." Bai Li Pang Pang mimicked the posture of Doryman, raising the great sword high above his head, exclaiming, "Transform into 3,000. With a swift motion, the sword in his hand suddenly manifested countless phantoms, densely filling the sky, their tips aimed menacingly at the moon demon below, radiating a chilling gleam. The moon demon swallowed hard at the sight, pondering if this was truly the essence of the Forbidden Museum. Wasn't this cheating? Bai Li Pang Pang gently swept his sword downward, inhaling deeply before shouting, "Attack." The 3,000 sword lights descended like raindrops, converging into a dragon of blades, roaring towards the moon demon. In a similar manner, the moon demon took a deep breath and shouted, "Vortex, save me." The vortex, locked in a fierce struggle with Shun Qingzhu, seized the moment and sprinted towards the moon demon. Shun Qingzhu squinted, summoning the winds to give chase. Just as the sword dragon was about to engulf the moon demon, a violet vortex erupted, consuming the majority of the sword phantoms, allowing the moon demon to slip away. However, in the next instant, a blade wreathed in black flames grazed his scalp. Turning around, the moon demon discovered the demonic figure of Chao Yuan standing behind him, grinning wickedly. "Balance, save me." Meanwhile, below, the instructors beheld the dormitory ruins, resembling a divine clash, enveloped in a profound silence. The chaos unfolded among Vortex, Rose, Balance, Moon Demon, Bai Li Pang Pang, Molly, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan, their attacks echoing fiercely, causing the very screen to tremble intermittently. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed above, and a shower of dust descended from the ceiling as the lights in the monitoring room dimmed. The instructors exchanged glances, contemplating, should we move to another location? Surely, they won't collapse this place, will they? It should not be possible, right? After all, we are 10 meters underground. How could this group of Lan Realm practitioners? Do you truly believe that such a level of combat could be produced by mere Lan Realm practitioners? An instructor pointed at the screen, plunging everyone into silence once more. I suddenly feel that the decision to have the masked team maintain order was truly wise. The instructors fervently nodded in agreement. If they had proceeded with their previous method, organizing instructors and newcomers for battle, it would have been quite the spectacle. During a recent training session for new recruits, an unexpected number of talents had emerged. Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, a smile creeping onto his lips. Who knows, in a few years, the vacant 5th Special Team might finally emerge. Chief, do you believe they could become the 5th Special Team in the future? An instructor exclaimed in astonishment. You hold them in such high regard? In recent years, the mysteries surrounding the Great Xia have multiplied and grown stronger. Aside from a night watcher stationed in various cities, the 4 special teams are beginning to struggle. The higher-ups among the night watchers are already planning to reorganize the 5th Special Team. Yuan Gang's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he continued, after the Blue Rain Team's demise. The 5th Special Team has remained vacant due to a lack of candidates. Now, I see hope in them. Fate is inherently unpredictable. These children may one day find themselves perishing on the battlefield, or perhaps retreating to safety. Yet among them, there will undoubtedly be a select few who will rise to become the true pillars of the nation, establishing the 5th Special Squad. After Yuan Gang finished speaking, his gaze fell upon a particular screen. Perhaps a grand era is about to dawn. As twilight gradually deepened, darkness enveloped the sky. Outside the chaotic battlefield, Wang Mian stood as an outsider at the edge of the ruins, gazing into the distance. There, a young man approached, wielding a blade, slowly making his way forward. Upon seeing the newcomer, A faint smile graced Wang Mian's lips. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Chapter 85. The Battle of Agents. Lin Xia halted his steps, gazing into Wang Mian's eyes, and began to speak slowly, abandoning the siege on a particular team member to challenge you, the captain, in a one-on-one duel is perhaps the most foolish decision I could make in this confrontation. Yet indulging in a moment of recklessness can be quite refreshing. The crux of winning this battle lies in unmasking a certain false face rather than eliminating them all. At this juncture, the wisest strategy would be to focus our efforts on a single vulnerable point, rather than engaging in mindless duels. Lin Xia was acutely aware of this. However, rather than securing victory, he yearned to glean more insights about the divine agents. A decade ago, the seraph unexpectedly glanced at him, uttering not a single word, thus designating him as an agent. Yet his own divine realm remains incomplete. These unanswered questions weighed heavily on Lin Qia's heart, with no one capable of providing clarity. Wang Mian was the first divine agent to appear before him, and he did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. I know you harbor numerous doubts. Wang Mian placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, speaking calmly. Once this battle concludes, regardless of the outcome, feel free to seek me out for a conversation. Thank you, Lin Xia replied sincerely, mirroring the gesture by resting his hand on his own hilt. Are you certain you wish to employ that external aid in our duel? Lin Qia's gaze fell upon the black blade at Wang Mian's waist. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Using my own weapon hardly constitutes cheating, does it? How shameless, Lin Xia retorted. Thank you for the compliment. Wang Mian responded with a smirk. Clang! Lin Xia struck first. Drawing his straight sword, he moved with astounding speed, like a wraith weaving through the ruins. The battle had been underway for more than half a day, and night had descended. Under the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Qia's speed was astonishing. Noticing Lin Qia's remarkable swiftness, Wang Mian let out a soft gasp, and moments later, the hidden blade, Yuan, was slowly drawn. Swish! The formless divine realm unfurled, and to Lin Qia's eyes, Wang Mian's draw was so rapid that it blurred. Had it not been for his mental acuity, he might have missed Wang Mian's strike entirely. In an instant, an exaggerated blade aura sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Xia. At the moment of Wang Mian's draw, Lin Qia's terrifying dynamic vision had already predicted the trajectory of the swing, allowing him to evade early. Thus, despite the incredible speed of the blade aura, Lin Xia managed to narrowly sidestep it. The blade aura grazed the tips of Lin Qia's hair, severing a lock of black strands. After executing a textbook-level evasive maneuver, Lin Xia surged directly towards Wang Mian. Wang Mian seemed taken aback by Lin Qia's agility. After a brief pause, he continued to unleash a second, third, and fourth strike. A flurry of blade auras intertwined before Wang Mian, forming a deadly net. Lin Qia's eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed his dynamic vision to its utmost limits. In his perception, Wang Mian's movements began to slow incrementally. He seemed barely able to discern the gaps between the blades. Yet, in mere moments, his eyes began to ache. Lin Xia forcefully blinked twice, and in the next instant, a dense net of blade aura had already arrived before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia abruptly leaned back as if he had slipped, about to crash heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, he thrust the straight knife in his hand into the ground, barely stabilizing his backward-leaning form. Evading the lowest edge of the blade aura, the sharp aura grazed his nose, and Lin Xia could even feel the chilling presence emanating from it. After dodging the blade aura, Lin Xia suddenly exerted strength in his hand that gripped the straight knife, propelling himself off the ground and swiftly closing the distance to Wang Mian. Once the blade aura passed by Lin Xia, he distinctly felt his body relax, and Wang Mian's speed appeared to slow in his eyes. The Time Divine Realm had been lifted. A brilliant light sparkled in Lin Qia's eyes, as he had surmised. Given Wang Mian's current realm, it was utterly impossible for him to maintain the Time Divine Realm for an extended duration. From the very beginning, Wang Mian had been conserving his strength, letting the other 4 team members engage in battle, only intervening when ambushed by Shun Qingzhu and the others, and even then, he had only used it once. That instance had lasted merely around 3 seconds. If Lin Qia's conjecture was correct, the duration of Wang Mian's time, Divine Realm, now should not exceed 5 seconds, and each use would inevitably deplete a significant amount of mental energy. Thus, he would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. The time Divine Realm was exceedingly powerful, and Wang Mian's current level was insufficient. Lasting this long was commendable. While both were Divine Realms, Lin Qia's mortal realm appeared to be incomplete. He could maintain his mental energy perception and dynamic vision continuously for 24 hours without feeling fatigued, demonstrating that incompleteness had its own advantages. Otherwise, he would be forced to operate like Wang Mian, only able to act like a true man for 5 seconds each time. Seizing the brief opening provided by the Time Divine Realm, Lin Xia charged directly in front of Wang Mian, his straight knife suddenly swinging out. Clang! Wang Mian's Yuan intercepted Lin Qia's blade, a slight tremor transferring through the weapon into Lin Qia's hand. But that was the extent of it. Without a speed enhancement, the Yuan was merely an ordinary blade capable of numbing an enemy's fingers. Does Mortal Realm possess acceleration abilities? How are you so fast? Wang Mian inquired, puzzled, as their blades clashed. He had initially believed that his strikes would be sufficient to knock Lin Xia out of the match. Yet he was astonished that Lin Xia had managed to keep pace with his speed within the Time Divine Realm. After all, being 003, it was only natural for him to be formidable. Lin Xia replied ambiguously. Indeed, Wang Mian accepted without doubt. In the next moment, the Time Divine Realm unfolded once more. Each duration was brief, but as long as a certain interval elapsed, consecutive activations were not a significant issue. Now, the cooldown for Wang Mian's Time Divine Realm had elapsed. In Lin Qia's eyes, Wang Mian's speed accelerated once again, his movements leaving afterimages. Wang Mian deflected Lin Qia's straight knife, raising his Yuan, and then delivering a light slash. This time, you cannot evade, Wang Mian calmly stated, gazing at the close proximity of Lin Xia. Clang! Lin Xia effortlessly blocked Yuan's attack with his straight blade. Wang Mian was taken aback. Where's the blade's aura? I had such a formidable blade's aura. He lowered his gaze to his own Yuan, only to find a strip of tape affixed to the blade. A sealing scroll? Wang Mian's expression shifted subtly. In his eyes, Lin Qia's lips curled into a slow smile, signaling that now, your cheating tool is rendered useless. Let us engage in a fair battle. In the next moment, Lin Xia pivoted the edge of his straight blade, launching a deliberate strike towards Wang Mian. Chapter 86. Solidarity in the Realm of the Time Abyss. Wang Mian moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading Lin Qia's straight blade. I understood. This was the influence of that rotund scion from the Bailey family. In mere moments, Wang Mian pieced together the connections, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, there was no hint of regret in his gaze. Instead, he grew even more exhilarated. Very well, then, I shall engage you in a fair and honorable duel. He completely abandoned the tactic of unleashing Blade Qi, opting instead to close the distance and engage Lin Xia with his weapon, Yuan. The clash of the black blade against the pale blue blade resonated through the air, producing blinding sparks. Within the time abyss, Wang Mian's focus on offense propelled his speed beyond human comprehension. Had another stood in Lin Qia's position, they might not have even perceived his movements, let alone the trajectory of his blade. Even Lin Xia, despite his prowess, found it necessary to concentrate intensely on dynamic vision, complemented by his terrifying reflexes just to barely fend off Wang Mian's assaults. He felt immensely grateful for the tutoring sessions provided by Chun Mai and the others prior to this encounter. Without enduring the relentless strikes of Chun Mai's wooden sword, and without the rigorous training of dodging bullets, he feared he would barely last 5 seconds. Amidst a dazzling display of blade light, Lin Xia suddenly felt a lightness in his body, and the flow of time around him returned to its normal pace. Correspondingly, Wang Mian's speed appeared to slow in Lin Qia's eyes. It was my turn now. Lin Xia chuckled, raising his straight blade and unleashing a frenzied assault upon the now time-deprived Wang Mian. Within the time abyss, Lin Xia could not overcome Wang Mian. But with the dissipation of the time abyss, bolstered by the starry night dancer enhancement, Lin Xia was able to dominate the battle. The tide of the conflict shifted in an instant. Lin Xia's onslaught resembled a torrential storm, forcing Wang Mian to retreat repeatedly. Had it not been for Wang Mian's exceptional swordsmanship, he might not have endured for long. Moments passed, and Wang Mian once again activated the time abyss, countering Lin Xia's strikes. The two exchanged blows, alternating positions of advantage, engaging in a fierce clash that lasted over 3 minutes. Are they not fatigued? After a ceasefire, Bailey Fatty sat on a stone, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and mused aloud. Beside him, Yuegue sighed. I do not know whether they are tired. However, I have endured a day of blows, and I'm truly exhausted. Bailey Fatty patted his shoulder in reassurance, saying, No worries, brother. It's quite fine for us to rest here while they fight to their heart's content. In the future, you can come visit me at home. Yuegue replied. Boom! A shockwave from an air cannon slammed into the ground before the two, disorienting Bailey Fatty. Hey, you fighters over there. Can you move to a more distant location? Do not harm the innocent. Bailey Fatty shouted towards the fervent Shen Qingzhu and Vortex in the distance. Afterward, he turned to Yuegue, asking with concern, How are you, brother Yuegue? Are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. In the distance, Vortex, witnessing these two fools comfortably resting, grinned enviously, saying, How about we also call for a truce and take a break? Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment, and it seemed feasible. Shall we go? Indeed. Meanwhile, the swaying scales in the sky glanced down at the frenzied Chao Yuan below, sighing softly. Must you exert yourself so? Haven't you tired yourself out from all that shouting? Perhaps we should take a break. Chao Yuan, his voice hoarse from incessant yelling, coughed a few times as the black flames engulfing him slowly faded away, his blood-red eyes regaining clarity. Cough, cough. Let us go, Amit Ba. I am utterly exhausted. With his voice barely a whisper, he shot a glance at the scales and staggered to the side. Before long, Rose and Molly, hand in hand, approached from the opposite direction, chatting and laughing. Hey, why have you stopped fighting? I was looking forward to a good show. Vortex lamented upon witnessing this. What? Is it only permissible for you to take a breather? Rose shot him an incredulous look, tightening her grip on Molly's arm. It's rare to encounter such a dashing lady. I cannot let her go. Rose, your demeanor may lead others to misconstrue that our masks are all peculiar. The scales remarked, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. How is the pursuit of true love considered peculiar? Rose huffed. Upon returning, I shall change my codename. Change your codename? You won't be Rose anymore. From now on, I shall be called Lily. The expressions of those around them instantly turned peculiar. Li Pang fumbled, causing the large sword in his arms to clatter to the ground. Molly silently withdrew her hand from Rose's arm, moved beside Li Pang, and remarked coldly, Make way, I need some space. Oh, all right. Thus, the 8 of them crowded onto a stone, savoring the spectacle of the two battling in the distance. Go, Captain. The captain is the most handsome. Vortex shouted, his voice ringing out. Li Pang retorted. 7 Knight, you can do it. Defeat him. Captain, strike him down. Rose echoed. Li Pang cheered. 7 Knight is mighty. The captain is impressive. Followed closely by Yuegue. 7 Knight. Cough, cough. Li Pang rubbed his throat and turned to the silent Molly. Shen Qingzhu. And Chao Yuan. You should cheer too. I cannot face them alone. Shen Qingzhu merely turned away, disregarding Li Pang, while Molly touched her nose and hesitantly managed to say, I am not well acquainted with him. However, after a moment of hesitation, Chao Yuan, his voice raspy, began to shout Lin Chi Knight. Cough, cough. Awesome. Cough, cough, cough. Intimidating. Brother, perhaps I should take over. Li Pang said with sympathy. No, let me go. Cough, cough, cough. 7 Knight is amazing. Wow. Do you really need to exert yourself so, brother? 7 Knight. Awesome. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks erupted in succession, and the two who were intensely engaged in combat felt a jolt as a sound echoed from afar. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Mian lifted his chin, speaking with an air of arrogance. Do you hear that? My support is more formidable than yours. Lin Xia, unfazed by his boastfulness, replied slowly. After deploying the divine ruins so many times, your mental fortitude must be nearing its limit, right? Your body, too, is on the verge of exhaustion, isn't it? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow, retorting, after battling for so long, my physical prowess has long surpassed that of the average person, and you are merely an ordinary high school student. Your endurance thus far has exceeded my expectations. I can still fight, he continued. Is winning this battle of such paramount importance to you? I am indifferent to the outcome. Lin Xia shook his head gently, speaking calmly. I simply wish to give my all. Chapter 87. Playing Dirty Chief. Who do you think will emerge victorious between the two? In the underground chamber, over 20 instructors gathered around a single screen, their eyes fixed intently upon it. Before Yuan Gang could respond, another instructor interjected, It's obvious, isn't it? Although Lin Xia is also a divine agent, he is but a novice and stands no chance of winning. Not necessarily, came the counter-argument. To be frank, while Wang Mian's divine realm is extraordinarily powerful, it only manifests its true strength at higher realms. In the Zhan realm, his capabilities are significantly limited. Moreover, with Yi Yuan sealed away, Lin Xia's odds are genuinely 50-50. That is a valid point. If we were to replace Wang Mian with the Athena agent from Team Phoenix, Lin Xia would likely not last beyond 5 exchanges. After all, that is a humanoid behemoth, and the disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by mere speed. Given the situation, what if Lin Xia actually wins? One instructor murmured, unable to contain his thoughts. Are we truly to follow the chief's suggestion and terminate their training directly? If that were the case, the higher-ups would likely have our heads. Yuan Gang silently observed the battlefield of the two combatants, slowly stating, Let us watch for now. It is premature to make any declarations before a victor is determined. To give it your all. Hearing Lin Xia's declaration, a flicker of appreciation crossed Wang Mian's eyes as he nodded slightly. Very well. Clang. The blades in their hands clashed, and, at that moment, the divine realm of time unfurled once more. Lin Xia inhaled deeply, summoning his mental state to its zenith, barring any unforeseen circumstances. A conclusion to their battle would soon be at hand. The blade of Yi Yuan sliced through the air with a faint hum, prompting Lin Xia to instinctively raise his weapon and strike back. Suddenly, a ripple of invisible energy emanated from beneath Wang Mian's mask, an overwhelming divine pressure erupting from his eyes and crashing into Lin Xia's mind. While Lin Xia had once commanded countless with the might of a seraph, this was the first time he found himself subjected to another's divine intimidation. The instant the power of the god of time surged forth, Lin Xia's eyes widened in shock. In his gaze, 2 piercing golden beams flared forth, akin to twin blazing furnaces, exuding a terrifying divine aura. In midair, their gazes collided. A tempest erupted at the center of their stares, a rampant divine force radiating from them, dominating the entire arena. Wow, how did a gust of wind suddenly arise when these two exchanged glances? Bailey exclaimed in astonishment. Tian Ping fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the 2 figures in the distance, murmuring, at this moment, the deities behind them are clashing. The divine might of the seraph collided fiercely with that of the god of time for several seconds, both their eyes becoming bloodshot. They were no longer contesting their personal strength, but rather the divine power contained within their beings. Boom! With a faint sound, Wang Mian suddenly let out a muffled grunt, taking a half-step back. Simultaneously, the divine realm of time surrounding him began to fracture. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with determination as he advanced, and with a sudden flourish, he swung his blade. In that moment, Wang Mian was unable to draw his blade in time to block. The pale blue edge of the sword sliced through Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character Wang in two. Crack! Wang Mian's mask shattered. Beneath it revealed a refined and composed visage. Gazing helplessly at Lin Xia, the onlookers sprang to their feet in unison, gasping in disbelief. Even the instructors seated before the screen felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I'm sorry, Wang Mian murmured as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xia's eyes. In an instant, The ripples in his eyes surged forth once more. The time divine ruins unfolded. The fragments of his shattered mask in midair rapidly reversed, rushing back to Wang Mian's face as he leaned back, gradually returning to his original position. The surrounding crowd resumed their seats, a look of confusion dawning upon their faces. Lin Xia found himself uncontrollably reverting, his blade tracing its path back, the cracks on the mask beginning to mend, and his body returning to the moment before he had swung his sword. Lin Xia's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Time had rewound to 3 seconds prior. At that time, the duel between the two had yet to yield a victor. He had not yet swung his blade, and Wang Mian's mask had still remained intact. The onlookers seemed to have forgotten the preceding events, continuing to cheer for both participants. But only Lin Xia retained a memory of what had just transpired. No, besides Lin Xia, the instructors who were intently watching the screen were also fully aware of what had occurred. He had severed Wang Mian's mask. Goodness. Thankfully, Wang Mian had reversed time. Otherwise, we would have truly faced a calamity. However, is such a temporal reversal something that can be utilized by one of the Zhan realm? No. Just moments ago, Wang Mian had unsealed his realm, and in that instant, he had at least reached the Chuan realm. Does that not mean we lost? Cough. Cough, as it stands. Lin Xia has not shattered Wang Mian's mask, so we have not lost. Yet he has unsealed his realm. Is this not a form of trickery? The affairs of scholars cannot be labeled as trickery, can they? Are we truly to let this training session conclude here, and you would find it satisfactory? The instructors erupted into a cacophony of debate, when suddenly, Yuan Gang slowly rose from his seat, glancing at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The duel was over. Sir, regarding the outcome, Yuan Gang met his gaze calmly and spoke. The training must continue, not for our pride, but for the future of these children. On the ground, Lin Xia lowered his gaze to the blade in his hand, then looked back at Wang Mian. After a moment, he finally processed the situation. You are being deceitful. Sure. Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips, leaning closer to Lin Xia's ear, whispering, Lin Xia, I admit I lost to you just now, but this new recruit training must proceed. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Xia's expression turned peculiar. You want me to pretend I haven't won? What if everything that just transpired never occurred? That is the essence of it. Wang nodded slightly and then added, rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the instructors. Once this battle concludes, you will be able to approach them as a victor and request some form of recompense. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and declared, I'm a person of principle. I estimate they should have no qualms about offering you a red envelope of 500,000. My principles. Perhaps they might even bestow upon you a protective artifact. Ahem. In that case, I owe you a favor. Wang fixed his gaze upon Lin Xia's eyes, stating, as the captain of the Phantom Squad, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Deal. Chapter 88. The future generations are fearsome. Time's up. The battle has concluded. The voice of instructor Yuan Gang resonated through the loudspeakers of the base, echoing clearly in every corner. The members of the masked team, who had been anxiously perched on the sidelines, finally exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. I nearly thought our captain was going to lose, Vortex said, thumping his chest. Still shaken. Moon Ghost paused for a moment, remarking, I can't shake this strange feeling. I share that sentiment. Rose added, her expression somewhat peculiar. It's as if the captain's time. Cough, cough. Tian Ping interrupted with a violent fit of coughing, casting a knowing glance at the others. The members of the mass team promptly fell silent, an understanding dawning upon them, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head in confusion. What? Didn't Xia win? No, the time ran out. He failed to sever the mask of the king, Molly replied, shaking her head. Bailey Pang Pang blinked in bewilderment, pointing at his monocle. But I clearly saw Xia make that strike. Sob, sob. Out of nowhere, Lin Xia swiftly covered Bailey Pong Pong's mouth, dragging him into a corner with a stoic expression. Bailey Pang Pang resembled a young maiden abducted by a rogue, yearning to speak but finding himself silenced. Did you see everything? Lin Xia asked, looking at him with exasperation. Yes, Bailey Pang Pang replied, but Bailey Pang Pang, what do you think of these new recruits? Lin Xia inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Bailey Pang Pang responded, Aside from a few, most are rather inexperienced. Do you believe it would be prudent to cancel this training session and allow them to confront those mysterious forces directly? Lin Xia pressed. That would likely not be wise. Precisely, Lin Xia said, patting him on the shoulder, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep and filled with compassion. Even if I emerged victorious, I must feign defeat. My victory is not for myself, but for the future of these 200 souls. This is the broader perspective. Bailey Pongpong's body trembled, staring blankly at Lin Xia, realization dawning after a long pause. I see now. Brother Xia, I never imagined you to be not only clever and capable in battle, but also possessing such elevated ideals. I've been short-sighted. Lin Xia nodded slightly. This matter must remain undisclosed. Rest assured, I understand. Bailey Pang declared, resolutely thumping his chest, his gaze filled with determination. Let us go. The battle has ended, and it's time to assemble. Half an hour later, on the training platform, over 20 instructors stood erect, flanking the entirety of the masked team. Yuan Gang positioned himself at the forefront, surveying the silent, bowed new recruits below him. A fleeting smile crossed his lips. I'm deeply disappointed in you all, he began, his somber voice reverberating in the night sky. Upon hearing these words, the members of the masked squad, standing nearby, trembled slightly and lowered their heads in silence. 239 individuals faced 5, and aside from mere handful, the vast majority had not even brushed the edges of the masked squad as attire. Their actions were sluggish, their thoughts disordered, utterly lacking in coherence. I was not mistaken in my previous assertions. You are nothing but worthless. In your current state, you will only bring ruin to your comrades. Yuan Gang yelled hoarsely for an extended period. Seemingly feeling a pang of conscience, he added, of course, with a few exceptions, now that you have succumbed to defeat, you shall adhere to my previous instructions. Abandon all remnants of your dignity and pride. Forget your past, and devote yourselves wholly to the training. This training session will span a year, divided into 2 distinct phases. The first phase will consist of the most rigorous physical training. For the next 6 months, we shall employ a forbidden item to suppress the forbidden dwellings within you, rendering you devoid of the special powers you so proudly possess, and reducing you to mere mortals. During this time, we shall subject you to various forms of torment, exhausting both your body and spirit, pushing you perpetually to the brink of collapse. You will experience despair, anguish, and might even contemplate the unthinkable, but alas, here, even the act of seeking death will be beyond your reach. As for the second phase, it will involve the practical application of forbidden dwellings and tactical theory. Once you endure this half-year, I shall gradually elucidate the details to you. Yuan Gang's gaze swept across the new recruits below before he turned and departed. Savor this final moment of tranquility, novices, for tomorrow marks the beginning of your nightmare. The instructors followed closely behind Yuan Gang, leaving, while the masked squad members adopted an aloof demeanor, vanishing into the night. The new recruits immediately began to murmur among themselves. Physical training, I seem to regret coming here. Baisher muttered, patting his belly with a forlorn expression. In comparison to that, I believe you should be more concerned about another issue. Lin Xia began slowly. What? The dormitory building has already been demolished. Where shall we stay tonight? Not only Lin Xia, but soon other recruits also grasped this predicament, racing back to the dormitory area, only to stand dumbfounded. The dormitory, which had just been reduced to rubble, had miraculously returned to its former state. Not a single crack marred the walls, and the ground bore no traces of debris. Even their belongings and bed linens were intact, showing no signs of the recent chaos. How is this possible? The new recruits were utterly astonished by the scene before them. It had been scarcely half an hour since they left. How could this have been accomplished? Meanwhile, Lin Xia, deep in thought, stroked his chin and gazed into the distant darkness. Cough, 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 someone help me. Wang Mian had already removed his mask, staggering slightly as he walked, nearly falling to the ground. Vortex and Tithe Ping supported him on either side, letting out a long sigh. Captain, why must you go to such lengths? It would suffice to have a logistics team repair the dormitory building. Why resort to the arduous task of time reversal to reconstruct it? Vortex furrowed his brow and spoke. Such words cannot be uttered. Those 3 buildings were brought down by my own hand. One must face the consequences of their actions. Wang Mian, with his delicate features, shook his head, his lips tinged with pallor. Although devoid of living beings, reversing time by over half an hour imposes an immense burden on one's mental fortitude. Tian Ping, too, wore a frown of concern. It's all right. I shall simply have Kai brew me a bowl of soup upon our return. He then glanced at the captain. By the way, Captain, have we lost today? Rose could not help but inquire. Tian Ping shot her a glance, signaling her to refrain from broaching that subject at this moment. Wang Mian paused, and after a moment, he gradually straightened himself, turning to gaze at the raucous dormitory behind him, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we have lost, and incurred a debt of gratitude. The youth is formidable. Chapter 89. How the piercing whistle echoed through the pitch-black night, shattering the tranquility of the dormitory area. Lin Xia jolted awake from his slumber, glancing at the Rolex propping up the corner of the desk, his brow slightly furrowing. 3 o'clock in the morning. How ruthless! He hastily donned his military uniform, and with a swift motion, he slapped his slipper onto the face of the slumbering Bailey Pang Pang. The latter grunted a couple of times, licked his lips, and lazily flipped over to continue his sleep. Lin Xie sighed, choosing to disregard him. As he adjusted his attire, he pushed open the door, and just before it closed completely, he remarked, I heard that Molly has a penchant for women. Bailey Pang Pang shot up from his bed like a bolt of lightning, as if he had just awakened from a nightmare. He turned to gaze at the empty bed across from him, finally comprehending what had transpired. Were they out of their minds? I've only had 4 hours of sleep. Xia, brother Xia, wait for me. As Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly donned his trousers and pushed open the door, he realized that many others had already begun sprinting towards the training grounds. Frustrated, he scratched his head and took off in pursuit. In the darkness, Lin Xie's speed was astonishing. By the time he arrived at the training ground, apart from 3 instructors standing rigidly at attention, there were no other recruits in sight. Instructor Hong regarded the first arrival, Lin Xie, with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Following Lin Xie, the remaining recruits gradually filtered in, with Instructor Hong holding a stopwatch, seemingly awaiting something. As the last few recruits arrived, Instructor Hong surveyed the drowsy assembly with an impassive expression and spoke in a deep voice. Today marks the commencement of your training. Allow me to impart to you the essence of discipline and execution. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of your activities, you must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the recruits, his eyes narrowing slightly. Now, anyone who took longer than 3 minutes stepped forward. Among the new recruits, only a handful stepped forward voluntarily, while the majority engaged in hushed murmurs. What if the instructor didn't keep track of the time and doesn't know how long they took? A recruit inquired, raising his hand. Instructor Hong shot him a glance. You, go run 10 laps. Recruit. I was merely asking. I instructed you to run 10 laps. Do you not understand? Understood. The remaining recruits furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to grasp Instructor Hong's actions. Just then, a solemn-looking middle-aged man among the recruits suddenly called out, Report. Instructor Hong's eyes brightened slightly. Speak. What if one does not know how long they took? Then rely on your instincts. Take a gamble. I have recorded all your arrival times. You may wager that you arrived within 3 minutes. If correct, nothing will happen. If wrong, double punishment. Yes. Have you served in the military? Former Special Forces of the Army Combat Brigade, Zhang Zhong. Lin Xie's peripheral vision fell upon the middle-aged man, his gaze imbued with a certain complexity. Is he also a Special Forces soldier turned night watchman? When old Zhao first entered the new recruit training years ago, was he not similarly positioned? Instructor Hong nodded slightly, diverting his attention from Zhang Zhong. I shall reiterate, those who exceed the time limit step forward automatically. Upon hearing this, a significant portion of the new recruits promptly stepped forward, including the portly Bailey, who wore a pained expression. Although he was unsure of the duration he had taken, he estimated it exceeded 3 minutes. As for Lin Xia, he remained motionless within the formation. While he too was oblivious to his precise timing, it was undoubtedly under 2 minutes. Once all had come to a standstill, Instructor Hong raised his hand, gesturing toward several individuals within the original lineup. You, and you, step forward and take your place at the rear. The recruits summoned by his finger wore grim expressions as they reluctantly shuffled to the back, forming a separate line. Those who step forward automatically will bear a load and run 10 laps around the training ground. Those I have singled out will carry a load and run 20 laps. No rest until you finish. A chorus of groans erupted from the ranks as they trudged resignedly to the side of the training platform, each shouldering a weighted pack and commencing their laps around the silent training ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xia sat leisurely in place, observing their exertions. I can no longer sense my forbidden abyss. Suddenly, a recruit beside Lin Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Me too. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. What is going on? It must be due to what Instructor Yuan mentioned earlier, the forbidden object capable of suppressing the forbidden abyss, right? I genuinely cannot feel it at all. This sensation is quite uncomfortable. Lin Xia was taken aback. What? You are unable to sense the forbidden abyss? I just utilized the enhancement of Starry Night Dancer to run here. He concentrated intently for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Unlike the others, Lin Xia could still perceive his forbidden abyss. Both Mortal Realm and Starry Night Dancer still resided within him. However, their effects appeared to be significantly diminished. The range of his mental perception had contracted from a radius of 20 meters to merely 2, and his dynamic vision had also suffered considerable impairment. Interestingly, the enhancement from Starry Night Dancer was the least affected. Lin Xia felt almost no difference. He surmised that while the forbidden object within the training camp could suppress the forbidden abyss, its influence on the divine abyss was not as pronounced, merely reducing its potency. Unlike Mortal Realm, which relied on his own mental power, the power of Starry Night Dancer stemmed from the night itself, thus rendering the suppression by the forbidden object nearly negligible. In essence, Lin Xia might be the sole recruit in the training camp capable of utilizing the forbidden abyss. Naturally, Lin Xia was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and refrained from recklessly leveraging the divine abyss to alleviate his physical burdens. He had come to the training camp to hone his abilities. Relying on the divine abyss to cheat would render his purpose here utterly meaningless. In the distance, among the running team, one could vaguely discern a portly figure trailing at the rear, laboriously moving his legs, inching forward. Not far ahead stood Shen Qingzhu. Although Shen Qingzhu appeared capable of running, he exuded a languid demeanor, were it not for the occasional long stride. Lin Xia might have mistaken him for someone leisurely strolling in his own backyard. As he jogged, Shen Qingzhu yawned once more. Hey, are you out for a stroll? Get moving. Instructor Hong scowled at Shen Qingzhu, unleashing a tirade of reprimands. Shen Qingzhu took a couple of token strides before swaying once again, seemingly indifferent to the instructor's words, maintaining a nonchalant and arrogant expression. Enjoying your walk, are you? At 10 more laps. You will finish today, or you'll run until you drop dead on this track. Instructor Hong appeared genuinely irate. Complete it in 2 hours. Otherwise, you'll run an additional 10 laps. Until you faint from exhaustion. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Instructor Hong on the platform, spat to the side, and then began to run earnestly. 30 laps, and he managed to complete them in an hour and a half. Meanwhile, the chubby Bailey also took an hour and a half to finish his 10 laps. However, Instructor Hong could see that he was indeed trying his best. With the defiant Shen Qingzhu swaying ahead, the instructor found the little chubby boy much more agreeable and ceased to urge him. When Bailey finally collapsed to the ground, the horizon began to show a hint of dawn. Apart from him, the others had essentially completed their laps. Lin Xia helped the half-dead Bailey back to the dormitory. As soon as the latter touched the bed, he collapsed onto it like a sack of mud, drenched in sweat, looking utterly defeated. Damn it, I've run the equivalent of a lifetime's worth of steps tonight. I'm exhausted. I need to sleep for a bit. No sooner had Bailey finished his sentence than a sharp whistle pierced through the air once more from outside. Chapter 90. The steam bun and raw meat, are you playing with me? Bailey Pang, with a mournful expression, hurriedly dashed toward the training ground, seemingly fueled by an inexplicable surge of energy. Moments ago, he had been a mere puddle of fatigue on the bed, Yet now he moved with remarkable agility. As the night's darkness faded, Lin Xia also relied on his own speed to reach the training ground. And fortunately, he was not slow, arriving within 3 minutes once again. This time, a noticeably larger number of individuals arrived on time. However, a few had just completed 20 laps and either lagged at the back or collapsed upon arriving, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Just as one individual fainted, a group of medics rushed in energetically with a stretcher, swiftly lifting the person as if they were tossing a sandbag, cheerfully oblivious to their destination, their efficiency almost alarming. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. A significant portion of the recruits arrived punctually this time, showing improvement. He continued, "The next 20 minutes will be your meal time. Those who do not return here within 20 minutes, you are aware of the consequences." With that, he turned on his heel, accompanied by 2 other instructors, leaving without a backward glance. The new recruits exchanged glances and then simultaneously sprinted toward the dining hall. Even Bai Li Pang, who had appeared lifeless, suddenly ignited with energy, his eyes sparkling as he dashed to the front, his expression resembling one who intended to devour the entire dining hall. As the new recruits stormed into the dining hall like fierce tigers, they were abruptly halted by the scene before them. The spacious hall was filled with square tables, each adorned with 2 large basins, one brimming with steamed buns, and the other containing raw meat. Still bearing traces of blood, the recruits wandered into the dining hall, standing beside the tables, scanning their surroundings in confusion. Where's the rice? Where are the dishes? What is this? Raw beef? How are we supposed to eat this? Perhaps they will serve hot pot to cook it, but it doesn't seem likely. Lin Xia and Bai Li Pang stood at one table, the latter frowning deeply as he lifted the 2 large basins, seemingly searching for rice at the bottom. "Xia, what does this mean?" "It means they want us to eat," Lin Xia replied. "But how do we eat this? There's not even a drop of water for the buns. And this raw meat looks revolting. If only they had provided a jar of lao gan ma." Lin Xia remained silent, merely gesturing toward the adjacent table. There, Zheng Zhong, a soldier with a special forces background, expressionless, had already begun tearing into the raw meat, one hand grasping a steamed bun, wiping the blood from the meat with the other as he stuffed it into his mouth. Bai Li Pang stared in shock at this scene, rendered speechless for a moment. "Where are the people? Someone come out!" Shen Qingzhu yelled, hurling the bun back into the basin in frustration. Before long, an elderly man with a scowl emerged from the kitchen wielding a spoon. "Who the hell is shouting? Are these things meant for humans to eat? Who do you look down upon?" Shen Qingzhu squinted at the old man and coldly remarked, "If you wish to eat, eat. If not, leave." The old man glared back, his irritation evident. "Oh." Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, about to retort, when several individuals entered the dining hall. Cloaked in gray, they held masks and strode directly across the center of the hall, settling at the round table in the back. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. This time, they were unmasked, yet everyone recognized their identities. "Ah, it's you little rascals," the old man chuckled upon seeing the 7 newcomers. "Sun Lao, after all these years, you're still here, cooking for the recruits?" remarked the youthful Wang Mian, rising respectfully. The other members of the masked team also stood, bowing slightly to Sun Lao. "Alas, at my age, I can no longer step onto the battlefield. I can only exert the last remnants of my strength in this humble kitchen." Sun Lao waved his hand dismissively. "It's been so long. I truly miss your culinary skills." "We will trouble you again," said Wang Mian. "Oh, never mind that. Just wait here while I whip up a few dishes," Sun Lao replied, grabbing a ladle and turning towards the kitchen, completely disregarding the recruits. With the masked team present, the other recruits dared not stop him, merely frowning at the bowl of plain buns and raw meat, frozen in place. "Eat," Lin Xia urged, reaching for a bun and taking a bite. The bun was hard and devoid of flavor, resembling chewing wax. I can't eat this," Bai Li Pang said, feeling nauseated at the sight of the raw meat. "If you don't eat, you won't survive today as training," Lin Xia said, gnawing on the bun. "Once on the battlefield, one cannot guarantee food will always be available. If you don't want to starve, you must learn to adapt." With that, Lin Xia extracted a piece of raw meat, inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and took a large bite. Bali Pang Pang gritted his teeth and also took a bun to chew. Molly, who had been observing, wrestled with her indecision for some time before finally resolving to gnaw on a piece of raw meat, while Chow Yuan, opposite her, calmly devoured an entire chunk of meat, astonishing the other recruits. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened. With a cold snort, he too began to eat. Gradually, more recruits started to consume food, yet the majority remained in staunch resistance, opting to endure hunger rather than eat what lay before them. In a room on the second floor, Instructor Hong gazed down at the dining hall, nodding slightly. Indeed, more recruits are eating than in the previous cohort. A few have potential. Zhang Zhong truly is fit for special forces, eating without a hint of discomfort. Lin Xia is commendable as well, but I did not expect Shen Qingzhu to partake. He is merely a military rascal. Old Hong, one should not judge solely by appearances. I believe he may be brash in demeanor, but fundamentally not ill-natured. You seem quite optimistic about him. Human beings are ever-evolving. The rigorous training of this year will undoubtedly transform many aspects. On the day they depart from this place, who can foresee the outcome? Instructeur en guide non committal. In this modern age, is it truly necessary to maintain such stringent measures? A newly appointed instructor hesitated to inquire, suggesting that even amidst difficulty, it should not extend to consuming raw meat. Instructor Hong slowly closed his eyes, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Over 80 years ago, when the night watchmen were first established, they faced a great calamity with food scarcity rampant. During those years, the predecessors subsisted on tree bark and grass roots, wielding knives and battling the unknown with fervor. Despite the advancements in our economy, certain lessons must never be forgotten. Each cohort of recruits must partake in raw meat for their inaugural meal. It is a privilege that they are not reduced to consuming roots and bark. This is a tradition among us night watchmen, unchanged in the past, steadfast in the present, and destined to persist in the future. Instructor Hong paused, gazing out the window, and continued, until the day arrives when this nation no longer requires the night watchman. These ancient traditions shall remain, forever buried in history alongside the secrets that remain unknown. Chapter 91. The Agents of Time. As Lin Xia and others pinched their noses to consume raw meat, an unexpected aroma wafted through the dining hall, invigorating everyone present as they turned in unison. There stood Elder Sun, dragging a large tray laden with an assortment of dishes, swiftly approaching the members of the masked team. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and climbing a tree, steam base. Oh my, such a feast! Vortex's eyes sparkled as he swallowed hard, captivated by the array of delicacies. Hey, it's a rare occasion for you little rascals to return, so of course I had to prepare something special, Elder Sun remarked, his calloused hands wiping against his apron as he grinned broadly. Thank you, Elder Sun. The other members chimed in, eagerly picking up their chopsticks and indulging in hearty laughter while feasting. Gulp! In the hushed hall, the sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly, and even the new recruits, who had just managed to choke down their plain buns, found themselves suddenly unable to eat any longer upon catching the delightful scent. Over 200 ravenous eyes fixated on the masked team's grand round table, as if ready to pounce for a taste at any moment. Wang Mian cast a glance at them, silently placing his weapon on the table, and then resumed his meal. I refuse to accept this. Why do they get to enjoy exquisite dishes while we only have to gnaw on buns and eat raw meat? One new recruit couldn't help but complain. Elder Sun's expression darkened, and he retorted grumpily, when you little rascals leave this camp and return in the future, I will prepare a grand feast for you as well. At that moment, Wang Mian seemed to recollect something and beckoned to Lin Xia. Xia, come join us for a bite. Swish! All the new recruits abruptly turned to stare at Lin Xia, who was gnawing on raw meat. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and then carried his bowl over to the masked team's round table, taking a seat. Come, have some chicken, Wang Mian said, taking a clean bowl and beginning to serve Lin Xia. Vortex, bring a few pieces of fish for Xia over there. Got it. And some of that meat soup. It's quite savory. I'll fetch him a pair of chopsticks. How's the rice? Is there enough? If not, I have more here. Rose stood up to serve Lin Xia rice. The masked team's demeanor towards Lin Xia was exceedingly courteous, to the point that he felt somewhat embarrassed, repeatedly gesturing, "No, no, I'll eat. I'm just here to ask a few questions. I'll stick to my own meal." Yue Guwei was taken aback. "You have delicious dishes before you, yet you choose to eat raw meat? Indeed. Look at your comrades behind you. Their eyes are practically glowing with envy. Are you truly not tempted? I am a new recruit. I shall eat what a new recruit is meant to eat." Lin Xia firmly shook his head. Seeing Lin Xia so resolute, the members of the masked team had no choice but to sit down. Wang Mian regarded Lin Xia with approval and spoke. "You wish to inquire about the agents, correct?" "Yes. Ask away. I shall share all that I know." Lin Xia pondered for a moment. "What is the relationship between the agents and the gods?" "The question you pose is quite profound." Wang Mian pondered for a long while before slowly articulating. At its essence, the relationship between an agent and a deity can be distilled into a single word: contract. A contract? Deities, for various reasons, typically do not manifest directly within human society. If they wish to enact their will, they must enlist a suitable individual to assist them, thereby forging a mysterious pact between humanity and divinity. The essence of this contract is, in fact, an exchange. The deity bestows a portion of their divine power upon the agent, who, in turn, is obliged to assist the deity in accomplishing certain tasks. However, not everyone is deemed worthy to become an agent. One must first be recognized by the deity to be eligible to fulfill this covenant. Contract. Lin Xia mused on this term, a look of perplexity adorning his features. If a contract had indeed been established, it seemed illogical that he would be left uninformed. The seraphim had granted him a fraction of its divine power, yet offered no indication of what was expected of him. In truth, Lin Xia felt this arrangement resembled more of a gift than a contract. "What must you assist the god of time with?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Wang Mian, only to realize that his question might be considered impolite. He quickly added, "If it cannot be disclosed, please disregard my inquiry. There's nothing that cannot be shared." Wang Mian replied with a shake of his head. "It was roughly 8 or 9 years ago, when I was still an ordinary person. One day, as I aimlessly wandered along a busy street, a drunk driver in a large truck came barreling towards me. I had no time to react, and just as I was about to be struck, time itself seemed to freeze around me. Subsequently, the god of time emerged from the void, and we entered into a contract wherein he bestowed upon me his divine essence. In exchange, I am destined to enter Takamagara and retrieve an item for him in the future." Takamagara? The realm of gods in Japanese mythology? Lin Xia exclaimed, astonished. "Does it truly exist? If the god of time claims it exists, then it surely does. However, I have yet to find it," Wang Mian admitted with a resigned sigh. Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. "So your decision to join the Night Watch was your own?" "Indeed. Interestingly, prior to my joining the Night Watch, an agent of the malevolent gods from the ancient god church approached me, inviting me to become a part of their ranks," Wang Mian explained calmly. "But I declined." Lin Xia contemplated this. "Considering the gold bestowed upon you by the god of time is unrelated to allegiance to any faction, they believed they could recruit you?" "Precisely. In fact, certain individuals within the ancient god church have already uncovered leads regarding Takamagara. Yet, I am reluctant to associate with them, which ultimately led to my refusal. And then they simply gave up? It is not so straightforward. The members of the ancient god church are quite deranged. If they cannot recruit you, they will go to great lengths to eliminate you. When I first joined the Night Watch, I was ambushed by them 3 or 4 times. Had it not been for my fortunate survival, I likely would not be here today." Wang Mian shrugged. "However, they have since refrained from approaching me. Why is that? For they may not necessarily be able to best me." And Wang Mian's gaze fell upon the other team members at the table, a smile gracing his lips. "I am fortunate to have a reliable group of teammates. Whether in one-on-one combat or a group brawl, they would not dare to lay a finger on me. Ahem, Captain. It is best not to become overly sentimental during meals, as it may induce discomfort." Xuanwa's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Yet, I speak only the truth. Even so, you could wait until there are no onlookers to express such sentiments. To do so now. How awkward." Xiangwei shot Wang Mian an irritated glance. "Well, I shall be more mindful next time. Lin Xia sat there in a daze, observing the 7 individuals before him as they laughed and teased one another. And after a long while, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 92. The Power of Currency Outside the Cafeteria. A sharp whistle pierced the air once more. In an instant, before Lin Xia could fully comprehend the situation, the 7 members of the masked squad sprang to their feet, racing towards the exit. As they dashed a few paces, the realization struck them. This was illogical. They were not new recruits. Why were they running? It was merely a reflex. Wang Mian scratched his head, glancing around the hall, where all the new arrivals were staring at them. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "Ahem. Let us continue eating." The members of the masked squad resumed their seats, feigning ignorance as they returned to their meals. The recruits redirected their gazes, instinctively checking the time on the wall. It had only been 10 minutes since they began dining, and there was still ample time before the 20-minute mark. Why the whistle again? Nevertheless, they set down their steamed buns and hurried towards the training ground, for no one wished to run extra laps due to tardiness. Bai Li, choking on a white steamed bun, frantically patted his chest and waved to Lin Xia before turning to leave. "I'll head out first. You all continue eating," Lin Xia said as he turned away. "All right, go ahead." Wang Mian smiled slightly, knowing that their next encounter would be outside the training camp. "Are you all leaving?" "Yes. A mysterious sea entity has appeared in the north, and we must depart post-haste after our meal. Good luck on your mission." Lin Xia waved them off as he swiftly exited the cafeteria. Once everyone had cleared out, the surroundings fell into a tranquil silence, without the envious gazes of the recruits. "This meal hardly tastes as delightful," Vortex lamented, setting down his chopsticks with a sigh. Such a morbid sense of humor. Tian Ping rolled his eyes. "Since we are all satisfied, we should take our leave as well." Wang Mian observed that no one else was moving their chopsticks and picked up the black box beside him, rising slowly. "Indeed, let's not keep them waiting too long." Yu Gui wiped his mouth. The rest of the group stood up, donned their cloaks, lifted their black boxes, and strode toward the cafeteria exit. The gentle sunlight streamed through the pristine windows, casting a warm glow in the now empty cafeteria. The 7 of them walked side by side, a soft breeze wafting in through the door, lifting the corner of their gray cloaks. On the immaculate tiled path, their shadows were clearly reflected. They slung their black boxes behind them, lowered their heads, and donned their respective masks. Stepping forth, the entire cafeteria fell utterly silent. In the cramped kitchen, the somewhat stooped figure of Elder Sun stood by the small window, silently watching their departing silhouettes. His eyes were slightly reddened, yet his gaze radiated unwavering resolve. After a brief moment, he stood tall, feet together, chest out, and saluted in a precise military fashion towards the direction they had left. The training ground awaited. The mysterious beings from myths, legends, and rural tales are our greatest adversaries as night watchers. Their abilities are diverse, and their characteristics vary greatly. Yet it is indisputable that they are far more formidable than mere mortal humans. And what do we rely on to combat such entities? In the arena, a stranger instructor stands at the center, his gaze sweeping over the new recruits. Shen Qingzhu lazily raises his hand. Report. "We rely on the powerful Forbidden Abyss." The instructor scoffs lightly, acknowledging that the Forbidden Abyss indeed serves as humanity's most critical asset in the battle against the mysterious, but it does not encompass everything. Unless your Forbidden Abyss is remarkably strong enough to dispatch the mysterious with a mere flick of your finger. Can you achieve that? Shen Qingzhu raises an eyebrow. "I can." "What is your Forbidden Abyss?" Sequence 068, Chi Min. The instructor remains silent, feigning ignorance, and straightens his posture, asking, "Does anyone else have a different answer?" Among the crowd, a chubby boy suddenly raises his hand. "Report. We rely on money." The instructor is taken aback. "Money? Pray tell. How does one combat the mysterious with money? Shall we exchange it for coins to bludgeon them to death?" The instructor, bemused, turns to the new recruits and solemnly states, "In our battle against the mysterious, besides the Forbidden Abyss, we also require a robust physique and combat skills. Combat skills are further divided into melee and ranged. While ranged weapons may prove useful against lower-tier mysteries, when it comes to higher tiers, Melee combat is the true path to victory. Today, allow me to teach you about melee combat with cold weapons. On the other side of the training ground, Instructor Hong stands with two other instructors, observing the scene from a distance. Instructor Hong, what is the background of the newly arrived Instructor Han? Inquires one of the instructors. Puzzled, he is a close combat expert dispatched from headquarters, having just flown in this morning. Although it is his first time leading recruits, I have high hopes for him. Instructor Hong replies with admiration in his eyes. He just arrived today, and it's his first time leading recruits? I hope there won't be any mishaps. Another instructor frowns. Impossible. Instructor Han's close combat prowess is among the best in the nation. We can rest assured and return to our games, he reassures. Oh, very well then. The three quietly depart without disturbing anyone. Meanwhile, Instructor Han continues to passionately explain the nuances of cold weapons on the arena. Among the Night Watchers, barring a few exceptional circumstances, the vast majority utilize standard weapons, namely the Star Blade. Holding a straight blade in hand, Instructor Han draws it from its sheath. The straight blade possesses numerous advantages, which I shall not elaborate on today. My primary focus is to impart the techniques for wielding the straight blade. He emphasizes that the first principle of mastering the straight blade is swift reaction speed, the speed of one's reaction. Instructor Han demonstrates several techniques for drawing and sheathing the blade, captivating the attention of the new recruits below. Great Xia, however, finds himself growing weary, not due to Instructor Han's teaching, but because these principles had already been imparted to him by Chun Mai, ingrained in him through countless painful experiences. At this moment, the benefits of his private lessons become apparent. Now, I shall invite a few individuals to demonstrate. After Instructor Han demonstrated the sword techniques, he carelessly tossed aside his straight blade and retrieved two wooden swords from a nearby rack. Who was it that claimed they could defeat the enigmatic rotund man with money? Step forward and demonstrate. Instructor Han's keen gaze landed upon the somewhat portly Bai Li, beckoning him forth. Bai Li scratched his head, awkwardly ascending the stage and accepting the wooden sword from Instructor Han. Do you remember what I just explained? Bai Li hesitated for a moment, then sheepishly admitted, no, I didn't just utilize your financial prowess. Instructor Han chuckled, eager to witness how one could triumph over the mysterious foe through monetary means. This time, I shall be the aggressor. You will defend as I instructed earlier. If you haven't memorized it, then rely on your skills. As Instructor Han brandished the wooden sword, his eyes narrowed slightly,